Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. I'll give myself energy. Only you can make the change. I'll give myself. Shine your head at you. I'll need light. Shine so bright. From darkness to light. Hey, 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 hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. And I don't know how far this ICE thing is going to go before people start paying attention and stop making it seem like this is what we want. This is what you voted for. So now there's another officer involved shooting. Another officer involved shooting with ICE. Let's go. Let's talk about it. Okay. Another officer involved shooting, federal agent involved shooting with ICE once again. And it's like, well, when is it going to stop? Like, when do we stop the madness, guys? Let's go.
Here with you some breaking news that we're learning here right now. We're getting two different perspectives here. Let's take you out to this one. This is coming out of California. As we're learning, an investigation is underway into a shooting involving a federal agent during an immigration enforcement operation. This all taking place in Los Angeles County. This happened around 7:20 a.m. in the Willowbrook area. That's according to the Sheriff's Department. Officials told Fox 11 a DHS task force was conducting an operation in pursuit of a car that ended up crashing. And we can see just moments ago there that what is most likely that car. And when agents approached that car to detain the suspects, shots were fired and the suspect was not hit. So, okay, we're getting a better look here now of that car as the camera is panning around. This is coming from Sky Fox. We also do have another angle that I'll show you here in just a brief moment, but roads are blocked in the area of Mona Boulevard and 126th Street, and traffic is being diverted as this investigation continues. And here's another look that we do have coming in here to our newsroom as well. Some more information. We do know the shooting involved personnel from U.S. Customs and Border Protection who were conducting a targeted enforcement operation. Following the discharge of weapons, a white sedan was found at the scene with a busted windshield, front end damage, and deployed airbags, suggesting a collision or forced stop took place. While federal involvement has been confirmed, authorities have not yet released the specific details of what led to the shooting or how many rounds were fired. It remains unclear if the suspects were armed or if the damage to the white sedan was a result of the enforcement tactic or an attempted flight. Federal agencies have not yet identified the suspects or the specific nature of the immigration charges they were facing. So once again, here's another live look that we do have just coming in. This investigation has been handed over now to federal authorities who will conduct an internal review of the discharge of service weapons. Further details are expected to be released by U.S. Customs and Border Protection or the Department of Homeland Security as the booking process for the suspects is completed. So if you are just tuning in, we're learning this breaking news that this investigation now underway into a shooting involving a federal agent during an immigration enforcement operation. Once again, this all taking place in Los Angeles County. This happened just a bit earlier this morning as we are getting these two live feeds that are coming into our newsroom here.
This is not good news, you guys. This is getting more and more heated up, and people they're not taking it serious as they should. You know, they're not taking it as serious as they should. This is not what we want. Okay, we don't want ICE to be out here getting involved in shootings back to back. You know, these people they have weapons. You know, more and more people are beginning to, like, it seems like, fight back, and it's going to start getting brutal out here. We're going to start seeing a lot more, people being unalived, and this is a very, very dangerous situation that's happening with ICE. And I'm very concerned about American citizens. I'm very concerned about even the people that are getting captured, and as far as people, even people that might be just walking down the street when they just run down on somebody. It seems like, the way that ICE is doing their thing, it's almost like the jump out boys of like the drug dealers. Right. It said ICE is going to be out of there anyways. It's us that needs to stand up and do something about it. The government is not going to do a GDD thing. No one's going to come and save anybody. And I see it. It's like, but here's the thing: people are not sitting down, laying down anymore. People are just saying, you know what, bump this. They're strapped up, and you go to pull somebody over, and it might end up being a whole shootout. That's the thing that's getting set up. It's like people are not taking this serious. This is in Los Angeles. In Minnesota, there's like people that jump out. There's a whole crowd that forms. Imagine if this would have happened with all those people there. This could have been mayhem, guys. So I don't know. People are just so, they think it's cute. Ice, baby. Yeah, that's crazy. People, this is not something to be happy about. I'm praying for whoever got shot. I'm not sure if the person got hit or not, but this is not what we want, And I think that this is something to be, when we think about this, and it's not only happening in situations with people that are illegal. This ICE situation is really heating up, and it's not just only people that are immigrants. ICE is definitely going after people, all types of different people, and it's evident, Well, while we wait on them to I'm not sure if they're going to give some kind of a press conference or something involved with this, but this just happened this morning, you guys. This happened this morning. You don't understand how you're being moved by Russia, China, and who want to destroy our country. I'm being moved by that? No, I'm not being moved by that. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So I'm not being moved by that. But let's really go. I wanted to play this one video where he's even discussing the situation. He's saying it's only the criminals that are being attacked, but this is not just happening to criminals. These are people, ICE is just jumping down on people, and people, they don't know whether they're strapped up or not, and and people are starting to fight back. They're starting to have pistols, and now you're going to have a more aggressive ICE force out there. It's going to get worse and worse as time goes on, and we don't need to just be pretending like this stuff is okay. We need to cut that out, cut that rhetoric, This is sad. It's not cute.
All they do is lie. Oh my goodness. So I think we've all been witnessing ICE just wild out, okay? They have been harassing and targeting everybody, mainly black and brown people. But as we can see with Renee Good, everybody can get the smoke. And it's sad to see, the ignorance, the MAGA, white ignorance just praising this. Just, yeah, get them. This is why I voted for. Because we have everyone from the Black Father, to which his ICE freaking Gestapo threw a flashbang into his car, 3 flashbangs, to now where his 6-month-old wasn't breathing. They had to call the ambulance.
Officers threw flashbangs and tear gas in my car and made I got 6 kids in the car. But my 6-month-old can't even breathe. My 2-year-old flipped out the damn car. This was flipped over. My car filled with tear gas. I'm trying to pull my kid out the car.
They're not only harassing Black Americans who are citizens, but now, most recently, you had another citizen where Holman went on Fox News to defend this, where he was saying, hey, they said that this guy matched the description.
But his statement to the officer was, the guy you're looking for is at the house right now. I left it. I just left that house. So ICE went to the house where these 2 people reportedly living. And they went in there and they located this individual who matched the description, but they couldn't verify its identity because he was uncooperative.
And because a U.S. citizen in their home did not want to do a fingerprint scan, all right, and a facial recognition. They dragged this man out in freezing cold in his boxers, bruh.
He failed to do a quick fingerprint check. He failed to do facial recognition. So ICE detained him till they found out who he was.
In his boxers, freezing cold, to identify him. And then they find out, yeah, this isn't the guy we were looking for. And no apologies, nothing. Now, you tell me, how is this not the same thing that they were screaming and crying about when it came to COVID, where they were talking about, this is tyranny, this is tyranny. Bruh, they doing this to you, American citizens. Do you not understand? They doing this to us in our own country. They treating us like criminals, like everybody. Black and brown, you were criminal until you prove you are not a criminal. Damn. And they are just, they're so vapid. They're like, this is what I voted for. Absolutely, this is awesome. But what kills me is this bipolar schizophrenic messaging that they got going out to the public. You recently had Trump come.
Oh, they kill me with the "this is what I voted for." This is what you really voted for. This, you mean to tell me that when you was in the voting booth, you was like, yeah, I want to see a federal agent get shot. You know, I want to see ICE shooting another person, blowing their head off. I want to see kids and stuff get flashbanged and then they're flipped upside down and stop breathing. You voted for that? Is that what you voted for? Or did you vote for Trump to get rid of illegal aliens? Now, just because they are illegal does not mean that they have to be treated this way. Because here's the thing: a person, when you're talking about illegal, right? They could have been here. Maybe their papers are late or whatever, and maybe they might be late to the whatever, and they've been here for 30 years. But so do they get slammed down to the ground, beaten half to death, and thrown into a cage where there's no running water or toilet paper because they stayed over? Or what about the conditions? I don't like the conditions in our prison system, and the immigration system is no better. It's probably even like closer to one of the worst when it really comes down to it, because of the fact that they're illegal alien immigrants and they don't have any rights according to the prison have to have a certain set of rules. But when you throw people into these newfound, whatever they want to call them, compounds or camps that they're throwing these immigrants in, there's no actual rules set up of how this should be and how this building how it should contain people, how people should be treated, all this stuff. People are getting unalived, all type of things are happening. I think I saw a thing where almost like they were showing different people who got unalived, in custody of ICE. So there's no true, real enforcement because it's such a new thing. Like, we just jumped into it head first, and I think that we're hitting the bottom of the damn pool at this point. The way that this is going is hitting the pool. Why? Because it's untrained. The way that this whole thing, because of the fact that these people are untrained, they're jumping out. They're trying to box people in, and this time, in this case right now, you have a situation where a federal agent was shot at. You have a whole situation where you have a federal agent, as you can see right here, that now he just got shot at. I mean, they just shot at this guy. I'm not sure if the guy died or whatever. Once again, another person being shot. Why? Because there should be no situation where you have to deploy your weapon, right? They end up shooting at this guy. I'm not sure if he's alive or not. They said they came up on the scene. It was crazy, whatever. They're still trying to sort it out, but it's crazy. This is getting to be out of control, guys. And as much as you say you voted for this and you're down with this and you want this to happen, I don't think anybody in their right mind wants to see this type of behavior going on. This is ridiculous. Let's go.
And was talking about, we're targeting the criminals, okay? The people that are going in, the hospitals, and they're doing that. We got to have a heart, all right? We're targeting the criminals.
Many countries opened up their prisons and dropped them into the United States. Those are the people who are getting out. And we have a lot of heart. They said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms, and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels and all. And we're looking to get the criminals out right now.
What?
The criminals. And I think it's very important. I mean, every once in a while you see a story, we take somebody. He should be out because they came in illegally. So in theory, they should be. But we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers, the mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them.
He tries to tell people what he originally told people during his election campaign, right? During his campaigning of, hey, we're just going to focus those with, criminal past. Okay,
This is the thing. You did not vote for them. Okay, you voted for them to get the criminals out, not regular people that are U.S. citizens, not people that like maybe have to still file on their immigration. Not that. So what are you talking about? God prepare us, yes, please, because this is when this hits in your neighborhood, you're gonna be like, well, damn, did I really vote for this? Listen, I voted for forcing illegal immigrants to self-deport. If you can't get a job and you can't get public housing, you can't get food stamps, you're going to self-deport. Well, okay, yes, that makes sense. But did you vote for this whole rundown, the whole lot? People are just running into things, jumping out, grabbing people in cars while it's still running, cars still going, rip the person about the car, and the car ram into a building? Because these people are, did you really vote for that? Let them know something. I believe that that's exactly what a lot of them voted for. And all the people that these bad things are happening to are just trying to live their lives. Exactly. Yeah, I meant to say Democrats were setting up shop when Obama was president. Okay. This is not about Democrat versus Republican. That's the thing that you're missing. Well, hell. Well, keep supporting ICE until one of these damn cars crash into your house. I'm not saying we should get rid of ICE. I'm saying that the ICE needs to be better trained. There should not be a situation where you pull a person over and because you're blocking them in and whatever, and they're probably like afraid because they don't know what the hell's going on, and now you have to end up shooting them for some reason. They should self-deport. Yes, they should. I agree. If they want to self-deport, let them self-deport. But if they want to stay, okay. But does not mean that people should be running down on them like this is. Are you guys aware there was a shooting this morning, bro? Y'all don't care about this. The person just got shot, so he deserves to die because he's an illegal immigrant. And we don't even know if he really is illegal or not. He might have been behind on his paperwork or whatever. And so, just hell, some of y'all don't even pay y'all goddamn electric bill on time. And y'all want to say that he might have been late on whatever, trying to fill out his whatever he's doing. And because of that, they get behind him. They read his license plate. Oh, okay, he's behind on his immigration status. Oh, okay, well, we're going to jump out on him in a violent way. And now it turns into a damn near like a very dangerous shootout situation.
Learning an investigation is underway into a shooting involving a federal agent during an immigration enforcement operation. This all taking place in Los Angeles County. This happened around 7:20 a.m. in the Willowbrook area. That's according to the Sheriff's Department. Officials told Fox 11 a DHS task force was conducting an operation in pursuit of a car that ended up crashing. And we can see just moments ago there that what is most likely that car. And when agents approached that car to detain the suspects, shots were fired. And the suspect was not hit. So, okay, we're getting a better look here now of
I shot up
that car as the camera is spinning around. This is coming from Sky Fox. We also do have another angle that I'll show you here in just a brief moment. But roads are blocked in the area of Mona Boulevard and 126th Street.
Why isn't ICE trained to reasonably pull people over and get them out? Why is it like 5 to a car jump out style, like they are arresting like at like a SWAT team? Why is it like this? Honey, 47 days is not trained. That is not trained to do nothing. Honey, 47 days is not trained. That's not police training. And then they're going quite faster, like cutting the training down faster and faster to pump these people out of the training camps, and they're just throwing them out on the street. And this is the type of thing that happens. Now you have people with guns that are out here enforcing the law. They're jumping out in front of people, and then they could just be shooting off shots willy nilly. I don't know who this person is, and whether or not they were really illegal or not. But this is also happening to American citizens as well. They're jumping out on people, and I don't think that this is fair. I don't think it's safe. This is in a neighborhood. People live in this neighborhood. This is in front of a house right here. So they're shooting at people, and who knows who lives in this house right here. And a shot could go through that house and kill somebody. Welcome to the panel, Pamela. Welcome. What do you have to say? Hello? Hello, did you have to say something, Pamela? What's up? Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, I guess he came and he didn't have anything to say. So that's all I'm saying is that, this is a warrant is a warrant. It does not mean you jump out like wild animals and shoot people. Yeah, I put the link in the chat. Here's a link right here. If anybody wants to come up and talk about this, let me play this video again, because this is happening right now as we speak. This jump out happened 30 minutes ago, or this morning. So this is not like a joke. This is not like something I take lightly. Somebody could have died. This car, the way it's positioned, the way they pull people out. Sometimes they don't even make sure the car is in park yet. They jump out wild. Next thing you know, they're shooting at people. There's houses right here. Like, the way that they're doing things are not in a professional way. They're not trained. Listen, if okay, I will give it to you. All right, it was voted about immigration, but is this being done in the most professional manner to where we make sure that everybody around in this neighborhood is not gonna suffer whatever? This car is gonna end up getting left here. They're not going to call a tow truck or nothing. They're just going to leave that car here, just like they've been in Minnesota. And it's just, now they will, because of the news is involved. But this is how they do. They'll jump out, they'll leave the car, they grab the person, they roll off. Don't call a tow truck. They don't secure anything. And then it just leaves just blight and all type of confusion in neighborhood and all over the place. So I don't know if you voted for that, that's insane.
Peace be upon you. I got a phone call. My bad for dropping down. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, and I'll be honest with you. What we are seeing, this is the immigrants' karma for invading our country and attempting to take over our communities as Americans. So I have no sympathy for them, and really, to make it a concise statement, and when I say we, I'm speaking about descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. Since we have been getting cooked by law enforcement, I will never cry when the whites and the immigrants are being cooked by these same law enforcement agencies that they have weaponized against us for decades.
What do you think about the fact that this happened in a neighborhood? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is an actual neighborhood. People live in this area, and there's a car. This guy's riding down the street. ICE jumps down on him. Next thing you know, they're ripping the person up out their car. They're shooting at them. And this is happening in it. So you're saying you don't care about the person that's doing this, but what about the neighborhood that's being done in and the people that are being affected by how it's being done? You think that we just need to just turn a blind eye and hope that there's no collateral damage in the situation?
Allow me to answer that. It'll be brief. It's one sentence. In my estimation, every neighborhood in the U.S. benefits from ICE raiding and deporting illegal aliens. This is a benefit to us.
Right, but I'm saying is that when this happens like this, right? So this car gets someone. I mean, there's been several situations where ICE has ripped someone out their car, and the car ends up crashing into a building, crashing into a pole because the person didn't get to even put their brakes on, And who's going to pay for that? Because I mean, because ICE is not coming back. So now this person is now stuck with the bill.
The bill is much less than the bill that we foot for illegal aliens every day.
I'm not talking. Listen, we're talking about. Listen, you're talking about the whole illegal aliens. I'm talking about individuals that this is happening like that are innocent, that live in the neighborhood. That this guy is riding down the street. They jump out, corner him, and it's like a damn action movie, you know, where they have all the 50 people jump out of a car. You know, the car's still rolling, crash into a building like this. Dude, they don't have to do it. Like, what I'm saying is that now I know you want mayhem. Clearly you want by any means necessary get all the illegals out. If we gotta fucking run an entire neighborhood, get them all out. But you're not the one going into these neighborhoods and fixing them up when they get done with it. It's gonna be the people in that neighborhood and in that community that's gonna have to try to even hopefully help these people when their whole house has been torn down, ripped apart. These people are going into residential neighborhoods and it's creating havoc. That there should be some kind of, just like with policing and the police officers, the reason why people are not knowing and understanding how to take this stuff the right way is because it was thrown together ragtag, last minute. Nobody has any marching orders, and they're not. They're just jumping out in regular plain cars. You don't know whether it's ICE or just a person jumping out attacking you. You know what I'm saying? You don't know if these are people that are real police officer or a person dressed up as ICE. And the way that this was done, I get it that you're for non-immigrant, but my thing is that how about how it's not about what you do, it's about how you do it. So just because they're doing it, does not mean that they're doing it right. So you might be for it. I'm saying is that it's not being executed the correct way. That's what I'm saying.
The part that you are omitting is that ICE is going into these residential areas because these immigrants are occupying and invading these same residential areas.
Listen. I could have one immigrant in my neighborhood, and the way that it's going down,
and ICE got to come get them. That's the
right. But do they have to risk the whole neighborhood to get one person? That's stupid. That's like taking a bazooka to kill a spider.
That's a mischaracterization of what's going on.
It's overkill.
What can I tell you?
There's no way. Can you tell me this neighborhood,
right
Mexican people and illegal immigrants live in this neighborhood right here? That this car has been.
Yes, I wanted to comment on that actually. Are you aware that Compton is no longer majority Black American? It's actually majority Latino. Illegal aliens may be the majority in Compton, so ICE has to come to Compton in massive numbers because the illegal aliens are in Compton in massive numbers. Respectfully.
Can we get some real bills passed? Where is okay, so you guys see, you know, it's so crazy. I'm not sure if these are like trolls or whatever. People are just stuck on their say, like even you're like a broken record. You say the same thing everywhere you go. Okay, I get it. You know, you repeat the same rhetoric. You get it out, you know, get all the illegals out, get them out, ruin the neighborhood just to get them out.
No, I never said ruin the neighborhood. I said beautify the neighborhood by getting them out.
Yeah, okay. So, all right, get them out, but okay. So we're gonna just run people's houses down because that's what's happening. Rip people out of their cars, even if they're American, whether or not they're American or not, and figure it out later. Just to get the people. It's like I said, it's like taking a bazooka to kill a spider.
If the immigrants had any sense, they would self-deport on their own before ICE gets them. But they are confident as they occupy your community because they know that you will advocate for them. Don't you see it?
No, this is not me advocating for them. This is me talking about the process in which they are getting them out.
Well, how do you suggest that ICE removes over 20 million illegal aliens?
Remove criminals. They have a due process.
Well, allow me to complete the sentence, sis. Allow me to complete the sentence because earlier in the same broadcast, you said that if they want to self-deport, let them self-deport. But if they want to stay, let them stay. You said that, right?
I did not say I did not say if they want to stay, let them stay. I said if they want to self-deport, they can self-deport. And then if they don't, of course, ICE. You could use ICE. But the problem is
That's
how
not what you said, but I'm glad you changed your position.
how no. I listen. If they
So
if
back to the focal
listen,
point.
I'm not listen.
How should
I'm not. Listen,
go ahead?
I'm not saying that we should not have a law enforcement to remove illegal immigrants. Okay. What I'm saying is the way that this is being done is not right. It's not being done correctly. And no, and I don't. And the way that this is violence and ripping people out and grabbing people up, not knowing who they are or not, running up to people and not making sure that their documents are right because you got to hurry up, so you got to just grab them and throw them in the car real quick because you know it's a crowd forming and you just want to grab the person before the crowd forms. All this stuff is because of how it has been being done. If they would have went into these situations like professional, like police officers and like real law enforcement would like the FBI and other law enforcement that have existed, you know, instead of being thrown together and just running out here like a gang of hoodlums, then it would not be a situation where you have this car sitting here where whatever, they had to discharge their firearm. Nobody knows who this person is at this point. This car is being left. I guess I don't know if they got away or whatever. They grabbed them up and left in another car. So you have two cars that are wrecked in this neighborhood. They're going to leave the car. This is how they do. They jump out, they grab you up, the person wrecks, they shoot at you, they grab you up, they grab you, they take you to the facility. Their car, whatever car of theirs is wrecked, they leave that there. So now you have two wrecked cars in the neighborhood that they might, that because they're busy, they go and they take that person and go on to the next thing. Now you got an abandoned car, a wrecked car here, and creating blight in the community. And now they've moved on to their next stuff. They just jump in another car and go to the next
But
thing.
DJ Genesis,
And who is there? Who is going to clean all this up? Police, when they pull you over and you get arrested, they have a specific way they do it. They call a tow truck. They're not just jumping out, it's doing all this bullshit. How they're doing, jumping out, blocking people off with 5 or 6 people jumping out. This, that, the other, causing havoc and doing this kind of chaotic thing.
but DJ Genesis, allow me to get in.
Listen, they're not pulling sirens. Okay, pull over. Okay, proper way of doing it. This jumping
But
out
DJ
in
Genesis, allow me to get in, please.
jumping out in unmarked cars. I'm not done. Jumping out unmarked cars, rushing out like a bunch of like it's like a gang initiation, and then swooping the person up, leaving. If they wreck their car, bump it. If they didn't even get the car, well, you know when the police officer pulls you over, first thing he tells you to do is put your car in park, take your keys out the car. They're just grabbing people up, car running and everything. Dogs
DJ Genesis, allow me to get in, please.
Walking through because this is my name, my channel, and I'm gonna finish my.
I could tell, but I thought we was gonna have a
no,
dialogue.
yes, I am
Okay.
gonna battle. Listen, it's called the Battling Genesis channel. Okay, so anyways, like they're leaving dogs in their cars. What happens now? You got stray dogs running through the neighborhood of people who was in there. This is being done real sloppily. And I've been saying that this whole time, but everybody's so stuck on the same rhetoric of it take what it takes to get the people like the neighborhood. Well, why don't we? Well, what's up with doing it the right way? Now you can talk.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak and passing me the mic. Watch how brief and concise.
I don't give a fuck how. Listen, it doesn't matter.
Why?
Every time you say something, I don't need you to fucking tell me about how brief and concise or whatever. Say what you got to say, and don't try to like minimize what I'm saying because I have a lot of words to say and express myself. And you think that you're grander than me because you get to make a brief and concise statement. Say your statement and keep it moving.
I didn't even say anything about you.
I say what I have to say in one sentence while you said it in 15. I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I didn't even say anything about
That's
you.
pretty much what you're trying to say.
No, it's not. But back to the
Yes, it
focus.
is. Go ahead.
But yes, ma'am. And once again, thanks for passing me the mic. Don't you realize that literally every single tactic that you just named that ICE is using against immigrants, white officers, Latino officers, Asian officers, etc., they use these same exact tactics against Black Americans. So back to my question, why are you crying now that they are experiencing their karma? Let them experience it respectfully.
Let me see what's going on. Did you come up on the link that I gave you? Because I think people are trying to come up, but it's not working. Give me 1 second.
Hopefully they could come up, man. But let them experience that karma, man. They use these same tactics against us. So now we see that these same tactics are being used against them. I will never cry about it, ever.
Well, it's not about the way that the attacks are being used against any people. It's about how it is also affecting the community when you have blight. That the aftermath of that is nothing but blight and cars and neighborhoods and everything being destroyed.
You're being a
Minneapolis,
drama queen.
nothing. No, it's no. Minneapolis is looking like hell on wheels right now.
Our communities, respectfully, have always been blighted. So now that the immigrants are under attack, I don't even call it an attack, but now that they feel attacked, I have no sympathy for them. Now that the white liberals feel attacked, I definitely have no sympathy for them. They have advocated for policies that have negatively impacted my community. So now that the karma is back on them, all I could do is praise God, praise the Most High.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to. This person's trying to get up. Oculus is trying to come up, and he's having trouble. I'll put the link back up again. See if anybody else can come up with that same link. I think that Pam Mulatto just used that link to come up.
Yes, and I praise the Most High for the karma that is being waged against the immigrants and the white liberals right now. Really, I thank the Most High every day. Really, because traditionally we was the only ones getting cooked. Now we're seeing that everyone else is getting cooked too. It's a beautiful thing. It's very beautiful. And if you are a Black American, don't cry about these other
That's because
ethnicities
you're on a
that
call.
never cry for you.
Sorry about that. In the background, somebody trying to come up. So yeah, all right. So I mean, I get it. You want to make it a black and white issue, but this is not just about black and white. We're not the ones that this is happening to, but there are
Exactly.
black people that are being collateral damage as this whole thing unfolds. Like I said, that family with those kids, child almost got unalive because of that. So it is, and this is happening. In neighborhoods that do have black people living in them. We live all over the place. So it's not just about like these immigrants are just dominating all the neighborhoods and all the black people have moved out. We still live in those neighborhoods. And so when you're in that, you're living peacefully, and next thing you know, ICE comes in to grab one person. Now you have a whole riot going on outside your door. That is very it's not being a drama queen. That's exactly what's happening in Minnesota.
I recommend that Black Americans apply to work for ICE. They have beautiful bonuses, great benefits. Really, we need to see more Black American ICE agents make money while you clean up your community.
Hey,
Really,
Emma. Yes, I'm listening. It's just that you guys are stuck on. You guys are a part of a cult, and you guys believe this. You guys are stuck in like a cult mindset, and you guys are just used to just are like just in a loop.
Main killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them.
He
Which
tried
cult?
to tell people what he originally told people during his election campaign, right?
DJ Genesis, what call are you
during his
referring to?
campaigning of, hey, we're just going to focus those with, criminal.
Yeah, what call are you referring to? Respectfully. All right, and just
The cult of
there you go.
Trump. Okay, the cult of Trump.
Well, just to be clear, I never voted for Trump. I'm a felon. I can't vote at all.
Well, if you would have, you could have. If you could have, you would have.
You're speculating. Yes,
Yeah,
you're speculating.
you right up here with the rest of them saying I voted for this. Anyways, let's go.
Yes, you're speculating.
Criminal past. Okay, we're going to target the bad illegals. That's what we're going to do. Now, I'm sorry. Riddle me this, Batman. Can someone explain to me how we not 5 days ago, bro, less than 5 days ago, where we had Holman go on Fox News and say, we are targeting everyone who's illegal. It doesn't matter if you have a criminal record or not.
But they need to know we're going to keep doing this job because we're arresting the
Let
worst
me
of the worst.
comment on
And
that
are we
part. That's
arresting
a good
illegal
part.
aliens with no criminal history? We absolutely are. If we find them
All
looking
illegal
for these
aliens must be targeted because they're here illegally, which is a crime. So I
No,
would never
all
cry.
illegal. No, he's saying if you are an immigrant, it doesn't matter
Uh-huh.
whether you're illegal or not. He said he wants. Listen, hold on.
Exactly. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. All immigrants must be targeted by ICE to determine if they are here legally or not.
All right, but here's the thing: is that listen, that is not what the president said, though. See, here's
Whether
the
he said it or not, this is
right.
what we must do.
No, shut up, because
This is what
you're
we
up
must
here
do.
just because that's listen. So you don't want to be in the you know you're in America, but you're not thinking in an American sense about how things are done with laws and how things are done according to law. You just want ragtag bullshit to happen. It's like dude, that's
America violates our rights every day,
well,
right?
but the thing is that but we don't just. You said you're a lobbyist, so your whole thing
Yes,
is to go
yes.
and change the law,
Exactly, exactly.
right? So here's the thing. All right, so what's the point of even being a lobbyist if whatever law you set down is going to be messed up and done and done away with by a person? He's not even the president saying one thing, the leader of ICE saying something. People
Yes,
of ICE
but
saying
DJ
something.
Genesis, can I ask you a direct question? And I'm not trying to put you in
Don't
a hot
ask me.
seat.
Don't ask me no direct questions. You talk about the subject. Don't ask
Yeah,
me nothing.
it's on the subject. It's
I
literally on
don't
the
ask me
subject.
nothing personally
If-
because you already know how that
I'm
goes,
not
and
trying
you're
to
gonna
put you in the hot
get
seat.
out. No, you know you're always trying to make it personal. Don't ask me
Okay,
nothing personal. I just told you that's the answer. Don't.
I'm not making it personal at all. I'm not about to ask you a personal question. What I'm saying is, if we can agree that the U.S. government violates the rights of U.S. citizens every day, why are we crying that illegal aliens are allegedly having their alleged rights violated? Let them get cooked since we get cooked.
This is
To
not
hell with
about.
them.
This is not about illegal aliens getting their rights violated. I'm talking about how this police force or this law enforcement force is behaving and how they're going about it.
What's wrong with what they're doing? Just so I'm clear.
I've already said it. I've been saying it the whole time. I'm saying that they're not going about it in a professional manner.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion, but you have to know this will continue until we get every illegal alien out.
I'm going to
So I guess
continue.
you'll cry every day.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will cry every day.
Every day.
Yeah, every single day.
Instead of focusing on your own community. I get it.
Listen. I live in my community. My community is fine. I don't have to
You
anything.
cry about immigrants
My
or your
community
own
is fine.
ethnicity.
My community is fine.
Actually, it's not. You're saying Black Americans are not the bottom
I'm
10?
saying, listen, the community I live in is fine. I don't have anything going on in my community.
Is the majority Black American?
Yes, I live in a majority black city. Yes, I have. There's no, there, you know, there's.
And just for the record, what's the name of that city?
None. I'm not gonna. What?
What's the
Oh,
name of the Black American city you're talking about?
I'm not telling you.
Because I guarantee if we pull up the stats, y'all got a high poverty rate. Let's talk about it. Y'all got a high out of wedlock marriage conception rate. Let's talk about it. I mean, you got some problems in your community that you could be bringing awareness to instead of crying about these illegal aliens. Respectfully,
Yeah, I'm not crying about illegal aliens. Respectively,
you
I'm
are.
talking.
You are actually.
I'm talking about ICE. I'm talking about this law enforcement group that is going in through. It is not. They're not just going into Mexican communities. They're going into a community like mine that is just chilling one day. And because they're trying to grab somebody up, now it's blight in that community. Now they're destroying the community.
Do you know any Black Americans that have been apprehended by?
Like I said, bazooka. But yeah, when the police go and grab a Black American person, they don't destroy the entire neighborhood on the way out.
Actually, they do. Have you
No,
heard
they
of mass
don't.
incarceration?
No,
Have you heard of
they
mass
don't.
incarceration?
I'm talking about when they're
Have you heard
arrested.
of the Biden crime bill?
What I'm talking about is when they arrest a person, when the police arrest a person, because he's not even talking about the same thing I'm talking about. This guy's just up here rambling about something that got shit to do with my subject. My subject is how is the process? How is this process a normalized process? And why is this acceptable? And the people that are in the audience, you know, that just want to continuously, you know, I guess say whatever they're saying. They're, you know, I mean, they're all you guys are just doing is parroting a bunch of just the same talking points over and over again. I think these are all bots just saying this because there's no way that people could just repeat the same thing no matter what somebody is. You know, yeah, they're bots. Because I'm like, you guys cannot be y'all not listening. I think even though Pam Milano is a human, he's a bot as well because there's no way that I can explain what my position is and you still talk about illegal immigrants. I'm talking about the ICE. You're still stuck on illegal immigrants. So that tells me you're not listening. You're telling me I'm having listening skills problems, but I'm talking about how ICE is going about their law enforcement activities. And if you can't understand that, then I don't understand why you would come up here to just repeat the same thing about this. Because any police force that would just run rickshaw through a community, I would have a problem with. When the police are in my neighborhood, go through a thing, they're not ransacking the entire neighborhood. They're not creating a car wreck that could crash into a tree and leave the car there. They're not leaving dogs and different animals and stuff like that they have in the car to run through the neighborhood. What they do is they properly dispose of the car through with using a tow truck. If they arrest the person, they get rid of the car and whatever else is going on gets cleaned up. They're not just destroying the neighborhood and then going to the next job. That's not what happens. They have a system in place for this type of stuff. ICE does not. And that's what I'm talking about. Let me play the rest of this video.
Yes, we will deport all illegals.
We are targeting everyone who's illegal. It doesn't matter if you have a criminal record or not.
But I need to know. We're going to keep doing this job because we're arresting the worst of the worst. And are we arresting illegal aliens with no criminal history? We absolutely are. If we find them looking for these targets, they're going to be arrested. If the mayor
because
and the
they are
governor
here illegally.
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Now, this is emblematic of the government. this is emblematic, at least of this administration. I love you, I hate you. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Hey, go do that. Don't do that. This is what type of bipolar messaging is.
Listen, even when they have a sweep, they clean up after themselves. The police force has a sweep. The FBI has. They have raids. They have different things they do. They tape it off. And then the city comes and cleans it up. What's happening in this case with these officers is just like they leave destruction and mayhem, and it's like they go to the next spot, cars still be there. That's why they was able to go into that one ICE car and grab all their guns.
So now you're advocating for the FBI?
No, what I'm saying.
Wow.
I'm not advocating for the FBI.
That's sick. You're sick.
I'm not advocating for the FBI. What I'm saying is that if we're going to have law enforcement, it has to be done a certain way. It should not be done the way that you're advocating for ICE. You're sick. You're advocating for a ragtag group of people to run through a neighborhood, bust down doors, and leave destruction in their wake, and then move on to the next spot and just leave the neighborhood in shambles. You're advocating, so that's sick. I'm saying that whenever real law enforcement that actually has been around since the slave catchers has been around, and it's just another form of that. When at least they come and they clean up their mess after they're done. They don't just leave destruction at the aftermath. That's what I'm talking about. So you're sick, okay? Anyways, like I said,
this is foolishness. You 1 second you tell us you're gonna try to get everybody out of here, and then you have the president of the United States talking about, oh, we're just gonna target the criminals. Make up your mind, all right? Make up your mind. Unless you're just straight up lying to us, right? You're saying this to save face while everyone else has the real mission. Hey, you know what to do. Don't worry about what Trump says. You know what to do. This is nonsense. I don't know what to tell you. This is nonsense. Because how are you going to be in America as an American and then be afraid of ICE? Now, I know there are people out there, well, I was born here. Okay, I don't care about ICE. Fam, you don't get it, bruh. This is tantamount to the Negro in the car talking about, well, I didn't break any rules. I don't care if I get pulled over. You don't. Oh, my goodness, my young Padawan. It doesn't matter. If they want to get you, if they want to harass you, they can. This is the blank check that we're talking about. It's not this low IQ take of, well, if you didn't commit a crime, you got nothing to worry about. No, that's not it. It's the fact that they are invading your freedom. They are stripping you of your freedom. That's what they are doing. It doesn't matter if it's a 5-minute invasion, a 30-minute invasion, a 2-second invasion. You have robbed me of my freedom based off your tyrannical freaking orders. That's
But
what this
DJ
is about.
Genesis, let me
matter
comment on the video. Did the FBI clean up our communities after the crack epidemic? Or COINTELPRO? I'm asking respectfully.
No, they didn't.
Okay, so since we got cooked, why these burritos and
That was
tacos
not
can't
the
get cooked?
FBI, that was the CIA.
Exactly. Did they clean up our community after
What
they
I'm saying is
devastated
the
us?
CIA and the DEA. What I'm talking about when local law enforcement goes
You said the
into
FBI. That's
no,
federal.
what I'm saying is that when local law enforcement goes into a situation, they pull you over. No, I said FBI does. They do sweeps. They do. I said the law enforcement.
You might have forgot what you said. You might have forgot what you said.
I said when law enforcement goes into a neighborhood,
Exactly.
they don't just leave the car sitting there.
So I'm asking. They left the crack. They left the crack sitting there though. And the fentanyl. Did they clean up our communities after that? I'm asking. So
no, I
since
mean,
we got cooked,
there's still bad communities like Kensington.
exactly.
But what I'm saying is that I mean, in those communities. All right, so what I'm talking about, you go into a suburban community with houses, and then you rickshaw that neighborhood. Now, those neighborhoods they are filled with blight, So that's going to be that's going to be the city's job to actually go in and fix that. That's a whole another ball game right there. What I'm talking about is that you go into a community where people are just chilling, and next thing you know, there's kids playing outside. Next thing you know, an ICE vehicle runs through runs up five to a car, 5 or 6 cars, chasing after somebody. That person gets blocked in and probably hits other cars on the way while they're doing it. Okay, probably the person's in the car. You know what I'm saying?
They should have complied. That's what they tell us, right?
Well, no. Here's the thing: is that comply to what? If you have
comply to ICE.
If you have an unmarked vehicle chasing you down, you don't know who this is. These are unmarked vehicles. Why don't they?
Yeah, but tell them the same thing they tell us. Comply.
Why don't they put a goddamn have ICE vehicles? Why are they in unmarked vehicles?
You know why? Because they're being doxxed by white liberals and immigrants.
Honey,
so they just need to comply, just like they tell us comply.
If they had a real law enforcement and they were done correctly, they wouldn't have to tell them comply because it would be marked and look as a law enforcement. They would understand people. They don't have lights. They don't have sirens. They're just rushing up on people.
Yes, but just as
law enforcement has lights, they have sirens, they have things that they can pull you over with that lets you know that they're law enforcement. These people are just coming up in a Ford Focus. You don't know who the fuck that is jumping out. You know what I'm saying? A Suburban, a blacked out Suburban. You don't know what the hell is going on. And then of course you're like, what the hell? And then after they like block you in, you just they get about 5 or 6 of them around you, block you in some crazy way. Next thing you know, your car, they jump out at once. They don't even tell you, hey, put the car in park. None of that. They just jump out like a gang, and pull you out the car willy nilly. Like that's to me, that's the discussion I'm having. I'm not having whether it should be deported or not. I'm having a discussion in the way that they are going about it.
No, I hear you. And
but no matter how much I try to say that that's what I'm discussing here, you want to focus on deport all illegal immigrants. I'm saying no.
I'm going to respond to everything you said directly.
Is this the way that we want law enforcement to be able to come into a community and behave? And that's what Amazing Lucas is talking about. That's what we're talking about. That's what the discussion is here. It says ICE gone wild, not immigrants gone wild, and immigrants being whatever going on. ICE, the actual law enforcement agency, is wow. The way that they're doing stuff, it is not regimented, it's not militarized. That's why Trump has to go and say, we got to bring the military in. They don't even. Even when they do their formations, like when the police, if there's a riot, they go out into a line. They have their protective gear. Things are done a certain way. They know when to move. Right now, you could be an ICE agent can be talking to a person on one side, another ICE agent. There's no actual like structure. They might have the situation contained. Another ICE agent could come run and just crash into a person's window. It's like, well, dude, you were already this
Well,
person.
can I reply to any of this?
The drive when I get listen. Can you assume that at some point I'm going to stop talking?
But I'm just trying to figure out when. Though I'm trying to have a dialogue.
Listen. If you listen, start your own channel and then you can talk all you want. But as long
You invited me as a guest.
No, I didn't invite you as a guest. You came
dropped the link.
No, I dropped the link, but it does not mean that every time I'm talking, you have to keep asking to speak. I'm not done talking. You can't just wait. Write it down. Get a notebook and take notes of what you want to say, and I will allow you to speak. Don't have to keep interrupting every 5 seconds. Well, can I say something? No, write down your notes. Okay, well, she said this. I want to say something about this. I want to say something about that. And then when I get done saying what I'm saying, then I will open up the mic and I will let you respond. That's called how to have a conversation. You don't have to interrupt in the middle of it. I know you have to say something about each subject on each point I'm making. You don't want to lose your point. That's why you keep saying, can I say something about that? Well, normally what will happen is that, okay, just take notes on what I'm saying and then address it accordingly. Now I have to get back on track because I had to stop what I was saying to address how you keep interrupting me. Jesus Christ.
No, they are stripping you of your freedom. That's what they are doing. It doesn't matter if it's a 5-minute invasion, a 30-minute invasion, a 2-second invasion. You have robbed me of my freedom.
Can I respond to any of
your tyrannical freaking orders. That's what this is about.
Go ahead and respond.
Yes, thank you. How you? Hold on, brother. My bad. I'm in public right now, but it'll be so brief. What you just said, all of the tactics that you said are being used against the immigrants, those same tactics are being used against Black Americans by white, Latino, and Asian officers. So my question is, now that these same tactics are being used against Latinos, whites, and Asians, why are you crying about it? Let them get their karma.
What I'm saying is that it's not the exact same tactics. That when the police pull you over, there is rules to the game. They have marching. There's rules of engagement.
All right, well, their karma came tenfold then. Let them get it.
I would say that would be, okay, I get what you're saying in that case. Okay, bump them, whatever. But if it was not just spilling over, if it was something that could just only be contained to them, I could see that. But it's not being contained. It's not a contained situation. That's the problem. Things are not being done in a militarized, contained way to where it's organized, it's structured. Everything is just willy-nilly. And to me, that is that's dangerous in a community when you're in a residential community and people don't have training to do things in a trained way. There should be a rules of engagement. There should be a way that you go about stuff, not just having meetings. Everybody here, all right, let's go. That's what it sounds like it's happening. Okay, this is the person, this is your list, this is your list, this is your list, 1, 2, 3, break. There is no, okay, when you approach a car, this is how you do it. If this person is talking to the person, you stand on the right-hand side. Everybody else just stand to the back. What's happening is you'll have one person that has the situation under control that might be talking to somebody. Next thing you know, you got other people that just jump in, get all involved, bust out windows. It's not organized. That is the issue that I have with this. Here we go. Let's talk.
It doesn't matter. I wanted to say one sentence.
I was in the military. Okay, I was in law enforcement. This is not law enforcement. This is gang, like just jumping up and doing stuff without any true organization. Go ahead, Pamela.
DJ Genesis, and this
go ahead and say what he has to say after
because you said it's not being contained. I'm gonna answer the question I'm about to ask you, and I'm gonna ask you in the chat the same question at the same time. How many Black Americans in real life do you know that have been detained by ICE? I'll answer first. 0. And please, you answer, and everyone in the chat put the number, because I don't know any. So it's being very well contained in my estimation, respectfully.
King Turin, do you have something to say?
Yes, thank you for bringing me up to your platform. I just really feel that it's the law, and these people are brought in within the law to carry out what they're doing. And if you want to see a change, I think you're going to have to maybe change the law. So, when there was lynching people, that was the law. They wasn't cleaning up the dead bodies and burning down the rope or whatever. It was left there, just like the abandoned cars are left there after we go in the house and we take maybe one immigrant. Everybody in that house knew this person was illegal. So that's the law right now. And we brought in a lot of people to enforce that law on illegal immigrants.
So what are you saying? You're saying that in what case was there bodies on the ground?
I'm just trying to, it seems like you're saying the way they're going about apprehending illegal immigrants is the wrong way. It sounds like that's your position.
Yes.
And I'm disagreeing with your position by stating it's the law, the way they are going about handling, removing illegal immigrants. They're going by the law and they're going by their job on how they do it.
So you're saying that legally, based on the law, that it's acceptable to go into a neighborhood, rip a person off their car while it's still running. So I'm saying is that in any other law enforcement capacity, there are ways that you go about stuff. There should not be any situation where the reason why this is happening is that, like, if a person is fleeing, that's another thing. But what's happening is you have people when they are approaching a person that they want to to grab or whatever, it's like being done where you don't even know who they are. And next thing you know, you get surrounded by cars. One car jumps in front of you. One car is, on the side, in the back, whatever, and then they just jump out. And so it's not like a thing where they're like, okay, siren, pull over, person comes, then that happens. You know what I'm saying? So that's that they're not. There's no tip off that this is law enforcement. It's just cars just come out and just jump out at you. That is not. That's not FBI. If you get pulled over by the FBI, there's a siren. You know that you're getting pulled over by law enforcement. You know it's law enforcement. In these cases, it's just people just like regular unmarked vehicles jumping out at you. Even if unmarked vehicles have a siren, something to let you know that, oh, okay, you thought you thought it was a regular car, but guess what? Woo, it's a police. You get pulled over. In this case, it's just people jumping out of a regular car, and they're saying it's because they don't want to get doxxed or whatever. But that's the problem. I'm like, okay, that is dangerous. It's a dangerous way to go about things, and that's why it's causing so much of a reaction the way it is.
No, the danger is you're not even supposed to be here. So that's why I got to roll up in unmarked cars, because you didn't want to take the money to leave freely. So that's why we have to take the tactics we're taking. I know I'm not trying to overtalk you or be disrespectful. I was just trying to end. But I'm just saying that they have to take the tactics of not using their sirens, unmarked cars, because these people are living in households that everyone knows that they're harboring an illegal immigrant. And nobody giving them up. They ain't trying to leave. So we have to use these covert tactics to extract you. You should have been out of here. We should even be here noticing that you here. You know you ain't supposed to be here.
Okay, so I can say the same thing. A person transporting, say, fentanyl across the border, right? I mean, across state lines, right? They know they're not supposed to have those drugs in the car, but what happens? The police pulls that person over, and then if something happens, there's a siren involved. They probably have one or two police that are involved in the pullover. There's the entire organized operation to extract that person without it becoming a whole thing where the whole highway is blocked off. And now sometimes that person flees, and that's where you get an organized effort to apprehend that person. What's happening in this case is that There is no, or it's not orderly, it's not organized, it is ragtag. That's what I'm saying. There's all types of crimes that are illegal that people get pulled over for, and they know they're not supposed to be doing that, right? Whether it's being here illegally, or whether it's having drugs on you, whether it's doing anything in this country illegally, there is a set way to go about apprehending a person. The way that this is being done is not is not organized.
But that's why I asked. That's why I respectfully asked, how many Black Americans do you know that have been detained by ICE? My answer was 0, and everyone in the chat put 0. Did they
well,
just
the thing is that there is no definite. See, so I don't know what logical fallacy that is, but that is a logical fallacy.
No, I'm just asking how many you know.
There is no data that they can actually tell you how many African Americans.
No, I said how many do you know personally?
I don't know any immigrants that have been detained by ICE.
All right, so what are you crying about?
I'm
what are you crying about?
Listen. I have a channel, right? This is what my channel is. So I'm
Yeah, but I'm asking on your channel what you crying about.
I'm not crying about anything. I'm discussing current events. And I'm stating my opinion.
Crying about these illegal aliens.
Sir, I'm not crying about the illegal aliens. I'm talking about what's the current events. After this, I'm gonna be talking about Corey Holcomb. Shut up! Like, what are you talking about? I talk about different. I'm not over there with Corey Holcomb and them. I'm not in Chicago or LA, and I wasn't there at the thing when they were having that discussion, damn near fighting. But I'm talking about it. That's called having a channel. It's called being a content creator. Duh.
Hey, so as of right now, the crime is if you're not a citizen, you're not supposed to be here. That's the crime. So
right.
the crime. So wait. The crimes that you're using are talking about transporting drugs across the border. So that's a different type of crime. So the crime that we're referring, so the crime that we're talking about, the crime that's being done right now, what's being done is the right way to handle it. So we're that's the bottom line. We're extracting people that are not supposed to be here.
Duh. Like, see. That's the problem, is that people that are so stuck on this immigration aspect, they only talk about the same exact thing. They're not supposed to be here. Duh.
It's the law. It's the law right now.
It's the law. It's the law. Okay, I get it. You're not, but that is not the conversation. People are so stuck on the they're not supposed to be here aspect that they can't wrap their head around that I'm talking about how law enforcement should be executed. They're more focused on, because crime is crime, all right? You have different types of law enforcement for different types of crime. You have DEA for drug enforcement. You have ICE for illegal immigration enforcement. You have FBI for federal charges. You have state police for state charges. You have city police. You have security guards for like things that are done in goddamn private businesses. Bottom line is law enforcement have in each of those their own capacity have an organized way in which they handle things. ICE does not seem to be organized. That's all I'm saying. Every other law enforcement agency I know, I've worked security, they're very organized. They have like rules and regulations on how to do certain stuff. I don't see any rules. I don't see any ways.
What has ICE done to immigrants that's illegal? Just so we're clear.
I'm saying it's disorganized. It's not done in a.
You're crying. I get it. They haven't broken the law. You're just crying.
Okay, you're about to get kicked out because you're saying stupid shit.
They're carrying out Mexicans, or if they're carrying out the immigrant that they're not supposed to be there, that don't seem disorganized to me. It seems like they was pretty proficient. They got the one person that they wanted.
They?
That's proficient.
Did they?
Evidently so.
Let's continue. Let me finish up my video because I think that the people are, like I said, once again, everybody bootlicking Americans. Let me play this bootlicking American section.
You bootlicking the immigrants.
Now I know there are people out there. Well, I was born here. Okay, I don't care about ICE, fam. You don't get it, bruh. This is tantamount to the Negro in the car talking about, well, I didn't break any rules. I don't care if I get pulled over. You don't. Oh my goodness, my young Padawan. It doesn't matter. If they want to get you, if they want to harass you, they can. This is the blank check that we're talking about. It's not this low IQ take of, well, if you didn't commit a crime, you got nothing to worry about. No, that's not it. It's the fact that they are invading your freedom. They are stripping you of your freedom. That's what they are doing. It doesn't matter if it's a 5-minute invasion, a 30-minute invasion, a 2-second invasion. You have robbed me of my freedom based off your tyrannical freaking orders. That's what this is about. It doesn't matter if you didn't do a crime, but if the officer wrongfully pulled you over and is making up bullcrap excuses and trying to fish to get you in something, that is a waste of your time and then it's infringement upon your freedom, bruh. That's what that is. The same thing that even if you are an American citizen, the fact that this man is trying to say, hey, we want you to take a fingerprint check. Hey, we want you to take a facial recognition. What? Excuse me? Like, what are you talking? Who are you? Why are you in my home?
Message.
And what you have to understand, once they corrode that away, you got nothing left. You got nothing left. This is what I'm talking about, why bootlickers are so dangerous. All these people that were screaming and crying about tyranny and wearing masks during COVID are completely A-okay with the foolishness that's going on right now. And that goes to show you that they all hypocrites. They don't care about tyranny. They don't care about any of that. They love the boot. As long as in their minds, the boot is in their favor. Okay, as long as the
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. I just saw for the first time in Georgia on 85 South 10 brand new ICE vehicles that look like sheriff vehicles heading to Columbus, Georgia, an hour ago. Thank you. Finally,
It should have been 20 or 30.
Exactly. I'm saying it should be 100 of them. If they are going to be ICE and be law enforcement, they need to have proper law enforcement of vehicles. And I think then people will respect them as law enforcement. They don't think that there's some random people jumping out of cars, because anyone could get a uniform and jump out of a car and do this. The way it's happening now, unorganized, regular cars jumping out on people with a uniform on, screaming at them, that is not the way that you go about stuff. You need to have an organization. They already got the uniforms. Okay, have a vehicle that says ICE on it. Now you know that you're getting pulled over by ICE. That should then legitimize them as a law enforcement agency, and then cut down on all the bullshit that's happening where people are just not even, because they're probably not even respecting ICE because of the fact that it's not being done in a professional manner, in a law enforcement, militarized, due process, all that manner. You know what I'm saying? And that is the problem that I'm seeing, and that's what I'm saying the whole time. Go ahead.
DJ Dennis says in New York, Philly, Baltimore, DC, etc., they have something called jump out. Anybody that's listening from these areas, what's happening? You've heard of jump out. You've heard of stop and frisk. So once again, now that these same tactics, I guess you're gonna cut me off. Go ahead, sis. It's all right.
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm breaking my own rule. Go ahead.
Many of the officers that committed these stop and frisk tactics against Black Americans, they were Latinos, they were Asians, they were Arabians, they were Africans, they were Caribbeans, etc. Now that these same jump out tactics, these same stop and frisk tactics are being utilized against these same exact immigrants and these same exact white liberals, I will never cry about them getting their karma. You should stop crying about it.
I think you should stop repeating the same thing over and over again. I'm
trying to trigger a light bulb in your head.
But I'm trying to. It's not ticking. It's not ticking because I'm saying what I'm saying, and it's not going to stop. I'm saying the same thing until I see an actual. Because if they want to be militarized, they want to be a law enforcement. They need to be and present themselves as law enforcement. Law enforcement has vehicles. Law enforcement have sirens. Even emergency vehicles have sirens. Fire departments have sirens. Anything that have anything to do with public safety and health and all this stuff has the proper vehicle to identify themselves. And here's the thing. I'm going to also say this, is that the jump out boys, yeah, they might jump out. They might be in unmarked, but once they decide that they are going to jump out, what happens is put that siren goes on, that they have the things in the thing to let you know that this is not a regular car. This is a unmarked police vehicle. Now you know that, and now, okay, if something happens and you are doing something, then it is law enforcement. So if it's law enforcement, it should look like law enforcement. It should behave like law enforcement. It should not behave like a gang or anything other than that. And that's all I'm saying. As a former person that used to be in law enforcement. So that's all.
Does law enforcement not behave as a gang against us?
I would like to speak to that for a second. Thank you, sir. Number one, it sounds like this gentleman is a little bit more experienced or older, and it sounds from your position you might be a little bit younger, but ICE has been here since 9/11, and they've been operating covert just like they've been operating since the Twin Towers went down. So ICE has been doing what they've been doing, operating the way they've been operating. You just familiar with ICE and their tactics, but they've been here since 9/11.
Okay, yeah, I'm not. What I'm saying is that I'm very aware that ICE has been here. I've seen videos of ICE jumping out on people. Well, not jumping out, but like before, it wasn't even a matter of jumping out. They would be able to go to a place and apprehend the person fine. But this ICE, as we know it right now, it has not existed since 9/11. This ICE that we are talking about here, that's not the same thing that has been existing. This is a whole new thing.
Nice.
It's not the same. It is not the same. It's not.
They don't put on sirens. They don't have no flashing. It's emergency. We coming to get you. ICE has been acting like that and has been targeted to the Muslims first. And that was through TSA. ICE was working with real heavy. So I'm just saying, sister, you just maybe a little bit younger and not understanding the operations of ICE.
I might not be as familiar. I'm 48 years old. I'm not younger than him. Okay. But what I will say is that I might not be as familiar with the operations of ICE. It's not in my backyard. But what I will say is that from what I have seen of ICE, some of them are plain clothes. They just now started to wear a military uniform and be actually dressed up in military. This, like I said, this thing and even the training was longer of the old ICE that you're talking about. This new ICE right now, 47-day training. Before that, the training was way longer than that. So yeah, you're talking about ICE from that has always existed, but those ICE agents had training. They had proper protocol. This ICE right now is being thrown together, 47-day training and thrown into the field. That's not the same thing.
Right now, because of the law, they had to bring in bounty hunters from different parts of the country. That's what this brother is trying to tell you. Because of the law, we got bounty hunters here to extract the illegal immigrants. ICE has been doing what they've been doing from the gate.
No, sir. These are not bounty hunters. The people that are they're grabbing to join
with paying real good money right now to work for ICE. They paying real good.
Right, but you're talking about that they're like bounty hunters and this, that, the other. No, these are. They're not. Bounty hunters are actually, they have some level of training, like all this different stuff. Bounty hunters or whatever, there is like a training that you have to go through. But I think even that training might even be longer.
They don't come with sirens and whistles and bells and cherries and berries. That's not what them boys come with, sister. But you asking for something from a community that don't even, they obliging you. People like you are making them.
You haven't heard of the Proud Boys are also joining ICE. So are those bounty hunters too?
Yes. They operate under different rules and regulations. They don't come with the cherries and berries. Bottom line.
You're saying that, but no, ICE is not a bounty hunting organization. ICE is part of the Department of Homeland Security. So when you're talking about, you can't have bounty hunting laws with Homeland Security. Like that's not the way that you go about law enforcement.
Follow the money trail, and the contracts are to bounty hunters that are here from different countries. So I'm not just talking.
Well, I believe that. Okay, initially that's what was going on, but now that's not what's happening. And on January 21st, 2026, it probably was like that. Probably, I would say maybe up until maybe November.
The white man. We just found the man that shot our brother out here on New Year's Eve. So I'm out here on the West Coast. So that white man that shot my brother out here on New Year's Eve in the back, and then went back in, we found him, and he ain't from United States. So they still hide him. So it's things in the way they're operating. It's not by the way cops operate. They're underneath a different prudence, a different jurisdiction, a different law. That's all I'm expressing to you, sister. That brother, that white man, that killed that brother here in California on New Year's Eve. They ain't released his name. They ain't even going by the regular protocol because that wasn't a protocol person of a police officer. So that's what's happening right now. ICE has been here. ICE been operating underneath a different rule, and it's not the same as SWAT. It's not the same as the police, the emergency. These boys don't come with the cherries and berries. They come in silence and violence.
Well, that to me, that is the part of the whole thing that I disagree with. So let's go. Let's talk.
Who is pressed against the citizens that they don't like? This is great. There is no tyranny. So this is how a country gets got. This is how a country falls. And I've said this before. Once you have such a stupid populace, all right, once you got an idiocracy, you can do anything you want.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Because you know there's going to be a half of the country that's going to justify it no matter what. Biden does something, they're going to be like, well, good. And then the other side's like, oh, this is tyranny. Now Trump does the same exact thing. They're like, good. And now everyone else is like, that's bad. I don't know what to tell you. Anyways, guys,
So here's the thing. Bottom line is that this is not a right versus left situation. This is a law enforcement situation that I believe that and people are saying that, oh, it should be cherries and popsicles. I want the law enforcement to act a certain way. Yes, I do. Yes, law enforcement should behave like a law enforcement should. Like, oh, okay, so if they know that a person is harboring illegal immigrants, they have stings. They have things to extract that person, not create havoc in the entire and destroy the entire community. Where, of course, that person flees. It gets kind of hectic. It gets really hectic sometimes, where a car can flip over and get like that. But you're not seeing it on a mass scale like the way that this is going, and that's the problem that I'm having with the way that this is being run. That's the problem. All right, Man in High Castle, what did you want to say?
Good afternoon, America. Good afternoon, proud Americans. It is a new day. It is a new day. Rise and shine, everybody.
That's all you have to say?
Well, in regards to what's going on, I'm going to give America an update. Right now in California, there's a news article. You could check NBC News or whichever you like. 11 people have been shot with some border patrol conflict and immigration operations.
That's what I was discussing. We already talked about the one car that was shot by the federal agent and how that car was there. That was how this whole thing began. Is that I began to.
Do you know how this would be remedied? I will give a suggestion. See, it's only occurring in these blue states where they're not following protocol. When these undocumented immigrants are receiving warrants and supposed to be detained, these law enforcements on a state level are not following protocol. And so this is why ICE has to show up in strong force, just like in Minnesota, just like in California. FAFO.
So you're saying that because it's a blue state, you want to make it about blue and red versus that's what it's about.
Where else is it happening at? Blue states where they're not following protocol, the bureaucracy, they don't want to speak to one another. The state, those that want to speak to the locals don't want to speak to the state doesn't want to speak to the feds, all the above.
Well, I do know that because of like the whole situation in Minnesota, a lot of people called out A lot of law enforcement local called out, because they didn't want to be involved in what was going on. And then when when ICE's cars got, confiscated along with their guns, then they had to call on local law enforcement to help them retrieve their guns. But I would say if ICE was operating in a proper capacity as a law enforcement agency, in an organized capacity, there would be no way that they would ever have left their rifles and guns and stuff behind where the citizens that are actually protesting against this would ever have access to those type of things. FBI documents, people's phone numbers, email addresses, FBI email addresses, and all kind of different people's information. The ICE people's they got like a whole document where it had all this information along with rifles and different things. And then the police had to come out with helicopters and all type of stuff to try to retrieve this stuff. But if ICE was operating in a proper capacity as a law enforcement agency, organized, they would make sure that before they extract themselves from that situation, that their car is recovered, everything is done. They would block off that area in that moment. But what happens is because it's so hostile, they have to hurry up and rush up out of there. That's not how things should be properly done in a law enforcement capacity. I'm just saying, if it was organized, then it would make better sense to me. It's not organized. Even when police deal with crowds that are protesting and whatever, they have a certain way that they go about it. They have a certain way they line up, that they have a show of force. They have all those different things they do. And when it's time for everybody to clear out, guess what? They clear out. Why? Because it's done organized. They're in a line. They know how to march through there with their shields. Okay, it's time to go. Disperse all this. And then people eventually have to disperse. What's happening now is that it's more mayhem than actual law enforcement and like true crowd regulation, all those different things that are being missed in this situation. And that's where I have an issue.
Well, if you live in a blue state and you know what's going on, press 1. This is ICE doing God's
what
work.
I'm saying is that if this was the police, it wouldn't have happened like that. If this was being done and the police were the ones that had went into that situation, they sure as hell would have left their pistols behind. But because their people are untrained, everything they don't even know how to deal with chaos because they don't have the training to. 47 days is not enough training to throw somebody in a dang near warlike situation with protesters that are even though they're peaceful. I haven't seen one protester shoot an ICE officer yet, at least in Minnesota. But let's get into this. I want to play this video right here, where it's talking about some of the things that are going on. Let's talk about it.
At least 6 prosecutors in the state's U.S. Attorney's Office have now resigned.
It began with a single gunshot on a snowy street in Minneapolis. During a routine immigration enforcement operation, an ICE agent was surrounded. A vehicle accelerated toward him. Fearing for his life, the agent fired, striking and killing a 37-year-old woman behind the wheel. The city immediately erupted. Protests shut down intersections. Activists called it murder. The sanctuary city status of Minneapolis was used as a shield to demand the federal agents leave. But Vice President...
So what does this look like? Does this right here, when you look at this, does this look like it's organized?
The city immediately erupted. Protests shut down intersections. Activists called it...
There's no way that people should be able to surround 2 ICE. If you look at that image right here, and this is what I'm talking about, like people not being trained. There should be no situation where these people go into a situation and then they end up being surrounded by people. But because of the fact that they're not prepared for what they're doing, they go in there, they go to grab a person, they get surrounded by people, and then they have to pretty much figure it out as they go. And that happens in no real policing situation that I've ever heard of, where people get surrounded and then the police they don't even know what to do. And I haven't seen that. Maybe there's something that existed like that. But from what I understand, when they go into a situation that's organized, they know what they're going to do. They have a meeting. There's a SWAT team involved. Okay, if this happens, whatever, then we're going to call the second troops in. What's happening now is that it's just willy-nilly. It's all over the place. It's not organized.
Woman behind the wheel. The city immediately erupted. protests shut down intersections. Activists called it murder. The sanctuary city status of Minneapolis was used as a shield to demand the federal agents leave. But Vice President J.D. Vance took to X with a different narrative. The reality is that his life was in danger, and he fired in self-defense. While the news cameras were focused on the protests, federal investigators were focused on the phone in the dead woman's pocket. That single device didn't just contain personal contacts. It contained the codes to a fortress. That gunshot didn't end the operation. It triggered the largest federal raid in Minnesota history. At 3:12 a.m., while the city slept, the lights were cut on a block in South Minneapolis. An unmarked convoy of heavy armored vehicles from ICE, DHS, and the DEA surrounded a 14-story hotel near the interstate. This wasn't a tactical knock, it was a siege. Federal agents breaching. Teams moved fast and low, freezing the elevators and flooding the stairwells. Doors were breached without warning. Flashlights cut through dark hallways as occupants were forced to the ground. In less than 45 minutes, federal agents detained 236 illegal immigrants. Nearly 180 of them were Somali nationals. But as agents began to pull the rooms apart, the narrative shifted instantly. This wasn't a shelter for desperate migrants. It was a command center. Hidden in ceiling panels and luggage, agents found 127 forged passports and stacks of prepaid burner phones. Then they found the hardware. Search teams uncovered 39 firearms, including loaded pistols and assault-style rifles staged near the windows.
I think I played this already in my last thing. So what I'm saying is that when it really boils down to it, it has to be organized. You see, then they was organized, then they was able to recover something. This is organization. What they've been doing is not organization. You know, this jumping out, being surrounded, this, that, the other. This is, or you see how they when they organize, they do it correctly. Then they do it the right way. That to me is an organized effort, and it actually creates an actual result. What they're doing right now, jumping out on people, this, that, the other, that is not how it should be done. If they really want to grab people and do it the right way, they need to have like true intelligence, true, investigation, and be able to go in there like it should be. All right, boom, we know we're going to hit somewhere. When the police department wants to go into a drug place and get them, they don't just show up and just go in there willy-nilly. They have a meeting. There's organized effort to be able to extract who they need to extract. That's all I'm saying. That's what I've been saying this whole time. You know.
I agree with you, Manny. Tex.
King Tut, do you want to say anything about that? The difference between having an organized structure versus a non-organized?
I really disagree with you. They're coming in there to get one person. That might be coming in there to get two people. I see the organization that coming in to do their job. It seems to be that they're all over California or in the United States when we're seeing these raids go down. I don't see nobody else trying to stop the police. I don't see nobody else trying to use somebody with a gun. It's you're not even taking accountability for if you don't like them coming to get somebody, then you need to go protest then, or you can't use your car to stop somebody that's an agent. That is just it's ludicrous. I think the way you're looking at it is you're just not giving it. You're not coming at it from what's going on to the law. You're just looking at the destruction of what's being done after we have to extract somebody. So if you just want to look at it from that one position, then okay, that one position of them coming in and extracting somebody and leaving the neighborhood in disarray, well, that's been going down in my community for years. With SWAT, police, or whoever, that's always been going down. So we just seen it on a global level right now.
Well, this whole thing was live. Initially I was gonna be talking about Corey Holcomb and the whole situation with him and Anton Daniels, and I'm about to reset the room in a few minutes. But the reason why I even did this and even brought ICE into this conversation was because of this situation where you have federal agent involved shooting in LA that happened this morning. That I'm not the person wasn't shot, but like I said, it made me question. Okay, if this was done the proper way, would it even have escalated?
With you some breaking news that we're learning here right now. We're getting two different perspectives
being
here.
done properly.
This is coming out of California. As we're learning, an investigation is underway into a shooting involving a federal agent during an immigration enforcement operation. This all taking place in Los Angeles County. This happened around 7:20 a.m. in the Willowbrook area. That's according to the sheriff's department. Officials told Fox 11 a DHS task force was conducting an operation in pursuit of a car that ended up crashing. And we can see just moments ago there that what is most likely that car. And when agents approached that car to detain the suspects, shots were fired and the suspect was not hit. So, okay, we're getting a better look here now of that car as the camera is panning around. This is coming from Sky Fox. We also do have another angle that I'll show you here in just a brief moment, but roads are blocked in the area of Mona Boulevard and 126th Street, and traffic is being diverted as this investigation continues. And here's another look that we do have coming in here to our newsroom as well. Some more information. We do know the shooting involved personnel from U.S. Customs and Border Protection who were conducting a targeted enforcement operation. Following the discharge of weapons, a white sedan was found at the scene with a busted windshield, front end damage, and deployed airbags, suggesting a collision or forced stop took place. While federal involvement has been confirmed, authorities have not yet released the specific details of what led to the shooting or how many rounds were fired. It remains unclear if the suspects were armed or if the damage to the white sedan was a result of the enforcement tactic or an attempted flight. Federal agencies have not yet identified the suspects or the specific nature of the immigration charges they were facing. So once again, here's another live look that we do have just coming in. This investigation has been handed over now to federal authorities who will conduct an internal review of the discharge of service weapons. Further details are expected to be released by U.S. Customs and Border Protection or the Department of Homeland Security as the booking process for the suspects is completed. So if you are just tuning in, we're learning this breaking news that this investigation now underway into a shooting involving a federal agent during an immigration enforcement operation. Once again, this all taking place in Los Angeles County. This happened just a bit earlier this morning as we are getting these two live feeds that are coming into our newsroom here. We do want to share with you some breaking.
Right. So that was the catalyst for me to do this. So I want to have people are talking about, the right versus left. Okay. And I wanted to really quickly, before I switch to the next subject, which is about Corey Holcomb and Anton, I wanted to just discuss the difference, between, because they say that Obama was able to deport millions of people during his reign as president. So let's see, what was the difference between how his ICE thing went versus how the current administration is? Let's go.
Who came to the United States as an immigrant yourself? Are you getting concerned about what's happening with ICE? And the reason I say that, it's not just the incident with Renee Good, who was killed by an ICE officer in that highly disputed incident. It's more that the polling about ICE agents now is extremely bad. And it plays, I think you and I discussed this when I came on your show, which is that when it comes to immigration, Trump's done an amazing job in sealing the southern border. That is unarguable. Most people agree with it. Most Americans agree with it. I think most Americans agree with undocumented people in America who commit crimes that are not linked to their status. They should be deported. Everyone agrees with that. The hot flashpoint is what happens to people who've come in undocumented, either on their own or perhaps as children of people who come in undocumented, and that actually they're being removed or they're being targeted after 10 years in the United States of living and working and contributing and paying taxes, having children, and so on. And that the imagery of these ICE agents with their masks, which the police don't have, going around into cities and towns, grabbing people like that, is actually very un-American. Just quickly, what do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a very, very complicated issue, and I'll just kind of give my opinions, and you can kind of make up your mind where I'm at with this. Yeah, Abby, who works at CNN the other day, said the most interesting thing. She said, I don't remember any of these issues when Obama deported 3 million people.
Right.
Why was it that we didn't have these kinds of issues under Obama and we're having it today? I don't know if you saw this or not. She says that. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, yeah, the reason why Obama didn't get the criticism that he get, because you guys didn't cover it.
Yes.
Nobody was talking about it.
100%.
CNN wasn't covering it. It was like, oh, he's doing a great job. It's an okay job. He's making sure. And there's a clip
I
of
agree with you, Sister Bambi.
legally. You need to get back to the end of the line. Who's he talking about? The people that did this legally get to the front of the line. You get to the back of the line. Have you ever stood in line in a place that's going to take an hour to get something and somebody cuts you? What feeling do you get in your belly? Don't you just kind of feel like, what the hell are you doing? Get back to the end of the line. I've been waiting here for 40 minutes. We applied for green card in 1984 in Iran. My mother was done with me living in Iran, with us living in Iran, and she told my dad, we got to get out of here. We didn't get here till November 28, 1990, but we came here legally. A lot of people are trying to get ahead of
Join the ranks, proud Americans.
Argument of folks who are today not really talking about it in a positive way, but under Obama, oh, he was phenomenal the way he did it. There's nobody under Obama that worked for ICE that deported 3 million that did it this way. Piers, can you role play this? Like, think about I'm an ICE agent under Obama, and I come to your house and I say, hey, Piers, you're here illegally. I need you and your family to pack yourself up and go back to Mexico. And you say, oh my God, because you're an ICE agent under Obama, thank you for being so kind and respectful when you're asking me to go back to Iran. I will listen to you kindly. Would you like to arrest me? Here, take my hands and handcuff me. What a noble group of people you guys are. No, it was nasty. But this thing called camera wasn't there, and it is there today. And it's very nasty. It's not an easy job. And I knew this was going to take place, and I knew the media was going to use this to turn against him because they're going to get so much content. And the average person who's watching it on TV, who has a heart, who's empathetic, who's sympathetic, is sitting there saying, I feel bad for this family. It is so difficult to watch this as a logical player. It is so easy for us to fall for this as an emotional player, which all of us are. Who the hell wants to see kids being separated from their parents? Nobody does. But there's laws, and they're trying to protect the laws because.
So you have one person that did it covertly, that did it organized, and you have another person that's just throwing people out in the streets, and it's all out in public, and it's all a big deal. Which one was more effective? I'm just saying, is that this is the point I'm trying to make, is that one person was able to do the same thing. I'm sure ICE was not coming up with lemons and lollipops, for the people they were deporting, but one person was equally as or more successful in being able to deport millions. I'm not sure what the count is right now with Trump, but he was able to be successful in doing it without causing such a major uproar in the community the way that Trump has. And that is the part that I'm having an issue with. Let's go.
While all these people are talking about what they're talking about, you know what happens if another 9/11 happens in the next 6, 12 months, 24 months, and they realize the person that conducted the next 9/11 is a guy that came through the border, the 12, 15, 20 million people that came under Biden, and 4,000 or 5,000 people die? Imagine somebody does that at a big football game. Imagine one of the World Cup games here, an idiot who came here illegally disrupts a World Cup game, and we have to shut down the 2026 World Cup, and it's done. Every game is shut down. Imagine that. Then what are people going to say? Oh, then all of a sudden you're going to get to Trump? See, this is the thing about tough leadership that's not easy to understand when the tough leadership has to execute the tough decisions. The one part I will tell you, Piers, that I think that the one thing we have to realize is when you vote for somebody, I'm voting for President Trump's instinct and the way he processes issues and gets information from everybody. I'm not expecting 100% decision-making process. No leader makes 100% of the right decisions. You want to be in the 60, 70% range, and you're going to screw it up 20, 30% of the time. There's never been a leader that made 100% the right decision. But here's what he does. If you look at the way he does things, Bill Pulte, who runs FHA and Fannie Mae, who we had on the show about a couple of weeks ago, he came out and said something. He says, well, we're thinking about introducing a 50-year loan for mortgages to deal with affordability. And everyone's like, wait a minute, 50-year loan? Yes, we're thinking about a 50-year loan. This was a couple months ago. You know what he just announced this week? That 50-year loan idea is out. We're not going to do it. It's not going to work. All right, great. So they're watching, because if all of a sudden you get rid of people that have been here since they were 10 years old, they're working certain jobs, and farmers are coming back and saying, hey, I'm a guy that voted for you and you're impacting my business. President Trump, please listen. We need some of these guys. whatever these people are that are leveraging it or need that help, President Trump and his team's going to sit there and say, look, if it's going to impact the economy, if it's going to impact us here directly here, and these are good citizens, let's figure out a way to make it work. So I think we are in the nasty phase right now. I think we're in the sausage making phase right now. And the media is going to use every one of these clips to get people emotional. The question is, why isn't the media covering what's going on with Iran? Why is the media so upset? Why isn't the media covering what's going on with Nigeria? Why isn't the media talking? Well, they'll show any.
Why is the media covering it? Is because it's being done in a rickshaw manner. If it was being done covertly and being done the way it should be done, then you wouldn't have the media covering it. When you have people just running out there, not organized, not doing the things in an organized manner, you attract the media. I mean, that's just common sense. If you just got people just running out, jumping out, doing stuff, cars crashing, this, that, the other, creating a situation where you have now people wanting to protest. Which one is more effective?
The radical left-wing media is dominant in legacy media. Say, for instance, during the Obama age, Obama being a Democrat, the Democrats run Hollywood, the liberals run Hollywood. Also, he was coming up during the age of the Patriot Act. Therefore, it was incentivized by Barack Obama to do a couple things. Legitimize his candidacy by going after terrorism. Once Obama was able to get Osama bin Laden out the way with Palantir, this is how come the media definitely never criticized him in the way he did. They never found the body. They just said they took him out. He took out Al-Qaeda. He took out Omar Gaddafi. He took out a lot of people. Yet the left-wing media preferred Obama because he was a Democrat.
I don't think it's about Democrat or Republican. I think that when people
it is, but you want to deny it.
Here's the thing: is that at the end of the day,
and you get upset.
When you listen, because every time I have a conversation and you come up here, it becomes just like the other guy becomes you're capping for the immigrants. Your thing becomes a Democrat versus Republican, the left versus right. And the thing is that this is not about. At the end of the day, it's how you do it. It's not what you do, it's how you go about it. And how did Trump get the attention of the media on what he's doing? It is how it's being done. People are getting shot. I'm sure there probably was people shot with with the Obama situation. But when you have it like this, when you're out in the public like this, it's all like being in this way. That's where you get like this backlash from the American public. So that's what I wanted to say about that. I'm about to move to the next thing. Anybody wants to say anything about this? I'm going to move to the next thing because I got to like.
Yes, I would. Thank you very much, DJ Genesis. First and foremost, as it was mentioned just now on Piers Morgan Uncensored, we have an upcoming World Cup 2026, which will be 5 months away through June through July. It will be held at SoFi Stadium in LA. Also, proud Americans, this is the time. This is the time right now to get involved with FUBO, ticker symbol FUBO, right now, while it's under $3. Just think about it. FUBO covers all soccer. Here we go. Get it. Let's turn poverty into our opportunities to capitalize off of adversity right now, Americans. No more brokenness. Let's wake up, join the ranks. Let's get this money.
Well, I mean, people are saying Americans need to get out the way. It's not going to happen. These people are unhappy about what's going on in their neighborhood. And then people are going now, just like when they had the Seattle thing going on. whenever you have this, then you have people come from out of town. It makes it even worse. And so I think that the hype of it all is creating more hype, and it's making the whole situation even worse. So what were you going to say, King Tut?
Yeah, my ending remarks is this is only happening because they refuse to leave. You have people that knew that their paperwork wasn't together many, many years ago. They were just biding their time. So time is up, and they don't want to go. So this is where we at today. What we see is going on is a bunch of illegal immigrants that knew their paperwork wasn't together, or their time is up, and they don't want to leave.
All right, so we're going to get into this real quick right here because, this whole Anton Daniels situation with Corey Holcomb has definitely heated up. Anton has been in the news and everything like that, the media, kind of being on panels, talking about the thing that happened. I'm not sure if you guys are aware that there was an entire beef that happened between Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb, where, Anton kind of got with him saying, hey, you are kissing white conservative behind, kissing the white behind. And then Corey said to Anton, you're kissing the white behind. And then so Corey said, well, you are essing the D's of Black America or Black people, right? And so that turned into an entire argument that happened online and this, that, the other, and it continued to escalate. And so, you've heard Anton throughout the internet, kind of discussing that because they pretty much were about to come to blows over this. And what happened is that, they didn't eventually fight, but there's been a whole thing online where people were just kind of going in about this situation. And finally, Corey Holcomb has spoken up on his 5150 show, and we're about to watch his response to this. And it gets very, very personal and almost and very disrespectful on a whole nother level. Let's go.
Now, because we ain't got all day for this sucker ass nigga. Because he'll never be in my face again. Everything he say is for the net. You got away, you got away with that. But listen, it was some people talking about somebody ain't a real nigga or a street nigga. What is the definition of a street nigga? I really want to know. Does anybody know what a street nigga is?
Yeah, man, it's a few. I mean, it's supposed to be a code of conduct in the streets. Like in Cali, the code of conduct is somebody call you out for a fair one. You're supposed to take the fair one. But that's bullshit, man. We got too much to lose, man.
I know where Corey's coming from, but with that, you're right.
At the end of the day, Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels are at least in their 40s, possibly even their 50s. There should be no. Why are they trying to have a fight online? This whole thing got really ridiculous. It became a posturing event between the two where they're both trying to Corey seemed to say, hey, look, say this again. And, it's about to be on. Anton didn't say it, but, he pretty much postured, hey, you want to step outside? Corey Holcomb said, he avoided that. Thank God. But, it seemed like Anton came into the situation with a plan to kind of disrupt. And he was successful at trying to seem like he was coming on top, but Corey has a whole different understanding of what's going on. Let's go.
Who's to say who's what? You know what I'm saying? What is it? Because you grew up in a neighborhood, or were you affiliated with gang? Are you in a gang? I mean, what's the exact definition again? That's subjective, but
yeah, is it? Here's the thing. I think people interpret. Everybody interprets what we do differently. You know what I'm saying? Because who you are and what you represent, you stand on a lot of stuff. You say a lot of controversial stuff. So people who don't understand the intellectual capacity of your message, they equate it to something that they understand it at their level. So they think that when Corey is a fighter, he gonna fight whenever. It's like, nah, that ain't what this is about. This.
You see me fighting?
No, but that's how they process it.
It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah,
thing all the time on the internet.
That's how they process it. Like me, anytime I get angry, they say I'm being a tough guy, or I'm trying to be hard, or they'll call me a bully. I am not no bully. I never bullied nobody.
Now you'll see this panel. Most of these people are in their at least late 40s, early 50s. So to come to a thing and then kind of it get to a point, and I think that okay, he probably was anticipating that somebody would say that he's butt kissing the white man, because you have certain people that are in black media that seem to push like anti-black rhetoric, where they'll like do a lot of shows talking about against like black, especially black women. They love to like talk about, how bad the black woman is, And so it's interesting that, when he came to Corey's show, it feel like he already had a set goal to kind of like, call Corey out. And that's why he said, well, he wants to do things in person, face to face. Because I think he already knew when he came there what his plan was. Let's go.
But if I raise my voice a little bit or get a little bit aggressive, they just take it in a way like that. I don't mean it. I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you ain't cutting me off. I'm just trying to make sure, because I know what happened. Now, this is what the internet has done. The internet has created an AI video where different outcomes and different ways it happened was shown. They've edited the truth. Hey, do we have what happened? Play that. Yeah, when you get ready, let me know. See, it's people who have edited the video to make the video look like he stood up to me and all. I was like, what is this? When I saw some of the edited videos, I was like, they cold with this AI, boy. I seen a video where I beat his ass.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's wild.
Oh yeah. By the way, futon. My homie said, don't call that nigga that. Call that nigga futon.
Oh.
Well, that's hilarious. Instead of saying his name.
Oh, futon. Okay.
Hey, futon. Thanks for not beating me up, man. Thank you.
I call him the evil whining. That's ZZ whining. That's the only whining that can't sing. He's beatboxing whining.
Thanks for not beating me up, man. I really appreciate you, man. Hey, I thought I would have videos ready when the show started, but that's not what happened. Ain't nothing I could do. So can we just play the one you sent me, Abe, where we'll just take the time out to do this one because I want people to have a copy of the video, how it really happened, and not the AI video that people are putting out there and making it seem like he showed man tendencies. This is bad that none of the videos are ready. I mean, like, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go and hire a producer so we can have this stuff done from now on because I can't do this like this, man. It's the videos. I don't know how to get the. Okay, fuck the videos. Anyway, so the man came at me with sex play. I'm not talking to everybody because everybody.
Let me find the video that he's talking of because I think he can't find it. So let me find the actual video that he's speaking of. Okay.
Indeed, proud Americans. I, the man in the high castle, I can't do this anymore with this type of program right here. It expresses a buffoonery that is beneath my intelligence.
Okay, well, I I'm gonna say this: there's a message. You don't have to like sign off, leave, but the thing you don't have to like say it's buffoonery. Bottom line is that this is what happens. You have two black men having a conversation. They get into it, but here's the thing: the lesson is not in about this is buffoonery or not. This is a lesson in that they actually did not get into a fight. However, the problem is that when they got into it, all the conversation that happened afterwards. Let's go.
Black people, you did it on.
I feel like I did it on you. To your face. To your face.
What? Be careful on me because I feel like you're talking again.
I'm not talking shit. I'm telling you.
Careful.
I'm telling you.
You shit on me to my face, but that's will lead to some danger.
Will we please stop the
trust me,
the tough talk? I got security. You got security.
Homie, I ain't got security. Them my people.
Cool. Them your.
You gotta hire a to be with you.
Absolutely. I'm always gonna hire somebody.
You better.
100%.
How you be talking?
Corey, stop talking tough. Stop talking.
Homie,
tough. You just said that.
I'm not talking tough. I'm talking to you straight up. You know when.
So all this like kind of happened because of the fact that he at this time Corey he made a statement about how he caters to the white community and Anton says that Corey caters to the black community in a really disrespectful manner. So they both disrespecting each other, and then it got kind of heated. Let's go.
Said from the beginning, you could tell it was going to be something happening. And mind you, this wasn't necessarily set up as a debate, you know, and I think that's where the weird energy goes, because when you come into somebody else's space, I believe there's a certain amount of deference you should have regardless of the fact. Can't come off the top with that type of energy.
But here's the truth. We know, if I believe you know this already, when the cops shoot you, ain't nothing you can do about it.
Oh my God, this is so crazy.
Do you think that's wrong what I said?
This is so insane.
Is that what I said? I said when the cops shoot you, ain't nothing you can do about it. Is that a lie?
This is so insane.
But you didn't answer it.
Like, I'm gonna answer your question.
Okay.
I'm gonna answer your question. It depends on the circumstance. And the interesting thing about it is this. The majority of the people, because you like to use a blanket statement. That's like me saying all black people are stupid.
Well, have you said all white people stupid?
No, I'm talking about cops.
You should say that one time.
I'm talking about
because
cops.
It's easy to say all black people are stupid as an example. Say something about the white people.
No. You're not. I don't think you got people all the time.
Oh, well, I didn't hear you. Can you tell me? Because I don't know.
Liberal white women literally being the biggest enemy of the United States of America. That's the thing I say every single day.
Caucasian female, the biggest enemy.
Literally, white liberal women are the worst thing that ever happened to this country.
What about their men?
But we gonna get there because you keep trying to get me to qualify it by participating and joining in on the core.
I think you're doing what's easy.
No. I'm doing what's real.
Wow.
I think you don't want to go against them because if you go against them, it'll be some video of you going against them. And when I say them, I'm talking about your boss.
I don't have a boss.
We say that. We say that. But here's the truth.
I don't have a boss.
It's a reason you go after black males or black people quicker than you will go after white males. What are white males responsible for in this country as the downfall of it?
I'm an equal accountability smoke giver. I talk about everybody.
I'm just saying, I ain't heard you talk about white men since you've been up here.
You ain't been listening. You ain't been listening.
I've been listening to you.
No, you haven't.
I hear you.
You don't have the capacity to be able to listen because you're too busy.
No. You got me wrong.
That was a shot. I mean, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to say things about somebody's capacity if you're coming in good faith. You know what I'm saying? If you're coming in good faith, you don't have to insult somebody in the midst of a conversation, in the midst of a debate even. Like, there are rules to debate. And I think people don't realize that a lot of times. Because it seems like a free-for-all. It seems like you can say what you want to. But when it comes to two men in a conversation and you in the same room, which I like that Anton says he wants to not do any more via satellite interviews. He wants to fly to the podcast to see people face to face and eye to eye. But, you know, you still have to maintain a level of respect and decorum. I don't care what you say.
Too busy.
My capacity that you just criticized, that's an opinion. See? Here's the fact. Have you seen something about Caucasian males and how they destroy this nation? Well, what did I miss?
Let's slow down because you talking loud.
Let's slow down. Let's slow down. He asked you a direct question right there. Now, if that is not true, and I'm not putting this on Anton, you know what I'm saying? Like, Anton might say what he want to say on his platform. But in this moment right here, he shifted gears. Even Darlene can see it right there.
Saying a lot.
No, you talking loud, and you still talking around. What did the Caucasian male do to America to bring it down?
I'm not getting into that.
You dancing around it. And that's why I lose respect for you when you start dancing and kissing Caucasian males' ass.
But I don't.
Don't do that in front of me because I'm not an ass kisser of nobody.
Yes, you are. You suck the dick of black people right now. You doing.
Oh, now see. If I had to say where this conversation went bad, you
see Corey Holcomb face.
You can look at how Corey's looking right here. This is where the conversation went bad.
That's where the conversation went bad. And then you had Anton after this whole thing they almost got into it. They almost came to blows about that. Like, you don't get to say that. Now, hold on, you chill, you tripping. What? You know what I'm saying? I sucked the what? And so, all right. And here's the thing: he knew what he said. Yes, Anton knew what he was saying. He knew it. You see his face. Corey said, "Hold up, what?" You know what I'm saying? And then Anton kept it. They just kept going.
Everything else is from downhill from there. There's one thing you learn. You learn this in man discourse. Is you never mention or invite somebody to your private area.
Period. So now you have a whole thing where afterwards, Anton was talking a bunch of crap. And this whole week, Anton has had the floor. So finally, Corey speaks up. And he says, okay, well, hold on. Because Anton been kind of going at it. Just kind of going in. Let's see. Let me find the one where Anton.
And you damn sure don't say somebody is sucking that. But like I said, this is something I see in show business a lot. I'll give Anton this. Though he went out there with everything, he most likely was nervous. Because that sentence in itself doesn't even make any sense. That sentence right there, you suck the dick of black people, doesn't make any sense. And it's not honest. That's not even an honest take on Corey. Corey has been critical of plenty of black people. I could name about 10 off the top of my head. We're going to get to that in a second too. Naming people off the top of the head. That comes up in this conversation as well. Oh, we got a lot to get into.
The easy shit. What you do, let me tell you what you do.
Nah, homie, let me tell you something, homie. I don't suck dick.
Yeah, you do.
Suck
Yeah,
dick.
you do.
So fix
You're doing
that.
it right now.
He said, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. That is part of the problem. And that's what I'm saying. In certain conversations, you can't talk like that. Corey is a man in his 50s. You can't say that, yeah, you do, yeah, you do. So that's you doubling and tripling down on that statement, right? I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna be quiet. Let this thing rock out. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna rewind it a little bit so you can hear.
I'm gonna give you the same energy you give me.
Let's switch seats. Let's switch seats. I'm with it, homie. I don't do no dick sucking shit. I'm a motherfucking man. I don't do no dick sucking shit.
I don't give a fuck about nothing.
Well, I tell you what. Watch that dick sucking shit, because that'll go bad.
Call it what you want.
I don't do no dick sucking.
You say a lot of shit that I don't fuck with either.
Okay, but that gay shit. You don't give a fuck about what you. Hey, homie, I tell you what.
I'm right here.
Don't put no dick sucking shit. Don't put no dick sucking shit on me, nigga.
I'm from Detroit.
Say I suck a dick again.
I'm right here, right now.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna respect you.
Dance around it. Dance around it.
No.
I don't do no dick sucking shit.
I'm gonna respect you because it's your platform, and I put out here to have a conversation.
We good.
But you're not closing up on me.
Yo,
We good. I did already. I don't do dick sucking
Put the
shit.
microphone right now and going up. I don't give a fuck about this shit.
Homie, you just running your mouth.
I'm not running my mouth. You running your mouth.
I don't do
You
no
doing
dick
this shit for
sucking
the
shit.
internet. You doing it for the internet. Now, if you want to say your time.
I disagree with that. I definitely disagree with that. I don't think this is for the internet. You want to know why? Because it's rare that these flare-ups happen on the 5150 show. If you watch the 5150 show as long as I have, this is not the nature of the show. The nature of the show is that there's comedy in the cultural commentary. And the fact that this energy has gotten to this place, it's only happened 3 or 4 other times.
I will say this. The whole thing got out of hand, and it continued to get out of hand. Once this whole thing happened, he invited him outside. They got into it. They're about to fight, this, that, the other. They are going at it. You know what I'm saying? They're fixing to fight each other. These are 2 black older men fixing to go outside.
This is a problem, right?
Look.
If you don't know that, let this be your lesson.
That's cool, but I take that shit as a threat.
Okay, well, it is a threat if you're calling me dick sucking. I don't dick suck, my nigga.
Man, fuck what you talking about.
I don't dick suck.
If you want to get back to the conversation, because you ain't gonna do shit. Because you're not gonna do shit.
Come at me with that dick sucking shit again, nigga.
You're not gonna
come at me with. Say I suck dick again, nigga.
We can go off that right now.
Fuck I am.
We can go off that right now.
I got money for all this. Whatever.
I got money too. Nobody give a fuck about that shit.
No, it's just not respect.
Talking about the equipment.
Golly, get out the way. Don't get in the way of 2 niggas. Let me tell you something, homie. I ain't got to go out back right now because we got to go out back to lead this motherfucker. But I'm saying that dick sucking shit, watch that. That's all I'm saying. And if I don't say it how you like it,
If you want to
okay,
get back to the
but
conversation,
we can get back to the conversation. But just know,
I'm not
ain't no
listening to none of that
dick
shit,
suckers
bro.
up here, nigga.
I'm not listening to none of that shit. If you want to get back to the conversation,
Long as you
we can
know.
get back to the conversation.
Long as you know, bro, you not. Because that.
And then they had to reset the room. Okay, they was about to fight each other. They had to reset the room. They tried to come back and still talk. Honey, Anton continued to antagonize the situation. Antagonize. Corey was he tried to be cool, but it just was not going to happen. And so then after the whole thing, Anton, he gets on his thing and he's all like, hey, he would have beat up Corey.
Let me be very clear. I want to be very, very clear. I want you to hear it from me directly. I would have beat it out of Corey. Life is frauds. Corey didn't beat up. Corey would have got the beat out of me. I would have beat the out of Corey. And I'm telling you.
Okay, so it's been an interesting few days, y'all. Recently, Anton Daniels went on Corey Holcomb.
So he basically said he would have beat him up, right? So and then he had several shows where he got on there and continued to double down. I would have did this, I would have did that. Woo, you know what I'm saying? He tough. He would have did this, he would have did that. And so, and Corey been quiet this whole week. Ain't said nothing, ain't did nothing, whatever. And Anton has been doubling down, doing panels, discussing this whole thing on different panels or whatever. And finally, Corey comes out and it gets super duper ugly. This is where it gets crazy.
Might not even understand what sex play is. That's the word. That's when you talking that backdooria to a man. The man came at me with sex play, and I tried to warn him. I tried to tell him, you can't play with me like that. So I'm realizing the camera's on me. It's a lot on the line. It's a lot on the line. But he's trying to act like he a man. I bet my life and safety he wasn't a man when I asked D to move and basically sat in his lap. Because if you walk up on a man like that, you could get your eye poked out. You can get sucker punched. You can get all kinds of things done. Look, I would never walk up on a man like I walked up on dude. I knew he was bumping his gums. I knew nothing was going to happen how I walked up on him. But except for like when you arguing with a female. Because that's all he did was yap after he backed up. Because when I first sat down, I was right up on him. Then after that, he kept yapping. A little bit after that, because I kept telling him, I don't do that dick sucking shit. He kept yapping. So I'm like, all right, say I suck dick again. He folded. That was my out. That was my out. I was like, this is all smoke and mirrors after this. Because I don't know why people who understand life couldn't see. The man was too scared to take his glasses off. He was froze. He just was yapping, like when you arguing with your girlfriend. The man, look, we're not talking no hypotheticals. I ain't gonna say what I would have did. I heard the man said I was shaking. Okay, if I was shaking, I bet you didn't say that sex play to me again. So I ain't no tough guy. I ain't got time for that. I had a production in Vegas this week where I was on stage joking and singing. I'm the entertainer. But he has mastered a wickedly brilliant way to get people to clickbait what he's doing. And it's a very dangerous way to live. It's a dangerous way to live because the things he did during this week, he really played himself. Because he has nothing else to do but talk crazy and act like he's doing this and act like he's doing that. Homie.
Well,
thanks for not beating me up. That's all I got to say. Thanks for not beating me up, dude. All right.
Yeah, I'm glad it didn't happen too, because that 30-day ban, then the only place they would have been able to go hear about it really was at his, on his page, really.
Right. And see, that's the thing. I mean, I think that this was a site. He was hoping that it was going to turn into something. And then next thing you know, they're fighting on camera. That's a viral moment. That to me is, and that's what he said. He said he was coming in there calculated. When you watch the different shows with Anton, he says that he was calculated. Let's go.
Whatever would have happened, it would have happened if he was man enough to stick to his conviction of what he came here for. His conviction of what he came here for was to try and catch me off my square. And, you know, I'm gonna tell him and any advocate of him, and of course the people that root for what we're doing up here, I'm gonna tell you this. Why don't you think what he did worked?
I mean, it's a few reasons.
Why didn't it work? What he tried to do, why don't you think it worked? Craig, I would love to hear what you got to say about that.
Well, here's the thing, right? First of all, because we're comedians, so we think abstract. So we don't hear words the same way everybody else hears words. We don't experience situations in the same way. So what he took advantage of initially was you were coming from an honest place. You were really trying to have an honest intellectual dialogue.
They said I disrespect.
Yes, Corey, you didn't do nothing. You scary. Listen, Corey is a professional comedian. And I believe they're both millionaires at this point, right? So why would he risk his show by jumping up and beating up and fighting on and then ruining his channel? So here's the thing is that they're old. Why would they be fighting? Old as hell, fighting each other. Both have too much to lose. Corey could lose his 30-day ban on his channel. Anton, he's on Corey's channel. If they get into a fight, guess who has to deal with it? Corey. So Corey made the right decision. People want to say he punked out and this, that, the other. That is male ego. No, Corey made the right decision by not pressing it when he knew that Anton was not going to say it again. Now, if Anton would have said it again, I'm sure Corey would have had to handle his business. But Anton did not repeat that word again. He did not come back and say, hey, like I said, you be slobbing in novelaries. You know what I'm saying? You be slobbering in the novelaries. He didn't say that. He backed off. He just said, well, let's go outside, right? Let's go outside. Right. Now, Corey could have got up and went outside, but why? You know what I'm saying? He got shit to do. People got things. Police get called. Now there's a lawsuit. All that stuff. Is it really worth all that? Corey know he an old man, and so do Anton. They need to chill out with all that, right? These are two grown behind men going in on each other about who, whether this person is a D-sucker of the black people or this one is catering to the white community, whatever. But is that really something to really fight over? Is that really a fighting thing? Is that really fighting words? D-sucking, yeah, that is disrespectful. A-kissing is disrespectful. Both of them kind of were stepping out of bounds. It was getting heated. At that point, that was just testosterone and ego at that point. And then adrenaline once they got up in each other's faces. But it takes a man to be able to take that adrenaline, stuff it down, and not go any further with it. And they both were equally able to be able to move forward in the conversation. However, it was after that the conversation, how it went, and you guys, I'm not going to play it because you should go and check it out on their channel, on 5150's channel. Shouts out to Corey Holcomb and also Anton Daniels' take. Go see his take. And see that they both have different opinions of how they think the things should go. I'm glad that they didn't get into a fight.
Nothing was going to happen how I walked up on him. But except for when you arguing with a female. Because that's all he did was yap after he backed up. Because when I first sat down, I was right up on him. Then after that, he kept yapping. A little bit after that, because I kept telling him, I don't do that sucking shit. He kept yapping. So I'm like, all right, say I suck again. He folded.
So last night, Corey Holcomb broke his silence after a week of not really interacting with the internet, doing the exact opposite of what Anton Daniels did. And actually, Corey went there. Oh, he went there. He went to the depths. He started talking about the family and bringing up certain things. And, you may have your rules of engagement about many things, but one thing you don't do, and I learned this a long time ago, is tangle with a comedian in a war of words. That's why when people go to comedy shows and they start heckling, they always lose. Why? Because a comedian will go there. Like literally. Corey went on wide-ranging topics from his wife, his daughter, Mika, his offspring, just so many different places, you know what I'm saying? And say what you say about it, it might be uncalled for in normal circumstances, but these aren't normal circumstances. We now in another realm. And it's obvious that Corey wants to go there, at least in this conversation about what happened on his show last week. He felt disrespected. And now the gloves are off. Everything's in fair play. So anyway, without further ado, Corey Holcomb drops bombs on Anton Daniels. I don't think he calculated this in the chess game that he was playing because, like I said, Corey just laid back and kind of went about his business.
And oh yeah, by the way, Anton did say that the whole time he was on Corey's show that he was playing chess and that he was purposely doing things to antagonize and that Corey lost the chess battle. So by the way, that was the thing. And like he said, and the whole time Anton been this whole week going in. And when Corey came back, oh my God. Watch
his shows this week, and then he came back and it was surgical. He opened up with a clip of Anton from last week talking about that he's a Christian first before he's black.
Okay, but the position you and your people are in.
Who is my people?
Black people. Do you claim black people?
I'm a Christian first. I claim.
Well, I think something's wrong with that. If you don't want to say you're a black man first, I think something wrong with that. This man denounced my people in my face, and my people was taking up for him. You think I didn't notice that? He denounced black people in my face, and I still was able to keep it cool.
Right.
But sex play, that'll get me up out my seat.
Right.
Sex play, not sex play.
So all of the black people who taking up for him, I wish you better with yourself. Because he really ain't even supposed to be able to walk the streets where we at. If you really want to know the truth. But I ain't worried about that. I ain't sending nobody his way or nothing. I'm just saying, because he sent people his way himself. Yeah. Up here talking about, I was up on your shit. Man, I ain't never said this before in my life. He was bragging about being up here. Right. I never said this before, but I'm going to say this for the first time. Because I moved out here in 2000. I've been here 25 years. First 30 years I was in Chicago, but I've been here 25 years. I think I earned the right to say this. He talking about how he ran up on this LA, homie. You think you got a pass to come back here after saying that? Homie, I know these boys out here. These boys out here operate in chaos. It ain't supposed to make sense. That's how they do it out here. I found that out when I moved out here. Because I was like, well, why they... And this one dude, when I did this movie, I forgot his name. I think his name was Big Slice. OG nigga from out here, ain't no joke. He was explaining to me. He said, that's how we do it out here. We operate in chaos.
Man.
Chaos. So I'm just telling you, you think you got me. Homie, you did more than me. This building was built off the backs of brothers who got it in the streets of LA. And you came up here disrespecting and bragging on it. If you knew who walked through these doors and went up them stairs to smoke with the people who founded this place, you wouldn't have did that. But I'll let the streets show you. You can't perpetrate like you tough on the video and not get them motherfuckers gonna come see what you about, homie. I know they are.
Bro, this is escalating really bad. Really? This is turned into a whole street beef.
I know they are. I don't know nothing about it.
And that kind of gives Corey a lot of license because a lot of people are going to hear that statement and automatically disassociate from sympathizing with Anton in this situation, because as Corey puts it, you basically shit on what it is to be black. And that's not going to leave you in a sympathetic place for most people of the viewing audience.
Man, listen, y'all, we going to talk a little shit about whatever the fuck for a little while, but we really got a show. We really got lives. We really be doing things. We ain't looking for no internet moment and trying to run with it and perpetrate and cap and all that sucker shit. We only talk about the facts. Now, hold on. What video is ready? Do y'all got the one with dude talking about dick sucking on somebody else's show? Play that.
And that to me, then I can answer your question.
It means that you're the gay best friend.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, if I'm the gay best friend, that's fine.
So we can stop name calling and we can just get back to the subject.
You did it first. I didn't call your name. I said you had on a cake.
And I said you had on a gay.
What the does that mean? And for me to be gay, I have to a man. I've never a man.
I don't know that.
I don't know you have a man, nigga.
I would bet on you before me.
I'm retarded?
That's fine. That's fine. You hide it. That's what it is.
Well, you open with it.
You're the down low people. You're the down low.
And you're the dick sucker. What's the difference?
You're the down low. You're the down low, and you're in the loud, and then you're the loud. You're the down low.
Oh, sorry. How far do we go with this?
All right. Anyway, I don't know if we saw the part where he did the same thing on somebody else's show with the dick sucker shit. Really? I don't know if we saw. He did, and then said, "You called me a name," and the dude didn't call him a name. I think this is a routine of that guy.
Yeah.
I think that I didn't do the research on that man to be prepared, or I wouldn't even had him on because he was ass kissing on the phone.
Yeah,
like dead ass. He wasn't. He got in touch with somebody, and somebody gave me his number, and he was talking like he had some sense.
Right.
And when he came on here, he ran his routine that he's run a few times on people, and you know, that's cool. But sex playing a man. Can we just start out with that? There's cameras all over me. How many? Have we missed a Tuesday, Darlene?
No.
Even when the city was burning down, we was up in this.
They had to tell us to get that.
Yeah, real shit.
Hey man, listen, man. We ain't missed a Tuesday. Do you know if you fight on YouTube, they give you at least a 30-day suspension?
Right.
His plan
like being married
almost worked. His plan almost worked. Now, because we ain't got all day for this sucker ass nigga. Because he'll never be in my face again. Everything he say is for the net. You got away, you got away with that. But listen, it was some people talking about somebody ain't a real nigga or a street nigga. What is the definition of a street nigga? I really want to know. Does anybody know what a street nigga is? I know what happened. Yeah. Now, this is what the internet has done. The internet has created an AI video where different outcomes and different ways it happened was shown. They've edited the truth. Hey, do we have what happened? Play that. Yeah, when you get ready, let me know. See,
beatboxing whining.
Thanks for not beating me up, man. I really appreciate you, man. So the man came at me with sex play. I'm not talking to everybody because everybody might not even understand what sex play is. That's the word. That's when you talking that backdooria to a man. The man came at me with sex play, and I tried to warn him. I tried to tell him, you can't play with me like that. So I'm realizing the camera's on me. It's a lot on the line. It's a lot on the line. But he's trying to act like he a man. I bet my life and safety he wasn't a man when I asked D to move and basically sat in his lap. Because if you walk up on a man like that, you could get your eye poked out. You can get sucker punched. You can get all kinds of things done. Look, I would never walk up on a man like I walked up on dude. I knew he was bumping his gums. I knew nothing was going to happen how I walked up on him. But except for like when you arguing with a female. Because that's all he did was yap after he backed up. Because when I first sat down, I was right up on him. Then after that, he kept yapping. A little bit after that, because I kept telling him, I don't do that dick sucking shit. He kept yapping. So I'm like, all right, say I suck dick again. He folded. That was my out. That was my out. I was like, this is all smoke and mirrors after this. Because I don't know why people who understand life couldn't see. The man was too scared to take his glasses off. He was froze. He just was yapping, like when you arguing with your girlfriend. The man, look, we're not talking no hypotheticals. I ain't gonna say what I would have did. I heard the man said I was shaking. Okay, if I was shaking, I bet you didn't say that sex play to me again. So I ain't no tough guy. I ain't got time for that. I had a production in Vegas this week where I was on stage joking and singing. I'm the entertainer. But he has mastered a wickedly brilliant way to get people to clickbait what he's doing. And it's a very dangerous way to live. It's a dangerous way to live because the things he did during this week, he really played himself because he has nothing else to do but talk crazy and act like he's doing this and act like he's doing that. Homie.
Well, you know,
thanks for not beating me up. That's all I got to say. Thanks for not beating me up, dude. Whatever would have happened, it would have happened if he was man enough to stick to his conviction of what he came here for. His conviction of what he came here for was to try and catch me off my square. And
his conviction was to catch him off his square. And I believe that. And he actually said that that's what he was supposed to do. Now, people were saying, well, you didn't go outside then. Go outside and do what? You know, these people are multi-millionaire guys. Why would someone risk their whatever they got going on to step outside and fight like a bunch of like YNs, like they in their 20s over words? So I'm glad they didn't do that. Anyone wanting to see carnage and see, because that could have ended up, listen, when you get to that age, you're not going to have no regular fight. Ain't no a millionaire investor, and so is Corey. Corey is a millionaire too. There's no way that the two millionaires are going to go outside and scrap it out like they're like in their 20s. I don't even understand why Anton was like, yeah, I scraps it out with my brothers and sisters and whatever. I'm like, bro, you're old. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you scrapping it out, bro? So both of them, I'm glad that Corey took the high road that he did, because that would have been ridiculous. Like, what? Why would you be out there? Yeah, Anton does have police security, and I know because I did book him, and he did have his security, and they definitely were law enforcement. So all that stuff, scrapping it out, all that stuff is like was not fixing to go down with the law. Police there, come on now. They was not fixing to go outside and scrap nothing out. Because Corey Anton does have, like, he don't hire a base security. He hired real high up security. Let's go.
You know, I'm a tell him and any advocate of him, and of course the people that root for what we're doing up here, I'm gonna tell you this. Why don't you think what he did worked?
I mean, it's a few reasons.
Why didn't it work? What he tried to do, why don't you think it worked? Craig, I would love to hear what you got to say about that.
Well, here's the thing, right? First of all, because we're comedians, so we think abstract. So we don't hear words the same way everybody else hears words. We don't experience situations in the same way. So what he took advantage of initially was you were coming from an honest place. You were really trying to have an honest intellectual dialogue.
They said I disrespected him when I said he was kissing white people's ass, and he was exactly kissing white people's ass. And to this day, he still has never said nothing about the contribution the Caucasian male has made to the downfall of this nation.
Right.
And he said, I'm not going into that.
Right.
He said it, and people forget about that. They forget that he never answered that question.
Right.
I'm sitting up here asking questions. This man coming at me with some dick sucking shit.
Right.
I'm glad that he didn't have the courage to say it when I stood on it. I'm glad. Yeah. I didn't have to call the lawyer in the morning and take that retainer over there. And I don't expect everybody to understand that. It's a lot of people ain't never had to give a lawyer $10,000 at one time. But that's what they start at if you really want a chance to be heard in the courtroom.
Well, when he say he studied you, he knows this. Like, we comedians, we got egos as far as like we used to people sitting down and listening to what the fuck we got to say. So his strategy was to invalidate you. So no matter what you would have said, he was going to disregard it because he knew that would get you in a space. Like, nigga, what? So you
what'd get me in a space if you start sex playing me?
Right.
Because I wasn't there until I didn't stop. Like, fuck what we talking about. Hey, nigga, I don't do that dick sucking shit. I don't play like that. I don't know people who play like that. I'm talking about, it ain't nowhere where I'm from. I've never seen whole shit like that before. I never saw nobody do nothing like that before.
But in the debate world, it's called baiting, opposition. The whole purpose of it is to invalidate your credibility.
So in the debate world, or whatever you want to call it, I guarantee you this, the debate will stop if you tell a man brought up in ghetto America who don't move like that anything about dick sucking. The debate is out the window. It's what's up?
Right.
What's up?
You know what it reminds me of? Remember when Dennis Rodman was in the league and he was dressing crazy? And, I forget who it was. I think it was Alonzo Mourning. And he kept slapping his ass. And Alonzo was like, kind of mad. And he was yelling from the sideline, you a sick man. You a sick man. Because Dennis Rodman knew, okay, this is his limit and this is my limit. My limit on this particular thing is a little further. So let me try to take him in deep waters. He was just trying to take you in deep. But you caught it, though, so it didn't work.
Yes.
But Dennis Rodman also was in front of cameras.
Right.
This is what we have to make sure is understood. Some people, when they in front of cameras, they understand this is basically court gear.
Right.
This is court gear.
Yeah.
It's proof of what happened. I can't respect all that in front of the camera stuff.
No.
I respect the work you put in elsewhere.
Yeah. But he don't want your respect.
He ain't gotta have my respect. But I'm just saying, if you want, look, I am not ashamed of my masculinity. All my young guys out there who watching this, they're gonna try to make you think something's wrong with you if you have a line that a batty boy cannot cross. If you have a line where you like, don't play with my sexuality like that, they're gonna make it seem like you're hateful or you're something. You're not hateful. You are a man. You built like that. You're supposed to fold it up as much as you can in this crazy world. But if somebody is testing your manhood like that, man, I'm telling you, man, I don't care how well composed you are. We still animals.
All day.
Don't play with mine, whoever you are. So some people want to say, well, that's all somebody got to do to set you off. I guess. I ain't from that world.
What was interesting here is that Corey really just kind of slow cooked on this roast. And what he used as a tool, I call triangulation, right? So he's not only going to talk about you, but he's going to talk about your sphere of influence. In this case, the family. He's going there with the family. And I don't necessarily agree with that tactic, but like I said, when you engage with a comedian on his territory, which is him with a microphone, you can't pick the rules of engagement now. Now he's just going to go to the depths and he's going to make sure that you feel it in some kind of way. And unfortunately, the stuff about the daughter, I can't co-sign.
So let me just say this. Corey does go in on Anton Daniels' daughter. And says some pretty, man. So it's almost like you go low, I go lower and lower and lower, and this is really turning into something that really could get really out of hand.
It was wrong. But as a comedian, they're constantly throwing ideas at the wall, and they're going to keep going with what sticks, right? They're gonna try to cut to. This is the basis of roasting. Roasting is to get you in your feelings, get you so mad that you want to fight, right? And it's funny because Corey actually says, I'm so glad you didn't beat my ass like you said you would. Because Anton goes on a tour of all these podcasts, especially when he said he's going to only do podcasts in person.
Right.
That is a contradiction off the bat. He's going to capitalize on this by going on like even smaller creators' channels. I was kind of surprised that he actually went to some places. I was like, really? But I think Anton's calculation was he would get the internet on his side by visiting all these other shows. That works. But once again, you're now in a different, I mean, this isn't just beefing with another YouTuber, which, you know, YouTubers, you've seen them before. They go back and forth for years. You know, a couple beefs come to mind and stand out. And it's kind of understood what the rules of engagement are. But now you're dealing with a comedian. He's going to roast you. He's going to roast your family, your legacy. I mean, comedians are known for going to the family first. You know, when you think about your mama jokes and stuff, that's about the only person Corey didn't bring up in this, in, like I said, the immediate family situation. Now, that's the calculation you have to make. You have to understand, if this is a possibility, am I ready to put my family out there on the line? You know, everybody always brings up the Scarface line of no women and no kids, but some people don't give a, let's just say that. Some people don't give a anymore. And
Sorry. Exactly. If you are constantly going after somebody, and he did that this whole week. So Corey Holcomb, he did his shows. He didn't think about it. He didn't think about the show until he just said he waited the whole week and didn't say nothing. And Anton has been on a whole campaign this whole week talking mess after mess. And Corey finally spoke. And honey, man, Anton not folding. I don't know. Because and if anybody want to come up on up here and talk about it, but this is crazy.
They feel like you came into their spot with ulterior motives or you disrespected. They're going to say what's on their mind.
And Anton admitted that he did come up on this spot on that level. Let's go.
And they don't care about the repercussions.
The man claimed Christianity over everything. And Darlene, did you hear me when I said, I think it was before the show started, I said to him, well, the fact that you married is one of the reasons I brought you on here, because you brag on being married.
Right, I remember that. And then somebody else in the room asked him something about his wife as well. So it was known.
Oh, I guess you could play it. Black people, do you think black people?
I'm a Christian first. I'm a Christian first. I'm a Christian first.
Boy, you use your paper to fuck bitches you would normally never be around. You an ugly ass boy.
Ooh.
You an ugly ass boy. You brag on having no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter?
No.
This motherfucker brag on not having no children out of wedlock. What happened, D? It crashed. That's the broad. Y'all can get the broad off. That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while. If you don't know, nigga, don't ever brag on no motherfucking what you ain't got. Don't nobody want no kids with you, nigga. Don't nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer, nigga. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the. Who the fuck is that, nigga?
We're not going.
This motherfucker cat.
The show.
I'm the captain now. Look at. Hey, look. Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, dog. You got to make it where your shit come out with a boy, so he can make excuses for him. But you ain't got no kids out of wedlock because ain't no bitches fucking with you. He was on the internet bragging, I always got a bad bitch with me. No, you pay a bitch to be with you, nigga. You ain't no nigga who got bitches. You buy bitches like the little bitch you had with you, goddammit, who motherfucking made that story sound like she wanted to sound. I got to town Tuesday. Did you get to town Tuesday? Or was you in Vegas with him? I don't know. Did you get to town Tuesday, really? So you let that man lie to you, bring you up here, talking about you on the show, and you ain't mad at that nigga? I seen you on that show when he said something about dick sucking to the other dude. You know what kind of nigga that is. Little sister, let me tell you something. If you're trying to get on, come get it on your back like the women who really moving up in the world.
Oh, what?
You can get on the show, but there's other things that got to be got on.
Hey, hold on. Listen. Whoa. Now, I'm going to say this is my first time hearing this, you guys. So I'm listening to it right along with you. This is my reaction, my true reaction. First time hearing this. Oh my God. Wow. Get it on your back like all the other women do? Wow.
That's all I'm saying. This is show business. You got to do what you got to do. You doing it, it's just you doing with a lane. That motherfucker spit you, told you, yeah, I'm gonna put you on the show. That nigga ain't got no power up here. He ain't got nothing to do. The only power he had was to run his mouth. That's all he did. Run his mouth. When a man challenged him, he bagged down. So if you want to be on the show, because I heard you say, I went to Corey Holcomb show out in D.C. and he was funny and all that shit. Shouty, you can earn it fucking with me.
Wow.
You ain't gonna make no baby that look like that.
He say drop.
You a little short girl though.
She's married, Corey. She is married, and so is Anton. Oh my God. He say drop that zero, get with this hero. What the hell? You
little swole little runt, nigga. But
oh my God.
I hit bitches like that. Dude hit bitches like that because he flat out bought her. I'ma indirectly buy you.
Oh my God.
Everybody who I buy hate me later because they be like, he ain't really give me shit. Don't be lying, talking about you came out here to do the show. You came out here to kick it with that big old ham sandwich because you know that motherfucker gonna trick off real good with you.
Whoa.
The show, you probably was disappointed because you ain't get on the show. That's because I didn't know you and you was with dude.
Oh.
You see where the show at? Meet me outside one day and say, Corey, I'm trying to earn something. We good.
Is he shooting a shot at the girl?
We good. You got the clip with his wife?
Yeah.
Got the clip with that mark ass nigga wife. By the way, if I get under your skin, you know where I'm at, homie. You know where I'm at. The clip with his wife. This is the funniest shit.
Oh, wow. Times it can be hard and sad and difficult because Anton has a lot of different personalities, and so you have to be a certain type of woman to deal with. Anton is very emotional. He doesn't communicate effectively. I don't think that he has killed anybody before. I think he's capable. I've seen him angry before. He's just like a totally different person when he's angry. He's like,
What?
All right.
Oh
Now,
Lord,
she looked like she'll be like, fuck it, I'll be with this little fat nigga.
wow.
Baby, you ain't got to be worried about that nigga temper tantrums and all that shit like that. Come fuck with a real nigga. If y'all in Detroit, it's real niggas in Detroit. God damn it. They could come pick you up at his house. He ain't gonna do shit. You with a mark ass nigga who's stressing you out. Cause you saw it. I know you saw it, ma'am. When I said to your husband, I'm gonna do it in slow motion a little bit. Say I struck dick again. That nigga let your whole family down and bitched out.
Wow.
Y'all done. You will never live that moment down where he got punked in front of the nation. You think you supposed to fix it because you married to him. Look, I ain't gonna lie. I can't put you out front with my top 5 bitches, but I'll find you a slot just because you his wife.
Oh my God. Whoa.
Come fuck with a real nigga. You know you can't stay with that nigga. His best years are over. What if you'd have had a boy? God damn, you'd have had a little slouchy little boy. You had a daughter, at least somebody will smash you. This motherfucker, them nights when them other bitches ain't answering the phone, they gonna call your daughter. Meanwhile, you can be over here with me, goddamn.
Oh my God.
I got a bitch with some colder wigs than that you had on. Boy, that wig you got on, that's a starter kit wig. I got some bitches who do hair so good. Boy, I'll make that bitch an 8. I'll make that bitch an 8, nigga. That bitch, what? Let me tell you something. I can make people think she look good. But yeah, your husband a straight mark ass nigga. I sat in his lap. The nigga wouldn't even swing. I said, say it again. The nigga wouldn't swing. You can't fix that, baby. He can't be hiring people when he get in town, whatever town he go to, having strangers watching his back. That's the best way to get robbed. The man said, I got more money than Corey. Well, you just marked yourself, nigga.
You know, they say, you know, people who go mainstream a lot of times or have a very multi-ethnic audience and actually not acknowledge the people that they come from. In the long run, it ends up being detrimental to them. You know, you always need your base of people to kind of support what you're doing out here. You know, like that's kind of the problem we're facing here. And you know, there are some black people that definitely support Anton, but you always need that base. And I think that's a lesson that people learn in entertainment that a normal person who's coming in on the internet doesn't understand necessarily. That you got to shore up your base and make sure they're on your side. Because when everybody goes, you ain't got much left. I thought another point was interesting was when Corey brings up the fact that he did confront Anton in the way that he did. He said the reason he does that is because he didn't respect Anton's manhood and didn't think that he was going to do anything. You know, a lot of people in their criticism of this, they always put the onus on Corey to have made the first move. But I always point out that if either one of them are mad at the respective statements, Anton being mad at the ass kissing statement and Corey being mad at the D of the black community statement, then, you know, there should be an equal opportunity to fire off. Corey was saying that he was restraining himself on purpose. And a lot of people.
And then Anton said, well, he was shaking. He was shaking in his boots. Man, it's got real disrespectful. I didn't watch the whole thing of Corey Holcomb's review of the situation, and people are saying, you know, they went in about his daughter and this, that, the other. Anton went into the situation about his daughter on his channel because that was the kids, bro. You went into the kids. So let's hear what Anton's response. I think this is the one that he responded to this. Let's go.
Thank you for tuning in for another edition of the Millionaire Morning Show. I am your host, Anton Daniels. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? That are watching this right now, you have to see how ugly the world is. All of them. Regardless of how we feel, regardless of what happens, all of our children will have to seek, we'll have to see what the world is. What we as parents are supposed to do is protect them as long as possible, until they have to see what the world does, right? So this is what I'm gonna say. My focus right now, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get into the show. My focus right now is trying to figure out the psychological damage, impact, and trauma that has been done to my daughter. I pulling her out of school, early therapy, making sure that she is protected, trying to see what the fallout will be as far as her having to be removed from some of her competitions because of a lot of different things, including online bullying and psychological damage. There's a lot of fallout from what happens to my daughter's life because she is so accomplished. She has some of the greatest schools in the United States of America that has been seeking her out, scholarships.
This is getting really bad. So welcome Devin Lockett. You got my same last name. We might be cousins.
Where you from? I'm from New Orleans.
Well, you know what? I'm from New Jersey. I was born in New Jersey, but you know what? The Locketts are an interesting group of people. There's not too many people with that last name, so we probably related.
Let me tell you. I'm black 100%, but the Lockett name came into this country in 1607, Jamestown. And
really?
Yes, we are related to Oprah, Michael Jackson, Jimi Hendrix, every single president. Yes.
Really?
Yes. Look up Lockett House. The Civil War ended on the front lawn of my 3 great-grandfather's house. It's called Lockett House in Virginia. Yeah.
You know what? I need to get your information because you know what? I don't know much about that side of my family. I just know about the Fletchers and Murrays, and I've been trying to do an ancestry to understand like that side of my family. I really been having a hard time, but I know that Lockett is a very unique name.
Yeah, check out devinlockett.com. We got a lot of brothers in the NFL. We got a lot of Locketts in the NBA. We got Locketts all over.
I'm gonna hit you up because when I see a Lockett, I'm like, oh, Lockett. that is not a normal last name. It's a very distinct for Black people in America. But anyway, or foundational Black America. Huh?
I think the lead attorney might be a Lockett. Either that or one of the people that he works with is a Lockett as well.
Really? So that's interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
So, back to this subject. This has gotten really, really, really disrespectful. I mean, I don't know. I didn't even play the part when he said about his daughter. It was kind of cut, and I'm glad it was because I think he really crossed the line. What do you have to say about what happened in that situation, like where he brought his daughter into it?
He went beyond. And you see this, let's connect the dots, right? Okay. You know that when you're talking about this man's wife and it's talking about this man's daughter, that it's going to end up in court. And you can tell by the way Anton's talking right now, it's going to end up in court. He's talking to a lawyer today. I'm sure he is. If you're not afraid of being hailed into court, why didn't you step outside when he invited you to step outside? And if you're not man enough to step outside and handle it like gentlemen, everybody in that room could have brought their cell phone outside and kept the show going or either recorded it to show it later. But if you didn't get off your ass and step outside when you were invited to step outside and handle it, you don't have shit talking rights after that. You can't regain your manhood by stepping up and saying, say it again. No. You stayed on your chair when he stood up and said, let's step outside. You made it a point to stay your ass on that chair when he said, let's step outside. You lost all shit talking rights at that moment.
But what about the part that they're both millionaires and they both have too much to lose, be stepping outside? I mean, we're all in our 40s and 50s. I mean, I know that Anton got to be in his late 40s, maybe mid 40s. I mean, Corey probably at least in his early 50s. Why are we stepping outside? Because when we start, I know when I step outside, it ain't gonna be no fight. It's gonna be something else. You tell me to step outside, well, honey, you're gonna get step outside. It's gonna be a duel.
I understand.
So and that's I think the difference. And then you're in LA. LA is really about gangs and all this other stuff. So he step outside and get whooped up by more people than it could be a whole nother step outside to one person might not mean the same thing as step outside to another. step outside Anton one-on-one, LA, it might be a whole gang, get whooped up by the whole crew. So I think that might be an issue as well. Like,
yeah, that would be sad. I think in the big picture, I mean, let's look at this whole thing, right? We can't live as Black men. We cannot live in two worlds. We're going to either be men or we're going to be convicts and prisoners and subhuman monsters. I'm going to keep it real. Okay. Nobody is scared of nobody. Let's just say this. This incident between Anton and Corey represents the death of ignorant nigga culture. I'm just keeping it real. It's time for us to evolve beyond all of that. It's time for us to evolve beyond that. Street culture is dead. It has no validity. Street culture has no validity. Corey lost all street cred, even though I don't even like Anton. I'm keeping it 100. Okay. But in this particular scenario, he got a nerd to punk him out. And he's trying to regain street cred by going lower and lower and dragging in the wife and dragging in the kid and showing how ruthless you are. But ruthlessness is not a measure of masculinity. Not even in LA. Not even in LA, where the stupidest niggas in the world live. Man, I live here in LA. Okay, I'm just letting you know. Not even in LA. Okay, your ability to crash out, your willingness to crash out on camera, throw away your YouTube channel, throw away Anton's YouTube channel. That doesn't mean anything, man. Y'all should have turned out the cameras and stepped outside. And I'm sure it would have been one-on-one. It would have been one-on-one. It wasn't no craziness going outside. Corey had more people there than Anton. Anton only brought 2 people.
Yeah, only thing is that, when you have 2 men, especially at that age, fighting each other, I think it would have gone way further than it would have needed to be.
Yeah, I know. But like I said, if you involve someone's child, that means you're not afraid of going to court. And if you're not afraid of going to court, you should have taken the invitation to get up. See, the thing is this, right? Corey discovered that he was dealing with somebody who was his intellectual superior in Anton. Whether Anton's character is what Corey thinks it should be, it doesn't matter. And then when Corey tried to flip it and say, okay, well, I'm not going to leave this show smarter than this nigga. I'm not going to leave this show being the smart guy, right? So I can one-up him by being the most hard, the most gangster, the most G. Man, that shit is bullshit, and it don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing, not to nobody. And he kept trying to twist it and say, oh, I'm going to forgive you because you green, and you so green, you don't even know how scared you're supposed to be of me. Oh, man, get out of here with that bullshit. Okay, and everybody knows that. And it's not like Anton is such a badass, because no, he's not. He's a nerd. He's a nerd, right? That's what makes it so hysterical. That's what makes it so hilarious, right? Is that not only did you get punked trying to be Mr. Tough Guy, it's who punked you. It's who punked you that makes it hilarious. And now you're trying to regain street cred by saying, oh, I could be low down and I could be gutter and I could be, yo, man, you're not representing yourself. You're not representing Black manhood. And you're not really representing anything that anybody really appreciates or respects. And I was rooting for Corey. Trust me, I was rooting for Corey from the beginning of the situation. I'm not coming as somebody that's an Anton fan. I'm not.
Me either. I'm definitely not an Anton fan. But when we go low and go lower and go low to the bottom of the depths of hell, I have to say,
there's a way
I don't think that's.
There's a way that gentlemen handle it. It's called shooting a fair one. And my man was invited to shoot a fair one, and he didn't give up. He didn't get up, and you can't gain that back. He busted your balls, and you'll never, ever regain street cred. And no matter how low Corey tries to go with his jokes and whatever, you will never be able to live that down.
So do you think there's something to, like Corey saying, hey, you can't come back to LA? Now it's like a...
Oh, really?
He said that, he can't come back to LA like that. He's in danger if he comes to LA.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What set is Corey going to sick on him? Just curiosity.
I don't know. I mean, I know the entertainment industry is riddled with people that are, in this gang and that gang. So I don't know whether Corey might be affiliated, but he did make it seem like.
But why does he have to go there? Because a fight is only an event. And there's no telling who's going to win once a fight begins. And if you buck up to somebody with this chip on your shoulder, dropping the microphone, talk about say it again, what are you threatening me with? A sucker punch? Every fight I've ever had started with someone hitting me first. Every fight I've ever had in my life. So get it over with. Swing. Swing. You see, it's only down to who's not afraid to get punched in the face. Those of us with boxing experience have been punched in the face. So what? You get the first lick. If you don't knock me out, I get the second lick. And then the fight is on. So nobody's afraid of that nigga bravado. Nobody's afraid of that. Throw that away. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to me as a black man. It's embarrassing to all black men. Either you're going to be a man in this world, right? We've been in this country since the beginning of this country. White men build skyscrapers and we fight each other in the street. And foreigners come into this country and pass us up every day. And we still fight each other in the street. That's a goddamn shame.
So,
right?
I mean, how much of a distraction do you think that this really is, this whole thing? Excuse me, I'm also I had to jump in my car. I'll be back on my computer in a second. But how much do you think this is really a distraction with all this going on? How much of this? Because I mean, this has been just lighting up the whole internet, this whole thing. And I'm like, okay, and do you think if this whole thing is really a staged event, or do you think it's real?
No, it's not staged, because I don't believe either Anton or Corey is intelligent enough to deliberately coordinate this. What's happening here is organic, and it's a battle that has been going on since before I was born. You know that. Black folks versus niggas. You know that. Black folks versus niggas. That's and now the line has been drawn right down the middle. You see, black folks versus niggas, and this celebrates the death of ignorant nigga prison culture, the death of it. Because no matter how low you go with the insults, no matter how you drag the mama in, the daughter, children, and all the rest of that, and I can do this, and I'm threatening you, and I'm gonna hide in the shadows and have somebody do some sneaky shit. Man, come on. You're never going to get the respect of men in the world like that. Never. Never. And nobody is afraid of someone like that. And all you're doing is you're reinforcing stereotypes that make it harder for all of us to function within this society, right? You know, people are saying, "Oh, well, you should expect if you piss somebody off that they're going to hurt your children." Really? Really? What is this, a fucking cartel? What are you talking about? Are we human beings or are we Klingons? Is this Star Trek: The Next Generation? What's going on? What is this? No, man, no. We're gonna have to either choose the high road or the low road, and I think that's the thing that would really. That's why this is such a popular argument. I don't even think the people who are against Corey are necessarily pro Anton. You see, you can see if you look at. I have a video on my channel breaking down the whole thing, right? Like I said, I started off in support of Corey. Okay, I'm just keeping it 100. And as far as seeing eye to eye, I don't think Anton is as rich as he tells the world, right? I don't think Anton is authentic or genuine, and I don't like half the shit that comes out of his mouth. I mean, I don't think millionaires live in apartments I just don't think they do. All right. But, it isn't about respect for Anton, right? It's about the way the situation was handled. And once you realize somebody's smarter than you, you don't try to boss up on them and try to be Mr. Big Bad, because they might not be afraid of you. Okay? They might not be afraid of you. And remember, no matter how bad you are, a fight is an event. Nobody knows who's going to win a fight. That's why it's a fight. Nobody knows. And no matter how bad...
You know what's so funny is that Anton, he was immediately sizing up Corey, saying he was wheezing, he was this and that. So I think when he walked into the situation, I think that, so why would he even be like analyzing Corey Holcomb's stature in a fighting kind of way if he didn't know he was going to kind of antagonize a kind of a fight-like thing? And see if he could size him up, because it seemed like he's like he was wheezing. I'm a fit guy, so it's almost like he already was like sizing Corey up a certain way. And is this like how men posture, like when they get into a situation And how much of this needs to be stopped? Like just immediately posturing and trying to like come into a situation, not really understanding. Like you just because a person might seem a certain way does not mean that you're going to win a battle or a fight with them.
That's right. And even if you are a better fighter, they could still get a lucky shot in. That doesn't mean you're going to win. The better fighter doesn't always win every fight. You see? But when you're invited to fight, you stand up and you go fight. If you do not, you don't have the right to talk shit after that. You don't have shit talking rights. You can talk about, oh, I said, say it again, and he didn't. That doesn't mean you won. He said step outside, and you didn't. You lost. And that'll never be erased. You can't come back from that. That's the reality. I mean, that's the reality. Like I said, I started off on Corey's side with this. It's not like I got anything against Corey, right? But an L is an L. My man took an L, man. He took an L, and he's obsessed now, right? He's obsessed now, and he's trying to regain street cred. But I'm afraid it's really not going to come back. I mean, maybe the diehard Corey fans, or the diehard defenders of ignorant nigga culture, right? They're gonna remain loyal to that, right? But I think this is good. This is a good thing. This is a good thing for all of Black society to understand that this is a clash. This is a division that has always existed down the middle of the Black community. And yeah, they should have decided, hey, man, you know what? All we're going to do is talk, and this is never going to get physical, and this is a YouTube show like it's supposed to be, and just leave it at that. And yo, I'm glad somebody wrote about we need the boxing match already. I got my glove. I got 2 pairs of gloves over here, right? I got 2 pairs of gloves, and I got a rope. We can make a ring right outside, and I got 4-5 cameras up in here, and I'll get it from every angle. All right.
Do you think a boxing match is probably due? You think they should probably just get in the ring and just box it out?
Yes. Yes.
That's what this whole thing is really about, like a build up to a boxing match. But I don't know this. I don't think if it was staged, I would see that. But I think that this could get real hectic because of the way the things that are being said are so extreme about people's kids and talking about people's daughter. He talking about he got to take his child out of school and everything. Like this is really bad. It's really bad.
By Anton mentioning taking this child out of school, he's definitely setting up for legalese. He's definitely setting up. Because
did you hear what he said about his daughter? I didn't want to play it, but I didn't even get to hear it. So do you know?
Can we play it? I didn't hear it.
You know what? I don't know what he said. Let me see if I can find it. I know he did say something about her looking a certain way and this, that, the other. Let me see what because he did say like ugly family, ugly this. I think he says he kept like talking about his daughter in a way that it was almost like in a certain type of manner. Yeah.
See, the whole thing about kissing the white man's ass, that was a verbal slap, and it was intended to emasculate. It was intended to emasculate because Corey was coming from the position of I'm the tough guy, you're the nerd. All right, so I'm going to emasculate you with kiss ass, and it's relatively weak. For for Anton to come back with the sucking D, that was extreme. That was answering a slap with a punch. It was extreme. It was extreme, and children tell each other don't kiss the teacher's ass on the schoolyard, but children don't talk about S and D, sucking D. So that was a provocation. That was a provocation. It absolutely was.
You know, when I first covered this, we pretty much thought it was almost like an initiation going on, like it was some kind of, we talked about like the how things were kind of even spaced out and stuff like that, and this was like some kind of a level of that maybe Anton was getting initiated into like a humiliation ritual. But as time is going on, when he starts even talking about his daughter, I'm like, okay, well, damn, is the humiliation ritual getting worse?
No, it's taking it too far. That's taking it too far, and it's really an admission of loss, right? Because if you're willing to go that low, then you know that on the man-to-man thing, you've already lost, and now you're just trying to see how. And the other thing is, the big battle that Anton is trying to get across. Like I said, I'm not an Anton fan by any stretch of the imagination. But where Anton is trying to say is conservative versus liberal. The liberals come from a matriarchy that has been designed with the women in charge, and these miscreants are raised in single mother homes. They're raised in a matriarchy. They're raised in a gynocracy, and the women are in charge. The women are in charge of that aspect of Black society. So when Corey, you can see the wheels turning when he's staring at the camera while after he realized that Anton is not afraid of him. Then he starts with the dry snitching on Anton for cheating on his wife. I'm gonna get you in trouble with your mama.
Is that dry snitching, or it was he kind of just like trying to bust him out, but not really busting him out?
It's dry snitching. Who's gonna care if he's cheating? His wife.
Yeah, when it comes, like, I don't use the term dry snitching. I'm too old for that. He shouldn't even have brought that to the table. That was another stab. Oh, you up in here with a woman that ain't even your wife. But now we, the viewers of the show, how will we know?
Yeah, but I mean, why are we gonna assume that because somebody is there? What is this, Saudi Arabia?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you got a problem with such and such an individual, you handle that shit. I almost said the S word. Sorry about that. I got to curb myself. I'm trying to not use profanity words.
Yeah, please don't do that. Please.
Yeah. I had to catch myself of that. You see how I did that, right? I'm getting good. When you got a situation and it's the two people, you deal with each other mano a mano. You know what I mean? Right. That's how that goes. Now, this other stuff you're going to be bringing in, you up in here with some broad you cheating on your wife with.
Is that against the man code, guys? Is that against the man code to like say that? Is that like a man code thing? Like,
no, that's not a man code thing. What is your business? Who I'm doggone, slonging down.
It's not even germane to the conversation.
Thank you. See, he using them big words. You said it's not germane. Come on now. I only got a 12th grade education. I don't know them big words. Not all of them, but I know Jermaine Jackson. Exactly. But there you go. Thank you. I'm old. Jermaine Jackson. But see all of that. I'm just like, come on, homie. Okay, and that makes it look more like you lost because you adding stuff on top of the doggone sandwich that you don't even have to, because you done played yourself when you sat that man face.
Yep.
On some, say it again, all up this close. Neither one of them was gonna doggone throw hands.
Nope.
Neither one of them. So I'm like, man, what's wrong? Is something wrong with my internet? I'm jumping around weird like, but is the sound okay?
I think it's the
death. I'm gonna find what he said about the daughter. Like it's really. Let me see what he said, because I haven't heard it. Let's see. I hope. Well, we'll see. I don't know what he's gonna say, but I don't see it. Let's see what he said. Okay. And shouts out to Leonard B. Roy, Leonard Roy, and Devin Lockett, and Leonard Roy is my DJ nemesis. Okay, because we had to have a whole battle about the Chicago DJs, the Detroit DJs. On one of my things, we was up until early.
Yeah. And who dropped what record and when, and do you dig?
Listen. But
on the you dig. Right. So let me let you in on something before you let this roll. Right, there was some things that was said with Terry Hunter and I seen him at this party Thanksgiving. I went up there, was like, hey man, you funny as hell on that phone call talking about what you ain't. I ain't that nigga. I ain't bro. You ain't finna put your hands up.
That's it.
Now, go ahead, DJ, real good. because I'm finna go down here to White Castles and I'll be back. But you go ahead, DJ Good now, you hear? And walked away. And it's like, damn. I'm like, bro, don't be making, I can't stand that when people be making like they hard like that. And it's like, you ain't him.
And it doesn't even matter anyway. You see my gloves right back there. It's just boxing. Boxing is a sport, man. People of every race box.
But y'all are older men. Y'all really trying to box at this age?
No, I don't. I keep one finger strong.
That's all. That's what I'm saying this entire time. Is that
I keep one finger strong. I ain't got time. I'm too old. If I run from the back of the house to the front of the house, I'm out of breath. I ain't, man.
That's another thing. That's
playing with me.
Throwing hands over 40 is not as easy as it looks.
That's what I'm saying. That's like, you had them. What you doing tonight? You come over, you're gonna get 2 pumps in the grind, and then we're gonna watch Cooley High.
Y'all got 20 seconds.
Because that's all I got. I'm old. That's all I got.
So we don't talk about the age group. They might have, Anton bald, Corey, I'm sure he dyes his hair because he old as hell. Corey old. You know what I'm saying?
Corey damn near 60. Now, I don't know how old Anton is, but I know Corey is damn near 60.
Corey trying to step outside and fight nobody. Are you kidding me?
That's what I'm saying. Corey, he a good 6-8 years younger than me.
Yep.
Chicago ain't that big.
Step outside and have a duel. It's gonna be who can pull the trigger first. It's not gonna be a fight.
Damn. See, now you done got me started. Looking for some more props. I knew I had some gloves somewhere. Be like, I challenge you to a duel.
Let me see, how old is Corey?
Corey is 57. Today.
Oh, here you go.
Lord.
I challenge you to a duel.
Right.
I knew I had a pair of gloves some damn well.
Fixing to be fighting. 42 versus 57. Ain't nobody fixing to do all that. So
they ain't finna do it. All of them are about they about as in shape as a boiled egg. Come on, if you don't go sit down somewhere.
What you better say it again. That would have been like what's that thing with the old people fighting? Well, there was a whole thing where they had old people fighting each other back in the day on YouTube.
Knock it off my shoulder. I dare you knock it off my shoulder.
Right.
Mm-hmm. When they stand shoulder to shoulder, walking in a circle. Remember that?
How they gonna start the fight? How's it even gonna start? They're going, okay, so here's it. Step outside. So now you're gonna walk outside, and by then you might not be mad no more.
Well, wait a minute. Since you got an old man on here like me, see, remember this? That meant 3:30. You dirty. Remember that? Used to be in school. 3:30. You dirty.
See my pinky, see my thumb, see my fist. You better run. That type of stuff.
The baseball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. They was not fixing to fight. But
they were not at all.
But the word of
and the thing is, the man rule got broke on the get down because you don't let no man get that close in your personal space.
I mean, it was so many rules broken that fight. It would have mattered whether it was a table there, microphones, none of that. They just would have got it in. If
that's
that
what I'm saying.
Any other man in his 20s, as soon as he said that, it would have been on. But I know that they both got too much to lose.
Well, the thing with this, with any form of hostility, and the brother right here would agree with me, if it's a hostile situation, it gets verbally hostage, and you step and you within doggone 2 feet of my personal space, something finna happen. A jab finna get thrown, something, a push, something. Don't get up in my space like that, because you might whip out a buck knife and shank me or something. That's how we be thinking. You don't let nobody get in your personal space that close to you, and they got an attitude. Nah.
And the only thing you could possibly be threatening is a sucker punch.
Thank you. And that's what will be coming. That's what will be coming. After you get that close, they gonna back up and throw it at the same time, and bam, you've been sucker punched.
And that's only the first lick of the fight. That is not going to determine the outcome of the fight.
Exactly.
It's not going to determine nothing. You're just going to be the person who jumped first.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be the one who started it, and I'm going to be the one who ends it. I mean, and that's usually the way it goes, right?
Yeah.
It goes. So the moral of the story is ignorant thug prison culture is dead, and the black community needs to throw that away forever.
Right. It ain't nobody got no doggone prison time under their belt. So what's that about? Like this do-rag under a hat, huh?
And on top of that, nobody's scared of nobody.
Exactly.
Ain't nobody scared of nobody.
And here's the thing. So here it goes. Is that so Anton, he fought his war in his chess game. Now Corey is bringing his chess game, but Corey is a comedian, and so now you have a war of the panels versus the war of the words. So Anton been on panels saying what he got to say, getting everybody on his side. Corey haven't said nothing. Anton said he playing chess. Corey say that, well, you playing chess and so am I. And so here's the thing. Now he done went off the board with it. He done took the chess play. They not playing chess no more. It's a blank table on the bottom, and they just got chess pieces on. There ain't even no structure to this. Now he done brought people's kids into his wife saying stuff. Let's go into what he said. Let's go.
Never seen whole shit like that before. I never saw nobody do nothing like that before.
But in the debate world, it's called baiting opposition. The whole purpose of it is to invalidate your credibility.
So in the debate world, or whatever you want to call it, I guarantee you this: the debate will stop if you tell a man brought up in ghetto America who don't move like that anything about dick sucking. The debate's out the window. It's what's up.
Right.
What's up?
You know what it reminds me of? Remember when Dennis Rodman was in the league and he was dressing crazy? And, I forget who it was. I think it was Alonzo Mourning. And he kept slapping his ass. And Alonzo was like, kind of mad. And he was yelling from the sideline, "You a sick man. You a sick man." Because Dennis Rodman knew, okay, this is his limit and this is my limit. My limit on this particular thing is a little further. So let me try to take him in deep waters. He was just trying to take you in deep. But you caught it, though, so it didn't work.
Yes.
But Dennis Rodman also was in front of cameras.
Right.
This is what we have to make sure is understood. Some people, when they're in front of cameras, they understand this is basically court gear.
Right.
This is court gear.
Yeah.
It's proof of what happened. I can't respect all that in front of the camera stuff.
No.
I respect the work you put in elsewhere.
Yeah. But he don't want your respect.
He ain't gotta have my respect. But I'm just saying, if you want, look, I am not ashamed of my masculinity. All my young guys out there who watching this, they're going to try to make you think something's wrong with you if you have a line that a batty boy cannot cross. If you have a line where you like, don't play with my sexuality like that, they're going to make it seem like you're hateful or you're something. You're not hateful. You are a man. You built like that. You're supposed to fold it up as much as you can in this crazy world. But if somebody is testing your manhood like that, man, I'm telling you, man, I don't care how well composed you are. We still animals.
All day.
Don't play with mine, whoever you are. So some people want to say, well, that's all somebody got to do to set you off. I guess. I ain't from that world. Where I'm from, people don't go there with you.
Right. But he had the whole place set up, man. I was like, okay. Another thing he depended on, which was error and logic, is called false equivalency. He understands how we was raised, the era we was raised in. He really did study. He understands, the type of environment we came from. So he knows that people are going to take whatever they see and equate it to something because they're not going to have enough understanding of what's going on to make an appropriate decision. So he knows that there's going to be some false equivalency. People are going to think this happened and this didn't happen. And it's nothing. Anybody that's thinking, that has a logical mind, knows the play. They laugh at it.
I can't give credit for shit.
Yeah.
Because I don't care what you studied. When I was in your grill, you did not say it. That's why I told D to move. I'm like, oh, I'm finna bust
When
this
he invited you outside,
This motherfucker think I'm joking. And I kept getting them out. So I don't care what somebody say. It's the glasses. When you wear glasses, people think you smart. But I think the people that think people that wear glasses are smart are the dumbest people in the world. They put a man on TV, Dr. Fauci. This man had on glasses. Everybody thought he knew what he was talking about, and they did what he said.
Good point. Here's the thing. Anton knew how to get clout.
Yeah.
So this whole thing was a clout chase. I believe that too. I think that he knew that this was going to blow up. Like, he played his cards right. He was able to get a rise out of Corey Holcomb because Corey I don't think he really. So Anton studied Corey. Corey didn't study Anton.
Yep, that's the fact.
And so he was caught off guard. And see, here's the thing, because I got people texting me in the background on my phone, like, this is a distraction. Normally I'm on here talking about ICE and Trump and this, that, the other, and any other subject other than that. They like, oh, that's a distraction against. Well, honey, everything is a distraction. The internet is a distraction. Everything that we're doing here, even watching anything on the internet, is a distraction. Social media is a distraction. If you want to say what's a distraction, life, okay, unless you're dealing in your real world and if anything online is definitely a distraction from what's going on in your real life.
Yeah.
So this is the distraction we're talking about. This is the distraction we're discussing. I mean, I can get into psyops. I've had whole things talking about psychological operations. Listen, this channel, I have over 2,000 videos where I talk about a lot of different things. If you guys get a chance, please subscribe, by the way, to the channel. Don't just be sitting here eye watching. Please subscribe to my channel because I have a lot of different information on my channel. I've talked to people discussing spiritual issues. I've talked to the Hebrew Israelites. I've talked to the Moors. I've talked to I got so much of a gambit, people that have been in prison, all this different stuff. This is what the conversation is now. And why is this relevant? When you see two black men going at it with each other online, and it could have went one way and it didn't go that way, but now it's still the situation. This is a teachable moment. That's the reason why I'm covering it. It's one thing to just cover it and just be gossipy about it, but also there's a thing about it that could be teachable to people about like how to engage and disengage.
Absolutely. And that's the thing, right? It represents the death of that part of the culture that unfortunately too many of us still see value in. There is no value in street culture. That does not help us. It does not benefit us. And it's really only significant to a certain subsection of only our culture, of only our society. We have to function as men in this world. Men are building skyscrapers out there. Men from other countries are coming in here and setting up shop and doing business. And we're still we're still embracing the same nonsensical, anti-intellectual culture that has held us back since we've been here, since the 1600s, since we've been here. And we're holding on to this destructive culture while the whole world is talking about how they feel black fatigue. But it's still it's like two children in the schoolyard. Say it again. You didn't say it again. Say it again. You didn't say it again. So what does that mean?
Right. Off my shoulder, all that stuff. Just a bunch of nonsense. And then really, both of them got too much money to be doing any of that. You know what I'm saying?
Embarrassment. It's an embarrassment for all black men. It really is.
I know one of them got enough money. Nah, the other one, I can't speak on that.
Yeah.
Welcome to the panel, Max Powers. Did you have something you wanted to say? Max Powers?
Hey, DJ, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
It's been a minute. Last time I was on up here with you, it got a little crazy.
Oh, it always gets crazy. Go ahead.
But for me, this is honestly the street culture. Like it. Hold on, let me back up. It's not street culture. This is the difference between black people. I think Antoine said this the best. The difference between black people and the black culture. See, a lot of the things a lot of the things that if you watch the whole the first interview, the first debate between those two, right? So between Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels, so the first how we got here now, right? If you looked at the first interview, the first debate, the brother, it was basically the brother did not understand he did not understand what the example is. Like when he said, you know what, it's like somebody saying, you know, all black folks is trash. And so for us, like for people who, I am so sorry. Can you give me 1 second? I apologize. Just give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and with mine, with the stuttering on the pictures, it's like, ugh. Let me log out and come back in because my thing is going. Look like my video is borging. That's weird.
It looks fine on my end. It might be only on yours. This looks fine. I don't see.
It's okay. The voice is okay. If it's okay on your end,
yeah, go ahead.
I was like,
go ahead. Go ahead and say what your piece is. As long as it's not about immigration, we're talking about Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb. The Corey Holcomb and the Anton Daniels remind me of the immigrations and the immigrants. It's like, come on, no, let's stop it. We're talking about Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb's issue, not immigration. And mulatto.
I wanted to comment on the street culture that was just mentioned. When we refer to the street culture, you know, the gang banging, the drug dealing, etc. These are just elements. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Everybody mute up when one person's talking. Just mute your mic so it doesn't have background. Go ahead.
Yes, like I say, the street culture that we're referring to, such as the gang banging, the drug dealing, these are just elements of the Black American genocidal culture that manifests itself in, as I said, drug dealing, gang banging, abortion, you know, many different things that within our community we need to alleviate, or we won't survive as an ethnicity.
I agree that but I don't think that this is actually about that. I think that this is actually two grown men, and to me, it's showing because, like I said, in other situations, this would have escalated. So they're showing decorum. They showed decorum. However, when you deal with when tempers rise and emotions get heavy, that's where you get one person get up and walk out, and then you have a person just blast out all their information. That is where things get hectic. And that is showing the male's emotional side. That's showing male emotion. Because men try to pretend like they're always logical. But I believe in that moment that Corey did get emotional. And then afterwards, Anton got emotional, got on thing, and went on a whole emotional week-long rant. And now Corey's still emotional, now going in on his family. But then they say it's playing chess, but they're really using emotions. They're saying that they're using logic in chess. That's the part. That's what I see as a woman looking at this whole thing. Is men pretending like they don't. They're dealing with logic, and then there's no logic even to be found. Max Powers, you want to say something?
Oh no, I was listening to everything you were saying, man.
Okay, Devin was next to unmute his mic. Go ahead, Devin. Devin, you there? Okay, I think he just stepped away. Did you want to say so? So it was like, so how the mics unmuted was Max, then Devin, and then Leonard. So Leonard, you want to say something?
Oh yeah. Well, this has nothing to do with anything at all, what I'm about to say, but somebody all upset, not upset, just all in there. Oh, my grandbaby just shipped off to go to the Navy.
Wow. Hoorah.
Yeah, I told my daughter when she leaves, you're going to cry in the car.
Hey, hoorah.
Yeah, so she's off to do her Navy thing. It's like, hey, just
Tell her I said thank you for her service, and
I guess basic training.
Prayers up.
Yes, and she picked the wrong damn time. Do you know how cold it is at Great Lakes Naval Base in Illinois?
Great Lakes. Them Great Lakes ain't playing. She got the Hudson Hawk this right now.
Hey, listen, I joined the Air Force in July at Lackland Air Force Base. That was the work. Actually, June 20th, Lackland Air Force Base, June 20th.
You want Air Force cold. You ain't never been cold in the Air Force unless you've been to Minot.
Minot, North Dakota, or Thule, Greenland. But I went to
Talk to me quick, don't talk to me slick. Why you think I went back to the Army?
Right now,
try Elk Mountain, Wyoming. Elk Mountain, Wyoming.
Yeah, Elk
fellow
You know what? I didn't look at all this love. I didn't know it was this much veteran love up in here.
I went to Lackland in July too, 13 July 1983.
Yeah, man.
You got that salt on the outside of your boots.
Garbage cans
throwing
up, and they had to clean out the inside of the garbage can.
Come through your sweat, coming out of your sweat.
Right, but no, they got in trouble because they had us actually clean out the inside of garbage in the middle of July, and they were punishing us, and they made us clean out garbage cans. And people were throwing up inside the garbage can while they were cleaning it out. It was terrible. It was basic training for me was hell. Like that was
what we call a double dose.
Yeah, that was imagine trying to clean out the garbage can and throwing up, and then have to clean and throw up. It was a mess. It was.
See, that sounds like when my
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that sounds like last time my nephew got in trouble with me. I made him cut the grass with some scissors. You did a pretty good job too. Great job.
Yeah, I tell you what's hilarious. After you've been in Iraq 6 months, and you go someplace that's in the green zone where you got to salute, and you walking and you salute, and your elbow or your uniform ripped wide open. From the salt and the sweat and the dryness and the uniforms it's like you wearing cardboard. Yeah. Then after that, they send you right to CIF to do a whole fresh draw. You know, the average deployment in Iraq, you draw 2 sets of uniforms, you go with a whole brand new set, 4 sets brand new. By the time you halfway through your tour, you right back there again.
Yeah, and then
get new uniforms.
Then also like the wearing the combat boots in Lackland heat of July, and you gotta make sure you don't get that jungle rot in your boots and stuff like that, and then all that. So I imagine that jungle rot was really heavy with the boots out there in Iraq. Well, you probably had better shoes.
Oh, that's if the soles lasted.
Yeah, so you
could get a doggone thermometer. You check temperature with, stick that in the ground, and it'd be like 145 degrees. That's what the sand is.
Right. So
and then you freeze at night. It'd be freezing because sand doesn't hold heat. So you gonna burn up all day, and that's when you go take a shower, right? Because the water, wasn't no hot water heaters. It was just a big thing on top of the shower, and it's filled up with water. And after Mr. Whip Ass, that's the sun, it heat that sucker up real. You go over there by noon, take a shower. You got to be careful. You got to jump in, soap, jump out, jump in, soap up, jump out. You know what I'm saying?
We need to do a whole military show of crazy.
Oh my good, can't we though?
I'm gonna do a show called Crazy Military Stories and have all the veterans come up and tell their craziest stories though. But tissues and for MAGA, go ahead and cam up so I can know that you're a real person, because I get people will try to ruin my. Okay, you're a real person. Okay.
Yeah, and that jungle rot be something else, because you get that jungle rot and you go to scratch and it peel your skin down to the white meat. Now you doggone jacked up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for real. Like so, but yeah, listen, so let's get back on this whole thing. So someone said Anton is going to own 5150 for posting his daughter online and she's a minor. So he literally posted a picture of his daughter online. Is anybody aware of what
Yes.
really he did? So can you
The live stream that you're watching right now around, if you look at the live stream, I think it's at the 33-minute mark, is where he posted a picture of his daughter when she was in the Junior Olympics and started trash talking.
Whoa. He posted a picture of Anton's daughter.
Yes.
Oh, that's
During his
out
live
of pocket.
stream. Yes.
That's out of pocket, man.
Let's see what happened. Let me like kind of. I'm not gonna go too. Okay, let's see what happened because he played that and then he. Okay, let's go. Let's see what happened.
This motherfucker bragged on not having no children out of wedlock. What happened to you?
Oh.
That's the broad. Y'all can get the broad out. That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Nigga.
That's Kumo's daughter.
That's who?
Not Kumo's daughter.
That's the air up there, nigga. Look, nigga.
Oh,
don't make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow. That.
Okay. Okay. Now, see, that put a whole different dynamic on it. Now, I thought that was the daughter that I seen him with at the games. That ain't her.
It don't matter. That's his daughter. It don't matter who.
Well, I know. It in the end of it all, it don't matter. But if he's talking about Anton, always said he has no children out of wedlock, but that's proof that he does. So, don't stand in the tree.
No, that's his real daughter with his wife.
So if he was
not that Leslie Jones looking child.
So if he's been married for the man is 40 now. He's been married since he's 20, and his daughter is about 17 years old. That's most likely his daughter.
That's his daughter. But but that's not, whatever is his daughter or not, that's a minor. That's why.
Okay.
It's an innocent person who's not involved. I mean,
right. Now I understand all that's wrong. But the thing is this, okay? If you running around talking about, because he ain't been married since all them damn years back now. Because it's a guy's name is Mike TV, and he did a whole dossier, not just whatever. He put all Anton business out there, and Anton was talking about suing him. Now this was about 3 years ago, right? And he said Anton is a trust fund baby that his father he got deleted in some workplace accident, and it was a large sum that was paid out from the business that he worked for. And that's the money that Anton is flossing like he owns businesses and made that money himself. And Mike put all of the receipts out there, and Anton was hot.
Right, but he did, but I don't think he could prove that Anton have not been married since he was in high school, like fresh out of high school.
Yeah, you can. If marriage, now that's one thing. Now marital records are public information. If he say he got married in Detroit, right, or really state of Michigan, whatever, you could just call,
right?
And
so
give his name.
Hold on. Here's the question: is that did he find that he was not married when he said he was
That's
married?
the thing. He didn't go that. I don't think he went that far into it.
So hold on. So that's not the subject. So here's the thing: Anton Daniels has a daughter that is with his wife, like allegedly. That's what he. This is him and his wife's daughter.
That's two daughters for Anton. Two.
Right. Two. Okay. So, but the thing is that That the question is not whether or not this is Anton's daughter. You know, even if he had a daughter out of wedlock, in wedlock, whatever, if he's married to her, that's his daughter, and whatever going on, that's not the case. This is a minor. She's 17 years old. He's showing a picture of her, Junior Olympics picture of her. That is not
Yeah, but what year Junior Olympics was that though? What year did that?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She's still
Okay.
a minor. Right now, she's a minor, and that is hitting below the belt and being
way below.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
now.
it's hitting, okay, it is hitting below the belt.
Are you on Corey Holcomb's side, or are you?
No, it ain't got nothing to do with no side. I'm talking about the legalities of it all. Now,
I'm just talking about. I want to show fairness on each side, just like I do fairness
Right.
when it's the right and left, Democrat, right and left, ICE, whatever. I want to be fair. Showing his daughter is going across the line. Tissues for MAGA. What do you want to say?
I think we're missing the whole point here. The whole battle really is a pro-black person versus a person that tries to antagonize black people. And we're missing the whole point here. That's what this whole argument's about. If you want to go back to that little argument they had, honestly, I didn't see anyone who was going to swing, honestly. But what you want to know is that a man does not have another man say that to him. So Antoine should have swung. He did not swing. So however you guys want to twist it and say all this other nonsense, he didn't do what he should have did. He wanted to step outside to get off camera, to apologize, to level set, to make sure it didn't escalate. All right. So, but let's get back to the main point. The main thing is that Antoine is like this boot kissing, like, you know, antagonist about black people. I always want to say this and that about black people, but you notice the main thing that you guys are avoiding. He did not say any bad words, any criticism about white people. That's the whole point that you guys are missing. He brought him on stage to show him his weakness, to show exactly who he is, how he caters, how he's placating black people, and you guys are missing the whole point. You're steady talking about the fight instead of paying attention to the one question that he kept on avoiding, like was the plague. Criticize a white man, and he kept on not doing it, and that's what you guys keep on missing. And what the other guy was saying about that about Antoine is completely right. Black people need to stop just respecting money. They need to respect the man's character and the man's mind, because stop thinking about just his money, because how he got his money is exactly how that man just said. He got it from like this settlement. He didn't build it. He didn't create it. He wasn't this innovative person. And on top of that, Antoine's smart. Please stop saying it. Antoine is a high school graduate. If we're going to say that he's smart, then we got to give credit to all high school graduates going forth from now on. He does not have no degree in anything. So please tell me what he's smart in. So the Corey Holcomb and Antoine are on the same level. So let's be real. Let's stop all this other games about smart guy versus dumb guy. That is not it at all. If you want to say anything, it's a pro-black man versus a person that's an antagonist against black people. So that's what the real framework was. That's what the real argument is. But you guys are avoiding that question like the plague. You know what Antoine is. So stop acting like you don't know what Antoine is.
So what makes Corey Holcomb pro-black?
I didn't get a chance to even get to that part, but at least you pointed it out.
Let it real quick, because you've been talking, and Devin haven't said nothing in a second. Go ahead, Devin, and then Leonard. Go ahead, Devin.
No, I was just saying, yeah, I personally don't believe that Antoine is everything he cracks himself up to be. I could tell he's a straight YouTubian, like my man says, Umar Johnson. He's a YouTubian, and he's perpetrating like he's a millionaire that chooses to live in an apartment. Okay, but that's what makes it more hilarious, that he was able to take the high road with Corey. And yeah, I don't know what would have happened when they stepped outside. I don't know. But I know
sir,
I know that
he didn't take the high road. He didn't take the high road, sir, because he antagonized him every time when Corey asked him a question saying, please criticize a white person for one time, just criticize a white person. Every time he did that, you saw that Antoine antagonized him. He insulted him to avoid that question. So he didn't take the high road. He's not the high IQ person. He dumbed the conversation down by saying insulting and by saying little dumb stuff like that. So please pay attention to what these fools do to us. He's a goofy person. So look at him as a goofy person. And hold on. I got one more thing, sir. You're a man. You're a man. If I told you say it one more time or see what happens, are you not gonna say it one more time? Or are you gonna buy some time for yourself and say,
well, he could have just stepped outside.
Wherever that drama takes place, sir, is where it goes down. It's really that simple. I'm not gonna buy time and say, oh, let's go fight over here. No, let's go fight in the closet. No, we're gonna fight right here. You said that nonsense right here.
Well, it's called protecting the money, though. It's called protecting the money because of the fact that if they started getting into, I remember, if I remember correctly, Zoe Williams did get in a fight on Corey Holcomb's show, and Corey Holcomb did get, if I remember correctly, he got demonetized for a little bit. Not only he lost money, he lost valuable resources that could have been gone to the platform.
That's Corey's show. Why is Antoine concerned about what Corey's show is? But that's Corey's show.
Well, he has to protect because he's a YouTuber also, and it's happening on YouTube. So he has to protect himself also. He's protecting as much as you might disagree with Anton, at least you can say he shows some pro-blackness there by protecting the money and say, let's go outside and let's handle this.
No, sir,
because if a guy, sir, you have done a lot of talking. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
outside where you fight, outside where you fight, period.
And so I'm like, if you wanted to fight, if you wanted to like get in my face, I'm like, you know what? We can still protect the money, but you could get this butt whooping outside.
Are you ready for my rebuttal, sir? All right. You're a man. I'm a man. Wherever that argument takes place at is wherever it's going down at. We're not going to say, hey, let's walk over 10 feet over here. No, let's go 20 feet that way. We're not going to do that. That's not a real man. He's buying time. Basically, what should have happened is say it one more time. If you would have told me to say it one more time, guess what? I would have said it one more time like any man would have. But sir, you're interrupting me now. Like, see, I gave you the floor, now you interrupted me. So like before, I would have, if you would have said that, I would have just said it one more time. It's point blank, period. What you guys are doing right now, you're trying to move the goalposts. Well, he said this. Well, he said no. Corey told him, say it one more time, and he did not say it. Point blank, period. So stop trying to move the goalposts. Well, he did say go outside. There's no need to go outside.
Moving the goalposts. It's called being a man.
Right here, right now. That beef was brought to me right here, right now. So I'm gonna settle it right here, right now. Does it that any man? I'm lost if that's not a man.
It's called being a man, and it's also called protecting the money too, my guy.
Right.
Because because I'm 36 years old, right?
Sir,
and
sir,
one
sir,
thing,
sir. They couldn't cut the cameras off. But
one thing my grandfather told me is that
you keep on making excuses for him instead of just being.
Hold on, let me just do this real quick because I wanted to say this. All right, we can't hear everybody's thing if we're talking over each other. Okay. And after that, I'm gonna start doing my little like videos, like interrupting. Okay, so let each person talk, and then each person can like get their point out. So who was talking? Unmute your mic. One person was talking, and then time. But I think also Devin wanted to see. So I think it was Max Powers was saying something. Then Tissues, and then Devin, and then we have a new guest that just joined, Malik Hall. So go ahead, Max.
Well, like, I guess I was raised different because one thing I was always taught by my grandfather. You know what? You try to refrain from being violent in front of women, especially if it's a group of women. And so usually you kind of take it, you take it back, or you take it to the brush line, and and you fight the fair one out. And so that's the same thing Corey Holcomb could have done. He literally said "suck his D" 3 different times, disrespected the man 3 different times. A 4th one is going to matter? This is absolutely insane. This is a crazy argument, but I guess you could say this is it's the difference between black folks and niggas.
Tissues from Matter, go ahead. What's your response?
All right. I'm trying to keep this civil, sir, but you just said black folks and niggas. You trying to escalate this conversation, so I'd appreciate if you keep it civil. That there's no need for that little asshole comment. All right, but anyway, let me keep it civil. What I'm trying to say is that as far as the brush line thing, I'm fine with that. However you want to do it, I'm fine with that. But it was not said 3-4 times. You see how liars have to exaggerate to try to make their point? He said it one time. Corey Holcomb then got up and got in his face because he knew he could do that because he's a punk. You can walk up on a punk. You can't walk up on a real man. But he got up in his face and he said, say it again. And that man never said it again. So it was not said 3-4 times. It's like, I'm a man. I don't have to exaggerate my point to make my point. So
is that it?
All right. So Devin, he wanted to say something. Go ahead, Devin. Devin, Malik, and then Leonard. Go ahead, Devin.
So the conclusion is that Corey is authentically tough and Anton is a punk. I don't disagree with that. I just don't believe that who is the tough guy, who is the authentic thug, is really an important meter for us to even look at. I don't think it even matters. It's not even significant. You gotta get that. You gotta get that.
It
doesn't mean anything. See, that's what I'm trying to say, man. That aspect of the culture is detrimental to us as black men. It doesn't mean anything, right? I mean, I do business, right? I'm the president of Biomed RX Incorporated. Go to biomedrx.com. You can learn about it. I am looking for other black men that I can help and that can help me in the legitimate business world. But too many of us are focused on this bullshit. Excuse my language. I don't want to, spit on your channel. Too many of us find this crap important. Who cares who's the authentic G and who's the soft guy? Who cares? Who cares? We're supposed to be interacting with each other on an intellectual level like every man in this country. Men are building skyscrapers and we're still talking about who's the authentic G. Like children that were raised by single chicken heads. Okay? Throw that away. That culture, that ignorant aspect of black American culture has no value. So if you're having an intellectual discussion and you're coming to the point where even if the guy is not smart, but he seems to be getting the better of you intellectually, don't try to come back and prove that you're the hard. That's moving the goalposts. That's moving the goalposts. All right. We started to debate, but since I can't win an intellectual debate, now I'm gonna come out and show that I'm the bigger badass and you scared of me. And then when you're not scared of me, when I see that you're not scared of me and I can't make that work, then I'm gonna tell your wife that you're cheating on you. Why? Because he comes from a matriarchy. He's a leftist. Whether he's a Democrat or not is irrelevant. But he comes from the left side of the family, and that's gynocracy. Everybody is either answering to their mama or they're answering to their woman who they call mama. And so he figured, hey man, I can't walk away from this interview looking like the smarter guy. Anton's not smart, but Corey looked dumb by comparison. I can't walk away looking like the smarter guy, so I'm gonna look like the tougher guy. And when I see that I can't intimidate him and he can't back down, then I'm gonna tell your mama. I'm gonna tell your mama you cheating. I'm gonna tell your mama you brought a woman here. Oh man, it's weak. It's weak. And then when you get past all of that, and yes, Corey did make a very annoying victory lap on all of those shows. Of course he did, man. It was very annoying. Then you go even lower by dragging.
Anton did the victory lap. Corey just did the.
You're not going to regain any of your street cred by dragging his daughter in. You're not going to regain any of that.
Right.
You're not going to get it back. You're not going to get more.
Right, so Malik, let's go ahead. Malik will.
You just lose the respect of more people.
Okay.
Malik Hall, go ahead. Unmute your mic. Can I unmute your mic, Malik? But that was great, Devin. I mean, you broke it down. I appreciate your man. I need you to come on my show more than off at my cousin. You my cousin. That's my cousin. That's my cousin. Rockets in the house. That's my cousin. That's my cousin. I just found my new cousin. I didn't even realize he was my cousin.
Much love.
Go ahead. All right. Go ahead, Malik.
Is it on me?
Yeah. Yes, it's on you, Malik.
Who has the floor?
You. You don't see your face.
Because I can't hear anybody.
You.
Okay. First, I want to say what's up to Uncle Leonard. Leonard, can you hear me?
I had to unmute. Can you hear me?
Leonard, you still there?
Something wrong with his connection.
He might have to.
My point. I don't know what
Something
video
wrong with
y'all
his
was
connection,
watching, and I
'cause I didn't
understand
wanna
the difference
unmute.
in eras and how things were done in certain eras. But clearly, Corey, I mean, they both admitted that they were not tough guys. So this is not even about who's the tough guy and who's not. They both admitted that. Corey made every attempt to try to get a point across. And I don't know where this comes from about an intellectual over here and Corey was intimidated. I ain't see none of that. Corey is the interviewer. He's asking questions that the interviewee didn't answer. And then on top of that, the questions he asked was so straightforward. You even seen your boy Anton go, let's slow it down, when he asked about the white man. As far as the conflict part of it, Corey didn't want to fight. Neither one of them, but that's not even the point. The point is, let's just be respectable. Yeah, he said you kissing ass and you faking. But see, this is the thing. Corey is representing a certain culture. Like some of us are really passionate about our ancestors and everything we've been through in this country. So we're not going to take it lightly. We read dudes when they come in the room. We see them when they come in the room. We know when you on that other path. This had nothing to do with him being intimidated by Anton's intelligence. Like, at what point? He's asking the questions. Anton didn't answer them. So who was really intimidated? I yield the floor.
Yeah.
All right, Leonard, go ahead. Leonard, your turn. Go ahead, Leonard. You there, Leonard? Leonard?
Whoop. I was
Leonard?
trying to unmute. Whoop. Hey, I was trying to unmute. Hey, now check it out. All this stuff with them two is you got okay, Anton. Oh, I'm good. But let me get this statement out here. Now, Anton. You who?
I'm Vicky Hall's son.
Oh, hey. Damn. Let me get back to that though. Okay. We same hood and all that. All right. Let me get back to that. They don't. Now, check it out. Anton was talking about.
I can't hear nothing.
Bruh. He gonna have to
back. You gotta drop and come back.
Yeah, he gonna have to drop in and come back. I heard him. He know me from the block. I know his sister personally. So, but check it out. Now, the deal is this: you got Anton. He pointing out stuff that black people don't like about themselves, right? Well, they don't like to hear said about black folk. Corey Holcomb is pointing out stuff that black folk love to doggone lay back on to prove that it's the government and everybody else that's the reason that black folk can't come up. Now, I love when you got black folk with money always blame white folk about how black folk can't get paid, but you getting paid. Make that make sense. Now, that's like when Don Lemon was on CNN and he was talking about how hard it is for somebody black to come up in the United States, but his net worth was $10 million. I mean, make it make sense to me now. So both of them are courting a particular audience for views and everything on YouTube. So it ain't no, this one here is on the blackity black and this one here is on the boot lickety lick. They running game to get their coins. The both of them, let me tell it, because, you know, at the end of the day, hell, Corey, let me tell it, yeah, he don't know who his real daddy is and his mama don't either. Let me tell it, but that's just me speaking. He from the Chi.
Oh, no.
He grew up in Robert Taylor home.
Lord have mercy, no.
He grew up in Robert Taylor home.
It's terrible. No, we're not gonna do that. That's terrible.
I know I ain't trying to do that, but that's the reality of growing up in the Jacks. Come on now. I ain't new to it. I'm true to it. I grew up in Inglewood.
Your daddy would have told you that somebody's kids are off limits.
I know kids are off limits, but is anybody talking about Corey's kids? Kids are completely off limits. You don't do that. Remember they did that during the political thing. They was bringing up like Bush's kids and Obama's kids and the whoop-de-woo. It's like, no, the kids are off limits. Now, if y'all running for office, run for office, but leave them kids out of it. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Right. So
but the brother got to work something out with his the brother got to work something out with his audio though.
You know, like if Anton had really done his homework on Corey.
Wait. Hold on.
He should have known that. Mr. Intelligence.
Can you drop down and come back up? There's you and Leonard, y'all both on dial-up. You Leonard, you're
see that's how I told you my internet was jacking up. I'll be right back.
You need to drop down. Malik need to drop down. I don't know what's going on in Chicago. I don't know whether it's a storm, but both of y'all internet is haywire. Malik, drop down and come back up because I can't even. You can't hear us and you talking over everybody. Drop down and come back up. Malik, drop down, come back up. Can you hear me? Malik Hall. Okay, let me do this. Malik Hall, drop down and come back up. See, look, Malik Hall, drop down and come back up. Okay, you see this? Can you see it? We can't hear you. You can't hear us. Drop down and come back up, sir. Okay. I'm about to kick you. I'm going to kick you pretty soon. I'm going to kick you. All right. So King Tuttering, go ahead. King Tut. How do I say it? King Tutoring? King Tutoring.
King Tutoring.
King Tutoring. Because I was like, King Tuttering? Okay. What do you have to say about the situation? Go ahead.
I just think that we have to look at this from the aspect of it's business, this is entertainment, and streets don't go or don't mix with that. So if we're giving our opinions and we're looking at it from a certain perspective, we have to look at it from entertainment, internet, and money. Outside of that, everybody did their part, did their role. It wasn't meant to go to blows. Everything was handled to be entertained.
All right. So, Devin, did you want to say something again? I see your.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me get the thing here. I mean.
Can I speak when you get the chance, please?
Yeah, you're next. Yep. Go ahead.
They didn't go to blows. I kind of wish the brothers would come back together on a neutral platform and hash it out. Maybe with a moderator, or grab the gloves, right? You see, I got mine back here. Grab the gloves and do a celebrity death match. You know what I mean? Or a celebrity boxing match. And just handle it. Just get it off your chest. Do what you got to do. Get it over with. But don't make threats about, oh, you can't come back to LA and I'm gonna do something to your kids. Oh, come on.
Yeah, why is it gotta get like that? Why is it gotta get that way?
It's just ridiculous.
Hey, brother, you just showed your age with the celebrity death match.
Right. MTV celebrity death match. Come on now, bro.
Today is my 61st birthday, yo.
Right.
Happy birthday, sir.
Happy birthday. 61, huh?
Yep. Black don't crack. Not
That's
even
good. Yeah. All righty, ready.
Birthday to you.
Thank you.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday, my new cousin. Rockets in the house. Happy birthday to you. All right, it's a birthday up in here. 61 looks like 53.
There you go. Yeah. You're not old as me, but everybody can't be perfect.
Hey, Black don't crack.
Congratulations, brother. Congratulations, bro.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it.
That's what I'm saying.
Much love. Much love.
Get it in. I'm 63.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. So back to Powers, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Well, I believe
video after this, and we're gonna get more into what he said because this got really gross. So let's go ahead.
Well, so I believe this is more than just entertainment. This goes by, if you like, example, I have been through something like this with my own family. If I'm not bending over backwards for the Democrats, or whenever we're talking about the problem of the Black community, if I don't get on my knees and put the white man's D in my mouth, then we got to get into fisticuffs. We gotta raise our voice. Then once you get in my face, then we got to get into blows. That's basically how it is. If you don't agree what I have to say, then you're against me. Because you against me, then we are enemies and we should fight. That's basically what we. You said what, sir?
Like the Klingons on Star Trek.
Exactly. And so and I'm listening, like, I'm trying to keep an open mind here, but it just keeps bringing me back to, hey, you don't like, you said something that I don't agree with, because I cannot logically figure out a way to outthink what you said. I'm going to fight you. That's basically what it is. Like when Antoine Daniels told Corey, like, yo, you're moving fast, like you got to slow down, is because in one sentence, or in one statement, what Corey Holcomb would have said, there would be like 5 different questions there. And so if you don't answer question A, but you decided to answer question C because that was the thing you remember, that was one of the things you remember, or the thing you might know a little bit about, well, you're not answering the question because you didn't answer question A, B, or D. Do anybody understand what I'm saying a little bit?
I do.
Or I'm just off the rails.
Let me tell you why. Let me do this real quick. I wanted to show you guys something. This is why I think this is so important. Okay, this is my channel, and I'm not sure if you guys can see it. Let me zoom in real quick.
Let me put my glasses on because I'm old and I can't see.
This is my channel's analytic real quick, right? I have a 24% female audience and a 75.2% male audience.
Horn dogs.
So when it comes to having discussions, like, okay, 8.5%, 25 to 34 years, 22%, 35 to 40 years, a lot of older, 45 to 54. But for the most part, my audience is in the same age range that Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels is in. That is why I feel like this is an important subject. Me being a woman that has a majority male audience, and I'm not over here showing my boobies and whatever, people are not coming to my channel just to see to talk about like BS. Like these men that come to my channel, they are really trying to like really talk about real issues. So when I believe that this is a really important subject because like this is probably like one of the, I mean, right now, like I have more people in my audience wanting to talk about this than anything. Why? Because I think this is a male issue of them being able to resolve conflict. And I think that it's important to have these older people, not elders, but I'm saying older men on the panel talking it out about, okay, this is how we need to be really resolving conflict. When is it right to fight? When is it wrong to fight? You know, I'm a woman. I don't know the male testosterone code of how, when is it okay? Should we be fighting? Should we say this? Should we be saying that? So I think it's a good thing that if there is some younger men that watch this channel that are watching it, that are seeing this, how do we even teach them? I have a majority male audience. And I think that like sometimes a lot of men are like, hey, they want to see fight. You know, and you know, a lot of the older guys need to say, hey, listen, is it right to fight? Is it wrong to fight? When do we fight? When do we just let it go? And that's what it really boils down to.
Hey,
I'm still waiting to talk.
It's not, it's not like men
Can I talk when you get the
discussing things.
chance?
Go ahead, you can talk. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. Basically, this to me, honestly, is sad to me because if people here cannot understand Anton's message and don't see exactly who he is, the antagonist of Black people, what he's trying to be, I really can't say any words to you that's going to educate you. How about you just go to his comments and you read all the comments and you can see who's replying to him and who's his crowd and who's, yeah, Antoine, Black fatigue. If any of you guys knew anything, you would know where Black fatigue comes from. You understand that I don't got to throw around my weight. I don't got to throw this. I don't got to say this about this business or that business, that business. I make good money, sir. I got a master's, 2 bachelors. You see, I don't have to come on here and throw around my weight because that's not necessary. I come on here to try to educate because from our elders, we're hearing nonsense. We're hearing jokes. We're hearing insults. We're hearing everything except the main thing. As far as that fight, let's go to that fight real quick. I believe that fight was a skit. I believe nobody was going to swing, but if anything fell on him, since he said, say it again, I believe Antoine should have swung. But let's leave that alone. Let's leave, because y'all want to get bogged down and y'all want to lie about it. He said it 3 times. Why is it last time, man? Why do we got to fight? It's like everybody that's saying that, they're not used to fighting. They're not fighters. So they're not used to protecting their family. They're not used to doing what they got to do. So let's just move on from that. Let's leave that alone, because I can tell you right now, a real man would not let another man say that. And when he said say that again, any other man would have said it again and see what happens, because you're not going to punk me, sir. What's good? It's really that simple. It's not about cavemen or anything, what the nonsense that they're trying to say. It's just protecting yourself and protecting your family. But now let's get to the main point, because guess what? That was all a skit for you guys. Wake up. Who cares about that? Nobody cares. Nobody was going to swing. The main issue is that it was a pro-Black person and it was an antagonist Black person. So what you need to understand is go to Anton's comments, stop supporting this clown, for you can see who he is, what he's about, and then we can unite and vote like a fist and be together. There's people like him that's dividing us, saying, oh, look at this Black culture, look how this is. That is not Black culture. Every culture has their riffraff that does this, that does that. It's not a nigga versus a Black man. Stop saying that, you ignorant mother. Like, seriously, I wish motherfuckers said it to my face. I'll slap the, seriously. Like, stop saying little kitty insults. Let's have a civil conversation. But what I'm trying to say,
you're making threats towards me, though.
I'm not making
and you're making threats towards me and not showing your face.
Why do you have to interrupt like a bitch? Stop interrupting. I didn't interrupt you.
You're not even cammed up.
Stop interrupting. I didn't interrupt you.
If you don't say something to somebody like a man, say it with your face showing like I do.
Like a bitch. I didn't interrupt you
man.
one time.
You so
let that pit bull,
man.
I didn't interrupt you one time.
Say it with
don't let that pit bull mouth overrun that puppy dog ass, boy.
I didn't interrupt you one time, but look at these bitches chirp up and gotta interrupt me. So please shut up.
Whoop your ass with your degrees.
When you were talking, I shut up. When you were talking, I shut up. So why can't you do the same? Why can't you pay the same respect? Obviously, you're not a man. You can't pay that same respect. So stop playing these little games. So once again,
Ain't nobody playing games. You the one hiding in the dark.
Oh my God! Once again, shut the hell up. Shut up. I didn't talk.
You know, shut up. You hiding in the damn dark.
Did I talk when you talked? No, I didn't.
I don't care. You hide.
You gotta chirp like a little girl. Get your little last words in. Like a little punk. Like seriously.
Y'all gotta chill out, bro. Like all this.
I'm the brother in the background saying,
let me talk.
Yeah, man,
let me talk. There's no need to chirp in like a little punk. Let me talk. I let you talk.
Okay,
so let me talk.
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you. Like, I'm gonna give you. 30 seconds to
stop
wrap it up.
it.
30 seconds wrap up.
So the main
30
thing is listen to both their messages. Nobody cares about Corey Holcomb's character. He's a comedian. Or just listen to that. He says he's always gonna be pro-black. He's always gonna be for us. This Antoine guy, he's a clown. Look at his comments. If you don't believe me, just see what all these racists talking about, and then you will finally catch on. You clowns.
Of course, he's a clown.
You're a clown.
Hey, brother.
Well,
hey. We trying to figure out other niggas' problems, and now we got them.
Right.
You're the clown for not understanding the message. It's
we
real
trying
simple.
to get to the bottom of other.
It's
niggas.
real.
You kind of young to be all master degreed out. What you got a degree?
Chill out, bro. Let's listen. Let's get back to the subject.
Bachelor degree in bullshit.
Exactly. Smarter than your dumbass. Exactly. You stupid motherfucker.
Stop all the personal attacks, guys, bro.
Personal attacks. You let the bitches chirp when I was talking. How come you didn't mute them when I was talking?
Honey,
you gonna let the bitches.
Honey,
Yo, don't disrespect the host, bruh. Check that shit.
I didn't talk. Shut up, bitch. I didn't talk when they were talking.
Whoa. She already said no foul language. She said no foul language on the show.
So weak.
You won't let these clowns talk, but I didn't talk when they was talking. You noticed that, right? You noticed that, right? The man. You off calling me weak. Funny as hell. You punk.
You're the porch monkey.
Oh, listen, you
the one that's talking
porch
crap.
Monkey.
You Cam
like
up there. Cam up. Cam, how about this? Cam up or drop. Cam up or drop, dog. Cam up or
like
drop.
A racist. You said porch monkey, you clown.
Cam up or drop.
That's why you're alone. Fat fuck. Look at you, you bogus, fat, ugly fuck.
Hey,
fat fuck.
Man.
Look at you.
Listen, y'all don't know how to control y'all.
61-year-old loser.
All right, see, I'm trying to like not have to do that. I get put to the back. Learn how to control yourself. Learn how to control yourself. Who got their mic on? Turn your mics off. Y'all need to chill out. Too much testosterone.
Yeah.
Let me get back to the video because y'all need to control y'all. Jesus.
Hey, that's too much estrogen.
Whatever, yeah. Estrogen, whatever. Testosterone.
That's the bro.
That's too much. Hot pockets.
That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Nigga.
That's cool,
don't,
my daughter.
That's who?
That's cool, my D. Cool.
That's the air up there, nigga. Look, nigga, let me tell you something. Don't make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while.
I know you're all MAGA, right? All you clown tokens are MAGA, right? Look at what Trump.
Motherfucking what you ain't got. Don't nobody want no kids with you, nigga. Don't nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer, nigga. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the screen. Get dude off the screen, man. That's who the fuck is that, nigga? This motherfucker cat. I'm the captain now. Look at hey, look. Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, dog.
No.
You gotta make it where your shit come out.
All right, now let's have a real conversation. Let's stop
my bad, host.
fighting each other. He done put his whole daughter's face up there, who is a minor. And this is not about who fought who didn't beat up who punched who, he didn't get up, he didn't say this. Now it's gone below the belt. Let's have a conversation of boundaries and where is too far. Did Corey Holcomb go too far? Put a 1 in the chat if he went too far. 2 in the chat if it's on, it's on. And then I'm put your hands up in the thing. Cam up, hands up. All right, who wants to speak? When and where? Max Powers, then Leonard, then Devin, and I think there's somebody else want to come up, and then Malik. Malik's got his thing on darkness. Can't see that. So if you want to say something, put your hand up, Malik. All right, so that's the order, okay? So who wants to speak first? I think it was Max Powers. Go ahead, Max.
So if y'all remember, the first debate that they had, right? At the end, right when Antoine was walking out, he's like, yeah, explain that B that you got with you. So first, he showed he's not only he's willing to violate man code or man law, we call it the man code over here, but not only he was willing to, try to violate the man code, but now he took another lower step by not only insulting his daughter, but bringing his daughter into a disagreement amongst men. Not only that's his daughter, but she is a minor. Then I'm sorry, bro, but there's no way they're gonna have. I'll be straight up. Oh,
go ahead.
My bad. What happened?
I was trying to get that sound. There was like some background noise. Keep going.
Oh, I think was it me?
No,
I know I got some stuff.
It was somebody else. No, it was somebody else. Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. And so for me, I
How Antoine
I don't think I'm that strong of a man like that for me to. I'm gonna be real with you. If you do that to me, I promise you 2 things. You're going to be
He disrespected man code. You sound like a chick. You don't think
Tissues for
his
MAGA.
family with a side chick? Antoine disrespected his family.
Actually, well, hold on. Let me. I actually listened to Antoine. I actually listened to.
Chick, you little punk.
I actually.
You sound like a goofy. That's what you are. You're never more than.
You're in 5. If you can't
Your girl
control
don't even
yourself,
like you. Your mom
5,
don't even like you. You goofy
4,
motherfucker.
3,
You ain't shit.
2,
You'll never be shit.
1. Hit from the studio. You can't control yourself. Listen. I have a majority male audience, and if you cannot control yourself, you are not a man, bro. That's it's called emotional.
That's the point.
Emotional. HEMOTIONAL out of it.
And is it a
if y'all don't mind if I just finish real quick. But to end everything I was going to say to the person who was just talking, your mom should have swallowed you, nigga. That is all.
But I wanted to hear. So you were saying that, bringing up a child, your daughter, that is rude. That's not right. That's not the thing to do. As a man, okay, this is not about Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels at this point. This is about decency versus what is decent and what is right and what's wrong and what's right. I get it. He said this and that about, but did he bring up your children? Did he bring up your family? Did he show a picture of your children, of your kids, Corey? I don't agree with that. Now, there is a limit. I get Corey is a comedian. Comedians will hit below the belt. I'm going to tell you. Comedians they'll do that. That's a part of comedy. You got to be willing to get roasted, but there's a line, and let's talk about that line that has been crossed. All right, so it was so Max, then I think Kid, what was I forget what the damn order was. It was Leonard.
Leonard King was next.
Okay, go ahead, Leonard.
Okay, well, I was gonna put something out there for nephew Malik. Gonna let him know his cousin Snebs. He didn't get the memo. His oldest son passed away in November. he was 490 pounds. His heart gave out. My family is strange. We're not close at all. So I'm quite sure he didn't know. So that's why I was like, Malik, come back up so I could pass that information on to my nephew there. Because, we are a family, but my family's kind of strange.
Malik out. He's having some technical difficulties. He's going to come back up, hopefully.
Right. So that's what to let him know that. He should have me on Facebook somewhere. Anyway, look, it's a whole lot of wrong to go around. And if you notice, you get people that they don't fit that mold as of being black and being an indigent, if that I'm saying the word right. And they get all in their feelings when somebody call them out, right? Those type of people, they get in their feelings. Just like, look, are you like welfare recipient and this and that? No, but see, our people. No, ain't no our people. Bump that our people. Because I'm going to tell you what happened with our people, okay? When my parents, because I'm old, I'm like my man's, but I'm old. When they were civil rights marching and leveled the playing field for us, our age, once segregation ended, everybody went to doggone the white man's store to get the ice cubes because the white man ice cubes is colder than the black man. Y'all feel me?
Yep.
Y'all feel me? So, but now you got all this stuff people be wanting to bring up MAGA and this and that. It's like, you know what? Well, Trump sure wasn't a racist when he was taking pictures with Rosa Parks and all of the Democrats, was he? Remember back then? Now, remember when he put that ad in the paper for the Central Park 5? Black folk wasn't mad at all, were they? Wasn't mad, wasn't squat. Now,
my auntie actually applauded.
Thank you. So now all of a sudden, orange man bad. Orange man bad. Whoop, 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 whoop. Black folk need to be concerned with their own ish. Leave these other folk alone. Be concerned with what's to do with black people, right? Because see, everybody ain't gonna win. And when we get to talking about things militarily, okay, they say, with the numbers, right? It's 31% of Black America are welfare recipients, right? 31%, right? It's 48 million. So check this out. 31% of 48 million.
The answer is 14,880,000.
Okay. You know how many blacks in the military? Splitting up all the branches, 95,000. 14 million on welfare, 95,000 in the military. Hell, come on now, to join the army, all you got to do is just know how to count to 4, know your right from your left, and be able to sign your name, and you good with a high school diploma. But now you're going to fight the white man war. You're going to fight for a country that never fought for you. See, this is what I say, and I'm going to land the plane right here. I see black folk that do more damage to each other with negativity. Oh, what was that? The purge sound?
The
train. Okay, I thought that was a purge.
By the tracks.
I thought Jesus was calling me
too.
back.
Yeah, me too. It's just, and I be telling these folks, they be talking about, man, white folk the white man holding me back. Okay, well, if he holding you, ain't he down in the mud with you then? Because you got to actually be in to hold somebody in the mud. You got to be laying in the mud with them, don't you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, no, see, I'm like, okay, then they go full Corey Holcomb. Then you got Anton going full blast MAGA, like ain't no telling if he even votes. But he doing what he could do to get clicks, views, and revenue.
It's a grift.
A grift. Thank you. So people need to recognize what's really going on and stop getting emotional over other people's, you dig? Because, sister, you know, we had some wild doggone things that was said, at least from my end. I said some wild. Yeah. But you didn't ever drop me because I wasn't disrespectful with it. You just had to drop somebody that was way out their body, and you're supposed to be a man. When you acted like a hot pockets, Pikachu.
Pockets. Oh, I gotta like get that one. Wait. Say it again. I'm about to like clip that. Say it again. Or what?
Okay. All right. Now you got this guy on there. I don't know who he was. It wouldn't cam up show his face. He talking all this. You had to drop him. Why? Because he was acting like a hot pockets. Pikachu. Flip floppers and shit. Just flipping. Yeah, somebody else flipping up in your face, just flipping and shit.
I gotta clip that. I'm gonna clip that. That's good.
Yeah, clip that. Hit it with it. Some things you can't say, but you can always say, hot pockets, Pikachu.
Yes, for sure. Okay. So listen, and I want to continue to play the rest of this.
Yeah, go ahead. And I hope he see it and get mad.
Hold on, I'm gonna say this is that I think Devin had something to say, and then I think keep King tutoring. So I want to get through that, and I'm gonna like play the rest of this because everybody's like, play the rest of that. Go ahead.
Y'all should have asked that dude that we bumped out of here what his daddy's name was before he left. My man came to represent exactly the Corey culture, right? Exactly what we're talking about. The split within the Black community, man. We have to be able to deal with each other with respect. I mean, we have to have some kind of decorum among the way we deal with each other. It can't be the rules of the jungle or the rules of the prison yard. We can't. Either we're going to be civilized and we're going to be, men, or we're going to be gangbangers forever. And I don't want to be a gangbanger forever. That's all. That's my 2 cents.
Right.
Hey, we can handle this like gentlemen, or we can take this outside and get into some gangster-ish.
Right. But outside is where it's
ain't nobody fixing to take no plane over to wherever each other is at and do all that. So go ahead, King tutoring. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm allergic to jail. I start itching and scratching, and I'm allergic to incarceration. I break all out of the hand.
I think we all are. Okay, go ahead, King tutoring.
Yeah, everybody's a preacher and a teacher, but the answer to your question was Corey wrong for displaying the kids. If we're looking at this from the entertainment and the business aspect, no, Corey is not wrong, because if you're on the internet, if you're a public figure, your kids are not off limits. It's your job to keep them protected and to keep them away from that if possible. So second, Corey made a point, Anton made a statement. Corey had to prove that statement wrong to show he was a hypocrite. That statement was about his child. It's the truth. He had that child before he was married to the woman he's with right now. I pause.
All right, so before I get to Devin, we're gonna do this because Sister said, you didn't even read my super chat. But honey, the reason why I didn't, I was gonna do this and I was gonna do a special thing for you because you're my first super chat. And y'all need to go ahead and please hit the super chat. Please support the channel. Shouts out to Drew G007 with a $1.99 super chat who said, "Why we are such a broken people? How
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money." I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh.
Yes, thank you, Drew G007 for that super chat. How do we repair? It's one thing to talk about this, but
We
like
do
she
have to
said,
repair.
how do we repair?
We do have to repair. Yeah, we do.
All right, so Devin, go ahead, Devin.
I'm just
My bad.
saying, we got to treat each other better. That's all. We got to treat each other better, and we got to stop being so willing to shift it from an intellectual to a physical confrontation. I mean, we're above that. We're better than that, and we can extract the fruits of this country if we just grow out of that mentality. Just let it go.
I wish there was more women too that would come to my channel and be able to dialogue with the brothers that get on my channel. Sometimes I'm the only woman up here, but it's good. But it's great. I love to talk to our brothers. I wish there were more sisters so we could really have a real dialogue. Like just the male versus female side of how we see things. But I really appreciate my brothers for even being my majority people that come up here and support me, and shouts out to the sister for that. I'm glad that you took that in that way. Let's look a little bit more into this video.
Excuse me, DJ. Sorry, host. Could I answer that question that the lady just super chat?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is about to be harsh, what I'm about to say, but I'm going to give you my truth. There ain't no fixing. We in end games as a Black community. Here's the reason why I said that, right? So can we all agree a heart of a community is families, right?
Yeah.
So if you go to the doctor tomorrow and the doctor says your heart is working at 33%, do you expect you're going to be living for a long time, or do you think you're going to be a dead mother sucker, right?
Right.
Yeah, you a dead mother sucker. So the married us Black folks, we only getting married 33% we have 33% marriage rate. We have a low infertility rate. I mean, we have a low replacement rate. Actually, no, our replacement, we don't even have a replacement rate. There's states and like example, New York, if I remember correct, it was one statistic I seen that there was more Black babies being aborted than actually being born. And that's in New York. In all Black precincts, Black boys are reading at 9% grade level. So that's basically saying we have 91% of all Black boys in all Black precincts basically can't read. Now, this is not just happening in the Black community, this is happening in all communities. But we're just talking about Black folks right now. The largest employer for Black people ain't other Black people, it's white people. So we have a lot of things that we will have to fix in order to, fix this broken community. But it's at a point to where, I'll be honest with you, it's in games right now. You got to save who you can save. If you're gonna spend time saving the ones who don't want to get on the program, hey, good luck. Or are you gonna create a community with the people who, this is what we're going to do. We're going to stop playing. We're basically, we got to figure out what we got to do in order to keep this community surviving. Because I'll be real with you, we're basically almost like the Indians. When was the last time you heard, we're like the Native Americans? My bad. We're like Native Americans. When was the last time?
Aren't white people about to die? I mean, sorry. Aren't white people having this rate of reproduction as Blacks? I think that we're right underneath them. I don't think that. But then again, no, we're talking about Black Americans, because actually Africa and Nigeria actually has the youngest population and the largest replacement rate. So we're talking about blacks in America, but blacks
Yeah.
in across the board are not. That's not true across the
Well,
board.
you're not supposed to unite with people over.
Say this. Hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
We want to delineate from Africa, but Africa has the youngest population in the world, and our population in America and places like that are Western or whatever, like ruled by European, whatever. I don't even know what to say. Whatever that is, whatever I want to say, that we delineate into. That us over here are like this. In Africa, they have their average population is 18 and 18 between 18 and like 30, while we are 40 and 50. So yeah, like so even though you put that thing out there that blacks in America, not across the board. You can't say that.
So you're supposed to unite over culture, not by skin color.
But when you say blacks,
I'm talking about black people in America, FBAs, if you want to call it. But I'm talking about black folks in America. I'm not talking about the Nigerian. I'm not talking about the Nigerian community, because the Nigerian community is kicking everybody ass, including the white man. I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about that. Yeah.
If that's the case, why would we be delineating from that? Shouldn't we be going towards it?
I don't think.
You said what, man?
Sister,
Here's the thing.
I don't think that's what he
At the same
meant.
time, there's a whole delineation movement against Africa when Africa is the youngest population and are proving that they're going to like outlive all this stuff. But we're over here saying we should delineate from that, even though they're not having a birth rate.
Delineate from what?
Well, I'm not sure if you understand what the FBA have the whole delineation movement where we should delineate.
Could I kindly add something to that?
We're going to talk about delineation, but then, like what he just said is that our birth rate is going down. Then why are we delineating?
Well, you're supposed to unite. It's like this. The reason why I cannot say, you know what, the Nigerian brother in Nigeria is my brother. Like he can say, I'm his brother. Is the fact that he might have a different culture than I have a different culture. Our culture might not. Our culture might not twine with one another. He might feel that I'm light on women.
Excuse me, real quick. How do we know who has the floor? Because I don't like over talking and interrupting people.
I'm sorry. Okay. Let me just put this rule down. I will. What is it called? I will summer jam you. Like that means like do like this when you're talking, right? When it's time to wrap it up, I will put you down, and you have about 30 more seconds before I say, "Okay, next person." And that's how it goes. So that's your cue. If you want to speak, raise your hand. So just so you know, when you want to speak, I'm gonna put you on the big screen. Boom, like this. It's time to talk. When I bring you down, you got about 30 more seconds to wrap your thing up. And all right, so just to be clear what the rules are. Go ahead. All right, so Max Powers, just wrap. Okay, so you were Summer Jam, wrap it up, give your final statement, and then the next person. And then I think it was Leonard and then Malik, and I think King Tut just joined too. Devin, did you want something to say too? If you have to, please raise your hand, because I think that you've been very patient in the background.
So were you telling me to wrap up?
Wrap up what you're gonna say, Max, and then it's gonna be
Leonard.
Leonard.
Go ahead, Leonard. Go ahead, cook, Leonard. Go ahead. I appreciate the host. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Leonard.
Okay, well, when it get to talking about all of the FBA, to this and that and whatever, it's like, look, as long as black folks are united and going forward trying to have something instead of all this hatred and vitriol and criticizing, it's a good thing. Now, I don't know how many people have traveled, but you go to Africa, they'll look at you, they'll call you Tubob. Y'all know what Tubob means?
No.
So nobody on here know what when the Africans say that call you Tubob. They don't.
I bet my Uncle Bull would know.
Yeah, I know. What who you think I learned it from? Hold on. Before we go any further, hey nephew, Snibble's oldest son passed away. He was
Oh my
490
God.
pounds. Yeah, the funeral was in November, but our family, our family, don't nobody contact nobody. Our family funny.
Well, that's one
Our
side of it.
family is funny.
Yeah, that's
I
one
don't even
side of it.
call
But go
home
ahead.
much. So
We'll chop it up. I think I still got your number, the old number.
okay, yeah, shit, my number, the area code 912, been the same for the last 25 years. But anyway, peep this out. They call you Two Bob. That's just like calling you a doggone coon or a doggone
Uncle Tom?
conqueror, and all of that there. They call you Two Bob. So the Africans don't really consider you as Africans. And the Africans don't like Black Americans because Africans sold their fellow Africans into slavery in the first place. Now you got Black Americans that are living better than Africans are living. And now you look at the money that we spend as Black Americans. What's the doggone GDP of the continent of Africa? 50% of what we spend in the economy just in the United States. We spend $1.7 trillion a year in this country. The African GPA.
Money coming in. So what does that mean?
I know what I'm saying is we got more money than they got. We got a whole lot of more everything than they got. So all of this, huh?
No. If you tell
me no.
If you spend $1 trillion, that means you don't have $1 trillion. That means you're out of $1 trillion. How much do they keep? It's not about how much you spend, it's about how much you can keep. Now, if Black Americans had $1 trillion, then I can say something to that. But if you tell me you spend $1 trillion, that means we lost $1 trillion.
Nobody white has $1 trillion, do they?
After we spend that $1 trillion, how much money do we have left?
After spending, because I spent it. Hold on, sister.
Tell me what that's whatever it is. Because you're gonna say we spend $1 trillion. Okay, well, how much do we keep them? After that $1 trillion is gone, how much in the Black community? How much money is left?
In the black, wait, okay, now you're gonna go to spending in the Black community. I'm talking about what Black people got, because look, I tell you what.
You don't have it if you spend it. If
sister.
If I go to the store and I have $100, and I go to the store and I spend $100, I no longer have $100. So people keep bragging about, oh, we got $1 trillion, we spent $1 trillion. That means that Black people just out of their pockets just spend all their damn money, and how much do they keep them? You know what I'm saying? We're in debt. Okay. People want to sit there and
in debt.
The moment that tax money come into our thing, we spend it. We get the little tax money, tax refund money. We done bought every TV and everything, and Black Friday and Gucci and whatever bullshit. And bottom line, when we're done, we are broke. Okay. If you tell me that we kept $1 trillion, now we talk about some shit. Now we can come together and make something happen. But don't tell me about how we spend $1 trillion and like we really doing something. No, that means that we can't even hold water. Money get into our hand and we just let it go like a goddamn like it's like a wind. It just comes through our hand and blow right through it, just like Dr. Claude Anderson says. It don't bounce. It don't even float. Nothing. It just goes right through our hands, and that's why the Black community is broke as fuck. So I don't want to hear.
Okay, sister. Now, there are individuals within the Black community, but
I think we're getting our point. Can I get
hold on. I'm gonna land this plane quick. Now, I say 45% just to underbid the number. 45% of Black America are middle class earners or above middle class earners that are not broke. I mean, if that's the case, then how am I spending my Black dollars on whatever, but I maintain a 5-figure bank account with a high school ass diploma. I ain't never went to college. I ain't smart like that. My nephew on here, he know. I graduated high school 3 years later than I was supposed to have.
I never went.
See that? Family thought I was family thought I was special needs in a mug. But then again, you got to look at this. Look at this now, sister. That house in Beverly, how big was that house for your nephew? How big was that house? Young Uncle Bull, how big was that damn house?
Let somebody bring out a calculator. I just want to do some math because I get fucking so tired of hearing niggas talk about. I'm sorry, not niggas. I'm talking black people talking about we spend $1 trillion every year. Okay, how many black people are there in the United States?
48 million.
48 million. Okay, so let's do the math. Does somebody have a calculator?
I could talk into this other phone. I'll work with you. I like you.
All right, so 48. So it's 48 million black people in the United States. Okay, because I want to do this. I get so fucking sick and tired about it. But we spend blah 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 $1 million, $1 trillion. Well, how much do we keep? Okay, so how does anybody got a calculator? Anybody?
I told you I'm right here. I'm with your sister. I got the smart device because I'm done.
$33,000 per house. Let's even say.
It comes out to $1 trillion. I did the math for you.
So we make $1 trillion a year, and how much they say we spend?
$1 trillion, but
how much
we would still have $23 billion left over. And so
no, if we spend how much? Okay, listen, how much they say we spend every year?
$1.7 trillion.
So okay, if we make $1 trillion and we spend $1 trillion, how much do we have left at the end of the year?
Oh, hold on. You said 1.7 trillion?
How much did he say? How much?
So it will be
Americans contribute.
It will be a 600
yearly.
It will be a 600. It will be a 600.
GDP by race. Black Americans contribute significantly through spending and Black-owned businesses. Their impact as consumers, workers, and entrepreneurs drives economic growth, and closing economic gaps could add hundreds of billions to the U.S. economy annually.
Damn, black folk getting down, ain't we?
No, we're not. No, that is
okay.
A lie.
That's if you say so.
No, it's a lie. Listen, if we make, hold on, if the average household is $33,000 a piece, right, and we spend, okay, and then we times that by the amount of black people that are in America.
You can't do the amount of black people in America. You're going to have to subtract 17 million because of the fact that 17 million are children. And so we don't expect them.
Okay, let's just do the math. Okay. All right. So, but average household. All right. So 17,000. Somebody like, because I'm not really good at math. Someone who has
I did the. I was trying to tell you. I did the math. If we're gonna go,
okay, go ahead.
If we're gonna go by this, that basically means the black community would be. It would be about 600 billion. 677 billion in a deficit.
No, I'm saying in a deficit, right? So whenever we don't ever, any black person, do not ever get on any panel talking about how we spend all this goddamn money. Because guess what? That means that we are at a deficit as a human.
Those numbers are skewed too, though.
They're skewed, but I'm just saying. But 1.7 trillion is. They said 1.7 to 2 trillion is what the number is. So that means that we are in debt as a black community, not
not everyone.
if you divide, it's like this. The reason why I say the numbers are kind of skewed, if you divide it by gender, a lot of that debt is going to fall on the female side because there's more black women than black men. Then it's also there's all right.
I knew. So when you said black women, bro, I was like, don't go there. Don't do it.
Listen. Even because I know we spend a lot of damn money on a bunch of bullshit. Black women are like the biggest spenders, I'm sure. What I'm trying to say is that when we bring this number up, we say, yeah, black people, we have a $1 trillion. We spend $1.7 trillion every year. Okay, and then you're gonna say that the average black household is $33,000 a year. And then you times that by 40-something million people, and then you get 1 trillion. But the amount of money that we spend is more than 1 trillion, whether it's kids or women or whatever. Don't tell me that statistic. That what are we talking about?
But you, sister,
7 million. We are in debt.
Sister, hear me out now. Hear me out, and I'll be brief.
Hold on. 1.7 trillion. That means we're in debt like 7. Is that billion or whatever? Maybe my math is wrong. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. I'm good at math. But if we still have 0.7, they say that it's actually. Hold on. Let me just show this, okay? Because I'm trying to understand this because I'm like, if we're gonna like bring this thing up. We spend 1.7 trillion to potentially 2 trillion more dollars every year, but we're only making $33,000 per household, which equals to what he says, about 1 trillion.
Sister,
we're in a deficit. So that's what I'm saying is that we should not. That's not nothing to like actually like be up there proud about.
Sister, that's not
held 1 trillion and we kept 1 trillion, 1.7 trillion. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Okay, sister, check this out. Let me pull your coattail on something right quick. Okay. Now, maybe that's the average household, but what about you got us that ain't average? You dig? What about the non-average? What about? Let me flip this round.
Those numbers are skewed too.
Malik, just put your thing on mute. You're up here like 3 different times. I don't know which one to drop and which one to keep. Okay, we'll drop this one, okay? As a black community, there we go. So here, everybody, mute your mic.
If you divide, it's like this.
Mute your mic,
the numbers are kind of skewed. If you divide it by.
Okay, I just had to move this.
The reason I was saying what I was saying is because if you divide it by the sexes, black men only have $200 billion in debt. Only.
Oh, that's
black
it.
Men. But black women have, and this is just.
It's a debt, though. It's in debt.
Well, this is just see, black women have over what was that again? 861 billion in debt. And that's just for student loans.
Devin, are you there? Devin, are you there?
Okay, check this out. Can you hear me okay?
Devin, are you there, Devin?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, hold on now, sister. You see this young man right here? You see that young man?
Yes.
Yeah, he gets $50,000 a year for waking up every day. Combat veteran.
He doesn't know to wake up.
Daddy, hold on. Let's go. Daddy gets $72,000 a year. just because I'm waking up every day. Then let me go to my darling daughter, right? The one that was wounded in combat. She gets $100,000+ a year as a retiree, plus VA benefits, plus Social Security. Now, what folk you talking about? $30,000 a year in black? Now, all of them are black now. The last time I checked, my children.
Do you see me right here? As a software engineer, I make anywhere from 100 to 120,000 a year when I actually am working. Right now, I'm not. I've been on YouTube, but I'm letting you know, as a software engineer, you know what I'm saying, at my height, 140,000 at one point, almost 200,000 a year. That's not the point I'm making. What I'm saying is that when we want to bring up this stat of trillions of dollars and blah, and you know what I'm saying? Bottom line is, yes, of course, there's going to be more people making more versus, but per capita, again, you know, Charlie Kirk, per capita, 33,000 per household. So when you break that all down, you do the math. It's like we are at the end of the year, we are at a deficit of billions of dollars. So we cannot use that as a reason to say, look at how we are. We're the strongest. Look at how much money we spend. We spend, not like how much we keep every year. Now, if it was like, if you said that we keep $1 trillion a year, I'd be like, oh shit, we are powerful, but we spend that much. Not how much you keep, but how much you spend. I mean, not how much you spend, but how much you keep. Go ahead, Devin, and then we do have a new person here, E. the Man Williams. Thank you for joining. Go ahead, Devin.
Yeah, I think we got spending power. I'm working on a book. It's called Black American Party, and you can check out the website blackAmericanParty.com. I'm trying to fall along the lines of Powernomics, right? In hopes that we can consolidate our political voice, and we won't have this fight over who's on the left and who's on the right, because I got a feeling that we have our own distinct political position. It's not necessarily left and right, left or right. I mean, we have needs. We have needs that can sometimes be addressed through socialist means like reparations, and we have needs that can be addressed through conservative means, because we need to strengthen our business base, right? And we also should put together a super PAC, or at least a political action committee, so that we can start lobbying, right? So that we can start manipulating. See, the thing is, the money that should be going to reparations is going to Israel. Let's tell the truth. and we got to,
and the illegals.
And oh yeah, dude, giving them cards with $12,000 on it. It's like showing you that they know what reparations is.
Right.
I don't mean to.
Past the point of where we're worried about who got cars, because we have enough businesses. We've been here for how many thousands? 400, hundreds of years. We should be owning our own business, just like our white counterparts that are like corporate and owning corporations. We, at this point, we've been in this country so long, we should not be worried about a person who receives welfare, an immigrant. We should be running companies, owning corporations that are hiring these people that are coming in as immigrants. But we're so busy worried about that because we have not done what we were supposed to do. But I'm not saying we did have a lot of opposition. I'm not going to lie. But I'm just saying,
hey, brother,
when it comes down to it, it's like, come on. Just say we did get off topic. I'm sorry, audience, we did get off topic, but I think this is an important topic, and I do want to bring you back on the channel to talk about that. We do. Listen, I'm going to bring you back on, my cousin, my new cousin.
Thank you, man. Thank
That's
you.
my new cousin. That's my cousin. Listen, I don't know if you guys saw earlier. Found out.
Oh, what am I? A side friend? I'm a side friend.
No, is her last name Lockett? Her last name is it Lockett? I don't know. I gotta look at the branch, because I found out about the the Hendersons and the Fletchers and the Smiths and the West and everything on that side. I never knew about, because my dad died when I was 6 years old. I never got to know about my family on the Lockett side. So it was a blessing to meet this young man. I swear to goodness, I'm going to call you when I get a bump in here. I don't know how to reach you, but I'm gonna figure out on your website. There's a phone number.
Go to devinlockett.com. Everything is there. The email, the phone, everything.
I'm gonna hit you up because my dad died when I was 6, and I don't know nothing about that side of my family, the Lockett's.
Check Mound Bayou, Mississippi.
Yes, and so Lockett's is a very cool thing. That's why I've been like, oh my God. So I'm like, I finally had to find someone that might know the history of the family.
Hold on, y'all out there in Mississippi? Y'all in Mississippi?
Mound Bayou, man. Mound Bayou was an integrated, successful black township during slavery. We're talking about before this was antebellum. This was before the Civil War. This was before the end of slavery. This was before Reconstruction and before Jim Crow.
Right. So all this stuff is too.
I learned that at Jackson State University. So we said Mount Bayou.
Mount Bayou, yeah.
Even though it seems like it's off topic, it's all on topic because all this stuff is relative. Like where you come from, the buying power of black people, 2 black men fighting each other over things, people and how we even deal with each other. It all is connected. So it might seem like we're getting off topic, but it's all connected. That's why it merges in, and it ends up being all these different subjects. So it all really kind of goes together in a weird way about our community and how we have we have this everything. It all just merges. But go ahead. Who was next? I'm sorry. The Man Williams. Go ahead. You're on now. Go ahead.
What happened to my turn?
No, The Man Williams was he came up and I said, okay, you're next after that, Malik.
I ain't even get it turned 20 minutes ago, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, but he's a new person, so I'm gonna let you say something after. Go ahead. I'm sorry, honey. I know. You've been switching up cameras and all that, and so I lost track of you. I'm sorry. You done had 15 different cameras up here leaving and joining, so that's why I lost track of you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, The Man.
So it's interesting having this conversation because we talk about, I think it's last time I did the calculations, if you take all the income that black people earn, it's about $1.5 trillion a year first, right? But it's kind of a moot point because if you understand taxes, really, I think at this point we pay close to about, give or take, somewhere close to about 30 to 40% in taxes in some capacity. All right. And then so now we down to half of that. So that's half of close to $500 billion. And most of black people, our money is going to paying for the place that we reside in, right? So it's usually going to pay a white bank or to pay a white landlord or to pay.
Brother, that's after taxes. My bad. That was after taxes.
Hold on, can I get my?
Yeah, I think you're missing the point that I'm saying. We're not black people as a whole, especially when you talk about the black people who's making closer to that $32,000. All of their money is really going to bills. I know we paint this lifestyle that is going to Gucci belts and Jordans, and we just spending money fruitfulness. At $32,000, you're not being fruitfulness where you can just spend money like that, right? That's not what's really happening. So what we need to do is we need to kind of get rid of this. We got this $1 trillion. I give it. We might be talking about $200 billion over 48 million people we could talk about. But the $1 trillion is just, it's crazy because we don't have control. We don't have the option not to pay taxes. We don't have the option not to, they take our properties if we don't pay our taxes, right? We go to the gas station, we pay, and we don't just get taxed. We get taxed 3-4 times typically for the same item. So as long as taxes is in existence, us having this conversation of how we spend our money is
Taxes is not even included, and that trillion is from the Jordan money we spend.
Hey, we
not
in
the
rotation,
rent money,
right?
But the Jordan money we spend, the rims,
still in rotation.
the chains.
Hold on, you're cutting him out. He wasn't done, but I'll let you talk. It was Malik, and then I'll let you talk King Tutoring after that. So go ahead, finish up. I'm sorry, finish up. The Man, go ahead.
Yeah, and so so and that's the only point that I'm making is the system have been designed for them to take that money just because we are residents. Until we address that part, us having this conversation about how much money we got, it's not real money.
All right, so the next person was Malik. Go ahead, Malik.
When we talk about the 1.7 trillion, we're not just talking about people in the hood. You're talking about all black people. We're talking about CEOs who own BET, or people, people who own. I own 7 companies. You're talking about rappers. You're talking about actors. Yeah, Denzel in there too. So when you say that's what we spend, and I'm talking to the host, when you say that's what we spend, what that's called is unnecessary spending. We don't just spend on necessities. We understand what necessities are. Shout out to Lauryn Hill. It ain't what you make, it's what you keep. I started making money making $4 at a car wash and built off of that because I didn't need the Jordans. I didn't need to eat out. I was shopping at the thrift store. Built my own business. It's about self-restraint. It's about discipline. There's no way in the world you can explain why black people spending 1.7 trillion. It's not just about your neighbors or the people who you see. This is all black Americans. Will Smith, Jay-Z. We talking about everybody.
Yeah,
so that money can be managed better.
No, but you still
hold on. I waited for 20 minutes. You got IUL insurance policies you can buy. And you can become your own bank that way. You know what the IUL is? You can buy $1 million policy. You're probably gonna pay on it $2,000 a month, but you can borrow off of the value of the policy. So you can borrow with no credit check, no hit to your policy, up to $1 million. That's what we do.
Yeah, but 70. It's just 75%.
It's financial illiteracy is the problem.
But 75% of black people can't do that. They don't make enough money. They can't spend $2,000. That's the point that I'm trying to help you understand.
I'm not talking about what black people, the whatever that percentage is. I'm not talking about what they can or can't do. I'm talking about the people that can do.
But the people who can does it. That's the point. Like Will Smith ain't. If you
don't.
think Will Smith don't own stuff and not managing his money,
Listen,
that's crazy.
I'm not just talking about Will Smith. I'm talking about niggas who drive trucks right now.
No.
Right, but the thing
Whoa. I'm talking about personal friends of mine. I'm not an actor or a celebrity. I'm talking about the average dude.
You're not talking about the average dude. That's what I'm telling you. 75% of these dudes you're talking about don't make that type of money. When you talk about a truck driver who's making $100,000 a year, he's not a part of the average.
Okay,
he's not the trash man.
Okay, let's talk about the average.
Okay, the average person, when you start talking about
the average. No, the average person spends on Jordans. That's my point.
No, they don't. That's the logic I'm telling. Okay.
You go through the projects of the hood.
They're not average.
Everybody got on Jordans.
But that's the point.
Average. My bad.
The project is not the average black person. This is what
so what's the average black person?
The average black person is making $35,000 a year.
Okay, let's talk about that.
That is after taxes. That is after taxes.
Forget all that. Let's talk about that person that make $35,000 a year. I got a 22-year-old son who got his own business right now. He worked at Discount Tire for the last 4 years, became manager, boss, assistant manager. And he was making $30,000 a year. Started a Turo business. He bought 5 whips. Now he's in the real estate. Got perfect credit. Is that the average person?
No, he's not.
And he's buying an IUL. Is that the
not.
average person?
He's not. That's what you keep doing these people who not average. Your son, first of all, the reason he was living with you?
No, he doesn't live here.
But he was living with somebody where he didn't have to pay rent?
Yes, he did, of course.
That's the point. So he had a abnormal situation that he didn't have to pay rent. You gotta understand when you
No, that's
make it
not true
30.
because
Hold
it's
on.
niggas. That's not true because the average black man his age is already living with his damn mama or his grandmama. That's the average person.
You missing the point. The point is,
I got a question.
yes. Listen. When I was on the grind and I was building a business, I had 4 roommates. I'm not saying that we can't do that. I believe that we should get 4 friends that we trust and buy our first property. But I'm telling you is this idea of what you preaching. 80% of the population cannot spend $2,000 a month on an insurance
That's not
policy.
where you
That's
start.
24.
You're
That's
missing
not.
the point. That's not
It
where
don't
you
matter where you.
start.
It don't matter
That's
where
not
you
where
start.
you start.
It doesn't matter where you start because
No, it
everybody
does
can't
matter
start.
where you start.
I'm just
It
telling you how
absolutely
Turo.
matters where you start.
I'm telling you how Turo works. The reason Turo is saturated because everybody's trying to get on that market.
It
It's
depends on
hello.
what. No, that's not true. That's not true.
I'm
Because
telling you.
we're doing it. Are you doing Turo?
Yes, my brother have a Turo
No,
business.
are
Yes.
you doing Turo?
Yes, I bought the cars. He managed it for me. Yes.
Okay.
So
And
that's
this
what
is
I'm.
how it works. It's geographical.
And you got to
When
have
you
money to do
when you
Turo,
go
right?
into Turo, you check within a radius to see what the prices are. Turo system actually does it for you.
But you got to have money, right?
You gotta have credit.
No, if you have enough money to buy, listen, if you get your taxes
Hold
back,
on. Let
you
me
can
answer this
buy-
question, sister. Host. Let me answer this question.
Okay, I wasn't done, but okay.
Okay. I positioned my son when he was in high school wrestling to have good credit. He's had credit since he was 14. So when he decided not to take the scholarships and go to college to wrestle, he said he wanted to get money. So I said, okay, you ready? He got his first car in his first name, in his own name.
Mm-hmm.
But hello,
Right?
no,
He used his credit. He used
you-
his credit to get those whips.
I just want you to follow the conversation. We said debt. That everybody was talking about why black people in debt. And he just tells you, yes, you can use debt in a good way, but it still increased the debt that we have. And what the host was saying earlier is if we take the amount of money we got coming in versus our debt, we don't have a positive ratio. So telling black people to go out and get more debt, use their credit. I get that you have, and I know a lot of people that done felt that too, Ro. This is what we don't talk about. Hold on.
Listen.
I'm just saying
we don't. Okay, but listen, we don't fail over here because
but-
I ran a car
Man,
wash.
we way
and I
off the
still got-
topic.
I just
Right, but
think
hold on. Let me just answer, bro.
we
real
missing.
quick.
He taking his individual
Way
success
off
and
topic.
trying to project it over the black
And there you
community.
go right there. That's when black folk get all in their feelings. When you got individuals that have success and they don't have it the same way. That's what it is.
Let me just say this. I'm gonna just say
There
this.
you go right there. There you go.
I'm allowing this because listen, we need to be off topic. We need to talk about this money. But
That's what I'm
Corey
saying.
Holcomb-
I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to explain it, little bro.
Because when it really comes down to hold on, stop, guys. Because when it really comes down to it, we have a false conception that we want to brag about that we have $1 trillion spending power, but ain't nobody talking about how much money that we're keeping. And like that's a way more important conversation of Corey
That's all I'm
Holcomb
saying.
versus Anton Daniels. This is that.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna take my video off the
Discipline
back.
yourself.
I'm starting to talk about
You gotta eat 3 times a day.
so and so
You
son.
don't need $300 jeans. You don't need a fancy car when you hustling.
We're talking about that we have
What?
$1 trillion.
I don't care if I had a job making photo. I don't care. I'm a stack it. I don't need a woman. None of that.
That spending power.
And that's how I was able to
really going,
build what I got.
Stop it. Let me just say this. That
It's
spending
discipline.
power. Listen, hold on, bro. That
Niggas want to go out,
Bro,
vacation.
why
Oh, you living
are you
outside your
talking?
means.
Respect the host.
Why am I talking and you're talking? I love you. But just let me say, I'm gonna let you talk. Bottom line is that we cannot brag about a $1 trillion spending budget when we actually do the math, even though there might be people that are billionaires and millionaires in our community, right? When they actually did the actual like the whole what's it called when you average it out, they also included black billionaires and millionaires into that. They didn't say oh, leave the millionaires and trillionaires out. They said on average, right? The average household, based on all the money that Black people make, it's about 35,000 per household. We did the math on that. It came out to about $1 trillion some odd dollars. So if we're spending, doesn't matter if it's millionaires or whatever. Okay, your household makes this amount of money. On average, when we actually take it up, the Black community ends up at a deficit at the end of the year. Why? Because we're spending more than we are actually making. And that's why, in Dallas, when I moved here, you know what they call it? A $30,000 millionaire. People come in Dallas and they want to get the highest paid car. A lot of people are doing things on credit. Everything that they do is based on this whole credit system. And that is what is messing up our community also. We buy things on credit. A lot of times we mess up our children's credit before they even get to the age of 18 because we're putting things in their children's names, like mothers and stuff, putting stuff in their kids' names and all types.
That's what ghetto people do.
But I mean, but listen, they're a part of that whole trillion spending group. That's a part of it, right? So we're just spending out money, and how much money is coming back to us? Nothing. And that's the problem I'm having.
Right.
Okay, if I may.
No, but she got a point though.
I know, but if I may.
Yeah, the host got a point though.
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Okay, I'm asking if I may. I'm not going no other side of that. Eat a man. Now,
I didn't say nothing. What are you? Dang, I'm getting
well,
shots.
I don't know. Okay, well, whoever it was, then.
It was your own nephew telling you. And then I want Devin, because I know that Devin.
Okay,
friendly fire.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, I know for a fact that Vicky never put any of her credit in Malik's name because she couldn't make her bills. Denise didn't either. Her sister. Let's just keep it real. See, it don't go like that. And it's an echo. I hear a background something.
Everybody mute your mic when someone's talking, and like I said, you're gonna have a moment to talk, and then when I take your thing off of the summer jam, then it's time to wrap it up. But go ahead, say it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm like this here. That's not everybody. See, where a lot of Black folk and Eat a Man was doing it. Well, when you talk about these people, that people, these people, that people, okay, what did these people, that people, these people, that people, what did they do in your life to help you get the way you are today?
Better now?
What did they do? Those these to that to do? What did they do to get you where you are today? Talk to me quick. Don't talk to me slick. See, Black people, a lot of them got that victim mindset, and they just can't lose it because they don't want to lose their Black card. See, that's that doggone. Well, you got to be down with the people and this and that. Me, I don't give a damn about no down with the peoples. I'm from Ingle, damn Wood, and I couldn't wait
It's a million excuses. It's just like bro was saying a minute ago.
Exactly. See, the thing is this: when my son went to buy his first car, he bought that on the yield of his credit and this and that. Why? Because Daddy made him a doggone authorized user on credit, just like my daughter.
That ain't where you start though. Each one teach one. You know how many?
Look, I'm only responsible for my own kids, and my nephews and nieces that ask me, yeah. If they want to get a second opinion on what their parents told them, that's all I'm responsible for. You see what I'm saying?
I had to get out the mud.
Black Americans have a responsibility problem. You need to doggone be responsible for your own.
Yeah, but if we go back to Black Wall Street, everybody want
Black Wall Street. There we go. See, why y'all going way back to a time when none of
Hold on, y'all. Because we have to because I told y'all what the rules were. You say what you're gonna say, and then I'm gonna take it down. It's gonna be the full screen. Then you guys can go back and forth. But when a person's summer jam, please because we don't even know who's talking. So when a person's summer jam, that means when their whole picture's up, don't, because I don't even know who's saying.
We can't see that. We can't see the summer jam, by the way, on
No,
our
you know,
phone.
you know what a summer jam is? That means that your picture is the main. You see the picture here? You see how his picture's like the biggest?
No, that's what I'm telling you. If you on the app, you can't see that.
Oh, you're on your phone.
When you on the app, you can't see who's summer jam. That's why we talking.
You can't see that right now. I have your picture as the main picture right here.
You can't see
We can only see one person at a time. We can't see everybody.
So when I show everybody, can you see everybody here?
You can't see who's summer jam. That's why we talking.
Somebody got YouTube playing in the background.
Yeah, because I'm on my phone too.
Yeah, and I'm on my phone, and I always see one person whenever she say she do what she do, and I got an Android, not an iPhone. And
right, so let me explain.
I well, on the app it do this. Get out of here with that. All right.
Listen. When it's one person talking, I'm gonna put your picture up like this. Like so, you see how it's. So you see how it's everybody here now. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then when it's you talking, it'll be your picture. You see this? How you can see yourself?
I can't see that, so I'll just be quiet. I'm telling you, on the app, the actual stream, your app, you can't see that.
Well, you're the only one having that problem then tonight.
It's okay. So I'll let you know. I'll just tell you, okay, everybody can talk. I'll make a statement. Okay, everybody can chime in now.
You might have to restart you might have to restart the
I'm
Now-
having it too.
Okay, now if I could have my last 30 seconds, if I could.
Go ahead. Everybody mute up everybody.
Yeah, let me know, sis. Just let me know.
Mute up, everybody, mute up.
Okay, now if I could have my
Malik is the main one that be just not muting up. Go ahead, Leonard.
Okay, now check this out. With all of the extra whoop whoop whoop, whenever I see somebody wearing Fear of God Essentials, my little cousin is the CEO of that company. I be sitting there like, damn, this is pop. Still hear echo, and I know it ain't me. I'm like, this is popping off with the doggone Wakandans and Blackistan, huh? And they paying big money for that. And I'm just like, all right, y'all do what you do. Wouldn't be me, but I'm old, you know. I'm not into them labels and the this and that and all of that. But the bottom line is this, okay? A lot of black people, they allow themselves to fall into being success shamed by non-successful black folk. I ain't one of them. You dig? I ain't on that. I go back to Inglewood. They be talking about Larry Hoover and on King David and all this. I'm like, bruh, you sitting on a milk crate drinking a 40 ounce, watching life go by still, waiting to die. I got a Benz in the garage, in the crib, and I do whatever I want to do. I want to fly out to Amsterdam to go to a party. I go party in Amsterdam. You dig?
All right. Yeah, wrap it up. All right.
So that's it. I wrap it up right there. Everybody can't win.
All right. So who was next? I think that Devin was next. Well, hold on.
I'm going on mute.
I think Max. Okay. All right. So Devin was next. I'm sorry. There we go. Devin, let's talk.
Yeah, we got the spending power and we got the buying power. What I would like to suggest to my brothers and sisters out there, especially since so many of us are veterans, this year for me is sam.gov. I'm going with the government contracts. I have a medical equipment repair business, and I signed up for SAM just so that I can do this one job testing electrical systems at the VA hospital here in LA. So I've basically been a government contractor for 15 years. Now, Doge set up this website. I think it's called usaspending.gov. Go to usaspending.gov, man, and just look. This is how the Somalis were getting over on those millions, okay? Look at how much money the government is spending, and you can do anything. I mean, we're talking about janitorial. You can clean up parking lots. This is work that anybody can do, but you're charging the government a lot more than what you're charging the civilian world. So that's my only suggestion. And I think that, and then obviously as veterans and as Black veterans, we have we have preferences. We have preferences for us. That's right. USA spending. Check out what they're spending. Join SAM.gov. That's the System for Acquisition Management. It takes a while. It's a bunch of stuff you got to go through. Fill out your SAM.gov membership. The SAM.gov membership will give you access to government contracting opportunities, but then you can go to grants.gov with the same SAM.gov account. Yo, that's free money. Okay, you would be surprised how much free money is being doled out. And that's how those Somalis jumped on that daycare thing, because when the immigrants came in, when the government needs something, they drop the requirements down to nothing so that they can attract as many people. They make the barrier to entry very, very low. Just because they need it. They need something right now, and they're like, we don't even care. Okay, you ain't even got to qualify it. Just whoever can do it, do it. And that's what the Somalis did, man. That's what the Somalis did. That's how it happened. But
well, you know what? My new cuz, I'm gonna have to holler at you because I'm on SAM.gov. I just didn't know how to use it.
Yes.
So I have to hit you up. I'm already on there.
Yeah.
And I already got my business on there. I just didn't know what to do. It's very confusing, and maybe we need to get a school group and say, okay, take this whole what we're talking about right here, put it into a school group and say, okay, come on to the school group, and we'll show you how to go on SAM.gov, set your whole account up, create your nonprofit, your profit or nonprofit, whatever it is, get the grants, all that stuff. See, this is the thing. Is that sometimes when we have these like lives, right? We talking about one subject, but I don't care if it veers off to another subject, because like really, I don't give a fuck about Corey Holcomb and Anton. This is just a
I'm trying to make this paper
for real. This is just a way to open up the conversation up to some real money. And bottom line is that somebody said earlier, I didn't get to show this. And and my friend WLL, he was here earlier, and I wish he would have left because I was about to bring him up. And thank you for the super chat. We on Lock Nation. I wanted him to still be here, and I was going to, before I even go any further, because he did give a super chat. Let me go ahead and give him some props.
Before you meditate, what do you concentrate on when you meditate? A $5 bill or?
No, I wouldn't use my powers on such a small amount. As a matter of fact, a lady in my congregation wrote me a note some time ago saying, "Dear Reverend Ike, someone owes me $300. Please pray that this person will give me my $300. And I replied to her, "Lady, I wouldn't waste my prayers on $300. The same faith that it takes to get $300 could bring a few million as well. Because if I prayed for you to get $300, very soon that will be exhausted and you'll be back again wanting me to pray for another $300.
We invented prosperity preaching with Reverend Ike. Reverend Ike was the original prosperity preacher.
But so even what you said with SAMS.gov, because I have an account, we do this a lot in this space. We give advice to the minority, and we act like we can take that same advice and project it to the majority of Black people, right? He's 100% right that people gonna get the SAMS, but 48 million people cannot go get this. Like we always talk to the minority, but we always cast it, and it's not to him. I'm just sitting over this whole conversation. Go spend $2,000 a month on insurance. Like when we hear all of these points that we're hearing, it's for the top 20% to do.
Well,
it's not,
get a trade.
Man, you can
even the trade, like 80. That's what I'm saying. If you look at 38 million people can't go and get a trade. Like I'm telling you, what we have to really find out is
I was homeless and became a truck driver.
I don't know why we keep doing this individual. I don't know why we keep doing this individual one person having success. When we start thinking community,
Either man.
You just asked me not to cut you off while you not finishing. You asked me to be respectful while you finish.
Yeah,
now
and you be respectful and say.
Go ahead, Either Man. Everybody else mute up. Let Either Man say what he got to say. Actually, it was Devin's turn. He wasn't even done. But go ahead, Either Man. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the point that I'm saying is it's no answer for 80% of black people. Because do you know what would happen in this country if 80% of black people stop spending money? Like you don't understand, our economy is not even designed for what they're saying. But it sounds good. Let's tell what we tell the top 10 to 20% and tell those 80 people and just live in this fantasy land. Because that's what we're talking about. Fantasy land, and people stop spending money, stop doing these things, stop, like, it's just not gonna happen.
I was
Let me
homeless and
just
was
give one
able to
example. Let me
save
just
up
give let me
$1,000.
please just give one example. Let me please just give one example.
I thought
All
it was
right.
stomach jam. My bad.
Take anything.
Who got that thing loud as hell? Malik. That's
Somebody
Malik.
getting cussed out.
Malik got to turn off his other browser.
Take any job that you want to do, okay? And any job, right? Any job that you can do. And there are a lot of jobs that you don't need any skills to do, right? And then look up the NAICS code. Then go back to SAM and then do a search under that NAICS code, and it'll show you everybody that the government is paying to do that job, right? My homeboy in Florida, Jewish dude, right? He just bought 2 newspapers. I didn't even know what the NAICS is. 511110, right? So I was just showing him by example, right? I'm like, yo, man, put in 511110. A whole bunch of government contracts from USAID for $24 million. We're talking about writing articles. Yo, that's something ChatGPT can do. ChatGPT can do that for you. And then you sell it back to the government. I mean,
have you got a contract on Sam's.gov like me, sir? Have you got a couple?
Yeah, I work for the VA hospital. I work for Indian Health. I'm about to go to Hawaii. I do the Coast Guard.
What I'm telling you is, you are a special individual. The majority of black people, it's such a complex process that I'm trying to help you understand that most people don't have the mental capacity in the black community to do these things. And I know we want to just, and I'm telling the truth.
Yes,
like,
look up Kizzy, just like on Roots, Kizzy. Look up the sister named Kizzy. Just look up Kizzy government contracting on YouTube, brother. And I listen to this sister every single night when I go to bed, man. She's giving me fresh knowledge every day. I mean, you can look up janitorial work, which is basically anybody can do that, man.
I'm not talking about the job. I'm talking about getting the contract, building the contract. Not, the first thing I seen with government contract, you actually come in too low and you got to pay this money out your pocket now because you bid it. So that's what I'm telling you. Like, this is so much more. And I'm telling the truth that this is so complex that black people can't just go and get no $2 million.
I was there too until I found the USA spending site. Then I found out how much my competitors are charging. Do you know that there are medical equipment maintenance companies that are making $4 million a year from the government? $4 million. And they pay that shit in one check. Yes. You sign the contract, 30 days later, $4 million is in your bank account. Yes.
I know, but hold on, but
let me just say this. Let me someone jam myself. Okay. Didn't he just say the Somalians that can't even fucking speak English?
Thank you.
Are coming over to America and going on doing the same process.
They get
grants. They don't even know how to speak English, and they know how to somehow find a way to get on this thing and do it. Like, what are we talking about?
They get special grants.
But the grants.gov website uses the same system.
I've been on that website.
And they're going to jail. Us black people ain't trying to go to jail. No, look, we got to call this out. They doing it the wrong way. Listen, I'm not advocating for black people to go do this the wrong way. I want black people to do it the right way, and the right way is very complex.
Hey, to the older brother who was talking about the contracts, I know somebody who do that. I couldn't do it though because of my background.
Could you? No, you could. No, it's called if you have a corporation, it don't have to do with your
it don't work like that. Everybody ain't got misdemeanors. No. Everybody ain't got misdemeanors.
No, if you have a company,
and they're not gonna let no class X. No, I'm talking about the government grants, bro.
Between the government grants.
No,
right. The corporation does not reflect the owner. Go to LegalZoom. Go to LegalZoom and get your corporation. It does not reflect the owner. They're not going to ask you for your personal information.
Bro, listen, I've done it.
Okay, it's not worth trying. It's not worth trying, okay? I agree.
I've done it.
It's not worth trying.
No, I've tried it.
You don't have any female that you can like have as a part of your corporation or male.
Hell no.
So
So hell no. So if it fall apart, she can take half?
What? No, that's not business. If you have a business and you say, okay, well, you are.
That's not even my point. I'm doing okay.
That's business. No. That's in contract. You make a contract. You say, listen, I'm going to get this government contract through and this is what you'll get out of it, and that's part of a contract. What are you talking about? It's business. Businesses, they can't take half if you have a contract that says that they'll get this out of the contract.
If it's in her name, she is contractually.
No, there's a contract. If you have a contract that says that, listen, whatever the money is, this is what your cut is. She can't come back and say, I'm gonna take half. What are you talking about? People, listen, us black people.
Hello?
Make up so many excuses. I can hear you. Who says hello? I can hear you. Hello.
I agree with you. I don't even know what you're about to say,
everything that you guys are talking about.
Well, listen, that's not the move for me. I mean, he's giving great advice. The grants, go for it. It is a lot of money in it. I know guys that's doing it. But for me, that's just not the move.
Okay, well, the government. Listen. All it is sitting down at the computer for enough time to fill out the paperwork. Fill out all the information that they're asking you. It's a form. It says it's a bunch of forms. When you get done, you're then on the system. And then when you get done with that, then you're there. It's over with. Then after that, if you don't know what to do, there is stuff on YouTube, all over the internet that shows you how to do this. So it's not about that I'm a felon. Okay, look on YouTube. I'm a felon. How do I get the contract still? Guess what you're going to find out?
Can you hear me?
This is based on your corporation, not your own personal status.
Right.
It's based on
GPT.
They are not officially out of contract.
Yeah. No, you're giving great information for sure.
About individuals. It's about
for sure. I know brothers winning at it. They just wouldn't let me through the gate for some reason. I tried it
brother. A corporation is a person, is a legal person. It's not you. It's a separate person.
I get all of that. I've been through the secure party.
Can I finish my sentence?
Absolutely.
Can I finish? A corporation is a legal person, a legal entity. You go to LegalZoom, you spend your money. That corporation is born, like going to the hospital and having a baby. You put that corporation into sam.gov. Sam does not care who you are. It doesn't. Once you're registered, if Sam says we need somebody to clean the parking lot at the federal building, blah 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 blah, you sit there and you put a competitive bid in. You could put a $30,000 bid in, and then go out and get a half dozen brothers and pay them, full $500 a day. They'll be loving it, and you still end up with 20 grand.
No, I know what you're saying, because I got a buddy. He got the whole city of Chicago, like ice skating rinks, snow plowing. He was trying to give me 25 different locations. He said, but I would need about 30 trucks with snow plows on the front.
Yeah, but you could start. You could do that. You could do the water thing with the steam pressure. Like in the car wash.
Power washing. That's how I started. Right. Yeah, I started power washing in 2008. And I had 3 vans running. I had the whole city of Chicago post offices, Comcast trucks, everything. And that's what led me to open a shop out here doing details. I opened the shop in 2013. And that's what led to my retirement in 2019, because it was just going crazy.
Check it out. I'm on Google right now. I'm gonna go NAICS hydraulic power washing.
Man, I done power wash semis, concrete.
Your code
gas
is
stations.
Your code is 561790. Okay. Now I'm gonna go to sam.gov right here. SAM.gov. GOV. Okay. I'm going to go under the search. You don't even have to be logged in. You go under the search. Okay. I'm going to take your number right here. 561790. I'm going to put it right here. Contract opportunities. All right. And I'm going to put sources sought. That's the type that we're looking for. This is before they even put it out there. They just want to see who can do it, right?
Who can do the job?
Absolutely. Who can do the job? That's right. This is before they even put it up for a bid. So I'm going to say sources sought. All right.
The tricky part going to be the bid, though.
Wait. No, because if you get them at the sources sought part, right, then you're one of the early birds, and then they will tailor it for you. You see, you come to them and you say, hey, man, I got a power washer, blah, 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 and I understand you need all of this stuff done. I want to introduce myself to you, right? And I want to find out exactly what it is that you're about to write this quote for, because I want to fulfill it for you. That's why people miss when they submit, because they wait until it's already up for bid. It was written for somebody else. By the time they put up for bid, they already know who they're going to give it to.
Yes.
Because it comes here. Because it starts here. It starts here at this early stage called sources sought. 561790. Hold on. Don't get me off track. All right, hold on.
And we have ChatGPT that can like do all the stuff, all this stuff.
ChatGPT, yes, ChatGPT will educate. All right, look. Snow and ice removal services in Owing Mills, Maryland, support of the 99th Readiness Division. Snow and ice removal services in Alexandria, Virginia. Snow and ice removal services in Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, in support of 99th Readiness Division. CIMR duct cleaning and sanitation sources sought. J. Black STP. Dude, there are 9
None
results.
of that is power washing.
It doesn't matter, yo.
It's in the winter. No, it doesn't.
You know what's so crazy? What's so crazy? Hold on. You know what's so crazy? Do you know that you can like get that contract?
No contract. Contracts start coming out. I did it for 13.
Listen, do you know you can get that contract and then source it out to another company?
Yes, that's the thing to do.
Like you don't even have to be the one that does it. You guys are
do that work.
Out your own mind.
Yep.
You don't have to be the one that does it. Once you get the contract, you can then sub it out to someone else.
Now, check it out. Now I'm on usaspending.gov, 561790, right? I'm doing the search. All right, we're going to go fiscal year 26, 25, 24, and this is stuff that's already been awarded.
What's up?
And then you can see how much other people have already gotten paid to do the same type of job. And you know what, brother? It's going to be a lot more money than you think. And that's what they're talking about when they talk about the $500 hammer and the $2,000 toilet seat. Yo, it's like that. It's like that. You'd be surprised, man. And that's not an illegal thing, man. The price of something is what someone is willing to do it for, and someone is willing to pay for it. The United States government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the world. That's a fact, yo. All right, now look, here we go. KBR services. Man, look. 95 million.
Can you present your screen?
Yes, can I share it?
Yeah, share it. Go ahead and share your screen.
How do you do that?
We need to know this. This
Look at the bottom of the screen, the bottom of the page. Yo.
Image file. Oh, share screen. Here we go. You got to see this, man. This is ridiculous. You got to see this. All right, now hold on.
Because my brother still do the ice skating rinks in Chicago.
I'm sorry, you're
Chicago. You know what I mean?
Honey Malik, your audio is
brother.
Y'all see this?
Hold on, let me read it.
Y'all see this?
Okay, I see it.
Zoom in, so you like hit the plus.
$95,348,000 for steam cleaning. $83 million for steam cleaning. $5 million for steam cleaning. Yo, man. And look, if you think I'm bullshit, click on what it says and it'll tell you that. Okay? Department of Defense, blah, 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 blah. Waste management, remediation, maintenance, repair, blah, 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 maintenance, repair. I don't even know why it's coming there. All right. The first paycheck was a $4 million paycheck right there. That was the first paycheck, yo.
And if you can't do it, you can with that first $4 million you get, you can hire another company to do it, sub it out for like what, $2 million, and then or get like get another company, and then you get like $2 million. You walk away with $2 million. They had to do nothing, but just manage the process.
That's right. I mean, and people are doing it all over the place. And another thing you're going to notice when you look at these company names, you're going to say, damn, man, I never heard of these companies, right? I never heard of these companies. Yeah, because when people do business with the government, they charge the government so much money that one of the rules is that the government says that you can't charge the civilian world less than you charge the government. Okay, so start a new company, and that company only works for the government. And then you set the prices where you want. You see what I'm saying? Start a separate companies just for government, just for the government, right? And then you set your prices at what you want. Ross Perot, the richest man in America that ran for president, all of his money came from government contracts.
Elon Musk, same thing, bro. Elon Musk, NASA, all that stuff is all 100%. Any corporation is pretty much, that's how they're making their money, period. It don't have nothing to do with you being a felon, because the corporation is its own entity. Once you become a corporation, especially if you're a multi-party LLC or corporation, you're not an individual anymore. The corporation is its own entity, so therefore you don't have to worry about being a felon no more. That's how you get around it.
Donald Trump said sam.gov.
Yep.
Isn't Donald Trump a felon right now? Do you think he does not, if he were to leave being the president, do you think he can still build buildings and get money from the government? Yes, he can. Because people like him know the system in and out. We're the only ones behind the ball. Even people that come over from Africa, we want to complain. Oh, these immigrants are coming over here taking things, and they're doing this. Well, no, they figure out what's going on. They learn the system, and they exploit it. We're the only ones, like that one guy that was up here. Well, most of us black people don't have enough money to do anything. We don't know what to do. Well, do you have a computer, and can you type in and fill in a form, sir? Do you have like $200? No, actually, if you certain states, you don't have to pay that much to actually form a corporation. I know in Texas $300, but can you form a corporation?
You can go on Google Zoom, LegalZoom, and get it. I don't know, you get it for less than that. I mean,
if you don't,
there you go. You don't need no money to do that.
No, a lot of this that's being said is the same thing that Anton Daniels preached.
Now, if you don't want, say, if you don't want to be
anything more than most people, okay. What the hell,
brother? If you don't want to be a what?
No, I was saying, say if you don't want to do, the U.S. government, you want to go, SAM or USspending.gov. There's 7 million trade jobs that are currently at this moment available. A good amount of those trade jobs will teach you on. They have on-the-job learning. They will help you get all the necessary certifications that you need. They will help you if you want to get this job. So when brothers come up here and saying that, well, that's only not everybody can do that, and I'm over here like. I was using wood to cook. I was homeless. I was using wood to cook my meals, and I was able to save up at least $1,000 just so I could go to truck driving school.
Honey, schools will hire you, and they'll pay your school without you having to even pay for it. They need truck drivers so bad. They're like, they will just bring you in. I know a person that had a murder charge. Okay, got out of the penitentiary for murder and became a truck driver.
The thing is, the needs of the government's needs change every day, and depending on how bad they need something, that's how easy they're going to make it for you to get.
Yep.
That's how when all the
yeah.
immigrants came in, the immigrants have children. The immigrants have children. The children need daycare. So the government said, we're going to lower the barrier of entry for daycare. Now, anybody and their mama could just fill in the application. And if you got a building to put daycare, bam, here go your money. Somalis jumped on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Max. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. No, I learned it like, shoot, I'm about to go up on here and look. I could find me some government contracts for truck driving.
All you gotta do is you have a corporation, an LLC. LLC
yes,
is the easiest thing to make. Okay,
I got a corporation, LLCs, and a holding company, and all that's being protected by a trust.
And listen, you go on sam.gov and just fill out the. And here's another thing. If you are a minority-owned business, right? They will give you a special leg up in front of everybody.
Yes.
And that's why I say also, if you have a female, you could be minority and female owned, and then you get a special a step up and get you higher up in that. And then veteran.
Wait. My word to the wise. My word to my people. 8A is how you declare your company minority owned. 8A. However, right now we got Trump in office and they're attacking the 8A program. Headset, the Department of War guy, he's going after 8A. Wait, and once you get 8A certified, you only got 9 years to use it. So wait until a Democrat gets back in office, then file your 8A.
Oh, so don't tell them that you're minority owned.
Don't even trip on that right now. Because the blood is in the water, and we got Trump and company. They're just looking to jump on something and take it away from us. Wait until the Democrat gets into office, then jump on your 8A. Because the Democrat president is going to open up a lot more for the 8A companies.
And honestly, that's one of the reasons why I have not been on sam.gov trying to do anything, because I was like, man, I'm not going to get no contracts based on what's going on right here.
But don't go 8A.
But I'm already on sam.gov and I'm already signed up, but I just don't know what to do now. I did all that stuff and I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? Because I ain't gonna lie, the website is kind of intimidating.
It is. It's intense. It's complicated, right? But just make it a habit. First thing in the morning, get your coffee, turn on sam.gov and just do a little scroll. And you're going to find new stuff that wasn't there last week, right? You're going to find new stuff. And think about it, right? Any job in the world, every job in the world has an NAICS code. Every job, okay? From floor sweeping, every job. So it doesn't have to be trucking. If you're a trucker, put in trucking. But once you search all of the trucking, put in, say whatever, man, whatever. Cleaning public water fountains. Who does that? Okay, and you get to keep all the coins and shit that people throw in there too. But whatever, man. There's everything that can be done, the government will pay you to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's called sam.gov. Let me put it up there.
I tell you, I'm
fraud. Somebody says fraud. What's fraudulent about it?
Well, they can say what they want to. I'm like this with me. I'm just speaking about myself and my children. I'm glad that we're combat veterans and we're 100% total and permanently disabled, and we ain't got to do a damn thing but wake up in the morning.
Bro, you got 100%.
Man,
oh my Lord!
All my partners.
I'm at 10%, but honey, I tried to do that, but you know what?
All my partners, man.
You listen, that right there is hard to get. Let me tell you.
That's it.
That's me. That's my daughter and my son.
So you got no property tax for the rest of your life?
None of that. Nor my children. My son.
So all of my friends got the same thing, 100%, 80%.
My son has a duplex, right?
Yeah.
He has a duplex that's registered at his legal residence, so he don't pay property taxes on it. And the rent he charging pays for everything as of the property. You know where he's at right now?
What's that?
He's in Guam with his wife because his wife is active duty.
Brother, let me tell you something. go to the small business administration, SBA.gov, right? Service related disability veteran owned business. You get more set asides than anybody.
I know this, but then when you got somebody like me that has been deemed by the psychiatric department as homicidal and suicidal, I am non-employable.
Like I said, just like they said for the people that's in the that got out of prison.
Hold on, now, it's different. Hold on.
If you have a corporation, it doesn't matter what you are deemed as.
Oh, okay. All that sounds real cute, but it's different. I know how the VA works.
It does not sound real cute. It
hey,
is
step on my foot.
exactly
Man.
what
Pass
it
some
is.
disabilities off on me, man.
Right.
Step on my feet. Let me get. Hey, you can spend 10%,
bro.
you
Okay, you say so. Like I said, I know how it works.
Just hit the keys to my truck. Just roll over my foot.
Just like they give it to you after Iraq and Afghanistan, you end up. Well, I got this corporate. Are you paying taxes? Is it you a part of a tax paying whatever? There you go. See me. That's the reason I didn't have a monetized YouTube channel. I was like, you can send me doggone cash apps. I'm good with that. As long as it don't go over $14,000 a year, I don't have to pay taxes on it. That's non-taxable income. Right. I know how to save my ass.
You're in retirement age. I'm still young, and I still got time.
Okay, baby.
We gonna have a conversation because I need.
So what's a 411 on some health? Sure, I need some health care that I can use internationally. Anyone y'all?
You're a VA international.
Yeah, we doggone get it worldwide, health and dental.
I know you do because when me and my friend got food poisoning, we was in Thailand. I'm over there paying out of pocket. He's over there just smiling and feet up. Everything.
Let me show y'all something. Hold on. Let me show y'all something real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all something. Because here's the thing, like bump all this Anton Daniel.
My bad. We was in the Philippines.
Real stuff, okay. Listen. I want y'all to know that my channel has covered everything you could think of. Okay. I even have a person that I interviewed about getting the benefits. Okay, and this is the thing. I've interviewed everybody underneath the sun. Okay, I have talked to anybody you could think of about any subject you could like put in your mind to. It's on my channel. 2,200 different interviews of different people. And there's a lady. Hold on, let me find her. Hold on, let me see. Watch when I find it.
Okay, so you look. Well, while you looking for her, let me holler at this brother here, man. During the doggone Iraq campaign, if you would have got with Brown and Root to drive trucks from one doggone green zone to a fob here, a fob there, and you got overhead cover from helicopters and all that because you're a civilian, bro, you would have been making $400,000 a year as a truck driver.
I know. I tore both of my ACLs and my ass was bedridden at home.
Man, and the thing about it is, from what I remember, the first $80,000 is a gimme. They only tax you over the first 80 or 120,000. They tax everything above that. So I'm like, well, hell, I'll take that.
I was working with my auntie. I was pissed off.
You could sub out the
You had people that worked at the post office. You had doggone people that worked at the post exchange at the PX. They was getting stupid paid. And we over there like, we some goofies. We out here getting shot at, and they in a green zone. They be here for a year and they done bought their house.
I was like this for a whole entire year. I was just mad for a whole entire year.
I mean, you was mad. I was mad too. Every time I went over there, I'm like, I can't get out. I'm already committed. And you got these civilians over here. They're working in something called an MWR. That's morale, recreation, and welfare. And You know what I'm saying? And that's supposed to be for us to have good times with ping pong tables, and they got the little, almost like a club and the DJ and the boo boo boo, all this here. And I was sick. I was sitting here like I could have been DJing for the Army and been getting paid.
Now listen, guys, listen. This is how cold my channel is, and I don't think that y'all, people are just not coming across it. And I want to let y'all know this is how vast. Let me show you this real quick. I'm gonna show you a little bit of like this interview. This is should you file for disability? What most veterans don't know, and this was on my channel. This is and I interviewed Claims by Heart 1 year ago. Right, it only got 1,000 views. I'm like, damn, I would have thought more veterans would have been looking for this, but they didn't. So, but here's the thing. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna play it real quick so you can just see like the things that I've been on this channel doing. Like really.
Hello.
Yeah,
hello.
but when you talk about helpful stuff, they ain't trying to hear that.
Like, man, you look very young.
Tired. I know I look really young. That's the curse of my grandma, but I take it. I am turning 60 years old, and they will if they come to the housing and request Section 8 housing, they go to the top of the list. The veterans do, and they're not privy of this information, so it's such a huge disconnect. So they don't know what's available to them, and what's available isn't searching for that homeless veteran either.
Exactly, and so I think it's important for services like yours that exist. So explain. So you left the military. You came in as an officer. You also had your own struggle, with retiring and moving on, where they were trying to. The military is so brutal when it comes to benefits and the things that you're due. Yeah.
So on my transition out, I made major. I did not want to stay because the previous year, I was the general secretary, so I had a very prestigious job. And my boss was a full bird colonel. And the previous year, they had told him he could not get out. So this scared me because I knew next year was my turn to put my paperwork in to retire. And I managed to put it in, and I got my papers. I was excited. And then I came down on the major list to be promoted to major. And I said, no, I don't want that. I want to leave. And so I'm not sure what they thought in their minds of things that somebody could convince me, but they sent down this full bird African-American colonel to speak to me. And in her words, she told me that no one turns down field grade. And it wasn't a great idea what I was going to do, as if they had been in my shoes before and experienced what I had experienced. So I says, no, I'm not doing that. I turned it down. I left, and someone decided to change my paperwork. So I was on a path not to receive money for 2 years, and I didn't even know. So once I had gotten out, at the same time, I was married again, and I had been married to this gentleman for about a year, and he had ran up $150,000 in debt. And because I didn't want to fight, I just wanted to be left alone. I said, let's just divorce. You go your way, I go mine, and I'm not going to fight you. I just want to be left alone. And I ended up with $150,000 debt. So in my retirement, I had to give all my retirement money to this debt that had mounted up and try and survive at the same time. And that's how I ended up with the homeless portion. And I ran out of money, and only to find out later that somebody had went in and changed my paperwork.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you ended up homeless?
I sure did. Yep, I was homeless.
And let's talk about the homeless vets. A lot of homeless vets out here. So let's talk about how
you get a Chapter 35, and Chapter 35 paid $1,500 to them while they were going to school, and that was the extra money that I was able to get at that time after the school force.
So now you're ready to leave, right? And was it certain things that paperwork was something you were supposed to do and you didn't do?
I did all the paperwork. That's the thing.
But they wrote it in wrong. The paperwork was still wrong. Wink, wink, right?
I personally did my own paperwork because I already knew what I wanted to do. And someone went in afterwards and changed it. That's where what happened. So I didn't look to find out who. I really didn't care. I just took it as, a struggle that God had set for me. But
and let me just go. Like she went through homelessness. She went through all this different stuff. So here's the thing. When it really comes down to it, she left the military, came back, and then she was a field grade officer. Let me just go into this whole thing. Let's go. Let me see.
Even though you are out the military, on that piece of paper, you are able to be recalled. So when COVID happened, guess what happened to me? Almost. I was called up on a phone and they told me that you are more likely coming back.
What?
Yeah,
Are you
tired?
what from retirement? You know what? I got a letter like that before back
No,
when I
it was
was.
a phone call. It was a phone call.
Oh, okay.
They called me and told me that I was. That's why they keep your phone number so they can be in contact with you. Yes, they know where
Generals
you
never retired. We never
And
retired.
they called me and told me that, and they said, so it's almost like an alert warning to let you know, and then you'll get following instructions. You'll get some paperwork for you to go wherever it is you're supposed to go. And
so you could be in the middle of life.
Yep.
Bills, you can have a house, everything, and it's just like, you know what? Nope, you got to go to Iraq, and you got to pick up your stuff and it's drop like that. And go.
When you sign your contract in the military, nobody reads all those pages. Right. But at the end of the pages, you are theirs for life. So after you get out, so I'm still governed to military judicial system. So if I go out and do something and they want to bite at it, they can get a bite at it. That's what people don't realize. They still have the right to take action upon you.
Can you explain that a little bit, please?
I'm not the attorney part of this, but I do.
On the layman terms part.
Yeah, but so when you leave the military, your conduct is subject to. So say you're driving, you get a DUI, and you end up killing so many people or whatever, and the civilian sector, for some reason, you may have kind of got brushed, somebody got tapped on the hand or whatever. The military can still come behind them and punish you. Their law has nothing to do with the land of the law here. It's different. So you can be punished twice.
The UCMJ.
Realize that,
even after you get out, even after you serve your time.
If you do something to defame the military in a way that they wanted to come after you, they will. They don't often do it, but they have the right to.
I'm trying to figure out why nothing happened to True now.
That happened to my partner.
Go ahead. You just making now you're telling the truth. Now you're making me
You're saying that happened to you?
No, I said that happened to my partner. He was, I think his, he just got his DD 214.
214.
Yeah, 214. My bad. The 214, and he actually he got a God, what was it? A distribution. No, it was possession with intent to distribute. And right after the court was finished with his ass, the military came on. What's up, bro?
What?
Answer some questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Because he was a month out. He was a month out, and they was doing a investigation on it, and that investigation did go like he was serving while they was doing their investigation.
CID was up in his little you dig. I understand that. I understand that. Now, had he went a little bit longer and he was going to the VA and he was telling them that, he was self-medicating with the puff, not anything above that, but the puff. He could have beat that case, because I know a chick that, she beat a case like that in Texas, because for what he got
caught with 6 different substances.
See, that's what I'm saying. She got caught strictly with weed, and the weight that it was that she got caught with, it was considered trafficking or whatever they call it, but her doggone medical records and all of the other stuff from the psychs at the VA said that she was smoking that much due to PTSD because she was self-medicating, and she ended up beating that case.
But
and on top of that, she ended up getting a job at the VA. I'm like, girl.
Hold on, but the point is, you always taking off the subject or whatever. I'm just saying is that if you in the military and you get pulled over and something go down, you could go to jail in regular, and then they can also take you to jail in the
But military. That's if you're
don't mess up now. Pete Headsack in the office. Don't mess up your if you bought some stuff, guys, take it back. Pete Headsack in the office.
So when you leave, you're still a representative of the military. I'm getting a paycheck from the military. So the only time you don't get a paycheck from the military is when you go to jail. They take your money away from you when you go to jail. But when y'all like your disability money, they take it away from you when you go to jail. When you come out, you can apply for it to get it back.
Wow. Wow.
That in that situation.
But it's a time limit on it.
Costs you a little bit more.
Huh? Is there a time limit on it?
Yeah, you have to be incarcerated 61 days. Then they take all your benefits away.
Right. So, all right. So let's go.
Yeah, I know that because I got incarcerated 11 years ago. Dumb shit.
Their wife or their spouse were my short-term plan, and then if I had to go when I deployed, I have a long-term plan at that point.
For your kid, yeah. And
you get your benefits, or let us transition you to help you. Because I mean, it's a scary thing to leave the military and not have a plan. But I say you should just. It's difficult. So what I do is I get with my veteran and I sit down and we talk about everything that's happened to you. So for a person to get started, they would have to have their military records. If they don't, I can order them. Their DD-214. And if they've ever filed before, because some people try and they've gotten denial letters, I ask for those because if I'm able to overturn them, I'll fight for back pay money for you. My highest person has gotten $96,000. And yes, that's one person. That person got $96,000.
So, by the way, her thing is claims by heart, and she does claims. So, anybody that's trying to do a military claim and get their benefits, she helped me to get like my little 10%. But I just didn't have enough, and I try to do it myself and everything. But she is good. Let me tell you something, because I tried to do it myself, and that shit got declined. You know what I'm saying? But I'm about to go right back to her because let me tell you something. It was no question. It got put.
It's 2 homes as long as they are 25 miles.
You said you had something on healthcare, getting like healthcare.
Yeah, well, I can explain all that if I'm allowed.
Well, for non-military healthcare.
Okay, wait a minute. Did he? Were you in the military?
No, I was not in the military.
Okay, well, I can't give you any advice then. It's
right,
and I don't say that to be facetious or anything. It's
No, I understand because like if I I'm definitely going to send this video to a couple of my couple of my homies who are vets and everything. And so
now sis, let me put you on to something.
I bought one 2020 in Cleburne, Texas, and I just bought the other one the 8th of May. And I'm renting out the Cleburne one to pay the mortgage where I'm at now because the mortgage rates are so high.
And based on what you told me in this whole thing, I own 2 houses right now. So what happens is as long as they're like far apart enough, you get your first VA loan, and then you can like get that one. And then as long as the houses are far apart and you have a reason, they will also let you get another house. And trust me, it's very hard when you get a VA loan. You have to be an asshole to get out of that because they will try everything and they can to keep you in that house, both of them. So trust me, I've been struggling my damn self, and they have been. Man, it's a blessing.
Same thing. I did the same
well, the thing
on your certificate.
I'll wait.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So that's something. You also have you at the 10%, you can have $5,000 off the property taxes, which is they take it off the value of the home, lowering the property taxes. So you would file that with
not in Illinois,
in Tarrant County, Johnson County, whoever you're with, Dallas County, and do that. As you go up in increments, 30, you add your dependents on, and you get more money because you have dependents. 50 is the sweet spot; you get everything there. 50, you get the medical, full medical coverage with prescriptions free. You also get fishing license free. You get your DV tags on your car. You can park at both airports for free with the DV tags on your car only. You must pull a ticket. And when you leave, present it to the cashier and you don't have to pay at the airports, either one. Also, with the DV tags on your car, you can go into state parks for free. And your vehicle registration will only cost you sometimes free, $11. $3 or $11, and that's for the rest of your life for that one vehicle.
Wow.
Most people are paying, I think it's like $80 for their registration. I don't know. I haven't paid it in so long. I don't know how much it is. And so then it goes up to at 50, you get $7,500 off your property value and your taxes. Then the next level is $10,000, and then 80 to 90 is $12,000. 90, excuse me, is $12,000 off your property value, lowering it to there. Now, the nice thing about that is, say both of you are veterans. Say you have 40%, your husband has 7%. You both get to claim each other as your dependents. And you both claim kids as dependents. Yeah, they let you do that. So you get more money, both of you. So one of my husband and wife client of mine, the wife gets $4,500 a month, and she claims him, and he gets $4,000, and he claims her. So
this is the type of stuff that military people don't even realize is going on. I'm going to do a whole show, and I hope that Devin will be there with me to do this show, discussing the benefits that go on with the VA. Maybe we should and also I want to also, Devin, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes. Yo, we could do this on a regular basis. Seriously. We can do this on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly, because I really think a lot more of us, especially Black veterans, we need to get into this. We need to start taking this money. People are taking money in silence all around us, man, every year. Millions of dollars. DevinLockett.com. Look me up. DevinLockett.com. All of my contact information is there. The email info@DevinLockett.com. Everything is on the website. And look me up on YouTube. Look at the Devin Lockett channel too. I go live, teach stuff,
That's the website right here. This is my little. That's my cousin. I got a cousin. My little Lockett cousin. Listen to my cousin, okay?
That's it.
And I swear, you look like my father. This was crazy. You look like my father. I swear to goodness, we are definitely there. Listen, when I get up off of here, now, do you know about my father was in New Jersey, right?
Yeah, 3 children.
Do you know you're from New Jersey? Like New Jersey?
We got family in New Jersey. Look at this dude, 49ers fan.
I know we have to be related, because I'm like, bro, Lockett is not a regular last name, and here's the Lockett crest. And I heard that the Locketts were like a certain group of people from the UK. I'm gonna do a whole show about the Locketts, because I'm like, I know that there's something about this. I'm about to do me.
Man, y'all Locketts ain't special.
Yes, we are. We are. Family crest right there. I'm excited. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But yes, please check out his website. It's Devin Lockett. He knows a lot about it.
And what was the other website you said? It was like Black American Party.
BlackAmericanParty.com, brother.
BlackAmericanParty.com. Got it. Check it
Black
out. You say
American Party.
Black American Party. Okay.
Are you starting your own party, like a group, or
no.
It's a book that you have coming out. Okay.
Yes. I'm
going to have to interview you. I'm going to have to interview a whole thing about just what you got going on, because
thank you.
I'm so proud of what you were doing, because I've been trying to find somebody like you that I can work with and do some real it's one thing to just talk about this and that, but I want to have solutions. I want to be able to have a person to say, okay, this is how you get past this.
It's not about who's tough or who's the punk. It's not about none of that. It's not about left. It's not about right. It's not about liberal. It's not about conservative. It's about that paper.
Thank you. I'm glad that someone agrees with me finally. I'm like, dude,
paper.
The money is the money at? Why are we always talking about what, you know what I'm saying? Yes, where is the money at? Because right now in this situation, money is getting scarce. It's getting tough. It's getting hard. But what do we do to get past all that?
But I got some veterans information for y'all.
Okay.
Now, if you are having issues and you've been going to see psych or group or whatever, you could go into the VA hospital on the 5th floor or the 4th floor, whichever one applies, for 2 weeks. After you go up there for 2 weeks, you come down to the regional office and you fill out paperwork for something called paragraph 29. And you also fill in right in there, you want your benefits upgraded because the comp and pen evaluation was wrong. And after that circles around, first and foremost, 2 months later, you're going to get a check for 100% just because you was in the rubber room for 2 weeks. And they will give you an upgrade to whatever percentage that you own.
I can talk to you too about that because I'm not gonna get in the room.
No, you ain't got to consult YouTube. I'm telling you how it work. Okay, that's how it goes.
You know listen, I
Paragraph 29.
I got like my 10%, and I tried to.
Okay.
I tried to do my own little putting my own papers in, and honey, it all got denied. And I said,
okay, that's what happened. You tried to do it yourself.
Okay, like even claims by heart, honey, if she want like 2,000, I'm like, I'm struggling. I ain't got 2,000. So
okay, sis, I know. Okay, sis, I feel your struggle. I feel you, but there are vets out here that are true to the heart for other vets, and they're going to give you the information for free. Just like I said, if someone is having issues, PTSD, whatever, they go up there for 2 weeks, take a little vacation.
Lord.
And then after you get done with that 2-week vacation, you fill out that paragraph 29 paperwork and you apply for an upgrade, and you are going to get a minimum of a 20% bump to your benefits number. Take that to the bank. I'm telling you what I know.
Crazy house for 2 weeks. Okay, I don't know about that. Okay.
Yeah, and it ain't even like that. See, what you do is this is what you do. You go up there, you go up there the first of the month.
Is it co-ed?
And you out by the 15th, because see, the junkies, they go up there like the 20th, because they done doggone shot up all their VA money, and they need doggone someplace to stay until the next payday. So that's when you get the indigents up in there.
Child,
if you go up there, you'll see, you'll be like, damn, Leonard was right.
That's great. I'm not trying to do that. That's well.
And there you go. Not trying to do that. Hey,
no, I got kids. I'm a mother. I can't be leaving my kids for 2 weeks. Okay, so
I understand. I understand all that.
Plan with kids. What do you do when you got kids? Like, leave
okay,
them
okay, I understand all that. I'm just saying, if you find yourself, if you find yourself in a sweet spot where you can do that, you bust that move and bump up your benefits. That's our money.
Did Trump just finalize his deal to Greenland?
I don't know about all that. I ain't even think about Trump. That's our money.
No, I just got a notification. That's why.
Okay, I'm like, I don't give a D Twizzle's my nizzle. He don't get no bizzle. But I ain't thinking about Trump right now. This is our money. See, I tried to explain that to ex-wife, mother of our son. She got all on the. I said, okay, never mind. I'm gonna leave it alone. I know when to shut the hell up.
All right,
now
so
she all you know, she retired first sergeant, E8, right?
Mm-hmm. But listen. I want to
she feeling some type of way because she only getting 20% from the VA, and I'm like, okay. When I tried to coach you through, but your anger for me clouded your vision. Well, fine. You keep going on girls' trips, and I'm gonna keep sitting here on my hind parts getting what I'm getting.
Okay. All right, this is not going to be like the VA, how to get over on the VA. Listen,
it's not a get over thing at all. It's not. The main thing is you had to deploy. Now, if you don't have a deployment under your belt, the minimum you should be getting is 50%. Wow. The minimum.
Wow.
But
you see what I'm saying?
before we get into this, I want to just do this because we have been so we've been here, and I don't like I want to make this real quick, right?
Okay. Hey, I'm done.
And I want to get into this because we as people, and I was going to do this anyway. Let's talk about psychological operations, right? Let's talk about psyops, okay? Anton Daniels, ICE, immigration. All these things are psychological operations. And I was going to do this at the end of like the Anton Daniels thing to bring awareness to how to know when you're in a psychological operation, psyop, okay? Because a lot of times what's going on is that in this situation, and we don't even understand what's even happening, right? So let me like play this right quick for you guys, and then because it's one thing to like just talk about things and just not really break down what's really happening, and I want you guys to talk about it. Let's have a conversation about this real quick, before I like even stop the show and end it. I want to bring awareness to psychological operation and how you can know when you're in one. Okay.
Yeah, 37 Foxtrot.
Let's go.
Whether or not their president's a crook.
Right.
Not a crook.
We are in the midst of a serious financial crisis, and the federal government is responding with decisive action.
I know that the American people share my deep belief that if a danger exists in the world, it is a danger shared by all.
We need to actually
Yeah.
public health measures.
You can't look at that television and say, nothing happened on the 6th.
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
I spent 20 years in the U.S. military. I'm a behavior expert. I've trained PsyOps. I'm the best-selling author in behavioral psychology. I want to show you exactly how to identify what we call engineered reality, or what some people call PsyOps. At the end of this, I'm going to give you a tool that's literally going to give you a score out of 100 that shows you how likely something is to be a PSYOP. Let's do this. So the first thing you need to know is following the FATE model: focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. This is what triggers the mammalian part of our brain that makes all of our real decisions. The first part is focus. PSYOPs always aim to hijack your attention with repetition, shocking visuals of fear-inducing scenarios. Some examples are like 24/7 media coverage of a crisis, or constant repetition of terms like unprecedented. So with this, pause and ask, why is this message being pushed so aggressively? So compare how much airtime different stories are receiving and note any disproportionate focus. The second part here is authority. Trusted figures might shift their tone or positions unnaturally to support the narrative. So watch very closely for expert panelists or endorsements where authority figures might speak outside of their expertise. Pay close attention to that one. Then we have tribe. So messages that polarize opinions or create stark in-groups versus out-groups, or exploit our tribal instincts. For example, labeling groups as patriots versus traitors, or scientific versus deniers. Be very careful when you hear that language. Finally, we have emotion. So be wary of any communication that triggers strong emotions like fear, hope, or outrage without any clear, verifiable evidence. So emotional responses suppress critical thinking. Emotional responses suppress critical thinking. So as a tip here, analyze the evidence that's presented to you. If facts are replaced by appeals to emotion, you need to be very, very cautious. As an example of this, think about like a news channel repeatedly showing images of empty grocery shelves and panicked shoppers during a food supply scare. It dominates every broadcast and it pushes people into fear-driven behavior. Next, question novelty. Our brains are wired to focus on sudden or unusual changes because they signal potential threats or opportunities. And this is an evolutionary survival mechanism. PsyOps exploit this by creating events that break normal expectations, like unexpected crises or dramatic revelations. So ask yourself, why is this new? So consider if the event or somebody's message has been artificially manufactured or timed. Look for patterns like sudden shifts in public opinion, trending hashtag that are unusual, or viral videos that seem very coincidental. So for this one, just picture a new viral video just claims to expose a government cover-up, but it conveniently comes out the exact same day that there's some damaging evidence against some high-ranking official. The timing shifts public focus. All of this is part of the NCI system I developed for teaching tradecraft and extreme psychological operations. And there's even a gigantic textbook for all of this stuff in the description. Definitely not for everybody, but it's definitely the most comprehensive guide in the world on this stuff. So next item, look for multiple sources. Centralized narratives create echo chamber, and they silence dissent, and they narrow perspectives. For example, if all media outlets present identical talking points, it is a humongous red flag. So actively seek out contrarian or independent voices, even if they challenge something that's already in your head. In reality, an example, during a maybe breaking health crisis, all the major news outlets report on the exact same study, but independent researchers reveal the study was funded by a company selling the solution. So watch for that group speak. Next is identify cognitive dissonance weapons. Let's talk about how this works. So cognitive dissonance comes up when new information clashes with our identity or our beliefs. So PsyOps exploit the hell out of this by including micro agreements. Micro agreements are little, small, seemingly harmless concessions to shape your identity. And over time, you're going to unconsciously align your behavior to reduce that internal conflict.
I'm sorry. If anyone wants to say anything while this is saying, just say pause. But I mean, based on this, does anyone want to comment on this so far?
Nah, that's good. This is good. This is good stuff. This is good information.
Okay.
Good evening, Americans. Proud Americans. The man in High Castle agrees with this segment of the program. I'm going to be quiet.
Yep.
And as a weaponization example of this, a PSYOP might present you as a part of moral or intelligent enlightenment, like only good citizens do XYZ. If you disagree with that, you risk some identity conflict there. So
yo.
Your identity
One
and ask, am I
short
being
pause.
nudged to
Pause.
identify with some other group? So be very.
The PSYOP that we need to look at right now is that George Soros is behind the whole resurgence of the so-called Black Panther Party. They're trying to drag Black Americans into this anti-ICE, and that ain't got nothing to do with us. That is not our problem.
Oh yeah, that guy. There's a guy that came out of nowhere. They said he was an FBI agent. Have you heard about that?
You know, he probably is, because he was a wannabe blood back in the day, and all kind of. It smells definitely like an agent. Definitely,
He didn't come out of nowhere with this whole we're gonna join. Because I think that they really want Black people to get into this whole.
They want us in the streets. Yes.
They want us in the streets fighting, and so he's coming out in Philadelphia like, we need the Black Panthers are down with it, and what?
Didn't I think it was the granddaughter, if I remember correctly, saying that she's gonna she's basically suing the guy from the new Black Panthers parties, whatever.
There you go.
Because
right, so all right.
Hugh Newton's granddaughter. Yep. Yeah. I would like to add on to is that what Mr. Lockett had just said. George Soros, he's the founder of a non-government organization called the Open Society Foundation. And he also sponsors this so-called abolitionist group, this New Age abolitionist group called Harriet's Wildest Dreams.
Oh.
See, it didn't work out that way in 2025, where Americans who are indigenous to this land, Black folks, went outdoors, started to scramble. It didn't work out. They're trying it again. And again, it's an experiment.
Yep. That's a fact. They're trying to pull us into that, man, and we ain't got nothing to do with it. You know, the Bible says the meek shall inherit the earth, and the literal translation of it is that the soldiers who keep their swords in their sheath will, you know, go out into the battlefield after everybody's dead and get everything. You know, collect everything that all the dead people left.
Right. That's what the real meaning is.
That's what the real meaning is. Well, it's time for us to be the meek. It's time for us to pop our popcorn and just watch the show from inside.
Right. But you know what? I've gotten into so many arguments on my channel because I'm like, okay, when I talk about this whole situation with ICE, I'm like, okay, I think that this is kind of dangerous because of the way that this police force has been operating. And I get like so much pushback, you know, oh, well, we should just, I get it. Yeah, we shouldn't care. But I'm saying is that we have to also be watching this because this could be something that could easily turn against us. And then it could be the new police force and federal police. That's what I've been saying, but I get so much pushback from different people. So, I believe the same thing. Is like, yeah, we shall inherit the earth, but also make sure that it does not be a thing where to fight against this new police force that has been formed that has carte blanche to like do whatever they want to do, and now they're attacking us. That's the only part I'm afraid
That's
of.
what it is. They're trying to get us. It's a psyop too, right? Because even with ICE is a psyop because they're trying to get us accustomed to the idea of militarization of our streets, right? And
Militarization of the police force, exactly.
That's
And
right. Militarization of
exactly.
but you see, the thing is, right? Israel's about to kick it off against Iran. Our troops ain't going to want to fight. Okay, I would imagine 40-50% of our troops are not going to want to go and fight for Israel and Iran. They're going to implement a draft, and they're probably going to start some kind of a BS foreign legion to try to give a pathway to citizenship to all of these military age people that they let in the country during the Biden administration.
Right.
Service guaranteed citizenship.
Right, as a pathway.
That was what is it? Starship Troopers.
The new selective services.
And that's
Yeah, that was the movie.
And see, like I said, people in the back chat was like hitting me up. This is the wrong TV. You're talking about the black man. I'm like, no, bro. Trust me, I know what's gonna get back to this because ain't no black man gonna only just be sitting here the 100% of the time talking about Anton Daniel. This is gonna go into a whole other conversation that's going to feed into what real black men need to be talking about, what they need to be thinking about, how we should be actually looking at things. Let me continue this video.
Be careful of any campaigns that are asking for seemingly minor commitments. They're like signing petitions, changing your profile picture that evolves into some bigger compliance or demand later. As an example of this, let's say a company launches an ad campaign and they claim real patriots buy local. If you disagree with their product, it feels like rejecting your identity as a patriot. So this pushes you to conform. Be very, very skeptical about those identity statements. Next is looking for those emotional scripts. And what I mean by this is the scripts that were written in our brains by our ancestors. So manipulated narratives trigger instincts like the fear of loss or scarcity, social rejection, or danger. For example, a media story about food shortages might activate survival scripts that cause panic buying and stuff like that. And we have scarcity fear. This is sudden warnings about limited resources like water or medicine, also sparks that kind of behavior. And then we have tribal rejection. These are threats of being socially outcast, like you're selfish if you don't comply. Those things override logic every time. And as a tip for this, break the script by focusing on the facts. Like, what's the likelihood of this scenario? So compare the claims with other sources. For this, just picture where a politician says something like, if we don't act now, our children will not have a future. This taps into survival instincts, those ancestor scripts in our head. And it's tied to protecting offspring. It creates urgency without any facts. Next is follow the money. So there's a trail of beneficiaries here. So identifying who benefits always is going to reveal the motive. So look for funding sources like sponsorships or political connections that are tied to the narrative. So use tools like opensecrets.org or public financial records to see who profits from this. So
let's talk about the following the money. When it really comes down to everything that's happening right now, when you follow the money, ICE, who is funding ICE? Who really is funding ICE?
Yeah, that's a good question.
The machine.
How do they have a $12 trillion? What is it? A trillion? Not trillion. I'm sorry. a $25 million budget. Well, no, they said they're going to give people $25 million. Each police force, $25 million. I think they have like a 12, like some kind of crazy amount of money that they're working with. Where is the money coming from?
It was if I remember correctly, I thought it was going to be a $64 billion budget for ICE.
Where is that money coming from? From where?
God damn it. They were talking about this. Colleagues, I forgot.
So it's like a thing. This is another thing. You follow the money, find out what it is, and then now you see like the connection.
I think they was using some of the cuts that Doge did, but don't quote me. Don't quote me on that. I'm not going to talk anything conspiratory.
For campaigns, identify the industries like pharmaceuticals, tech companies, etc., that stand to gain the most. So to illustrate this in your mind right now, picture a charity that's promoting clean energy awareness, and they seem noble until investigations are showing that it's funded by a solar panel corporation that's lobbying for subsidies or something like that. Next, and this one is very important, is analyze the context boundary. The mechanism here is context, and context defines what is permissible. So manipulative people shift contexts to normalize extreme behavior. As an example of this, in emergencies, people accept surveillance or martial law that they normally would completely resist. So ask, what is the context? Compare some similar events in different settings to see if the rules or responses seem disproportionate. Look for contradictions. So for lots of the students who are brand new to NCI University, this right here is the most massive realization when they realize that the ability to weaponize cognitive dissonance and then shift the context can get anyone to do almost anything. As a hypothetical example of this, let's say there's a major cyber attack. The governments are now justifying some sweeping surveillance laws to protect the citizens. This changes the context to make previously unacceptable actions seem absolutely necessary. Next, spot the use of archetypes because they're woven into our brains. PsyOps simplify narratives by using archetypes like heroes and villains and saviors. Some examples are like portraying one leader as the sole solution or demonizing dissenters as the enemy. Deconstruct the story. Ask who are the characters and what roles are they playing. Simplistic, like good versus evil stories usually signal manipulation just about every time. So always seek nuance there. In the real world, you're going to see something like maybe a leader is repeatedly portrayed as a savior fighting something that's pure evil, and the narrative ignores their mistakes and oversimplifies the conflict to prevent a lot of scrutiny. Next, evaluate the frame. So let's do a step-by-step evaluation here. First one is expectation. What are you expected to believe or do based on this thing that you're exposed to in the media? Next is belief. What assumptions are being made about you, like your values or your fears? Then we have perception. So how is reality being shaped, like selective facts or missing contexts? And definition is the final step here when it comes to a frame. What truth is being asserted as something that's completely unchallengeable? This comes up with information suppression. So really look for topics that are being avoided, critics that are being silenced. If somebody needs to be silenced in order for an idea to make it, then the idea is not good. So alternative viewpoints being discredited, that's a big one to look out for. So cross-check timelines of events and notice if critics are labeled conspiracists or if algorithms are suppressing some kind of specific search. And this is a big one, especially in today's time. So to get a good example of this, during maybe a corporate scandal, the company's PR team frames these critics as disgruntled employees with a grudge. So this shifts the focus away from the legitimate concerns to the motives of the critics. And it does it almost without us realizing that that's happening in our brain. So next, be alert to rapid compliance shifts. This one is scary and it's happening every day. PsyOps create urgency to drive rapid compliance. And these tactics are stuff like emotional appeals, staged group behaviors, or false consensus. For this, it's really important to slow down and resist the pressure to act, to question the conformity as much as possible, and test the message, engaging the skeptics there. So in the real world, this might look like maybe a viral social media challenge urges all these users to adopt this brand new symbol or profile picture or hashtag kind of overnight, and it creates a wave of compliance. So later, this is kind of like a foot in the door technique. It's tied to some divisive political agenda. Next, study the timing of the events. And this one's huge, especially right now. Timing is everything. Ask yourself, why is this happening now? So what other events or scandals might this thing be distracting everybody from? So look for very coincidental timing with unrelated major news stories or political movements. psyops can very often be smoke screens. And in real life, you might see stuff like a huge celebrity breakup floods all of the headlines exactly as some major investigative report about government corruption is about to be released. Coincidence? Probably not. The next thing I want you to do is to sharpen your brain to start hearing and understanding these manipulation tactics. And one of the biggest things that you can do, the most effective way that I could train you right now, just you and me, is to teach your brain to recognize logical fallacies. So let's go through these, because psyops very often use these flawed arguments to convince people. And if you know how to spot them, it makes you a lot harder to manipulate. Let me give you 10 of these so that your brain gets hardwired to start seeing everything a whole lot differently. So the first one that you're going to see all the time, appeal to emotion. So this uses fear and anger and hope to bypass logic. So like, if you don't support this, children are going to suffer. Next is the straw man argument. This misrepresents somebody's argument so they can attack it better. So somebody might say they oppose the lockdowns because they don't care about lives. Think about that one. Number 3 is the bandwagon fallacy. So this claims that something is true because everyone supports it. And this is, you hear this all the time. Millions of people agree with X, Y, and Z. You should agree with it too. Number 4 is the false dilemma. This presents only 2 extreme options and it ignores alternatives. So it's the either you're with us or you're against us fallacy there. Number 5 is the ad hominem attacks. This is the attack of the person and not the argument. Be very observant for this. So this is when you hear you can't trust her. She's not a scientist. You can't do X because they're not qualified based on X. Ad hominem is very common, and I want your brain to be able to spot it. Number 6 is appeal to authority. And this is a claim that something is true because an authority figure said so. So like Dr. X supports it, so it's absolutely right. You have to trust the science. Number 7 is the slippery slope. These are claims that one action is going to lead to some extreme negative outcome. So you've heard this before. Somebody says something like, if we allow this, we're going to lose all of our freedoms. All of our freedoms are gone. The country is gone. All of that kind of talk like that. Be very attuned to when you hear that and very cautious when you hear that. Number 8, hasty generalizations. And these are broad claims that are made with very little evidence. So the example is 2 politicians lied, so all of them must be corrupt. So giant claim, tiny bit of evidence. 2 politicians might have lied, so they're all corrupt. Number 9 is huge. It's the red herring. So this distracts people with irrelevant information. You've heard this maybe as an example when somebody says, why are we worrying about climate change when we have so much crime going on right now? It's an argument of distraction. Number 10 is false equivalence. This compares 2 things as equals when they're absolutely not equal. So you'll hear somebody say something in the news that's both sides have extremists, so they're exactly the same. That's a very damaging move. I know there's a lot.
Listen, I wanted to play this for a reason. At the end of this, I want to get everybody's opinion so far about everything we talked about. I mean, making money, the military. We've talked about Anton Daniels. We talked about ICE. We've talked about so many subjects today. I'm like 7 hours in, you guys. That's how dedicated I am to releasing the truth and getting it out there. I want to start off with the last person here, Man in the High Castle. What do you have to say about today's information?
It's a great question, DJ Genesis. That's a great question. Good evening, proud Americans. The Man in the High Castle does confirm we are getting ready to brace ourselves for a government shutdown. Right now, it is January 21st, 2026, so I've been told. We're roughly 9 days away. 9 days away. Do not be underprepared, Americans. We've seen some topics tonight that made lucrative dollars and cents, common sense. It is dark days we see cascading over America from the time of 2024 in Kamala's country. But now, under President Trump, the greatest president ever, the golden age is here. The golden age is now. Join the ranks. If you're a young college student who's unemployed, going full time, sit down with ICE and reallocate that money to finance your student loans, at the same damn time. Sit down with them and say, hey, I'm young. I want to afford a house. I want to raise a family. This is going to get you in the door on the upper echelon. You know?
Wait a minute. Yeah, hold on. You said
I want to sit down. I want to sit down just like a boss. I want to sit down. It's going to make dollars and cents. Please, I want to continue though for just about 30 seconds more, maybe a minute. The man in High Castle suggests this. Protect yourselves, Americans. Protect yourselves from being manipulated. Do not allow the media to blow smoke up your ass. That's a no-no. It's time to differentiate. Right now, we're at the precipice of having enormous amounts of money. How is this country able to do this? Fund multiple wars? Of course. There was a crypto bank run just 3 years ago with Operation Choke Point 2.0. Remember that. They shut down multiple banks, made them liquidate. The FDIC. Pay attention to details. And lastly, I am proud of you Americans of all demographics who have this newfound sense of national fervor for America. We must drive out the illegal immigrants. We must continue God's work. Remember what George W. Bush had said. See something, say something. They shouldn't be occupying our apartment buildings, our HUD, none of that. No HOA. You see something, say something. Call that 1-800 number, ICE. Please. They're taking up room that an American family could have. God bless. God bless America.
Wow. Okay. All right. I don't agree with that. Listen, I need to have a thing. The views of the people that say blah 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 is not a part of my views. I might not agree.
Bravo, bravo. Great speech.
Hit those like buttons, America. Hit those like buttons and subscribe and share.
Yes, hit the like button, subscribe, and share. Listen, this is not an echo chamber. There's different people that have different views, but the views of I need to make a thing. The views of the people that say blah is not necessarily the views of alchemizing energy or Genesis. So just make that known. Okay, shouts out. Subscribe and like. All right, go ahead. It's your turn, Max Powers.
Oh, shoot, he said it better, man. I agree with him a lot. I agree with him. Good amount of things he said. Black folks, let me plead with your reason and compel with your judgment real quick. This past election should have showed you one thing. To all my black folks, should show you one thing, that we don't got the juice like that no more. 90%, I think it was 92% of black women and 80, I think it was around 87% of black men voted for one candidate, and that person still lost. Now, during the election, we found out a lot. For the people who were paying attention during the election, we found out a lot of things that we were told were lies, but we found out that illegal immigrants were actually voting in election. And if you think I'm BSing about it, in California, they had to turn away 400 400 quote unquote citizens away because of the fact that they weren't citizens.
Yep.
For jury duty. Now, in order for you to, to get that, to be one of them lucky ones to be selected for jury duty, you have to register to vote. And you have to actually, you actually have to register to vote. So it just showed me that 400 illegal people who ain't supposed to be here in this country illegally voted in our last elections in California.
Yep.
I said this earlier, we're at end games, black folks. You right now, you have lost political power. You have no political power no more. You have a declining birth rate. Your future is not being educated well enough to where you could say that, well, these are going to be our future leaders in America, our future leaders in Black America in the future. No, you can't say that. So, black folks, what you going to do? Are you going to keep crying on your knees, waiting for the come shot of the white man, or are you going to go out here and get these reparations on your own?
Yep. Hey, if the Zionists can take billions of dollars from our government every year, and there are only 15 million of them in the world, there's 45 million of us. Yo, man, we can leave 30 million just being a fool. Just take the 15 million smartest of us and get busy lobbying and working this government so we can get our reparations.
Right. So
the thing is,
go ahead.
I'm not for reparations. And here's the reason why I'm not for reparations, right?
Off this panel, then.
Here's the reason why I'm not for reparations. My reparations were those 500,000 men who died during the Civil War to make sure I got my freedom, to make sure my ancestors got their freedom. Remember this name, William Richard Sherman. He burnt Georgia to the ground, freed black men, and a good amount of those black men followed his ass into battle. So I got my reparations before I was even born, but no, my freedom comes from the act of God. See, I have a saying. It's called live free or kill. Not live free or die. It's live free or kill. I'm going to live free, or I'm going to kill anyone who's going to try to take it.
Mm.
You ain't supposed to die for your freedom. You're supposed to take any mother effer who wants to take your freedom. Oh, you better make sure you give them hell and make sure you ate hearty, because tonight we will dine in hell tonight.
Oh Lord.
So black folks, what we gonna do? Now, I got an idea what we could do. How about we start working on let's bring back the black families together.
Oh, yeah.
We could kill a lot of the stuff that is going on in the black community. We could kill the abortion problem, the crime problem, the lack of discipline problems. We could kill so many things if we decided to just couple with one another and become,
how about this? Hate crime legislation.
I'm trying to do wrap ups with you. Okay, we still talking. Go ahead. We still having a conversation. I'm willing to let it flow. I'm willing to let the thing flow. Go ahead.
Hate crime legislation for the companies that produce rap music. You are putting the social ills that we're suffering from and recycling it into the ears of our children generation after generation. We got stuck on gangster and we never got off, and that's by design. Okay. Mm-hmm. So whoever publishes something that encourages our children to do anything negative, that's a hate crime, yo. That's a hate crime. Not only is it illegal to do it, you should go to jail for trying.
Yep.
Exactly.
You should go to
Exactly.
jail for trying. And that goes from
Because-
NWA and everything that came afterwards. Schoolie D, all of that. Everything that came afterward. Everything.
Exactly.
Whether we bobbed our heads to it or not, it was detrimental, toxic, and ultimately destructive to our society and the crime rate in the black and drugs and gangs and all of that has increased as a result of making that cute and popular to our children. That's a hate crime.
Amen, brother.
That's a hate crime. Yep. As you basically committing social genocide upon us. We should pursue legislation to lock them people up.
Because
So we speak about Iran every now and then and who's going to do it. We know who's going to do it for Sam. We know who's going to do it for Sam. However, proud Americans, the last time you open up your Bible, have you ever read Ezekiel 38, where it referenced the Gog and Magog?
Gog and Magog.
That is the Zionist jihadist war.
Yep. You know, they think that their Messiah is alive and walking on the earth amongst us right now. They believe that. That's why they already killed the red heifers in Israel, man. It's just about to go down, man. I mean, that's
Speak
why they're
on it,
trying
brother,
to
please.
take that. They're trying to take that greater Israel. They believe they're running around with yellow flags with a black crown on it and red letters underneath. And it's happening in the United States and all over the world where Jews live, man. They really do believe that their Messiah is here on the earth. And I think that person is who we would call the Antichrist, right? I don't know.
Message.
I don't know. Message. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, it's about to go down, man. It's about to go down.
We could
Definitely.
do it, black
It's
folks.
definitely
We
about to
just-
go down.
We just gotta be.
All right, so
we
Devin,
gotta
I
be
want you to
about
give
our
your
business.
give your final word for the night. Go ahead.
Thank you guys, man. Thank you for having me. And I would love it if all of you guys and all of the visitors in the chat can check out my channel, Devin Lockett. I've got 4 channels: Devin Lockett Reactions, Devin Lockett Voodoo Child, and Biomed RX. But I simultaneously broadcast to all. And please join. I'm going to use Streamlabs. Sometimes I just use OBS, but I'm going to use Streamlabs so that I can have you guys on the panel on my channel too, man. I really appreciate the company.
Yeah. You know, listen. Anytime you want, I'll be right there. Listen, you my cousin. I'm my cousin.
You my cousin. Lock it in the house. Thank you.
So
You guys
when
have
is
a
your
wonderful
book
night.
coming out?
Please check his whole thing out. Man, he has a book. It's called Black American Party. I'm going to interview him and get more details into what he's doing. Devin Lockett, please
Thank
support him. And it's a blessing to even have you on here because, man, you know, it's one thing to just like talk about it, but you talk about it, you be about it, you know what you're talking about. You know, this is his website. Please support what he's doing. And it's my cousin. You know what I'm saying?
The dynamics keep changing so rapidly that I can't even finish the book. Every time I think I got something together, something new happens that's directed right at the Black American community, FBA community, and it's like I got to get back to
maybe it needs to be a blog instead of a book. Just a blog.
Exactly, right? Because it's constantly going on. Now we got this Black Panther Party BS going on. I got to put that in there, man. That's a psyop. You know?
Yes, and speaking about psyops, I want to really talk about that. But let me just look. Hey, are you? I want you to
I'm
like.
done. No, thank you.
No, you can like do an outro. Okay, so and summarize everything. Anton Daniels, everything that we talked about. I want you to do a summary of everything. Break it all.
Well, I mean, I think we have a golden era for Black America right now. I think it's a beautiful thing that we've delineated and we've established ourselves as foundational Black Americans. We're loving ourselves and we're rejecting all of the bullcorn that's being thrown at us. I'm so proud of our people. The majority of what I see about the whole Black Panther stuff is people mocking it. And that's exactly what we should do. Don't go in the streets, my people. Don't fight ICE. ICE is not our problem. That's all I got to say.
Where the black people at? I was just wondering where the black people at. I seen about two of them, in the in the
I know, right?
I was
You know,
like, bro, I was like,
if homeboy,
hey,
he's Puerto Rican, right? He's Puerto Rican, so that
he
means
Puerto
he's black.
Rican?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's black and Hispanic, right? He's black and Hispanic. But yo, man, you should try to revive the Brown Berets because that is a Latin American issue. And the Brown Berets would be more inclined to fight ICE than the Black Panthers.
They already on it, bro.
Right?
You need a
So
leap.
listen, let me make my spiel. Let me make my spiel. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna open it up after I say this. Y'all can say what y'all gonna say, but I'm gonna say this. The reason why I even brought up the ICE situation, and the consistent thing I keep continuing to say, is if you're gonna do it right. Okay. Me being of a military background, working for an Office of Special Investigations in the Air Force, OSI, headquarters, whatever, understanding how military works and understanding how law enforcement works, my continued contention with ICE is that they are not doing it in a organized manner. Jumping out there, getting in like unmarked cars. I don't know who sanctioned that. Just jump in a car and just grab people up. That is not the correct way to do things. That is what's causing the dissension in the community. Some people say, when I actually showed it earlier, that it's the media, that because the media is involved, you have a camera, that's the thing that's promoting the aspect of bringing people out onto the streets. No, what's happening in my eyes is that you have a group of people that are not trained. 47 weeks is not enough training to go into a hostile situation with an entire mob of people that are trying to fight against you. There needs to be more training with ICE. The cars need to be clearly marked. It's not about I get it. You know what? You don't want ICE. They need to be able to go and be stealth. Well, guess what? Obama had the same ICE force, and was able to get more immigrants out of the situation. So if you guys want immigration to be removed, how is it that Obama was able to remove more immigrants and not create such of a fiasco, but then Trump did? There's something.
I could tell you. That's easy. It's because the Democrats and the Republicans agreed. That's the reason why. And the reason why it is such a fiasco is because Donald Trump is attached behind it. If it was literally Kamala Harris was like, we're deporting everybody, yada yada yada, you're getting that. You're getting nothing but rounds. She's getting standing ovations. But because of the fact that people are suffering from TDS, everybody's having a problem about it. And don't get it twisted. The crap that Obama did during his administration, I actually seen it. My own person too. They were savages during Obama administration.
They were, and so let me. Okay, you just interrupted my little speech.
My bad. My
speech, okay? Because I'm gonna say this, and I already knew you were gonna go there with that, and then people said that in my chat. On my stream, I had Pam Mulatto saying, "Well," and I even brought up a thing that even talked about the fact that the reason why it was not as publicized is that Obama. It was in a certain way. The bottom line is that yes, the media does play a part, but it's also the way that things are going now. The ICE that we knew during that administration operated completely different than the ICE that we see now. I'm sorry. No matter how much you guys say it's always about the Democrat versus Republican, left versus right. No, stop it. Let me say my speech. You guys can say that it's just only about that it's a blue group versus red, but I'm saying no, it's about optics. Okay. First of all, when Obama did his thing, it wasn't no optics because guess what? He just did it. It was done, and you didn't hear nothing about it. It wasn't about announcing it. You don't announce that you're coming to do something. You just do it. That's the difference. Oh, Trump, we're gonna do this, and then guess what? Now and then, have this whole force of people, and then we need more ICE. Everything is publicized because it has to be on the grand stage of performance. I mean, Trump does everything big. big buildings, gold things, whatever. Everything has to be out in the open on the front lawn of what he's doing. Obama didn't do shit like that. What he did was he just did it, and then next thing you know, 1 million immigrants are gone. So it's not about like a blue versus red or whatever.
It is.
And the media, the blue media versus this, because the blue media easily could have like caught wind of that, and then next thing you know, put it on Front Street, and next thing you know. But the problem is what's happening. What I'm seeing is that he's announcing it. Everything he's doing, he's letting everybody know. I want Greenland. Why would you say that? You know what? The best thing he did was when he did Venezuela, and we heard about it later on.
But see, the thing is, right?
I'm going to go and get Venezuela.
But
I would like to add on.
What's happening is right now, what he's doing is that he's telling everybody, well, we're going to do this. We're going to go into Minnesota. We're going to like put the National Guard on and everything he's doing. He's announcing it on a grand stage, and then that is allowing this fiasco to happen. It's chaotic.
No,
and
they're doing it in red states.
With chaos. I don't agree with chaos. Period.
Can I add
They're
on,
doing
man?
it in red states, but the only reason why you don't hear anything, there's only been one news article that happened in Jacksonville, Florida this past week, but they've been doing it in red states throughout the whole entire administration. You haven't heard a peep about it. But when it comes to the blue states, because you have pissed off liberals who, honestly, in my opinion, you can't be pro-black and be anti-ICE. That is just me.
And let me tell you how stupid this shit is. Listen.
Well, could I add on?
Trump, no, let me add on because I wasn't even done with my rant, but I'm gonna say this.
I'm my bad.
Trump said, I want to go after Greenland, which alerted everyone to say, have thoughts. No, you don't tell your plan. So I don't really get that's not strategic. Now I would say I would go more along the lines of a Obama that just goes after Greenland, and then next thing you know, Greenland. You know what I'm saying? That is, that's against. Listen, anybody that's military, aren't you military? Devin Lockett, okay, my cousin. My cousin, right? Do you see how every freaking move that Trump is making, he's announcing it, and everything that he's doing, he's letting everybody know, and that is not like the most secure way to do stuff.
No, it's the worst way to do it. But you see, he's being told what to do by Bibi Netanyahu, and let's look at this. Let's look at what's going on, okay? When they start fighting in the Middle East, that's going to disrupt the flow of oil out of the Middle East, and that's going to raise the price of oil all over the world. So that's why Trump preemptively snatched Venezuela so that our gas prices remain relatively stable.
But guess what? At least he did it, and we didn't even know. But by the time we found out about it, it was already done. That's the way to do it militarily. You don't say, I'm going to snatch Greenland. You just do it, and then by the time you look up, it's done. You don't tell your plans.
No, he's stupid for that.
So I'm going to send the National Guard into Minnesota. No, you don't tell people what you're fixing to do. You just do it, and then when you look up, the National Guard are there. That is the problem I'm having with all this. It's unorganized. Come on, now you're a military person. Everything that's happening is because there's a lack of a military mindset. Things are not being done in an organized way. Yeah. It's a chaotic thing. And no matter what no one tells me, all this stuff is chaos. It's not done in a organized structure. Maybe this is how he runs his companies, where everything is just like chaotic, and then he just picks up the pieces later.
I'd like to add on this one.
Run a country, though. Go ahead.
First and foremost, proud Americans. I know right now, many questions weigh upon your mind and consciousness. However, the man in the high castle is here to give some relief right now to these questions that weigh upon your conscience and minds of proud Americans.
Get to the point.
First and foremost.
No. Every time you say something, God damn it.
First and foremost,
Man, no.
I love you guys.
Say what you gonna say and stop all that goddamn dissertation.
First and foremost,
this shit.
First and foremost,
Like you give
when it comes down to
address to the American nation every time. Like just say that what you gonna say, bro. You have
first and foremost, when it comes down to the economy right now, if that was to happen, Americans, you're gonna want to get ready to get in the market. Ticker symbol NGRD. That's an inverse for triple X big oil. And then NGRU. That's triple X leverage for big oil. When these things happen with Iran, play by play, you're going to want to get into these plays and you're going to have to differentiate. Is oil market going to go down or is it going to go up? Lastly, we have to start thinking forward. ICE is good. Why is ICE is good? Remember the rock group called Foreigner. They said, cold as ice, you got to be willing to sacrifice. Pay attention to that. Pay attention to that. The group is called Foreigners. That's the message. We're coming to get this money. We're putting terror checks on all you tethers. Alligator Alcatraz. Shoe program, tether.
And listen, we're not gonna do that. We're not fixing to tether this and do all that bullshit. I don't agree with that tether stuff and talking about that, calling me. Man, listen, why do you have to like come on my channel and do that? I don't agree. For my Caribbean and Mexican and other people, I am not with the tether talk. I'm not with that. I'm sorry. I don't care. Like, you know what? You could like talk. You could be against immigration. You could be against all this illegal stuff. But now that's not immigration at this point. We're talking about immigration. You talking about tether? That's not immigration. We're not going to do that. I'm not with that.
Like I
We're
said
talking about
earlier,
ICE and immigration. Calling people tethers, that is, to me, a slur. To call a Caribbean person that may or may not be born here, probably had generations here. Like, do we like call everybody? Come on now. Were there not Caribbean people that have been here for like thousands, not thousands, like hundreds of years? Are we like the only ones? We know that there have
it's only been like 2 generations, possibly.
No, not 2 generations, because there were also people that came from Jamaica that were from.
Oh, really? So you're telling me there was people that black folks came from Jamaica on the height of Jim Crow segregation? Crazy.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was the 1965 Immigration Immunization Act. Is the reason why.
So you're saying that there were no slaves that got during
I wasn't saying.
No, you're talking about Jim Crow. But I'm talking about prior to Jim Crow. So I'm talking about that there were actually people that came from the Caribbean into America.
Was it during their free will?
Reconstruction.
It
had to be Reconstruction. Well, I mean.
Well, only reason why I disagree is because, if they hanging black folks in the street, why if I'm Jamaican and I'm dark skinned, why in the hell I'm going to America so I could get hung in the street?
Honey, they had no choice. What are you talking about?
That's why I asked you, do they come here on their own free will?
No. Listen, the slave trade
They're not Jamaicans, they're Americans.
What? No, if they came from the Caribbean to America during the slave trade, right?
Yes, they would be Americans.
They're American?
Yes, because of the fact that Did they go back to Jamaica after they got their freedom? No, because they ain't know their history.
That's interesting.
So that's why I said the 1965 Immigration Immunization Act is basically, that's the reason why I will always,
So
that's whenever.
X6MG says, would you let immigrants fight if they were Republican? If they voted Republican, would that like
Hold on, what?
If immigrants voted Republican, would that make them more of a viable thing? Like a
See, y'all talking about, I'm talking about illegal.
No, I'm saying
this
is a super chat. Shout out to the super chat. Let me go ahead and then just play this quick thing.
Come on, stand up. We're going to talk to money right now. Think of money as a psychic entity. Talk to it. Reverend Knight says that money has ears. Not only that, did you know that money is a woman? There's that old Irish proverb. And money swore an oath that nobody who did not love her would ever have her. Money is sensitive.
Anyways, shout out to Money. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Would let fight if immigrants voted Republican. I don't know exactly what that means, but what are your thoughts on that super chat? Would you let immigrants fight if they voted Republican? Is that like a thing? I don't know.
Would they let? I have no idea what the heck.
That's a really weird. I really don't even know how to like read it.
I like it's just how he worded it. Like I'm like,
I could read it for you. Would the left fight ICE if immigrants voted Republican?
They did vote Republican. The Cubans voted Republican. The Mexicans voted Republican. They voted Trump in, and then he turned ICE, and then boom, now.
Yo,
So yeah.
I was a polling place supervisor during that last election, and let me tell you something. They called me to translate for all of these people, and literally every Spanish-speaking person I translated for voted for Trump.
Yeah,
It
was because
didn't even speak English.
It was because of the fact that even the illegal immigrants who were taking the legal immigrants' jobs, like they were taking, like, you know, black folks' jobs and all that, and so
exactly, they were like too much of a good thing, yo.
They was just like, yeah, you messing this up.
The question about why Trump does the way he does, also not besides because of the international handlers as well. I want, besides all that, Trump with the chaos energy, with the dragon energy, he's been very clear. Transparency. Let me take you back a little bit when he brought the president of South America to watch a movie in the White House. He was transparent. He's like, let me play this clip for you. And they watched it on the big screen. And then a month before that, he brought Zelensky. And they had a sit down, him and JD. And JD is like, should we do this right now? And Trump is like, yeah, we got to be transparent. So this is also what they're running their administration on, being transparent. No word salad like the last administration, the Biden-Harris administration. They're always talking word salad.
I have a question when it comes down to the FBA, right? Like, is it that the FBA are saying that there were no Caribbean people that came to America, or like, what are we saying here?
There was no indigenous Caribbean folks here fighting in the Civil War.
That wasn't the question.
They all took. Wait. They took a trip. See, there was people who were foundationally born here, and during the Revolutionary War of 1776. Let's pay attention to that the Revolutionary War. People were propositioned with an indecent proposal by the British. Hey, you come with us, we give you your freedom. You can go to Nova Scotia. We have free territory. We also have this place in Sierra Leone called Freetown. We also have places in Jamaica, which was British Jamaica. So there are those of us who did too take that promissory note of, yeah, we could be free here. That's the same thing that happened with Liberia. There are people who signed up, who were born here. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna go with this American Colonization Act. I'm gonna go over to Monrovia. So when you flee, when you decide to flee, you're no longer American. You're not American when you flee.
I said, were there slaves, okay, that came from the Caribbean to America prior to the Civil War? Yes, enslaved peoples were brought to the American colonies and later the U.S. from the Caribbean, especially in the earlier colonial period and after U.S. banned direct African imports in 1808. With many passing through Caribbean ports or being purchased from European-owned West Indian plantations to work on tobacco and later cotton fields in North America. The vast majority of enslaved Africans went to Brazil and the Caribbean, and many of those destined for North America first landed or were processed in the islands. So here's when we talk about, like, you know, people being like tethers and
doesn't mean nothing.
What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. What do you mean?
It doesn't mean anything in the scheme of things of what you just read off. We have an ethnogenesis here. There were people who were already here before slavery. So if these people who were transported just like a prisoner of war from plantation to plantation, you could be on a prison just like in a plantation, and then your papers are calling to be transferred to a different plantation. It doesn't mean nothing in the scheme of things.
Jamaican Caribbeans tethers.
See, here's my.
I never told anyone a tether. No.
I might be a little confused.
The FBA movement will call people from Haiti, Jamaica, the Caribbean, tethers. So my
delineation movement is beautiful.
Haiti isn't the Caribbean a part of North America?
Well,
it might not be for a part of the United States of America Corporation, but at what point is the tether argument when it comes to this slab of land and the North America thing kind of reaching? Like, I get, okay, if you don't want to be a part of Africa, fine. But when you get into Caribbean and Haiti and all this other stuff, now we're getting into like, these are kind of like these are people that have been, some of them have come over here and back and forth. Like, what are we talking about here?
We're talking about a Pan-African argument from you. You want to embrace these people.
Man, shut up. This is not about I did not mention Pan-Africanism. You mentioned it. You brought it up. I'm talking about, I said bump Africa, just alone Caribbean. When we talk about this area, listen, I don't even understand.
They have a whole different colonizer.
It's irritating.
See, I'm a little confused.
Listen, so here's the thing. I am a Pan-Africanist. I do believe that we need to come together across the diaspora. But what happens is people like him that has, you know, they believe that we should divest or the divest. What is it? The vested whatever. What's the movement that Tariq Nasheed created? The FBA movement. We need to divest, right?
I'm confused. See, I thought FBA was like black folks who were basically descendants of American slaves. So my thing is, if say your ancestors were from Jamaica and from the 1800s, but they had to endure slavery inside the United States, you know,
they're tethers.
But how would you know that if they are tethered, considering the
fact
that?
That's the part I'm confused about. And so this guy is want to make it about me being a Pan-Africanist that feels because of, you know, my upbringing as a person that, like, you know, came from the Pan-Africanist movement. And I have no qualms about that. I don't care what nobody says. that is not like a racial slur to like call me a Pan-Africanist. People love to like throw that in my face. You're a Pan-African, so what? Okay, I
So
think
DJ,
we all need to come together. I don't think that we should be like fighting against each other. That's crazy.
I understand both arguments, DJ, but
You have a population that is declining in America when it comes to, but then in Africa it's building up, and then it's like, well, what are we doing here? Why would we like separate ourselves from people that are like, when things are going good over here and things are kind of like declining over here? We need to like, I mean, that just on any like situation, like that's crazy, right? At one point, actually, we're all trying to be unified, and now all of a sudden there's a delineation. And then you have immigration, and then there's a delineation with immigration, and then now you have a situation.
I say we should find a culture, and if we all agree with that culture, that's how you unify. But if we're just going to unify off of, well, we all black and we all look the same,
no one said that we're black and we look the same. I never said that. What I'm saying is that if we just even say bump Africa, right? Even with all this resources, even though all the white people are going in Africa and getting all the resources, whatever, but we want to say, okay, we want to delineate from all that. We have no connection to Africa and all of its glory and resources and everything it's got. And we are just from America. We have no connection to Africa. We were born here. We came from here. We have no connection to Africa. Well, North America, Caribbean is supposedly considered a part of North America. So what I'm saying is that at what point did the Caribbean not be, when was it separated from North America, like America? And when we delineate, when did we separate ourselves from the Caribbean, where there is actual information that expresses that some of us came through the slave trade from the Caribbean?
Yeah. Well, I'm part Geechee and
That's,
Samoan.
that's
So
ridiculous. You might be part of, okay, you might have
and Jamaican.
Did you sprout up out the
Dominican.
ground? Where did you come from? You just came here, or was you here? Where did you come from?
My people were here before the settlers even came.
How did you get here?
We were here before the settlers came.
How did you get here?
I have no idea, but we were here
How
before.
did you get? Here's the thing: we all want to like.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me break it down to you. There was black. There was black people inside of the United States of America before the white man came. Like there was Native Americans here too. I'm part Geechee.
We were already here. There are black people all over the globe. We were already here indigenously.
Where'd they come from?
Where did the Native Americans come from? Where did the Native Americans come from?
Did existence start? Native Americans came from the Asian ones came from the Bering Strait from Avery. Now, if the black ones came from Africa.
No,
so
or did everything start in America? Listen. If you can prove to me that life started in America, then maybe we can have our discussion. Can you tell me, did life start in the United America, like in here?
Wait. The Atlantic Ocean later on. Africa and South America, they were all Pangea, one big continent. It's safe to say that
that was like billions, like millions of years before humans ever existed.
Right, but if on that piece of land,
Pangea was already done by the time humans. There's no human fossils that exist prior to Pangea.
I know, but the point is,
even the oldest found wood thing in Zimbabwe, by the way, underneath a waterfall that just got found about like 2-3
Noah's Ark.
So no, it was an actual house in Zimbabwe that was found made of wood underneath a waterfall. That was actually they traced it back to 600,000 years ago.
Well, technically, we all come from Africa. Technically,
I'm loving this convo, yo. But
So what the fuck are we talking about? So now
I
we're
have
gonna
a wonderful
talk.
night, yo.
Here we go. So now that is what I'm trying to get at. That's all I'm trying to
Technically,
get
we
at.
all come from Africa, even the white man.
Technically, got the link. So why are we calling people tethers now?
I must leave too. This is a bugged out, a Pan African discussion. I'm good.
No, it's not a Pan African. Goodbye. Okay. Goodbye. Peace. Okay. Bye. What are you talking about, bro?
I don't know.
It's a bugged out discussion because we have to like actually use archaeology and get past the bullshit rhetoric that people are using about a bunch of bullshit saying that Caribbeans are tethers and Africans are tethers.
Paleontologists.
No, listen.
More fucking slaves went to the Caribbeans and Brazil. It's more slaves went to Brazil than the Caribbeans than America.
It was more slaves in Brazil and Caribbean, right?
Yeah. South
right?
America.
Are you not from Louisiana?
I'm from Louisiana. This way, fuck up when they say this statement like this. Well, we were already here. When you ask them to prove it, it's hard to prove it, but it's very easy to prove if they sit up and just listen to exactly what the hell they saying. Like literally, like man, the black man is older than what the books portray to us, and it's really common. It's black people on every corner. It's very hard to say that life started after when we don't found shit that predates stuff that predates the Egyptian pyramids, the dynasties, and everything. In Samaria, you got stuff that predates shit in Samaria, so it's really hard to just really pinpoint where civilization started. But we do know that it was blacks that started it because the black one produced all 17 shades of melanin, and no other female that does that. That's the evidence that we can base it on, but like if you don't base it on the bird and straight, it ain't no other way you came over with.
Can you hear?
So yeah, I can hear him. So he's actually right. I agree with you, bro. And I do believe, if I remember correctly, Eve was founded in Africa. So we all originated from Africa.
Get us understanding of what Africa is. First of all, it's not Africa because Africa was named after CBO, Africana defeated Hannibal.
Well, I'm talking about you're talking about at the time of Africa.
We'll speak on what you just said. Eve was actually found. Know that Eve is in Adam stands for a race of generations of people, because before there was Eve, there was Lilith. There is no kind of physical evidence. The evidence that we do have that says where the Garden of Eden took place is not Africa. It's more of like the Mesopotamia area, like Samaria way. Because once you get the understanding of what the story and how it took place and what the real meaning behind it is, you'll know that Adam and Eve, that whole story wasn't nothing but a laboratory, an outdoor sexing thing.
I'm just going by, I'm
you can't do one thing about it. Like if you use any kind of religious scriptures to go on historical facts, you'll never get it right.
It's the oldest human being bones that they have found, and they have found it was in Africa. And so
you talking about was Lucy?
You said what?
What her name was? Lucy?
I have no idea. I just remember.
You talking about Lucy?
Is it Lucy?
Yeah, but see, that's a Neanderthal. Know at one point of time you had another race of beings called Neanderthals, and they had a fight with the Homo sapiens sapiens. Neanderthals used to eat Homo sapiens; they were cannibals. Some would think they were the white people, but nah, this was a whole different being.
No, see the being like the bones that I'm talking about they found was like the oldest. I don't think it was Lucy. I don't think it was Lucy because the name that the guy who discovered it gave it was Eve because of the fact that they basically try to regenerated Eve, and she basically came back out as a black woman through the whatever genetic tests and everything. But you're also talking about.
Color don't mean pretty much because we are. But you knowledge to us. We already know. We just throw the color thing out the door because then fall into another category of the black and white thing when it's really.
Well, it was a white man that discovered it, and that's basically how he came up with that. But regardless, is if I remember correctly, during everything was connected, and in the dead center.
When you say
was-
that, when you say that, when you say when it's connected, keep the time frame always in mind, because that's not something that happened 5,000 years ago. That shit was like prehistoric, before like the dinosaurs and shit. That was when the earth was pretty much the plates and shit was shifting. That's what the thing. That's why a lot of people get mixed up in when they be talking about like various topics. They get the time frames mixed up, and that throws a lot of people. I'm not saying what you.
You know what? You're right, because I'm like, because it's like when you're talking, and it's like I know exactly, what kind of time frame you're talking about and everything.
It'll make it more easy to understand. Like, some people, not saying that they be wrong, they just have the time frame mixed up, and know that, what I'm saying, like the shit, like a lot of stuff that we talk about, that stuff don't be stuff that just happened like 50 years ago, you know what I'm saying? Like I was sitting back listening to, like, man, y'all talking about shit that, that shit old.
Right.
That ain't just no regular shit.
We were already here.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Where did we were already here? Did we grow from out the ground? How did we get here?
This is before
where did we? All right, so it was one landmass, and then United States was over here, and Africa was over here, and split up. Okay, so you mean to tell me there was an entire Earth shift and people survived it? Let me tell you something. Come on now. The Earth shifted, and the dinosaurs didn't survive it, but we did. Roaches are probably the only thing that survived that shift. And then I don't
talking about over millions of years.
So bottom line is that dinosaurs don't exist. There are several different types
about that. I just could
Go ahead, Brett.
Oh, that's one of the biggest. I call it a mystery with the dinosaur, right? So you mean to tell me you can find a damn fossil that's 1,000,000-some years old, but you can't find now one of those prophets or none of those good old so-called high priests that any of the scriptures talk about? You can't find them they bone, but you can find a damn dinosaur bone that's 1,000,000-some years old. That's kind of a red flag to me. And I actually went to a museum here in Dallas that supposedly have some real dinosaur bones. Now, that's kind of like that's a big topic that a lot of people just overlook. They don't want to touch it, but we're gonna use rational common sense, right? We know for a fact that the dinosaurs, I ain't gonna say dinosaur, I'm gonna say that something hit the earth, a meteoroid or whatever the hell you want to call it, and it shifted the earth axle. We have proof of that, physical proof from DNA, not DNA, from what's the word I want to use when they gather shit and predate how old it is. But that's where the Gulf of Mexico was created. That meteoroid that hit the earth and supposedly got rid of the dinosaur, that's where it hit it. Now they have proven it that's where it hit it, and they carbonate. That's the word, carbonated or whatever.
Carbonate, yeah. I was thinking of that carbon date. Yeah,
they proved that, and this is another thing that I heard you say earlier. They do know where exactly Noah's Ark was it. It's not actually an ark like what person would think, like how it's described in the biblical scripture. As a matter of fact, his name is not Noah, his name is Ziltra, and he built a saucer that was split in like a pizza, like how you split a pizza. That's how his craft was built. They left it out a lot of those scripture because they know that it'll be describing a damn unidentified object. That's why a lot of the religious scriptures and a lot of those things were wrote in parables and metaphors, because they don't want to expose the reality that we're not the only beings that's in this reality.
So
just like, you know how they say like how black people was already here. Guess what? Unidentified aliens and all that shit, they was already here too. Because mankind is older than what people actually think.
Machu Picchu.
You ever seen a TV show called Orville? The same person who created Family Guy. There was an episode talking about exactly what it was basically how the people, they were aliens on they were aliens, and they're
hey, I don't want to cut y'all, but how old are you? I want to see if you remember.
I'm 36. 36.
You remember this show called I don't know how you was in 80 mile. I ain't quick with math, but they used to have this show, man, called V.
V.
Yeah.
V.
They were some Pleiadians that came from the star system, and they came to Earth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Look that show up and look up that, and they right there we're gonna bring back a lot of shit to your energy, your soul, or whatever you want to call it.
I'm about to watch that. I don't got nothing to do tonight.
But I just want to listen. This is my favorite part. I love him because he be bringing some real stuff. You know what I'm saying? Listen, people want to always talk about stuff and everything, but there is things going on in this realm that we have no idea of. And people like to talk so certain about what they think that they know is happening, but a lot of times you don't know what's really going on. I mean, and then we just say, well, this is conspiracy, or that's fake, or whatever. But everything that we talk about, it's like, bro, look beyond just the surface of everything, and you're gonna see it's way more going on than what you imagine. Welcome to the channel, Bold and Understanding.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's up? Did you want to say something?
No, I was listening to y'all talk. I'm glad you got rid of that one guy. That guy was, oh my God, he was annoying. Just be here to troll. Every time, you know, he comes.
Welcome to Americans and all this other stuff. But see, listen, television, yes. The reason why television is important is because what happens is that they show you about the things that are going on before, like they have to tell you. It's almost like, I don't know why they have to tell you. It's almost like it's a there's a reason why I believe that television portrays things a certain way to make you like, what's up with this, right?
It's supposed to make you critically think about certain. It's like whenever he was just telling me about V, that was the TV show I was actually thinking of. I could not figure it out which name of the TV show was. But yeah, but
I just like I can show you so much things that will blow your mind because you know I'm into all this stuff. But the thing is that we as human beings, we think we know so much and we don't know shit. You know, we'll sit up here and be like, "Oh, FBA, we were here before." Well, where were we at? From where? Where were we at? Right, we were here already. Okay, well, where did we come from? How we get here? Like, okay, no one has the answer to that. You know.
Yeah, a lot of those people that be doing that, they be trolling. They just be repeating what they hear they pimp be saying, you know. And the funny thing about it, before he got on this FBA grift, this dude literally was saying, "Oh, you know, I'm Nigerian. I got roots in Nigeria." But now all of a sudden, this dude come over with FBA, and everybody just follow suit.
Really?
Yeah, there's videos out here saying
Tariq Nasheed said he was Nigerian.
Yeah, he said I have Nigerian roots. Same dude was one time when he was a failed rapper and was talking about how, you know, try to be Jamaican. And then he just go from grift to grift. You see, I guess the group ADOS do it, and all he did is rinse and repeat. Does the exact same thing as everything else. But he's selling people on
and making money off of it, you know, with his root work and all this other, like, you know, whatever else, you know what I'm saying? Like, what?
He's like the only one really profiting off of that. You know what I'm saying? He got like maybe two of his homeboys that maybe make money off of that. They don't really care about none of that stuff. They just sit up here and they trademark stuff, make money off of it. And a lot of, you know, his blind followers will just go with the flow. Oh yeah, that's right. Because
I'm gonna show you guys something that I swear to God, because I was like, you know what? This is why when people like, we was here already, right? But I keep asking, where were we? Where did we come from? Right? We didn't have no connection. I'm not African. I have no connection to Africa, which is crazy to me.
I wasn't even born. I just appeared.
Okay, well, shouts out. Well, let me tell you. Let's watch this. And shouts out to the white people that are like finding out shit. I don't even know why how they're finding it out, but somehow they are doing the research and finding out more shit than we are. We're just following along. well, no, that's a tether, and I was already here. Well, guess what?
Some really interesting news that's going to kick off your weekend. There has been a new archaeological find that really throws a spanner in the works for the history of humankind. Near this beautiful 700-foot waterfall in Zambia in Africa, archaeologists have found the remains of a 500,000-year-old man-made wooden structure. Man-made, 500,000 years ago, made of wood. Previously, early humans have been found to have used wood, but in things sort of like tools and sticks and making fire, not building buildings. Also, at 500,000 years old, we're talking pre-human humans, because the oldest human skeleton that we found is 300,000 years old. So either pre-humans were building buildings, or humans go back more than 300,000 years. It makes us question just how nomadic were early humans if they're building permanent structures. I've got some really interesting news that's going to kick off your week.
So when they're finding these structures, archaeologists, they're going into places, finding more shit. They haven't even gone into the sea and the places that had been flooded and really went down into the earth and find out stuff, whatever. Went into Antarctica and that the ice has not melted on that shit, but how old that shit is. My thing is, you cannot be so. To me, it's stupid to be so certain about where you come from when there's so much on this earth that have not been discovered. You know, there's a whole part of the sea right now. When you get past where all of the earth aspect of it is, that is just, I mean, just nothing but water. And to the point where if you were to go there, you would not even, you are closer to if a satellite was in space, you are closer to that satellite than you would be to any point on Earth. Any point in land, you would not hit land. That the Earth, the way it is set up, you know what I'm saying? There's a whole mass of water with no land on it and nothing in it. That if you were in the middle of it, that you're closer to space. So you can't tell me that. And now you have this whole we have no connection, honey. What? So that's why I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? I don't see, people want to get, into like the politics of it all. Well, you're in America. I'm from here. I was born here. This is where I'm from, and whatever. And I voted for this, and I'm a FBA. Well, honey, that's a recent term. This is like the last 2 years that you're FBA. Before that, we were Negroes, we were colored. Before that, where did we come from? You want to call Jamaicans tethers, and you want to call Caribbean people tethers. Well, according to the new map that they lacked, well, guess what? That's a part of North America, according to what they said, So how are they a tether if there's a part of North America? Oh, they're not a part of the corporation of the United States, so therefore that's a tether. No, come on now. I don't agree with that. I'm like, what are we talking about? Well, you're a Pan-Africanist. You're trying to make it. Yeah, well, guess what? I am. I believe that we did come from Africa. That's the largest slab of land, aside from Asia, where I could think that we probably could have came from. And I still say probably. I don't know. I'd rather say I don't know than to ostracize a whole community of people and then try to make up this dialogue that we didn't come. No, and then have this separation argument about whatever the hell, whatever. Every time they find anything archaeological, it goes back thousands and thousands of years beyond anything that existed. So I would say it makes more sense that it probably did. I mean, until they find something in America that's 500,000 years old of like a thing, I don't know. We were here already. Okay, well, where did we come from? That's my constant argument. Where did we come from? We were here. How did we get here? Period. Do you have an answer to that? Does anybody have an answer to that?
Say again.
If we were here already in America, where did we come from? Because I keep asking other people that are FBA.
You just, like I said earlier, you just got a lot of brainwash.
Okay.
You got a lot of, can you hear me?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying, just like I said earlier, you got a lot of brainwashed Negroes out there. They want to be anything but African. Like, and they don't want anything associated with African descent. They'll say, "Oh, I'm Native American. Oh, I even hear some people say, "Oh, I got Irish in me. Oh, I got this in me." Like they want to be far away from being black as possible, or sub-Saharan African. That this is the mindset that they got. They were brainwashed. You would think through slavery, and after slavery, all these years have passed by, most people would have got conscious about themselves. But these dudes will refuse to accept the fact that where our ancestors really come from. So they will just sit up here and say the dumbest things out there. So that I can't even take them people serious.
I mean, pretty much, you know. And I get like labeled, you know, like a Pan-Africanist is a bad name. I'm like, no, there's plenty of Pan-African. That is actually, I'm proud to be a person that is trying to create accord within the community, not discord. So yeah, I don't care. You guys can make Pan-African.
Umar Johnson ruined it.
Umar Johnson, the Pan-African prince. Child, that Pan-African is so much more than Umar Johnson. That's what's so stupid about people. That is so sad that people are.
I beg your pardon.
This internet.
Beg your pardon.
This internet is so. It knows how to dilute things and get rid of everything that happened before Umar Johnson. That when you think of Pan-Africanism, Umar Johnson is the poster child. Not all the other people. Not Malcolm X. I mean, come on. What about people that were really doing things? What about Ben Amin that actually went over into Africa first and then started the first Hebrew colony in Israel right now that they're right now? What are we talking about, bro? Like, I mean, I don't know. It's sad, but you know, we was here already. Okay, well, if you can tell me how we teleported here, then I will.
They weren't even saying that until they hear they pimp from FBA say that joint.
But here's the crazy thing: is that before he was saying that, he had entire documentaries. What are we talking about, bro?
Yeah, like that's the crazy part. He was bigging up Haiti with the 1804 thing. He came out with all this stuff talking about Pan-Africanism, and then all of a sudden now he wants to. He like I said, he's a grift artist, you know. And people, it's not even. I'm really worried about him. It's the people that follow him that sit up here and fall for it because they too gullible. They fall for anything.
I hope that one day the FBA movement will stop it. And I mean that actually I will say this. I will say one thing about Tariq Nasheed. He was able to get people together to agree, and maybe comedy is the way. You know what I'm saying? But what he's doing, I don't agree with. You know what I'm saying? No. Nah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
the ability to bring people together.
All he did is
at the same time is just sick to me. It's like, wow.
Yeah, all he did is he just keeps stealing ideas from everybody else and try to make it his own. And he got the following, you know what I'm saying, to help him succeed in that way, you know. And not to mention, these people were like funded by some goddamn racist, you know, people that's probably politicians somewhere, whatever. And it's just crazy. Like, I don't, you know, the crazy part, I never hear maybe it's just me, but I never hear white people talking like that. That's here in America. I never hear white people talking about we foundational white Americans. You know what I'm saying?
Foundational Chinese.
Yeah. They ain't talking
We the
about
real whites.
Yeah, they ain't talking about we were already here. Like they ain't saying none of that stuff, man. But you got a group of black individuals, they seem like they want to keep pleasing their master for some reason. I don't know.
It's crazy to me. It's crazy when you think about
We
it.
ain't
It's
land on Plymouth Rock. We had tickets.
Right, we had tickets. And here's the thing, like it's so much going on in the world. You know what I'm saying? We should be united. This is the time where we should be united. This is the biggest time. But and I think it's very interesting that the same information is being promoted about like this at the same time where you have immigration hitting at the hardest time. You have all this stuff hitting that hard right when all this stuff is going on the hardest. And let me tell you something. I think that Sonetta had a show that's going on right that he did about let me see if this
So
he just
DJ,
had Brother Sanchez on his show talking about ICE and not FBA and immigration. Let me see if this is like if it's still there.
so DJ, I'm gonna tell you something funny real quick. So I had to go to the doctor, or I had to go to the emergency room because I had food poisoning. My doctor name was literally Dr. Whiteman.
Whitman.
No, no, his name was Whiteman.
Wow.
Dr. Whiteman, and I was just like, oh my God.
Wow, that's crazy.
Because I was
so
like,
what
yeah, Whitman, right? No, he was like, White Man. I was like, oh, okay.
The white Dr. White Man. I'm trying to find out. If I think that Brother Sanchez did a show. I guess it didn't happen. I think Brother Sanchez, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Man, that's crazy. I can't find it. Oh my God. It was on my thing at first. It was like, Brother Sanchez is going to be on HOK talking about like immigration. Ooh, guess what? Brother Sanchez. Oh, Lord. Did it like not go through? Hold on. I saw that. Brother Sanchez. It's okay. Come on. I can't find it. That's crazy. Let me see if I can find it on his channel because I think he was talking about FBA. That is insane. If I can't find, that's crazy because it was on my thing. It was broad. It's fixing to go down. I can't find it.
My grandma was mad. She was just like, you didn't leave the doctor? I was like, hell no, grandma, I had food poisoning. I was like, shit. I was just hoping this white man wasn't gonna harm me.
Okay, here we go. I found it. Okay. I'm gonna bring this up. You know what I'm saying? We've been talking about all this stuff. Listen, all right, let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, you know what? Hold on. Let's see. What is this? That's not the one. Brother Sanchez calling out. Brother Sanchez is calling out FBA for supporting ICE. All right, so he goes in. Let's go. Let me start here because yeah, why are they supporting ICE?
Well, this one ain't really gonna require a slideshow because it's just the basic points, and I will bring up some references though, some statistics that I put up for some of these points though. Let me share the screen on my end real quick.
Right.
Sorry about that.
Yes, sir.
Did you send the link out to the brothers, to the other fan?
I'm about to post it in my chat. These small hats, right? Because let's talk about one of our biggest intellectual properties. Let's start with hip hop, right? Because that's something that's Black folks that we know makes billions of dollars every year, right? So watch this. Most Black rappers don't own their intellectual property. They don't own their masters. And it ain't because illegal immigration. It's because of Zionism. Now, I know a lot of people don't like to talk about the J word. I'm going to be mild with it. I'm going to speak in code because I'm going to protect Sarnetta's channel. You know what I'm saying? But real talk, we got to keep it real. The biggest threat to America right now is not really illegal immigration, because you got a whole nother country in this land right now that's flying their flag next to the American flag. It's white and it got a blue star in the middle of it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the tiny hats.
Right. And that flag is undermining American people. So when people say that, well, I'm being undermined by some tether, I can stand with my FBA brothers and I can relate to that. But if you know, and not all people too, we call it tethers, just the ones that undermine us. What FBA is saying, Sarnetta, they're saying we support ICE because they're getting the tethers out of here that be talking crap about us. You see what I'm saying? And I'm saying that ain't the truth, because all of the tethers that they put on a pedestal to undermine Black people, they would never deport them. They never gonna deport their pawns. They keeping them here. They're gonna deport these folks standing up in front of the Home Depot and all that who ain't stunned FBA. So they not really deporting the guy. They keeping all of their puppets over here who doing their dirty work. They ain't gonna just kick they minions out. So things that I'm saying that we being distracted with. FBA was a pro-reparation movement. And I'm seeing it slowly turn into an anti-immigration movement. So it's slowly going from pro-reparations to anti-immigration. And when Trump first ran, right, Trump had a platinum plan. You remember that? The platinum plan. Now, we heard nothing else about the platinum plan. And I said to myself, how did it just go away like that? And we ain't even hold him on it. And it hit me.
Can you stop it real quick?
Office the first time and was going hard on it.
Can I chime in? That is actually false. He did not run on the platinum plan the third time. He ran on it the second time. And if the platinum plan was, the contract to Black America, Black folks still voted Democrat. So yeah. But my bad. Just want to put my 2 cents in on that.
Immigrants and building the wall and stuff. And that was enough for our people to say, fuck the that was enough for our people to say, forget the platinum plan, man. Long as he's picking on the immigrants, then he don't got to give us them tangibles we requested. So my whole thing was, I'm with FBA all day. I'm not going against you. If you want to hate on the immigrants, fine. You don't got to like the immigrants, but you don't got to like ICE either. We don't got to support ICE. You know why? ICE going to get them immigrants out of here, whether you support them or not.
Let me ask you both, Sanchez. Do you have Spanish heritage in your background?
Not at all, but I want to bring up something real quick, because I'm glad you asked me that, right? I get that a lot, and I want to share some information with the people that I think is very important. All right, watch this. Let me pull it up. So what people don't know about Black Americans, Sarnetta, and especially a lot of FBA people, they don't know that our people have a hell of a lot of Spanish and Latina names. I'll give you an example, Sarnetta. Mario is Spanish, just like Sanchez. Martez, Cortez, DeMarco, Marco, Angela, Angelina. All of these are the same place my shit come from. Antonio, Miguel, Rafael, Daniel. All of these are Spanish names. I got a homeboy named Victor, right? That's a Spanish name. So people think Sanchez is the only Spanish name in the Black community. Teresa is a Spanish name. Rosa, like Rosa Parks, that's a Spanish name. Yolanda, Spanish name. Daniela, Spanish name. So Maria, I can do this all day. I'm just making a point that don't let the name Sanchez throw y'all off. I'm Black all the way. You know what I'm saying? We just got Spanish names as a people.
Right.
So
right, I feel you.
Yeah. So what I would say, what the last thing I said was very important, Sarnetta, because I want you to just let this sink in for a minute. I had a debate with FBA on my channel, and a lot of them was telling me, Sarnetta, they were saying, you ain't FBA. if you don't support ICE. But I was like, I thought we said we couldn't kick nobody out of a lineage.
Most
I thought we
names
said
come
we
from
couldn't kick
Latin.
nobody out. That's when I started saying, what is this turning into? Because within FBA, you're going to have Democrats, Republicans, you're going to have different groups. But to me, can't none of these groups try to infiltrate FBA and turn it into a liberal movement, a conservative movement? It got to maintain itself as a reparations movement. And as a reparations movement, it's not catering to the left or right until they cut the check. So that means if we lean into the right or the left and ain't nobody cut the check, that's why Trump didn't have to come through with the platinum plan. All they got to do is pick on the people we mad at, and then they don't got to come through for our tangibles, because now they just win us over doing that. So I was saying, look, we don't even got to support ICE. Most of the people in ICE are Proud Boys. They lineage can be traced back to people that was hanging our folks, you know, torturing our folks. So my whole thing is, if I don't gotta support ICE, why would I give my enemy free support when he gonna get rid of these immigrants anyway, whether I support him or not? So to me, it's just showing that a lot of our people just want to lean to the right anyway. Because why would you? Because think about this. They say, well, ICE is indirectly helping us, so we should support them. Guess what? We indirectly help the enemy every day, and he don't support us. We indirectly help these, especially the small hats. We help them every day, and they'll never support you. So we know ICE ain't getting the immigrants out of here for black people. So even if we benefit for what they're doing, we don't got to support our enemy. It's doing too much, if you ask me. And that's why I'm drawing the line at with FBA, because it's like they're desperate to find reasons to lean to the right. They looking for any reason to hop over here with this Trump movement, with this ICE movement. And I'm saying, bro, what about reparations? Let's stay on focus, what we got going, right? Because ICE gonna do their job anyway. They don't need your help, bro, is what I was saying. So, you know, again, it's going from pro-reparations to anti-immigration. If you on my side, the link is pinned. This is an open call. So if anybody on my side would actually like to hop on here with me and Sarnetta right now, come on up, because I know I got a lot of FBA people on my side that disagree with me. So they'll be hopping on in a minute, by the way, Sarnetta, and we're gonna get the smoke going. So come on, my FBA brothers. I'm FBA. I love y'all, but we wrong about this one, man. And so my whole thing is this right here. Illegal immigrants ain't never stopped the black man's paper in this country. You'll be lying if you say
Actually, can you pause that? Can you pause that? Wow, I can't. Hello?
Go ahead. You're
Oh, my bad. So I didn't know you was gonna put me on a big screen. So the largest decrease in poverty was actually in the history of the United States, and I think it's actually in the history of the world, was black Americans from the time of beginning of Jim Crow, I guess the 1920s, all the way to the 1965. Right after the 1964, then you come to the 1965. It's been steadily the same ever since. So you're talking about black folks. We went from an 85% poverty rate to 20% within 50 years. So this is the reason why, like, immigration on whole is going to take funding from the black community. Like, look in Atlanta. I'm from ATL, right? I lived in ATL for at least half of my life, right? I remember where there was a Buford Highway in Atlanta that used to be, before it became a Hispanic, that is all Hispanics now. That used to be a black neighborhood. They moved, the Hispanics took over the black neighborhoods, and so immigration on whole is a problem. But majority of those people.
So where did the black people go? Because every time a Hispanic taking over something, where do do they become homeless, or do they move into a better neighborhood? Because
they
like go into poverty and now they're all impoverished. What happened to the black people in those neighborhoods?
Well, those most black people, what we do now, we moved further apart. We just moved out. but it doesn't like see when you usually
So why did
move.
they move out? Did they move out because Hispanics were living there, or did they just move out because they were trying to move out anyway?
Well, if the Hispanics were taken over because of a birth growth, and they had you can say
No. That's a very direct question. Black
said what,
people
man?
moved from Black people were in the area. They moved out.
Yes.
Hispanics moved in. Why did the
Yes.
Black people move out?
Well, usually what happens is the Hispanics slowly
Did they
just
move
start
up or did
taking
they move
over.
down? Hold on.
Well, they
Did they move up or down or out?
moved out.
Moved out to where?
You know what usually happens when your neighborhood get gentrified, right? Gentrification will usually happen. You got white folks moving in, the price of stuff goes up, right? What happens is it's the opposite with Hispanics. When Hispanics move in, you start losing your jobs. So you go
So you're
other
saying
places
that
to find economic opportunities.
So the Hispanics moved in, Blacks started losing their jobs, and then they moved to another place, or did Black people started moving out anyway?
No, you move to find, like, if you can't find a job in your area, you will move to another place to find economic opportunities.
Hey, I got a question. What type of jobs are we talking? You say they losing their jobs. Like a lot of people got. Are you not talking about some minimum wage job or something, are you?
Well, black men, we represent a lot in the blue collar work, and so illegal immigration, that is your competition literally coming in.
Listen. Listen. She said, "I don't want to understand." Okay, I do understand because I feel that what happened is that people moved up. I don't think they moved out, so to speak. They moved up. They said, "Okay."
So if black folks moved up, then the statistics should show.
We were in this neighborhood. We were in this area, and then we moved to another place because we want to get out of that place. In that whatever that neighborhood was, whatever. A lot of times, Black people move up and out into a better place. We don't move up unless it was like we all lost our job because the Mexican team took our job and now we're going down. Then I would see what you're talking about. But what's happening is you're saying they moved up and out into a new. They probably left town or whatever. The same thing happened in Detroit, right? Detroit was jacked up, right? We left, right? If Detroit becomes more populated with Hispanics, then we can't say, oh, well, that's because we were trying, they took over. It's like, no, we moved out of that, we moved to a better spot. Do you like even the one guy was saying, well, Compton used to be a big, high Hispanic place. I mean, Black place. I can tell you where a lot of the Blacks came, left Compton, and they moved to Texas because it's a huge Black population of people that migrated to Texas. And I don't think it was because of Hispanics moving in. It was because like Texas had incentives for people to be able to come in here and migrate to Texas. There was a whole tax break that happened for Californians because even like say if you work at whatever factory and that factory moves to another place, you move with it. That's what was happening. So I think that we have like this like crazy like mindset that these Hispanics moved in and it took over the community. No, what happened is that maybe the factory that they worked in moved to another place, and so they moved with it. And then the Hispanics moved in because there was a vacancy.
And one thing I want to touch on is what I'm not saying you saying it, but we got to stop associating the ghetto with Black people. Anybody can be in the ghetto, you know what I'm saying? Because we make it seem like if it's like a poor neighborhood, then that's the Black neighborhood. Like there's a lot of middle class, affluent Black neighborhoods around this country. So we gotta get off that negative stereotype about us.
Who said anything about poor?
I'm saying is that if a Black neighborhood, right? People are in this neighborhood. They're probably working at a place. The place moves. People move with it. it's not just and then we'll say, oh, see, the Hispanics took over this community. No, the people from the community moved because the job moved and they followed the job.
I got an idea. How about we do this? People in the comments, name a city or a town in your state that used to be a predominantly black neighborhood that is no longer predominantly black.
And name if a company was there and if those people moved because the company moved. That's another thing. People want to make it about being predominantly black people moving. Why do they move? Listen, I lived in Detroit, right? GM shut down. People moved.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Hispanics coming into the community, like this. Go ahead, say it. So go ahead.
A lot of people in this country migrate all over the country. Just throughout history, people migrate. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, brown, red, green, yellow, blue, whatever. People migrate based on, what's happening in the economy in that area. And like you said, if the jobs move, a lot of times people move with it. Sometimes people just want to move somewhere. Maybe they found a spot that they want to move to. I mean, people migrate a lot,
And I believe the people in Chicago would disagree with you when they said, I quote, we're being replaced.
I'm not saying gentrification doesn't happen, but people.
No, I'm not talking about gentrification. I'm talking about unvetted immigration.
So you blaming the immigration for the reason why people are moving?
No,
I'm just asking. No, I'm asking you a question.
What I'm talking about is that you have a new working force. Not only they're willing to work as longer as not only they're willing to work longer than you to make less under the table. Not only making less under table, they will bitch less than you will. Do you think you will be able to keep your job? I doubt it.
So listen, let me tell you this. Okay. The jobs that they are working are not the jobs that are like that. Listen. All right. Let's talk about Compton. Everybody, Compton. Right? Pete, listen, I know black families whose entire family left California. Why? Because California was too expensive. And where they moved to, Texas. Trust me, I was buying a house.
Around what year?
2021 and 2 and 3, because I was buying houses.
Oh my God, are you serious? All those illegal. Do you know California is suffering right now from a mass exodus of citizens, but their population increased because illegal immigrants are migrating to California?
Right,
because legal citizens are moving out.
Right. Why do you think that is? It's not because illegal immigrants are moving in. It's because it was too expensive. California's like, listen, do you see this? Do you see this what I'm showing you right here? Californians right now, still to this day, because even when I bought my house, listen, California would come because like Texas, all right, getting a house in Texas, back when I bought my first house in 2021, right? I would be able to get the same house for much lower. Like I damn near like 100,000, like 200,000. The Californians were coming into Texas and they were like, hey, whatever she's giving you, I'll give you triple, because they were used to paying $1 million in California for the same sized house. They were coming from Compton and all these places y'all talking about, where them houses over there, they took all that money out of there and came over to Texas and took the market and I mean skyrocketed it. Right? There was a whole thing going on. My house right now, when I bought it, was like what, 275, right? 274. Before the Californians came to Texas, that same house probably would have been like maybe 200. Same house, maybe 240, 230. They came and they were raising the property value. Why? Because the houses in California, and what happened also is that I think they opened up Amazon and different stuff in Texas over here. And by them moving from California to work at these places, they raised the whole property value in Texas like astronomically.
Yes.
So here, Californians are moving to Texas primarily for economic reasons, seeking lower cost of living, especially affordable housing, and the absence of a state income tax,
Yes,
which is a
that is.
bigger draw compared to California's high taxes and expensive utilities, allowing for greater financial freedom and the ability to buy homes, job.
Yes.
Listen, you can like leave, you get a house equal size. And I know families that did this even before like that rush came, even like about I would say like 2020, 2019, 2017, 18. They were leaving California just to come here because the housing prices were lower and they could come here, they could sell that house in California and buy a house here. They are selling this bitch for $1 million in California, come here, sell, buy a house for $200,000 and leave and be left with like $800,000 in their pocket, bro. I'm trying to tell you, or not if they own the house in California, of course, you already know what's going on. What I'm saying is they was able to get more bang for their buck. So there was a whole migration that happened. So y'all talking about the people in Compton? No, people left California to Texas to get a bigger house.
Okay. Now you saying in 2000
they were empty, and then the Mexicans moved in. That's what happened.
So you're talking about in 2021, 22, 23, right? Those are the years we were talking about, right, ma'am?
Between I say 2017 until like maybe even now, it's still going on. Like I mean,
okay, so so.
But it really hit hard around like 21. That's when they really coming because there was like a move. But I think either Amazon moved here. There was some corporation that was there that came over here.
What happened is in California is that California has crazy regulations when it comes to building, crazy regulations when it comes to fuel, the crazy regulations, hell, when it comes to taxes.
All right, but what part of that is the Mexicans, though?
And so when you have that on top of unfiltered, just complete illegal immigration coming into, you're competing with a superior force who's willing to take less than you. And yes, I said superior because of the fact that if an employee is willing to, you gotta let me finish, man. If an employee is going to take less than you, not only they're going to take less than you, they're not going to complain, and they don't have the same benefits as you as the American citizens. Yes, they will. Not only will they take over, on top of that, you have the government subsidizing them too. On top of that, like example, how we have found out how the government was subsidizing a lot of these illegals' homes. And so when you were trying to find a home, you think you're just competing with other people who's trying to buy homes. You're also competing with big corporations and also the government.
So you're saying illegal people could come into California and buy a house based on what? Buy a house, own it.
Do you know that California passed a bill allowing illegal getting state funds? They will help pay for your home. Do you know that?
That's a different question. I'm asking you. So California allows illegal immigrants to actually purchase a home with a bank mortgage, and they're illegal immigrant.
If they could vote, yeah, most likely, yeah.
They're not illegal. If they can buy a house and have a bank loan, a federal loan, like through the FHA or anything like that. Let's say like do a loan, and let's say like no. All right, I gotta okay. Let me just play the rest of this because let me just play this.
We gonna get money regardless of illegal immigrants. So if you want to talk about what's stopping us as a people from getting to the next level, it's them small hats. That's why you can't own football teams, basketball teams. That's who's setting a threshold to keep you right here and not go no further. Immigrants ain't got the power to do that. So I'm not saying you can't be against immigration.
Oh yeah,
DJ,
Google it.
Too much as far as
Google it,
ICE
DJ,
support
if you don't
that it
believe
just
me.
Don't need and ain't work for, ain't deserve. Our support is valuable at this point, so we got to think of it like money. Keep it in your pocket. I ain't gonna spend my money if I ain't got to. If somebody tell me that shit's free, then I'm gonna keep my money in my pocket. So if ICE don't get the illegal immigrants out of here anyway, keep your support, save our energy, and let's use it for us. You see what I'm saying? Because once you know that, now you're just voluntary over there with the Proud Boys for what? And they'll say, well, we're support ICE to make them mad because they was joking on us when, you know, the man had his foot on our neck, right? So, but I would say, well, that to me is kind of childish then if we're just using a slave master to get back at each other. That's like kids that's getting a whooping from their parents and they joking on each other while the other one getting his butt whooped. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at that. It's like a slave mentality to where the slave master now got us beefing with each other because we can't see that the country being ran to hell by small hats who using our young kids to go fight, who using our tax dollars and resources to go and take Greenland, the Gaza Strip, and you ain't gonna reap no benefits from none of that.
Let me ask you, what do you say to people that say more black men need to join ICE?
Well, what I'll say is this. What happens is, because I'm not going to say they wrong, I'm going to just tell you the problems that be with that. Yeah, that's a good idea when we say, well, black folks, let's infiltrate the police department. Let's infiltrate ICE, right? That's a good idea. But the problem is we can't just join these agencies and departments and not speak out, right? So who bold enough to do that? Are we going to get a bunch of black guys to join a police department and be vigilantes for black people and literally speak out against them racist white boys in that department? Are they going to do that though? Because if you just going to join and maintain the same system, we just giving them more numbers. I don't mind us joining these things and really being that good cop that say something though. If that's what we saying do, then let's do it. Don't just say that. Then we get with these forces and then just go along and get along. That's what my answer is. Yeah. So, you know, but here go another thing, Sarnetta. They say these illegal immigrants taking our jobs. The truth is that artificial intelligence is about to take all of our jobs.
That's a lie.
Right here,
hell no. Pause. I can't hear this BS, bro. Artificial intelligence is a tool, like everything. Like example, my truck. I got a software with AI in it, and it's a tool that I use on a daily basis. Now, to anybody who wants to know that he's full of that what he just said is BS, you could go on any free load board right now and you will find trips from California, a full 18-wheeler size 53-foot dry van trailer. You will find a load that's going from California all the way to New York for $3,000. Now, only people who's taking that load is a person who could afford to take that, who could take the bottom of the barrel of a rate. Basically, by the time you deliver that load, you're only making $500 for a whole week's of pay. So, what truck driver in your right mind, knowing it's going to take $500 driving from California and many different adverse weather all the way to New York? Ain't no American taking it.
But you didn't prove that AI is not taking over certain jobs. What you said no.
No, it's because this guy is, I'm sorry, no offense to him, but he's full of shit. He's full of it. Construction work. Construction work.
Let me just say this. All right. Apart from manual labor and like skilled trades, AI as far as when it really comes down to white collar jobs is replacing the workforce.
Yeah, white collar jobs.
So
Yeah, I
everything
give you
you're
that. White
talking
collar
about is
jobs for
blue
AI.
collar. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you're
the things that keep the economy going.
right. You are coming from a blue collar standpoint of like truck driving, manual labor, doing stuff. Like me, I also I have a dual fold. I'm a software engineer and I'm also a plane de-icer. They're not ready to allow AI to de-ice a plane, right? So they have a lot of people like me that this weekend when the temperature drop and whatever, you're going to need human beings to look at that whole situation and de-ice that plane. So it's going to be a situation where we're going to have more people blue collar. See, me, I can work both. I can like do blue collar. I can jump into a truck. I can like de-ice a plane. You know what I'm saying? I can like, spray it down, all that stuff. But like also when it comes down to software engineering, it can be replacing a certain level. You can type certain things in that
Absolutely
UX
right.
is done. You know what I'm saying? So let's be. So you're saying no, but yeah. And I'm seeing it in my. I have been a UX designer over 25 years. I have been a software engineer 25 years, and I'm competing with the younger people coming out of school, and I'm competing with AI. So that.
And I just want to say this: there is AI driving trucks. I just want to let y'all know.
Yeah, there's no can you show me what company that AI is driving a truck, and can you show me that? Because FMCSA said to the last trucking company, if we ever catch you with any of those self-driving AI 18-wheelers on the road, not only we're going to find you to oblivion, but we're going to arrest you on the spot. Words from the FMCSA.
Pontiac is a company that do that. GM has self-driven trucks. There's a bunch of like atomic, but what they do is they'll have a person. I actually had a person on my chat one time. On my panel one time that was actually an actual person that monitored. So what they'll do is they'll put a human being behind the wheel, and then that human being will just be there in case it veers off the road, but they'll let the truck drive.
I'm calling BS because FMCSA last year said this.
Well, I know
in the year before, and I'm calling BS. I'm calling BS, and you're talking about as one of the guys who's like I'm in the top 1%. I could do oversized everything when it comes in the trucking industry, and I'm saying to you is whoever said that is full of it, because the FMCSA has said.
I want to find the live where he said that he was a autonomous truck driver, and that wasn't even the conversation. He just said that I don't drive the trucks, but the truck driver itself, and I just sit behind the wheel, and if it gets off track, I make whatever. I just make sure, and then whatever. I don't know. So that's what he said he did. I didn't prompt him to say it. That's what he said. So it wasn't even a matter of like him trying to prove anything. It's just what he did for a living. I don't know why would it be a cap? Why would he lie about what his job is? Like
because I'm the safety director. I'm one of the safety directors for my last company that I was contracted with, and I have to be up. I have to keep up with the law, and I have to keep up with the FNCSA. That was my job.
Well, just because in your company it doesn't go that way does not mean it doesn't exist.
This is federal law that you have to follow. So everybody on the safety director side have to follow the same. There's no different laws for different companies. For small, mega.
Maybe that guy was lying, but from what he said, and he wasn't a truck at the time. I don't know, but I didn't say, "Hey, show me the situation." He was in his truck. He said that this is what he did for a living. He was a truck driver, and it was driving itself. So I don't know, but I'm not gonna
Yeah, but also, you as a person, would you trust a computer program still to this point, still to this day, cannot tell the difference between a human being and a deer? I wouldn't.
I would say
driver.
there are people that are right now getting into autonomous cars. Like, so let's not be naive and say that this, people are getting into cars right now that are run by different companies like Uber and another company, and they're getting driven home straight
And
up.
you're absolutely right. And you're absolutely right. But you're talking about 2,000 pounds, where on any given day I'm at 80,000 pounds, 40 tons heavier, 40. Yeah, about
I get what you're saying, but
39 tons heavier than that vehicle. It's completely different, man. Like example, some of the technology we just got into the trucking industry has been in cars for the last 15 years. So it's just different. My bad.
All right, so I'm gonna do this real quick because here.
New at 5, driverless semis rolling down I-45. Tech firm Aurora just launched regular deliveries between Dallas and Houston.
But what about safety on the roads? Victor Jacobo asked the company's president.
Last week on the I-Dallas corridor,
we did something no one in the world has ever done before.
Aurora Innovation had a semi-truck without a human driver haul frozen pastries on its own, the first time a company has operated a commercial self-driving service with heavy-duty trucks on public roads.
How did it feel once you were able to accomplish that?
Yeah, it was an awesome moment.
I spoke with Aurora president Osa Fisher, who told me the company has rigorously tested the safety of its driverless technology.
We have tested this thing, as I mentioned, for years and millions of miles. We have had some of the best truck drivers in the world come and sit in the cab and actually observe.
The company's flagship product is the Aurora Driver, a truck with advantages over human drivers.
We have almost a 360-degree view around the entire vehicle. We can see 4 football fields in advance.
Fisher says the company's mission is to make roads safer, with their trucks not needing drivers who can be fatigued or need to make frequent stops. The company says it has its sights set on expanding driverless service to El Paso and Phoenix, Arizona by the end of the year.
So I'm trying to tell you is that this guy said that he was one of the overseers of this and was in the truck driving it. Now this was not a conversation about truck driving. He was just talking about the subject, and then it came out that that was what he did for a living. So it wasn't like he was trying to clout chase or promote whatever he was doing. It was more or less he was discussing the subject. Come to find out, this is what he was doing. He was in a truck, and it was driving. So I don't know. You might say it doesn't exist. I'm saying it does. Hey, listen, y'all sorted it out at the end. I'm just letting y'all know that it does exist. He says it doesn't. Go ahead and do the research.
What year was this?
This was 8 months ago. That particular.
So what did the FMCSA say about this? Now, and also, was it? You said he made deliveries because in my understanding.
Listen, I am not a truck driver. I'm just saying.
You played it to make me look like an asshole. So you played it because you made me trying to make me look like an asshole. So I'm going to say what I got. You know what? You got it.
No, if that's how you took it, that it makes you look like an asshole.
Well, it's because there's no regulations on it, and if anything that is self-driving, it can't be no more than 10,000 pounds. So my question is, how did they pull that off?
Safety, its top priority.
We certainly hope that as we operate on public roads alongside of people, that we're not that noticeable, that we behave just like the safest driver you might encounter on the road. That's our goal.
And if you see one next to you, Fisher says to document the moment safely.
If you're tempted while driving to snap photos, please don't do so while driving. That said, we've definitely had passengers with their iPhones out.
In Houston, Victor Jacobo, KHOU 11 News.
I'm just saying, it's like
this highway has a secret.
So we're here on I-40. New at 5, driverless semis.
You're saying that I show this to make you look like an asshole. I'm just saying is that you're saying it doesn't exist. And 3 months ago, here we go.
Later
because because the only thing I know when it comes to when it comes
NASDAQ
to
after completing a SPAC transaction. It's changing
when it comes
its
to
name
self-driving
Kodiak
trucks, it's supposed to be, if I remember correctly, is at ports. And the only port that I know that was in San Francisco. But a port is not on. A port is a port. Yeah, is you're in a port. You're not on the road with people on it. And so my question is like I said, I wonder how did they pull that off?
5 months ago.
Well, driverless trucks are hitting the roads in Texas, and Fox is hitching a ride inside one of them to get a first-hand look at the new technology. Fox's Jeff Flock is in the passenger seat in Dallas.
Coming to you from the front seat of Kenworth here on Interstate 45 just south of Dallas, and in some ways I'm riding into the future. Take a look. Yeah, driverless truck technology. It's closer than maybe anybody thinks. Yeah, there is a driver sitting there, but as you can see, his hands are not on the wheel. It's all being driven by the robots. And this could be closer than anyone thinks, as the folks at Kodiak Robotics, which is based just south of Dallas.
Are you serious? I'm thinking
technology that they think could.
What I'm trying to tell you is that, okay, like I said, he said that he's one of these people. Like, okay, he had to sit there with his hands out in case it goes wrong. But they are doing this. This is like
bring actual driverless, that is to say, nobody in the seat technology to.
Yeah, see how you made it seem like like that is technology.
CEO and founder of Kodiak Robotics, who gave us
see, I'm thinking. See, you had me thinking like that right there. Like, yeah, we have that in the new trucks now. That is something only probably lasts a couple of minutes. It's supposed to keep you. It's supposed to that right there. You can only use it on a straight array, and it only keeps you in the lane. But let the wind blow a certain type of way.
No. The way that this guy was saying is that it drives all the way there, bro. What are you talking about?
All right. You know what? You got it.
So we're here on I-45 in Palmer, Texas, just south of Dallas. We are on the lookout for a new invention that could potentially upend one of the largest industries in America. That invention, a driverless truck.
Driverless semi trucks
are now operating.
No one behind the wheel of a huge semi truck.
Lane assistance program.
Launched service this week. My heart is just palpitating thinking about this.
Aurora Innovation and several of their competitors have been using I-45 as a testing ground to prove a single point. They don't need drivers.
Well, it's going to be a catastrophe.
We are on the verge of a new era in trucking.
I mean, this is truly transformational technology.
And it's coming for your job too.
More jobs are lost through automation than they are through trade deals.
A robot comes into a factory, workers go away.
Robots could soon put together your next grocery order.
Many office jobs even.
The job you have today ain't going to be here in 10 or 15 years.
The company, why do you need everything automated?
So we came to Texas to witness the revolution for ourselves.
Every load that one of these driverless trucks take is a load that's being taken away from a driver.
We spent time with truck drivers talking about what this means for them.
I kind of am one of the last of the cowboys. We are truly a dying breed of people.
And find out how ready our roads and our society are for this change.
Have we done a good job of addressing the policy questions that need to be answered in order to successfully develop this to maximize the benefits of it? I think absolutely not.
This tech is coming. I mean, it's here now. But is there a way to make it work for us instead of against us?
It's all happening right here. Buckle up. We're heading out.
Yeah, that's driving assistance, not
So right now,
autonomously driving.
But this driver shortage narrative is how Aurora has been justifying its work.
The trucking industry has faced and continues to face a structural challenge with not having access to enough drivers.
We're delivering a scalable, stable driver supply.
They're not addressing a shortage because there isn't one. There's never been one. There's a shortage of willing and pay them better.
Driving off the highway, where the variables are different, is harder. So a human driver on either side of the Aurora driver's journey will do what is called.
All right, here we go. So watch this.
There are a lot of types of
What
trucking.
I'm trying to tell you is that there are drivers that are like letting the truck drive itself. And like it says, okay, when you get to like the last thing.
I have the same thing in my truck. I have the same thing
One
in
of
my
them
truck.
is called line haul
But that's
trucking.
These are
lane-
some
it's
of the
pretty
best
much
jobs
lane
in trucking.
assistance.
These are over-the-road drivers moving from motor carrier terminal to motor carrier terminal.
That's essentially what Aurora is hoping to prove it can do with the Dallas to Houston route.
They've been running that same route for years now. And so that's really how it's going to roll out for these better jobs, is those ones that go along a particular lane, right, between an origin and destination. Those are going to be the ones that get automated next.
There was a little bit of feeling of accomplishment of getting done purpose, delivering stuff. I mean, over the years, I've hauled a lot of different freight.
Will Cook is a truck driver. We brought him along with us to see more tests of the Aurora driverless truck.
So Chris Hermson told investors,
I very much look forward to the day when every truck here on I-45 is driven by Aurora.
what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, where's all these people going to go to work? I mean, look how many trucks we're passing right now. Where are these people going to go to work?
Aurora and their partners, though, claim all of this is actually good for drivers.
We feel like this will help develop a better job, a better career for our
These
drivers.
line
DJ,
haul-
can you pause it real quick? So just pop up those two companies real quick. They just showed. It was Warner and yeah, those two companies. If you're partner with those two companies, good luck. Look at their safety scores if you disagree with me.
I mean, I look at it like this: it's coming, and I hope people don't try to blame illegal immigrants for this. Because
I'm trying to tell them we saying all that.
AI taking jobs. They're still gonna blame the illegal immigrants.
I ain't gonna blame no illegal immigrants. I probably most likely I'll be gone.
I'm not saying, hey, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying just people in general. You know.
Oh shit, they already had taken over. You know, shit. Black folks voted for voted for the same person, still didn't win. So they already had taken over.
I gotta give some. Oh my god, I've been so focused on like what I'm doing. I haven't seen my super chat. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to the people that did the super chats. HMSX6MG gave a super chat. He's like getting mad. He's like, why ain't y'all married?
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Listen. I'm not used to people actually like supporting me, so I just get so wrapped up in the show that I forget that there are people giving super chats. I'm not used to even people giving super chats, so please forgive me, guys, that I didn't like say nothing about the super. Sorry, guys, I'm so sorry.
My bad, DJ and the other brother on this panel with me.
Man, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't ignore you. I'm sorry, man. I'm used to super chats because I ain't getting. I've been going like for a whole year, no super chats. So sorry, guys. I'm gonna get used to it.
Yeah, my bad, DJ and the other brother who's up here on the panel, because you must if you clearly don't see, I have been quite invested in this conversation. It's just it's things they don't tell you. You know, it make it seems like, oh man, this truck is driving on its own. I'm like, no, I ain't like that.
That's hard for you. If you put your information in the back, I'm going to do a show. We will do a whole thing about like trucks, because
no. How about AI taking over?
I will do AI taking over truck, and I will let you come in. I apologize. I did not mean to ignore my audience. I'm so sorry. I was just like, just focus. So sorry. Excuse me. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I apologize, guys.
Well, I was trying to put it up on stage and wouldn't let me do it for you. And I was like, Okay.
You listen. You need to give me a super chat just because you made me like ignore my little people that was like saying to give me like love. Man, thank y'all for the love. Cause listen, I have been working so hard like this whole year doing stuff. If you look at my channel, I have like over 2,000 videos, guys. 2,200 videos. And I have interviewed everybody from truck drivers. You're not the only truck driver I've talked to. And I'm because I like, I like to talk about all the subject, everything that has anything to do. And YouTube don't even know what to do with my videos. They're like, what are you talking about? There's so many things. We don't even know what to do with it, And so at the end of the day, because I think it's all relevant, it's so much. And so I try to cover everything. And so, yeah, I did have a truck driver talking about stuff and what's going on the road. And I do have that. So what I'll probably do is maybe I need to do a show about, make sure you either email me. Listen, let me put my email here. If you want me to do a show, if you hit me, here's my email. This is my email, and I will bring you up on the show, and you can talk about what's going on in your situation. So that's my email. Okay, send me an email, and I will bring you up, and I will give you a thing to speak on, and this, that, the other. Let's get back to this, Brother Sanchez, talking about the FBA, because I got sidetracked. Let's go.
With automation systems
and wait,
robots.
You laughing at me? Who laughing at me? You laughing at
DJ, 1 second. I've been on this bad boy with 5 hours for you. You a trooper, 9 hours, girl.
Yeah, listen, and Bo, understand you up here. Listen, you up here laughing.
No, I'm not. I'm just laughing because when you start the show, I can imagine all the different opinions. It's going to be a lot of disagreements amongst some of these truck drivers that come on there, because some of them going to be like,
listen, I just tried to I just said this, and it just went on a tangent, and I didn't even realize I had super chats coming in about what Brother Sanchez was saying, and they like, well, why did you what about my super chat? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I had zoomed in, no.
It's like I said, my bad. I kind of got a little bit worked up there because you got to also realize this thing coming for my job is coming for my job. It's coming for like 50 people I know, and I'm gonna be real with you. You're talking about shoot. Truck driving.
I will focus in and zoom in.
I see it. I mean, I like that.
Talking about 10 million jobs gonna be gone overnight. 10 million jobs.
I'm trying to tell y'all, bro,
that video you first played. I seen that video months ago. Because when somebody at my job was telling me, it's like, yo, look, AI taking over everything. Look at this. And he showed me a video. I was like, nah, they ain't gonna do the truck drivers like that. And then I seen it. I said, oh shit, maybe they are.
Scary, because I live in Texas.
I'm filing the complaint with the FMCSA because they've been lying.
Hold on. I live in Texas, so imagine how I feel that there might be these trucks on the road, bro. What? And so I'm scared. I'm like, what?
I mean, I could see it. I mean, if you think about it, it might not happen overnight to take everybody's job, but I mean, if they can fly drones, unmanned drones, big ass drones, and send it on missions, shit, you think they ain't gonna put a truck?
If they can send a drone from Walmart to drop your food off, come on, bro. We need to wake up.
If they can have a drone with missiles in it, you know what I'm saying?
So, to explain it, the difference is that
it's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to happen.
It's going to happen. Yeah.
To explain the difference is
enjoy your time, take your money, but it's happening. It's happening.
So them drones are so the difference is I'm right next to a school full of children, and it's like the same thing I ask everybody. Who would you rather trust?
I'm sorry,
a computer program that's gonna ma'am? I'm sorry.
The reason why I keep interrupting you is because I just showed you that in Texas right now, they are doing it.
Mm-hmm.
They are putting trucks out on the road. Jesus Christ. But they might have a person behind it with their hands out, but I bet you they're not sitting up there with their hands out like this whole time. They're just sitting up there chilling. They're sitting there.
I bet you that reaction time is trash.
Smoking a certain type of shit.
Might even be sleeping.
Right. Come on now. The Tesla, all that stuff. Come on now, bro. They, like, you think everybody just got their hands up the whole time waiting on they did that for the news. Everybody else was sitting back chilling. And the truck was driving. They smoking a blunt and shit. Like, fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
And you gotta understand this too.
Come on,
like I get where you're coming from when you said next to school children, but you gotta think this is a capitalistic society. Everything's about money. If they can get a truck to do it for money and they could do it on a cheap, they could care less about them damn kids in a school bus. Like, seriously.
Yeah, you're right. And so the thing about like, I put a value, or like I can't really put a value on a life, right? So for me, say example, like it happened to me before. There was an accident and I had a choice to either ram through the van where I seen earlier was full with kids, or just ditch the bee. I decided ditched it. But when, even though I was able to ditch it, I still got out the ditch because I'm that awesome at driving. But don't want to toot my own horn. But when you got a company behind it and you don't have a human being behind it, what's going to happen is you are automatically put in a value now. Like, okay, is this load, which is going to cost more to pay off this family, or then that's the problem.
Quantum twist, okay? Quantum twist, okay? He says the reason why you keep interrupting is because you're a damn woman and won't keep your mouth shut.
Man, shut your ass up, dude. Silly woman.
I'm gonna say, man, bro, you don't get the hell up out of here. Just like Democrats don't care about kids and some. Now he want to go from women to kids and some. Let me go back and play this video with Sonetta and just finish up the thing
stuff like that. So why we were and the jobs that the illegal immigrants get, we don't want them anyway, because they're under the table jobs that's cash money, and they measly hard laboring jobs. These people can't get legit jobs because they don't have their proper paperwork, so they end up doing work we don't want to do no way. If you're a black man in America and you compete with an illegal immigrant for a job, I hate to say it, man, bro, you can do better. It's better jobs for us. We ain't no lower class citizens, man. We've been here. So we don't really got to compete with them for fruit picking jobs and, little bitty, now some dudes with felons, they may disagree with me. They probably say, well, man, that's all I got, these low level jobs. You know what I'm saying? But I do think
if anybody want to come in, you got to cam up so I can see who you are. You got to cam up. Let me see you.
I like what FBA stand for, and I think it's going to grow strong. I hope it do. But I do see that it can be compromised by there being different people in FBA with different political viewpoints, religious viewpoints. You may have it infiltrated by Christians. The Christian FBAs may start bringing the Jesus into it. What I'm saying is FBA having all these different mindsets in it because it's a lineage, right? You can be whatever ideology you want. And that's kind of a good thing and a bad thing. And the bad thing about it is, can you really be whatever ideology you want in FBA? Because if that's the case, then guess what? I can be a KKK member in FBA. If we can be anything we want to be in FBA, because this is what they was telling me yesterday. They were saying, but brothers can support ICE if they're FBA. They can be whatever they want to be. And we can make that argument to get out of certain situations, but it's going to shoot us in the foot. If we say anybody can be whatever they want to be and be in FBA, that means they can be a tether and be in FBA. So what is the code then? Why have a code if anybody can just be what they want to be? Because the reason gang members have a code, because they say, nope, if you snitching, you can't be in this gang. If you snitching, if you doing this, you can't be. That's to protect the group. So while that's my thing, we would say we have a code, but it's really ain't clear what the code is. And I'm gonna simplify the code. You can't be supporting anything that isn't a benefit to your people. Now, listen, the question would be, is ICE a benefit to FBA? Because a person can say, Well, getting the illegal immigrants out of here is a benefit to FBA. That don't mean necessarily that ICE is though. So meaning if your police department was kicking out the illegal immigrants, would we fall in love with the police now? Because y'all like to say F the police. We don't like the cops, right? So ICE agents are beyond police officers. They like government agents. You know, it's the next level to being a police officer. So my thing is, if all it takes for us to be down, right, and support the police or law enforcement, it's for them to, like a lot of brothers was joining, they were saying, but Sanchez, these Hispanic gang members, they shooting up the blacks, these gangs and stuff. But check this out, bro. I hate when they bring the gang banging in it, because why do gangs want the help of the police for their street beats? That shit ain't even gangster. Why would gangs say, I'm glad ICE is here? What kind of gang? You might as well call the police on niggas. So it's a lot of double talk going on. It's a lot of desperation to hop on the right train. And I want to get ahead of it and call it out before FBA fully turn into a we're turning into an anti-immigration movement.
All right. So before you get ahead of it, let me ask you, how long do you think ICE will last? Because Trump got like 2.5 more years, right?
I think I said Bush.
Or 3 years. He got 2.5 more years.
About 2.5.
And Trump is the one that set that whole program in motion. Check.
Yep.
So when Trump is gone, I assume ICE might be gone. They might stop that. You think it's going to go on?
I think it's going to be like the war in Iraq. One president put our troops in Iraq, and then each president behind him, for some reason, never pull them out. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. It's like a war front. Once my enemy gain a step forward and we move back, he's going to hold that down. I don't see them removing ICE because they don't have to. The people are already saying, we so happy that ICE is here. They're celebrating. We're asking for more policing, and we don't even know it, under the guise of get the illegal immigrants out. You know, so I don't see them. Yeah, I think it might even get worse with ICE, to where they start checking IDs out at a certain time to make sure that the original people there ain't immigrants, like to where y'all now got to go through painstaking ID checks and stuff like that. It may morph to that.
So what if I say to you or ask you, do this somewhat remind you of slavery when the European was coming in, snatching up black people, snatching up people and taking them somewhere else? Do this somewhat remind you of that?
It definitely does. But here go the cold part. It reminds all of our people of that. And that's why we're celebrating that it's happening to the immigrants, because we're saying they celebrated when it happened to us.
But what immigrants was here when it was happening to us?
Now we go on to where I like to go right here, so we can point out the hypocrisy right here. Because the people that's kicking out these immigrants, Sarnetta, them was the people that was beating on us and whipping us. And guess what? The immigrants that they kicking out was here before them. So that's what I'm saying is, if you think, if we step back and look at what we're doing, we're siding with the people that hung us, burnt us alive, castrated us, just because they kicking out some illegal immigrants who we think are taking our jobs. So my thing is, the people that's taking my job ain't a bigger enemy to me than the people that took the lives of my ancestors, man.
I'm a little confused. So he literally just said that, well, the illegal immigrants are doing the jobs that American citizen, black people don't want to do. And I'm just like, wait 1 second. So the illegal immigrants, they have no political power. They're not supposed to have access to any social network. So that's basically, if they work a full weeks of work and I decided not to pay them, well, they can't go to the they can't report me to the Department of Labor, can't report me to the Better Business Bureau. So he basically just say, you know, he don't have a problem with slavery with extra steps. That's basically what he just said. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I'm confused by him too. He seemed like he's just talking in circles. Like I seen somebody in the comment section saying this dude just doing a whole lot of talking and ain't really saying shit. And that's basically what I'm getting as well. It's like this guy's just talking and not really saying much.
And he literally just disrespected a lot of black men, because black men are overrepresented in the blue collar work by 38%. So 38, like blue collar work is what a lot of brothers who have complained about, how all these illegal immigrants coming from. So that's just me. My bad.
Well, let's continue.
The way that war work is like if me and Sarnetta beefing with each other, but me and Sarnetta also beefing with Billy down the street. If Sarnetta catches Billy slipping and do something to him, that don't mean me and Sarnetta cool. Me and Sarnetta still beefing. I don't care that he beat Billy up and Billy's my enemy because he's my enemy too. And I don't like Billy either. But see, the thing is this right here. Black folks will say white folks hung us on trees. They did all that, but they kicking out our enemy. So now we going to support the dude that
right.
That ain't gangster. That's why people don't take you serious. It looks very goofy. It looks like you ain't militant. It looks like you looking for a way to not have to fight the big dude. Because the easier fight is the immigrants. And you looking for a way to get on the team of the big bad bully, which is ICE, the system that is oppressing not only them, but us. Now, guess what? I don't care about illegal immigrants getting kicked out. I want to let that be clear. I don't care nothing about it. What I care about is us supporting the people who kicking them out.
Yeah, I'm with you.
This is what I've been saying. I don't care about I don't like the way the law enforcement is going, and I said that earlier in my in this whole stream, and I agree with Brother Sanchez on that. It's like, okay, so people are willing to forego what's really going on in this whole law enforcement because of immigration, and they want to kick out immigrants because they're so-called taking their jobs and taking over and this and the other, and coming into the Black community and taking over the community and this and the other. So therefore they're willing to side. It's almost like Batman and the Joker coming together. Are we willing to like to side with the Joker at the moment just to like beat the other, like the enemy, and then we go back to being enemies again? Like, is this what this is? Is that what's happening?
Well, you never stated reason why you don't like it. You never stated, like, what was the reasons why? Like, can you give me like 3 reasons why?
I did state the reason why, but it was earlier in this entire stream. I don't like the way that ICE is going into communities and being rickshawed, run-shot, doing whatever they want to do, and they are not organized military, actually like a law enforcement like thing. What they're doing is that they're acting like a gang instead of a law enforcement agency. I don't think that is the way to go about law enforcement. I actually showed how there was another shooting, right?
Mm-hmm.
They come up in cars, unmarked, and then they just try to box you in. You don't even know who the hell it is, right? You just know that, okay, you might be an immigrant, whatever. You might be a person that came up on their radar, but the way that they do it, they go about it is like, oh, okay, they just box you in out of nowhere. They jump out, they grab you up out your car. You might not even have the car in park. The car can keep going, crash into a building. Because this has happened. They crash into a pole, a building, they rip you out your car, then they take you off, they leave the car there, they leave all the remnants of whatever happened. And sometimes it might be a thing where their own car gets left there because it might be like in Minnesota, especially where people come out or whatever, they have to like hurry up and leave. So now they're like leaving blight across whatever's going on. So this is not the way that law enforcement should work. The bottom line is that if you're an ICE agent, you should have an actual car that has a siren that's like labeled a law enforcement type of vehicle. That way, pull over. Okay, and then if you don't pull over, I'm a clearly marked police car. But what's happening instead is that they are pulling up in unmarked cars, no siren, nothing, and just boxing you in. And then you're supposed to like respect that and say, "Oh, that must be ICE doing this to me." No, there's cars that are just doing this, and then they're doing, and then it's like doing. So one car might like tell you pull over, Pull
So
over.
do you
right?
know that regular police have unmarked vehicles with sirens like ICE do?
No, hold on. With sirens, ICE does not have sirens. ICE has
I mean,
unmarked.
I'm sorry, lights. They have lights. You don't need sirens if you
I
as
don't.
long as you have the
I
lights.
haven't. Ever since I have seen, I have not seen no lights. All I see is unmarked vehicles running down people. I have not seen no sirens, no lights. The thing about law enforcement, even when it comes down to like, even if you have an unmarked vehicle, right? The first thing that happens is that when it's time to like for whatever ish to go down, then you hear a siren, you hear whatever. Even if it's an unmarked vehicle, it is equipped to like show that this is law enforcement. That is not what's happening with ICE. What's happening is they're in a Ford SUV and then they just like say, "Hey, pull over." And then you are supposed to like say, "Oh, okay," and then pull over. Like what? And then next thing you know, it's like 5 or 6 of them boxing you in, crashing into you, all this other crazy stuff. That is not how things should work.
Well,
Hold on. Even when they actually even do the crowd control for the riot, right? Whenever police are doing crowd control, right? They have like their riot gear. They have everything set up. They like show us force. They line up. Everything is done in a not a militaristic way, but an organized way. ICE is not organized. They just do things rickshaw randomly, like a gang on the streets. They are just being able to be thrown out there. And I say this is based on training. I said this earlier. If you go back to my thing earlier, when I was being argued about this earlier, listen, 47 days of training is not enough time to train a person and then throw them out into the world when you have an entire, like pretty much protests that are like ending in like really, really crazy stuff. All this, you go to training for 47 weeks, you get sent out into the wild, and then you have to like figure it out as you go. It's an on-the-job training, right? And here's the thing: like there'll be a time where an ICE person could be like have a person pulled over, and he could be like telling the person, "Okay, all right, do this, do that." Another ICE agent can come onto the
You're
other
talking
side.
about stuff that you've seen on TV that you probably haven't got the full context in. And
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's not. I don't watch TV. I watch the internet. What I'm trying to tell you is that
okay,
if
TV on the
agent
internet, CNN.
ICE is talking to listen, if a police officer is talking to an individual, I have never seen a situation where a police officer is talking to an individual and out of nowhere you have a person here, a person on the other side. They are discussing like what's going on with the individual. Out of nowhere, another person just come and just bust the window out. That is disorganization. There should be an understanding about how stop should work, but that is because people are being thrown into situations that they have no training for, and that's what it really boils down to. But I get it,
No,
you know.
Can I rebuttal what you have to say?
Yeah.
So here's my problem is that I see ICE on a daily basis. I actually have encounter with ICE about, I don't know, twice, maybe like twice, where they actually, oh, can I see ID, yada yada yada. I'm like, yeah, sure, here you go, yada yada. It was basically like same thing what I had to deal with the police. And so my problem is that it is not honest. The reason why I say it is not an honest conversation is the fact that you see it like it's happening in Florida, it is happening in Georgia, it's happening in Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, Nebraska, all of these red states. You don't see the crazy crap. You know the reason why? It's because the red states are working with ICE. Now, here's the difference, which you probably have seen on the television, because we all have seen what, and I mean television, I mean on the internet, you know, YouTube, yada yada yada, whatever. You see the chaos, and you see different governors, mayors, multiple different states saying that we will not work with ICE. We will not work with ICE. So even Tom Homan said we would rather not go into communities and have to do the things that we need to do. Like we would like to work with the state police, the local police, city police, whoever, but they're not cooperating with the federal government in Minnesota and all of these blue states. They're not cooperating. So yes, it might look a little bit chaotic, but it's like y'all have more smoke for the people who are trying to make sure that you keep make sure that we actually keep our country and have a country, because unfettered illegal immigration, like we have open borders, you don't have a country. And so that's why I say it's not an honest conversation, because you literally hear the Democrats on the daily. Tim Walz talking about it's the third day to Gettysburg. Like, it's not honest. ICE should not be out there for crowd control, because why? They're not trained for crowd control. They should be trained, you know what? You getting the illegal immigrants out of the country. That's what they should be trained for. They should not be trained to deal with protesters. They should not be to deal with officers who refuse to help out.
Hold on. Law enforcement that are doing something anything should not be trained to deal with people that are against them. What?
No, I'm saying is, I said they should not have to deal with.
But they should be trained to be. They should be trained.
There's no. It's honestly, for me, it is waste of training. It is.
No, it's not a waste of training.
It is waste, because why the hell are you fighting? You know what? Fuck it. I shut the hell up.
You should be trained across the board. Listen, I was in the military, right? And I was trained on various situations. You cannot hot pocket train somebody and then throw them out into the field and then expect people not to be getting shot. That's what happened.
Finisher. Let me reply to Finisher. My bad, DJ. Any black person who's not supporting ICE, congratulations, you are failed race, and you should be replaced with the illegals, dumbass.
Man, you guys are crazy. You think that ICE is, come on now, bro.
Already been replaced. You voted 90% clip for one person 10 years ago. If you would have done that as a group of people, we would have won the race with Kamala Harris.
Obama had the most immigration, 1 million more. He had gotten rid of 1 million immigrants or more.
Who?
Without all the hubbub, okay? Pamela, Jesus Christ, here he comes. Let me finish what I was playing, and I'll let Pamela.
Yeah, right. When they're gonna kick them out without our support,
right?
So it makes it look like we just want to now be Republicans, and we need an excuse to do it, other than telling the truth that it was all along FBA was gonna go from pro reparations to anti-immigration. So that's what I'm saying, and ain't nobody joining, man. On my side, the link is pinned. I'm gonna see if they can, because I see people talking crap in the chat. They might be scared.
Yeah, I need y'all to cam up if you're coming in. I need to know who I'm speaking to. I need to see who I'm talking to, because you see.
A little bit further.
The political side of FBA that galvanized black people was pro reparations, not anti-immigration. Because you can be in FBA, right, and you can be for immigrants being here. But in my opinion, you can't be in FBA and say that you're against reparations, because that's what the movement was started on. The people of identifying a certain lineage who is owed something from this country, who built this off our back, and they're giving more of the assets to foreign groups. So another thing I wanted to point out too, we worrying about illegal immigrants taking our jobs when most of your jobs is being moved overseas. You got American corporations, y'all Negroes wearing Jordan, right? If you wearing Jordan, they make Jordans in China, right? So imagine if they had all of these factories over here. See, when you go in a store, it's made in China, and it's going to be made by AI. Ain't no factories here. We want to worry about jobs. Let's talk about these American corporations that's allowed to move out of America and still operate as American headquarters. In my opinion, if you move your business out of America, we should treat you like a foreign corporation. Yep, sure should. Because now think about this. We won't talk about foreign corporations benefit off capitalizing off Americans while having their factories overseas. We talking about jobs, and we ain't talking about that. And the people in power rather us be bickering about small potatoes and divided amongst each other while they rip the rug out from under everybody. And I don't care if FBA got a problem with illegal immigrants. I just don't care about the illegal immigration thing, and I don't care who get kicked out or who stays. I'm worried about us strictly staying on code.
I appreciate you having me up. Are you going live tomorrow, or are you going live?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. Go ahead. Did you want to like take a final statement before you go? Go ahead.
Damn it! Woo! Damn, something flew in my throat right there. Oh
Did
man!
You driving? Something flew into your throat?
Pause. Damn! What the hell?
Jesus.
Yo, how you say pause on a cough?
You said what? You said what?
How do you say pause on a cough?
No, it's because I was like, yo, something flew in my throat. Pause, man. God damn it. Boy.
Oh, okay.
No, it was just like he said something that I was just like, yeah, you're right. A lot of jobs are going overseas. The same people black folks voted for, it's the same people that supported that policy, because if I remember correctly, that was a Democratic policy. What basically they said to us was, we're going to be getting cheap. We're going to be getting, because we're moving the jobs overseas, we're going to get cheaper items, cheaper material. Everything is going to be cheaper. Well, one day you found out they moved all the jobs overseas to where you don't have jobs, and so the jobs you do have, you're fighting on to them for dear life, to basically all the cheap stuff that they said you was going to have. Well, you can't even afford it now because of the fact that you don't have jobs no more. But hey, black folks, it's like I said in the 2024 election, which I actually put money down, and thank you, black folks, because y'all made me a lot of money. Because I literally put down, because the statistics were, they projected at least 16% to 20% of black people were going to vote for Donald Trump. And I said, I know black people way more than these polls said. So what I did was I took a loan out on my Roth IRA and my 401k for about 10 G's, and I bet it against black folks. And you know what happened? I made a shitload of money, because, you know, at the end of the day, black folks will vote against their own interests. Effing insane. But I appreciate you having me up here, DJ. Hopefully I should be able to make it to your live tomorrow. If not, I join you on Friday, and I got you a Cash App on Friday too, you know.
Oh, I would love that. Thank you so much. And I enjoyed your time here. I appreciate
always enjoy your time, DJ. At least I could say, you a sister that who have some form of critical thinking, who actually is not, you know what, maybe some things you like, nah, but some things you like, that's interesting way to think about it. But at least you were able to call, you call people on your shit. Hell, you called me up on my shit too. So I appreciate you having me. Everybody, God bless. All y'all need, I need at least 5 people to put a couple of dollars in the super chat. I need 5 people to put a couple dollars in the super chat.
Like $1. Oh, man, thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you. I appreciate it so much, you know. Thank you.
I am blessed to make money money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money.
Yeah, it's crazy, DJ. It's crazy how it's crazy how I found you too. I was literally just scrolling through the shorts, then your live jumped up, and I was just like, "This is interesting." I was like, "Okay." I know I've been gone for a minute, but hey, I appreciate the live. You have everybody in the panel. God bless y'all. Hope everybody have a great day at work tomorrow. If you off tomorrow, have a drink for me.
All right,
All right, y'all. God
be
bless y'all.
safe on the road. Be safe on the road.
Peace, brother.
I'm super trucker.
Hey, just look out for AI.
man, F y'all, man. My bad. Hey, to everybody in the audience, my bad, bro. Yeah. That was a trigger moment for me. I got triggered. I was like, hey, no.
Right, they're like that. Oh hell no! Like, okay, Pamela, what you gonna say? Pamela, been waiting. I'm gonna give you your
Peace.
This
It'll
is
be
his
brief.
immigrants. Oh, immigrants.
I'm gonna be honest. The tactics that you all are crying about being used against immigrants are a very good thing because they are a discouragement or a deterrent tactic that will discourage more immigrants from wanting to come to the U.S. and they will convince other illegal aliens to leave the U.S. before ICE catches them. So it's a beautiful thing. And to address what Brother Sanchez said about the whites or the U.S. government being our enemy, my response to that is if you accept or if you acknowledge that the U.S. government is our enemy, and traditionally it's undoubtedly that they have been, you also must acknowledge that it was this same exact U.S. government that flooded our communities with these immigrants. These immigrants have been oppositional against us, so why not allow our enemies to deal with our other enemies, and we could just be neutral and just take a step back and let them sort each other out. Really, just be neutral. As the illegal aliens are being mass deported, never jump in the way to save them. Allow them to accept their karma.
Left or the right, but stand strict to reparations, cut the check. Whether we get it or not, stand true to what we said we was about. Sonette, I can keep running my mouth, man. So if you don't cut in, I got a lot of. Hey, if you're on my end too, hop on. We had a 5-panel last night, man. I'd like to see some of y'all hop back up. It was fun. So I'm gonna just keep on going here, man, because about these corporations having their businesses overseas. That is why. What you think happened to Detroit? The automobile industry. It ain't that we don't have an automobile industry. It's just that we have a bunch of American cars that ain't made in America. So all of the stuff.
DJ Genesis, may I address one more point, please? Yes. Respectfully, Brother Sanchez is distracted by the jobs point. The part that he is omitting or doesn't have the foresight to acknowledge is that it's not just the jobs that the immigrants are taking geographically and demographically. Immigrants are taking over Black American communities. Or in other words, if Black Americans continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration, there won't be any more majority Black American cities, towns, counties, etc. That's why on the last broadcast that I was on, at least, I asked you to pull up on your screen a list of some of the communities that used to be majority Black American, but are now majority immigrant. And on that list, we saw cities and towns that used to be majority Black American that are now majority immigrant. So no, it's not just jobs the immigrants are taking from Black Americans. Immigrants are literally taking over Black American communities. And I say this in closing. As the total number of immigrants increases in the U.S., the total number of majority Black American cities, towns, counties, and congressional districts is decreasing. So this is a matter of self-preservation, not racism at all or xenophobia. Really, those are mischaracterizations.
Bold and you want to say something about that?
I disagree with the immigrants taking black people because odds it that they only taking quote unquote black jobs. So for me, I look at it like, why are we blaming? Because it's almost like we acting like the way racist white people train a lot of weak black people. They want to blame somebody else. They don't never look at the companies who's hiring and is going to, in their account, they want to save money. How can I save money? I could pay 2 or 3 people to do the same job that I will pay one person to do. A lot of these companies or private companies, whatever, they're going to hire who they want to hire, but we blaming the people that's getting hired. Nah, I don't look at it like that. My thing is that there's a lot of upper personnel in the government. They like to cause confusion, have us all fight against each other just so they could walk away with the money, because they don't give a damn if it's an immigrant working for it or if it's an American working for it. As long as they making money, they could care less. So all this, hey, let them get rid of the immigrants. You think they ain't gonna get rid of your black ass? Shit, man. That's
Well, brother.
All right, go ahead.
Respectfully, don't you realize that if they were able to actually get rid of us, they would have done it literally 200 years ago when slavery ended?
But you saying the immigrants is taking our jobs.
Well, that's why I said one step at a time. If they could get rid of us, they would have already done it. As far as the immigrants taking the jobs, don't you realize that these corporations are able to box Black Americans out of certain industries because they're able to rely on the cheap labor of the immigrants?
So you blaming immigrants for that?
No, I blame them both.
Organizations?
Hear me out, brother. I said I blame them both. They are both problematic. I'm a lobbyist. I fought for companies to be disbanded for employing illegal aliens. So the employers and the illegal aliens that are the employees are both problematic.
So let me ask you this. I'm not sure if you own a business or not, or that you hire personnel or whatnot. Now, if you were a business owner that you hire personnel to do the job, for you being a business owner, would you pay one person to do a job, or would you pay 3 people the same amount that you would pay that one person to do the exact same job?
Brother, actually, you're answering the question I just asked you. Don't you realize that these employees are able to rely on the cheap labor of the illegal aliens because the illegal aliens are here? Or in other words, these same employees will have to pay American workers a livable wage if the illegal aliens were not here. Don't you realize that?
All right, so I guess what I asked doesn't mean anything, right? Because this is not just in America; they do this all over the world.
Exactly.
You go in any country, and they're gonna do forced labor, technically forced labor, work for cheap or work for free, and they're gonna rather do that to make money. They're gonna fill their pockets. So me personally, I'm not gonna blame no immigrant here in America. When I've been to like a whole bunch of countries and I see the exact same shit that goes on, no matter.
I'm not asking you who you're going to blame. I'm just acknowledging that they are both having detrimental effects on our community. The employer that employs illegal aliens and the illegal alien himself. Because the point that you refuse to acknowledge is that these same exact immigrants, these same exact illegal aliens, they are becoming the majority and have become the majority in cities, towns, and counties where Black Americans used to be the majority. Do you acknowledge that they are demographically replacing Black Americans in many Black American communities? Are you at least able to do that?
No, I'm not going to acknowledge that because what we talked about earlier was people that migrate throughout the country. People going to move wherever they might find where cost of living is cheaper.
Exactly.
Find where I guess the companies or jobs or whatever, people move because of companies and jobs. People move around. I'm not going to blame and say, hey, they feeling where Black neighborhoods was at.
But I'm not even asking you to blame anyone. I'm saying, are you able to acknowledge?
I'm not saying you asking me anything.
Exactly. So let's not even introduce the word blame. I'm saying, are you able to acknowledge a mathematical reality? What I'm saying is the total number of majority Black American census tracts is decreasing as the total number of immigrants increases in the U.S. This is nationwide. Are you able to acknowledge that, brother?
Again, like I said, I'm not blaming anybody as far as that goes because.
But you heard me. I didn't even ask you to blame anyone.
You're not even letting me finish. Like I can't even get a word out.
But you said I didn't ask you to blame anyone. Did you hear the question? I asked you, are you able to acknowledge mathematically that the total number of majority Black American census tracts is decreasing as the total number of immigrants increases nationwide? It's just a simple question, brother.
So again, I already answered that question like 3 times. I said I don't acknowledge it, but you didn't.
Oh, you're delusional. I get it.
Okay.
Well, I'll mute up. Go ahead, make your point, brother.
Hey, hold on. We don't have to listen. Pamelato, you love to do that. We're not going to do ad hominem attacks. You don't have to do that to make your point. Don't call people delusional.
Well, respectfully, my point is made.
Respectfully, he's making his point. You're making your point. You don't have to do that. Stop that. Go ahead.
So this is what I get from him. If I don't agree with what he's saying, then all of a sudden I'm delusional. Now, earlier, remember, Genesis, we went over why people migrate to certain states or whatever, right? Due to jobs and cost of living and all that other stuff. But what happens that you have personnel that will come in and they want to make everything about immigrants taking your neighborhoods. And the reason why, they're getting more hired than we are. The same government don't give a damn about your Black ass. That's the one thing y'all don't see. They don't care about your Black ass. No matter how much you sit up here and say, deport them, get rid of the immigrants, fuck them. They don't care about you because at the end of the day, nobody said nothing about these white immigrants that they bring into this country.
I call ICE on them. I call ICE on white immigrants.
All right, well,
respectfully. But DJ Genesis.
Go
ahead, brother.
Well, maybe you do. But I'm just saying,
yes.
I don't see a lot of people complaining about white immigrants and Trump bringing in white immigrants, but he's always complaining about every other immigrant except for the white ones. So,
but brother, let's not argue with each other. I'm gonna ask DJ.
I'm not even arguing with you. I'm just.
No, it's all right, brother. Just so we can end the speculation. DJ Genesis, remember last time you pulled up the screen of the list of cities and towns where Black Americans used to be the majority that are now majority immigrant? Are you able to do that on this broadcast for the listeners and for the brother so he won't be so confused anymore? Because it's irrefutable that immigrants definitely are demographically taking over cities and towns that used to be majority Black American. I don't understand why he doesn't know this, but
hold on. But you missed the part. You weren't here earlier where we actually discussed that. The other guy that was here with the truck driver, he brought that same point up that you brought up.
Yes, but the brother that I'm talking to still doesn't understand it.
No,
and just for the listeners.
Well, I mean, like I said, if I don't agree with whatever logic he's coming
up
with,
not. It's not about me. That's why I said, can you share the information?
I'm not gonna.
DJ Genesis.
No, I'm not gonna do that because I was.
Because it hurts your point and his. I get it.
No, because I was reviewing.
I get it.
Listen, because I was reviewing Brother Sanchez.
It's all right. Just let your listeners stay in the dark. if they don't want to do the research on their own.
We already did that.
That was a separate stream, not this one.
No, it was this stream.
You didn't pull up the info.
No, I did, nigga. Shut the fuck
You didn't.
up. No, I did.
And why you triggered by the truth?
No, I'm triggered because you're saying I didn't pull it up. We already had
your blood pressure too high.
No, we already had.
You need to become a vegan.
Listen, we already had this conversation, and you can get down for laughing too, nigga. We already did this, or you want to go back and have the same rehash bullshit conversation? That's the thing. You guys are in a circular conversation. You have the same circular ass conversation over and over again, and you want people to keep rehashing the same shit over and over again to prove a point. Now, earlier, what I said is that people are not leaving these neighborhoods because Mexicans are coming in. They're leaving them because either they get a job. I already said this. The place they're working up moves. Things happen. It's not because they are just the Mexicans are just coming in and they leave up out of that area. No, they get another place of work. And thank you, WLL Nation, for your super chat earlier. And I did play a song for you. I'm so sorry I did not get to. I'm not sure if you have to hear it, but thank you for that super chat. Go ahead, WL. Go ahead.
Oh, I am so glad that he is gone because he sounds like an extremist, more like a Nazi. Because out of my 30, 40 years living, I never had an illegal immigrant stop me from getting a job. I never had an illegal immigrant stop me from gathering 4 brothers and 4 sisters to build a community. I never had an illegal immigrant or anything. As a matter of fact, the immigrants that he supposedly are talking about, I've lived with for over 9 years and never had an issue with them, never had a problem with them. As a matter of fact, they fed me, I helped them. We fought side by side with each other. So I don't know what I don't know what immigrant he's referring to, but I never had an issue where I had to get my ass up and get work. I had that choice, not anybody else. So I don't know what particular he's talking about. And as far as the brother is concerned, he was 100% correct. He's 100% correct in what you are stating, sir. So, but the thing is, he wants you to concede. He wants you to concede that these immigrants are bad. That these immigrants really, mess up. Is going to mess up a country, and we're going to disappear, brother. We had over 40, 50, 60 years to rebuild our communities. And I'm not.
Can I add to that? So
yes, sir.
He's running propaganda now. He's coming out talking about he called ICE on white immigrants, which I don't believe to begin with. Now, me, I was military. You know what I'm saying? I did my time in the military. We had immigrants in the military serving for the U.S. government, right? But all of a sudden, these immigrants are a problem because they run in a narrative, and then they get these guys that come up here with these propaganda speeches talk about, the immigrants are hurting our community. And it's just like, hold up. How did they hurt? I agree with you. Like, how are they hurting our community? You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody stopping us for getting a job or nothing.
I wouldn't be. It would be surprising if I were to look into his family tree and find one immigrant. What?
A bunch of it's called Pan Mulatto, bro. And even the other guy, Pan Mulatto-ism. Okay? Pan Mulatto-ism. Okay, why do you have why do you have this on? What is
it's the white dude in blackface with the mask on again. I forgot all about him.
Right. So what do you want to say? You wanted attention. Go ahead. Say what you got to say, bro. Who are you now? You want attention. You put this on because you want people to pay attention. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
Well, it's become more and more like a standoff, you know? There are plenty of people in the audience who do agree with Pamelaism, and
It's
they
not about
agree with this.
what is the point? Like, make your point. Not about who's in the audience. Make your point. It's not about who's in the audience and what is your point, bro? Because I'm getting pissed off about the fact that you guys keep making the same goddamn point over and over again. Like, what is the fucking point? Because you keep
I
saying
have one question for everybody on the panel and everybody who's listening. Just one question. How would you feel if Renee Good, there was a law passed that there was no law enforcement to ever shoot inside of a vehicle ever again, even though this has been done to us and others several years, decades, it's been going on like that. How would you feel that if there was a law passed?
Great job.
In the name of Renee Good.
Finally, good job. Yes. Finally, they can't just shoot and blow someone's head off through a car window. Yes, good job. Bold and understanding. What do you think? What's your take on it? What would you think?
I don't know. I don't know where this guy comes from, because it's like we talking about something else and he just went to Renee Good.
Talking about, bro. Yeah, they should not be able to do that. Yes, make a law about that. What the fuck? What difference do it make if it's because of her or because of anything else? Yeah, they should not be able to do that. That's crazy. Blow someone's head off through a window? Like, yeah, no, they shouldn't be able to. WL, what do you think? What's your take on it?
I'd rather have 1,000 Renees than have one Hitler. Checkmate.
I mean, I don't get it. I don't understand the logic.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I often said, and forgive me for saying this, because my channel is consistent on Black First. But what if your grandmother? What if your sister? What if your wife or your girlfriend was in that same seat that Renee was in? She got shot for no apparent reason. That was an assassination attempt.
This period, not an attempt. It's done. Done.
Yeah. And you know what's so funny is we had guys like the dude in the mask come up here when we had this conversation about a week ago, sitting up here saying she deserved it and all that other stuff. I was just like,
oh yeah, said that he should have dumped more off into her. I'm like, what? Yeah, bump that. Like, that is not humane. What are we talking about? That's weird. Yeah. No.
Well, you know what? I wish Jake Long would have got his ass whooped when he tried to pull that shit off in, I think it was in Minnesota, when he was trying to pull off that KKK shit, and he ended up getting his ass whooped by his own people. I was cheering. I was like, really?
White people was beating his ass. Let's get back into this, what we were talking about, because for some reason people want to do this hypothetical. Well, imagine if. Could you imagine? Like, bro, come on now. Let's go into what's going on.
Like the Ashanti. We still Africans, but now we have a exclusive name than just African. That's just a general umbrella.
Well, I want to talk about
fusion, because we already have the biggest identity crisis when it comes to people, family, right? We are Hebrews, Muslims. We claim Native American. Oh, I'm Kemet. I'm ancient Kemet. I'm African American. I'm ADOS. I'm Black. Now we have FBA. Is that more confusion that we going by? Because now we have something else to fight towards. What are we going to be as a people moving forward?
I think we can look at FBA as a broad umbrella to cloak all of us under. You can look at it as no different than Pan-Africanism, you know, because all of these groups you just named are exclusive identities for certain groups of black folks, right? But we don't have nothing that just cloaks everyone under one umbrella but Pan-Africanism. And when it does that, it don't put FBA in our respected position based upon how much these other groups benefit on us. That's benefit from us. That's why FBA said we're going to delineate. We're going to make us an exclusive identity. And guess what? We're going to unite with other groups under that identity versus just black people, right? And that way we can have something to galvanize. Because the thing is, I don't think it's really division. I think that all black people got a ethnicity. You ain't just black. You're either Jamaican, Haitian, you're something, right? And for so long, black people in America, listen to what I'm calling them, black people. Why? They don't have a exclusive ethnicity. So it's just like going to Africa and calling a person just an African. What else are they? Are they a Nigerian, Kenyan, Libyan? Because every African have an exclusive identity under this African umbrella. FBA would be like the Africans in the land that they just call Africans, nothing else. And then one day we would say, hey, let us come up with a tribal name for ourselves, like the Dogon, like the Ashanti. We still Africans, but now we have a exclusive name than just African. That's just a general umbrella. What kind of African? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right, but let's check this out, man. You got ADOS versus FBA. The white boy is on the outside saying, look at these niggas. They both fighting for the same thing, but they fighting each other as well. We can't respect that. They can't even get along with each other. Think about that, brother. Now, who's the white man going to respect more? ADOS or FBA or none of them? Until we can unify, until we can unite, like the so-called small, like the baby cat hats. You know, when they went and fought for theirs, they was unified. We fighting each other, and we have different names targeting the same thing. Like, why would the European respect that?
Thoughts? What are y'all thoughts?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of, like I said, it's a bunch of confusion. FBA is a spinoff of ADOS. Only reason why it is FBA is because Tyree tried to take over ADOS, and Yvette Cornell ain't want that to happen. Both groups seems to have a xenophobic mindset, mainly towards other black people that's not from America, because they don't really carry that. They don't go hard on these other immigrants like they do on black immigrants. But yeah, it's a whole bunch of confusion, because instead of just being like, hey, Pan-Africanists, or we all black, let's work together, it's always like we just causing a division amongst each other, no matter where you from. It could be from where you from. It can even be religion. It could be whatever group you represent. It's causing division. And like Sonetta said, white man just looking at y'all like, bro, I can't even take y'all serious.
My thing is that didn't Tariq Nasheed have a whole thing called 1804 where he talked about the Haitians and about Haiti's whole history? But
Correct.
now he'll get on TikTok and say they're eating mud pies. He talks bad about Haitians.
Yeah, but
That's what hustlers do.
Yeah,
eating bushmeat. How many Haitians probably bought his documentary feeling proud about what he said about Haiti and going through their history? I mean, are you going to reimburse them of their money about talking about their culture? But you're going to like do a whole documentary, make all this money off of their culture, off of Haitian culture, but then talk around and call them eating mud pies and bushmeat and this, that.
Yeah.
DJ. Now, are you going to take serious somebody who's doing make slide videos? Are you gonna take this man serious?
The art of macking.
The art of macking, pimping since pimping been pimping. Come on, man. I take Yvette Cornell more serious, and sometimes she can be a loony bin, but I could rather talk to her and have a civil conversation with her than someone who really just I don't know. I tried to stay away from things like that because they're gonna fall on their own sword.
Yeah, and
We
all
we got too much to worry. We got way too much to worry about. We got way too much to deal with than just this thing that's separating us.
and
Right now, this group right here,
it's all for profit for Tariq. All this shit is for profit for him.
exactly. And he is nowhere. He will be nowhere to be found. Let's just say FBA is like 2,000 strong, right? And then they're in LA. You know how many Mexicans are in LA?
All right. So here's the deal.
Right.
All right. So here.
Yeah, that's yeah, exactly.
Will you find Tariq? Will you find Tariq the leader in any of these protests? Absolutely not.
Nah. And you know the funny thing about it, this dude made a flag, right? The flag, the FBA flag, the color, the design is based off like some old racist I forgot what group.
The Confederate flag.
Yeah, well, it was like something like more racist towards it. He just took that and flipped the design and put a fist on it and put FBA on there. Like he took that from like some racist group and whatnot. All like I said, all the stuff is for profit on his end.
It was a racist group that he got the flag from?
Yeah, the design. I forgot. I have to find a video. Somebody broke it down and said, "Yo, if you look at this and you compare it to some white nationalist group out there, it's almost the same exact design."
Something of the 4 stars or whatever they were speaking to, but I'll just look at it as a Confederate flag because it's no different. If you look at the design, it's no different. The only thing is it's just one part of it is I think orange or red, and that one they just took and just made it, a fist, which is very, very dangerous. You don't put a fist with an American flag. Are you kidding me?
Wait,
a lot of good Jamaican folks. There are a lot of good Jamaican people. Unfortunately, you have the tether class who are not so good. A lot of these people, they weren't good in Jamaica and they ain't good outside of Jamaica. Unfortunately, a part of the culture is denigrating foundational Black Americans, and that's been going on for a long time. And boy, the Jamaicans inside and out Jamaica, boy, they've been going in on Black Americans, saying we ain't shit, we're entitled. They are going in on us.
The ignorance that Americans have shown this week is the reason why us West Indians do not like America.
We don't give a damn. Let me say that. I'm gonna try not to interrupt. It goes on and on and on and on.
Yo, who put this puppet up?
I did. I made it. I made it. It's on my shorts, y'all. Go make a like to this show.
What you did? You did like AI on this joint?
Yeah, I made a short.
Oh man.
Good job.
Do a whole series, but people started to bite my little idea. I said, God, they will bite my idea already. They bit my idea. As soon as I did that shit, they was like, oh shit, that's funny. They bit it. That it was already done. So I was gonna make a whole series. Trust me, it was gonna be everything.
I was like, damn, I was like, did Tariq do that? Because I know he used to do the puppet stuff.
No, I did that. I made it. I said, him, I had a Nick Fuentes one. I made different ones. Man. I was like on a roll, like, man, these are puppets. They're all puppets. And so you know what I'm saying? Let me go. Let's go.
I'm gonna answer that. And when I said we still Africans, I think a better word I should have said was we're still diasporans. That's
and I want to say I support them both. I support them both groups. Yeah,
me too. So the thing with FBA versus ADOS, that ain't a thing. It's really FBA and ADOS. So you have two groups working toward the same thing in probably slightly different ways. That don't make them in opposition to each other. I would say the Democrats and Republicans would be.
Why don't they work together? If FBA is a lineage and ADOS is a movement and delineation is a movement, why don't they just come together and work together? I don't get it.
They clearly don't mess with each other because Yvette and Tyreek don't even get along. You know what I'm saying? Tyreek was trying to steal the ideology, and they was trying to get some of these people in media try to change the name of ADOS to DALOS or some crap, was telling Tariq Nasheed, and Vet was like, no, this is my joint. You know what I'm saying? So they clearly don't get along. So that's why I'm saying I can't even take them too serious. It's just that
they wanted to have their own movement similar to ADOS. So he had to like kind of like make it into his own thing.
Yeah,
And
he saw that ADOS, I guess, in some concern had some type of traction when it came to the reparations and all that other stuff. And all he did is like he does normally. He just hop on a grift and start his own thing like he actually did something.
So is ADOS the left and FBA is the right? Is that what's going on? FBA left?
I don't really pay attention. I don't pay attention to any of them. I just know that Yvette and Tariq don't get along. And that was the main reason why Tariq started at FBA. Because he was trying to take
it could be a reason why he's so against like Caribbeans too. They whatever they got into it.
He has something against Caribbean.
He probably trying to like say, hey, let's work together, whatever. She's like, I got my own movement. I ain't trying. You know how she talk. I'm not trying to do it with nobody. Let me tell you. And he's like, bump that. Screw all the Jamaicans. You know what I'm saying? Why Jamaican? Oh, bump all of them. They're all, terrible.
He hates Caribbeans, but he don't mind traveling to their country.
Like came out of like hatred for Yvette Carnell, and here we go. Right now, we are here. Who know? How the origin story will never be known. Just like Smeagol from like Lord of the Rings, right? You never know. You just see Smeagol, like you know what I'm saying. Everybody like Smeagol, he's like the ring, but you never know his whole origin came. He was a hobbit. You know what I'm saying?
And the funny thing about it, I remember Tariq was doing all these traveling from.
He had the ring at one point.
Yeah, he was traveling from different country to different country. At one point in time, he's like, "Oh man, I love it in Brazil. Yeah, I need to be down here. You know what I'm saying? These people are more better than Americans." And now he hopped on he just hopped on a whole bunch of grifts and he just throw something into something.
Lord of the Rings, if I never heard of it, it's like Tariq Nasheed is Smeagol, bro.
Yeah, he just try to find something that stick and now that he got, because FBA ain't nothing but an online movement. That's all it is. So now you got these people online that follow that stuff.
Why y'all talk about the man and not saying it to him? You guys are joking. Get on TikTok and X and go up there. All he gonna do is mute me. You know, every other word gonna be like mute. What you look like? Cam up. Let me see how you look. And then and you like eat like some cupcakes, whatever you gonna say. The whole thing. It turns into a roast fest.
He called you by a lot of people tethers, right? But somebody checked him. He said, "Yo, your wife is technically a tether," and he got pissed off and fucking.
I'm talking about my woman. I lady. What they say? There was a Somalian lady. It was like, "What's up with your fucking wife?" She's like, "You don't say nothing about my lady." And I was like,
his wife is a tether, and so is his mother-in-law.
Honey, if you actually did the look deep into the line, everybody, even the mountain, the high castle is sitting right here. We came, we was already here. He'll say this. Yeah. Was already here.
Yeah, Tariq done pipped us.
On what? Where did we come from? How did we get here? We were just already here. So did we sprout up out the ground? No, we were just already
the Homo sapiens.
Evidence we were already here. We were just already here. Like based on what? No, we just already like what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
The Homo sapiens were not your color. I'm so sorry. And even though the America wasn't called the Americans, it was called a different word. You were not here. I mean, you were forced to be here at one point, but you weren't the first people here. Come on.
So this whole narrative, like even the Native Americans, the natives that came over from the Bering Strait, they came from somewhere and came here.
Right.
The ones that came from Africa came here. They had seafaring ships that came here. There were times they got here. You know what I'm saying?
Because I mean, at some point in time,
no, those are pretend Indians. Well, honey, America is closer to Asia than it is to Africa. You have
at some point in time,
we have to have a ship. In order for Asians to come over to America, they can walk across the land. It makes more logical sense that there were Asians here prior to Africans, unless they were probably Africans coming from Asia.
Hey, Genesis, at some point in time, the FBA grift gonna die, and then they're gonna hop on something else, and then forget about the grift that they had before. I mean, that's what
sounds to me. Let's go.
Be a good example of two white groups that are in opposition to each other, that can't get along. It's a house divided. It's a white house divided. So they wouldn't be able to look at us and say we don't respect you Negroes because FBA and ADOS, when they got Democrat versus Republican and they be having smear campaigns. That ain't what FBA and ADOS is. They ain't against each other. They just two different groups with the same goal, if you want to be truthful about it.
Well, I got to disagree with you because remember, Yvette, what's her name? Yvette, what was her name?
Yvette Carnell.
Yeah, Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed had fallen out. And that's when Tariq Nasheed came out with the FBA. And so now it was split off groups now. You see? So they split off amongst each other.
So look,
some went with FBA, some stayed with the ADOS.
I would say.
And then here's another thing that happened. It became a thing about conservative versus liberal. So when the split happened, then it became a liberal versus Republican thing. And then what happened is FBA became more Republican, where you had ADOS being more liberal. And so that's where you get the like liberal, the conservative talking points of FBA versus the liberal talking points of ADOS. And so that's why you have, we were Democrats and Republicans. And all this stuff is all coming together. When you actually put it all together, it's a really like that Tariq Nasheed is mad at Yvette Carnell, and then he made a whole smear campaign and whatever, and everybody else is feeding into it, and they think this is really a doctrine of like understanding what really it is like.
From how I see it, Yvette and Tariq had beef, but that don't mean ADOS and FBA had beef. If Tariq come on here and get into it with you, Sarnetta, I'm FBA and I ain't gonna be into it with you. That's Tariq. Tariq can't have FBA fight for him like an army. We just a lineage. And Tariq beef is his own beef. FBA don't gotta help him with his fights and none of that stuff, you know. So the thing is this: FBA is more of a lineage to where ADOS is just strictly a black political movement for reparations. FBA is more centered around.
What the hell?
Wait. This guy's tripping.
Wait. Hold on.
African diasporic, what is it, of slaves or something like that? African descendants of slaves.
African descendants of slaves.
Black American.
So let me get this. Let me get this straight.
Aren't these both lineages? African the descendants of slaves, foundational Black American. Aren't they both lineage? Like isn't that a lineage of an African?
To be honest, I don't look at any of them as a lineage. I just look FBA to me nothing but a cult. You know what I'm saying?
Do they even know what their lineage is? Do they know what a lineage is?
But is there different lineages though? There's different lineage of everything. It's like what? Like my lineage is not just only African descendant of a slave or a FBA because I have like a little bit of cracker in me. I got a little bit of.
Yes, you're gonna have a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You're gonna have a little bit of Indian, a little bit of Irish, a little bit of Jamaican. My family is based on Jamaican, Irish, and a little bit of Asian, a little bit of Asian, but mainly you have African descent. So,
American descent. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna say this. Like I said about the other guy, it wouldn't be surprising to me if all these Negroes had immigrants in their family.
100%. Like, and then they say, "Oh no, you got your DNA test? That's bullshit. Don't look at that. That's bullshit." And that.
Give me the. It's based on a piece of paper. What?
That DNA test. Listen, and I'm gonna show you some wild stuff. No, I can show. I can't. I gotta find it. Where it talked about even like the people saying that the lizard this is gonna be crazy. It was a thing where we're talking about the lizard and stuff, like how it said it was like Ashkenazi Jew, and they were saying that the Jewish people were like lizard people, like reptilians, and that's the reason why the lizard was like connected to the Ashkenazi Jew. Did you see that one? Wait, did you see that? Oh,
No.
my bad. But no, there was an actual thing I saw where they took a sample of the lizard and it was like, oh, it's European, this, that, the other. And they were like, and there was a white girl got on TikTok was like, see.
Yeah, I think I saw that video.
Oh my God.
Around who gonna get them? And I think the difference between these two groups is the word slavery. The S at the end of ADOS turned a lot of FBA people off. So, but even before you had FBA, you had a lot of black people that was for reparations, but they just won ADOS because they didn't like to be called a slave. So when Tariq came with just foundational Black American, it took off.
Yeah,
it swallowed up all them blacks that wanted reparations but didn't want to be ADOS. So, yeah, you know. But I will say
I love it when these people come up.
FBA cannibalized
Not everybody.
Pan-Africanism.
Not
It
everybody.
cannibalized the DNC. There's no more. FBA so strong. FBA versus everybody.
Listen,
Deal
not
with it.
everybody are
I don't even know why this
You guys are still crying because you guys got your asses whooped in 2024 at the polls. It's not even about that. That's past tense. Where you going now? There's no more Pan-African babies growing up on Pan-Africanism. Everybody's into FBA.
You're Pan-African, whether you want to know, whether you want to say it, know it or not. You are Pan-African, whether you
We love
love
this
it,
country,
hate it,
and we're proud of our
don't
lineage.
appreciate it. Keep dreaming, buddy. You are that. Because
maybe Kamala could come back and give y'all something.
Once you leave the ship, don't bring your black ass back on here.
Never leaving anywhere. I'm not fleeing like y'all. Y'all dream about going to Africa and all this made up stuff.
Well, fleeing to our brothers and sisters over there? You talking about our brothers and sisters over there too?
Not my brothers and sisters.
Them, huh?
I have no ancestors over there. All my ancestors are from here.
Them that you shit on, huh?
We're proud of America.
I would love to see you. I would love to see you in Jamaica. I would love to see you. How come you don't leave America then? I would love to see you in Jamaica.
How come you don't
I would
go
love to
back
definitely
to
see you in
Jamaica?
Jamaica. Come to
you don't go back to
Jamaica and talk that same shit. Come to Jamaica and talk that same shit. Bate boy.
How come you don't go back to Jamaica?
Bate boy.
What happened to your economy out that way?
All these extremists think that they're going to do
Jamaican dollar?
Why don't you kiss Donald Trump ass?
Out that way.
Why don't you kiss Donald Trump's ass? How about that?
One Yankee
Why don't you kiss Donald Trump straight square in his orange ass? How about that? How about that?
Hold on. I'm gonna play the rest of it. Go ahead. Look.
You know, there are some people in FBA that treat it like a cult. Because yesterday on my show, they was like, well, you ain't FBA then. And we always tell people we're a lineage. You can't kick nobody out of a lineage. So that's what I was trying to tell folks. Like when I come with what I'm coming with, watch how many FBA people say he ain't FBA. If y'all do that, then guess what? It's gonna prove I'm an experiment right now. I'm a real living experiment right now. Let's see is FBA really about what you said. Because if you come at me saying, well, we kicking him out and all that, it was a cult. It's a cult.
But nobody got the right to kick you out. If you FBA, you FBA.
Right. That's what I'm saying. When I was telling them cats that I don't rock with ICE, they was like, you can't be FBA and not support ICE.
Nah,
yeah. Remember when Joe Biden said you can't be black if you don't vote Democrat?
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's what it made me feel like.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy right there. But now let's talk about ICE for a minute because we got both of these titles in here. And so when you see ICE, you don't think that they are being too aggressive towards the people? And not only that, they are not only targeting immigrants now. It's like they targeted everybody, even African Americans and Africans, brother. And Africans. They targeted this sister I know where she was traveling to Miami. She was light skinned, but they pulled her out the line and she almost missed her plane. And the only thing that got her free was she had to show her passport. And she lucky she had her passport because she had an ID that wasn't updated and she was showing that. And it was like, yo, this is a fake ID. And she said, oh, hold on, wait a minute. You know, I got my passport. And so she showed her passport and that's what saved her.
It's so weird that our people would say, F the police, but we love ICE. The reason, it's weird because a police officer got a badge number. He got to show you his face. An ICE agent can come up to you with no badge, no identification, with a mask on. We're talking about a vigilante group. This is a militia, man, a government militia, and we don't see it that way. We think they on our behalf. Guess what, man? If a police officer beat you up in the alley, you can remember his badge number, name, all that, and at least go and do something about it. If an ICE agent beat you up in the street, he don't have to identify. He don't have to tell you who he is. It ain't the same as dealing with a regular cop. So
but didn't the court no longer told them that they got to wear a mask? They got to take their mask off, right?
I think that people probably been protesting enough to make them. They probably made them do something about that because, as far as I'm concerned, they was just masked up, vigilant. Even if they don't got a mask on, though, ICE agents don't have to identify by name, not unless they change that too. You know, because we're talking about a military group, and this ain't like the police officers. Who you gonna go and complain on to an ICE agent? You got to go to the ICE agency in your neighborhood or whatever, make a complaint. It's gonna be worse than the police department, bro. They got each other back way tighter than the police.
Even the military have their name badge on. There's no, you could, like, if a military person fuck with you, they have their name on there. They have the last name. Any military is gonna have their last name. Period. That's a part of your like uniform. Your last
so
name.
if ICE agents get a badge, if it's to take off the mask and and everybody, it's transparent. Is it all better now?
No, I'd rather have them wear them white sheets on their heads.
Right.
So the thing when people say F the police, but we love ICE, most ICE agents are ex-police officers, guys.
DJ, I gotta go. I gotta go to work. It was nice meeting you.
So I never said they made an African woman show her ID. That's the beginning of what I was telling you.
Give me a last word. I was ask for a last word before he left. Credit tutorials. Welcome to the chat. What you want to say? Credit tutorials. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't. I was just listening. I don't really have anything to say right now.
Okay, let's go.
Y'all, you gonna have to have a real ID. If you walking on the street past a certain time, they may say, "Look, brother, hey, where you go? Let me see your ID, man." Why? Because we making sure you ain't no illegal immigrant. Now, you don't want that kind of world where you got to have curfews and ID. But guess what? We're asking for it. They saying, "Wait a minute, y'all want us to get the illegal immigrants out, right? Then shut up. Show me your ID. We doing this for you. You asked for this." And that's how it's going to end up being. So right now, we may say we love ICE, but ICE has repeatedly conducted warrantless detentions, meaning ICE is detaining people without warrants, y'all. And don't nobody care about it because they ain't the regular police. We would go crazy if it was a regular police. ICE can get away with beating a nigga up today, y'all, because black folks behind them. They'll say, "What you do wrong? He must have did something wrong." Listen, ICE has made a mistake and arrested plenty of U.S. citizens, plenty of them. And what they do, they just turn you loose and send you on your way. Now imagine that. Imagine you in your crib, some Mexican dude you got cutting your grass. You didn't know he was illegal. ICE come to your goddamn house. They don't just take Julio up out your yard. They raid your whole house with your kids, everybody at gunpoint, like y'all selling cocaine up in there. And guess what, bro? So you may say, well, they let me go at the end of the day. They just took Julio and they left me alone. But your children was traumatized. Look at what you went through. And God forbid, if you would have been moving or doing something crazy, you could have got shot in that ICE raid. Now, we don't say much about it because it ain't happened to us. But if this stuff become regular, it can happen to you over time. I just think that we shouldn't be supporting ICE like that because they're gonna do what they do anyway.
Check this out though. But isn't they breaking all the rules that's dealing with the Constitution? They breaking up. It's like they tearing down the whole Constitution. See, if the police and the government and all this got to follow the Constitution, how come ICE don't?
Yeah. Because you know that they was kicking out folks just for speaking out against the system if they're illegal immigrant. Because my thing is this, y'all let these illegal immigrants over here. And then you tell them, if you're speaking out against the government and we find out you over here illegally, we're going to get you. So my thing is, okay, yeah, they over here illegally, but that ain't why y'all kicking them out. You kicking them out for speaking out against the government. Because my thing is this right here. Why is ICE all of a sudden kicking these illegal immigrants out after all this time? Because y'all think it's because of Trump? No, it's because they don't need them no more. All of the work that the illegal immigrants is doing, they're going to have government contractors with AI and automated systems to do that. But check this out. The reason they kicking the illegal immigrants out, because the illegal immigrants are speaking out against the government. We will say, okay, you got illegal immigrants over here undermining black people, so we glad that ICE kicking them out. But that ain't what ICE doing. ICE kicking out the illegal immigrants that's speaking out against the government, not that speaking out against black people. They gonna keep them here if they speaking out against you. All of the coons and uncles and Sambos and all these dudes that's undermining black people, the white man ain't getting rid of them. He keeping them right here. So the fact that y'all think that the white man is about to kick out the minions that he got on his payroll to undermine blacks, that's funny. He ain't doing nothing for you. He kicking out the people that's threaten him. And we like to have an illusion of inclusion, thinking that this devil doing something for us. So that's what I take on. That's my take.
All right, we got one of the House of Consciousness members. Yo, turn on your camera, brother.
So salutes to FBA, but we off cold with this ICE support. We got to stay focused on reparation.
Yes, what's going on, my brother? Seven Asar. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm handling some business, so I can't stay on camera, brother.
Okay, got you. You have a question, Brother Sanchez?
I didn't really get a chance to listen to everything you're saying, but from the topic that you're saying, as far as FBA supporting ICE, I'm 100% in support of you and against these brothers supporting a regime that's terrorizing people, not only the immigrants, the innocent immigrant people that they're brutalizing, but also the American citizens that they are brutalizing. And it's all in the plan of Trump to foster his dictatorship agenda. And when black people are complicit in this, right, it only aids in their own destruction. And this is one of the problems that I have with the FBA movement, because the lack of leadership and organization has created this hysteria, right? And their attempt to say that they don't need leadership or organization just shows how failed this movement is, because there is no movement or no people who have established lineage or anything about themselves that didn't do it without leadership and organization. And I think that's why we have these issues with these brothers from FBA. But I do have a question for you.
Before you ask your question, I'm just going to say one quick thing. You right about the no leadership. I thought that FBA can function without a leader, because the plan was to have a system of checks and balances where we all enforce the code. When you hear a brother say you off code or on code, see, if you don't want to have a leader to be the face of your movement, then you can have code enforcement among all the members where we stay on one page. But if we ain't gonna have a leader or code enforcement, I'm with you. It's all bad now, you know.
Yeah, because it's hard for, like, if one FBA member says this and then another FBA member says that, where do they go to for correction, right? Where do people go and say, well, who's telling the truth, right? Usually, like, I'm gonna give you an example, like Nigeria, right? Nigeria is a country, but it also has a lineage. In Nigeria, there's organizations of Nigerians who has the body of information about their lineage, and you can go to their organization and learn about Nigerians, right? So, and there's leadership in that organization to lead in that organized effort. The FBAs don't have that. And it's creating a host of problems for them, and even for us as Black Americans, because we keep creating these divisional communities amongst ourselves instead of uniting. I'm FBA, I'm Hebrew, I'm Commission, I'm Christian, I'm Muslim. Like, we have all these different divisional titles that we keep creating, and it's not giving us any type of advancement in society. And I think that the FBA movement is crying for leadership. I think that if anybody is serious about being FBA, they need to start leading and organizing today. I love my brother Tyreek Nasheed, but I see him keep turning away from the leadership, even though he's one of the main protagonists of the movement, which is a disappointment from me to him. And I think that we who are trying to correct the FBA need to echo this message to them time and time again.
So in my chat room, they on my head because I used the word member. But here's why I said FBA members. If FBA is a lineage, then guess what? Everybody repping FBA is my family member. You're my family member. We're members of a family, of a lineage. Don't let the word member throw you off. That's all. But the whole thing I would say about Tariq being the leader, if he don't like the word leader, he can simply say, you know, I'm one of the code enforcers. A person say, what is the code? Well, here's a list of do's and don'ts for FBA that we must all adhere to so that no member can undermine the group. Because if we're going to hold tethers to do's and don'ts and tell a tether, you can't do this to black people, you can't do this, then we got to hold our own members. We can't have people in the group undermining us. But what happens is it's open. FBA have it's set up to where you can't really set down no codes and laws. So it's like a big cluster F word. It's like a big chaotic ball of confusion because you got different people with different agendas, and that's all cool. But everyone in FBA just need to be uniting under reparations and leaving their personal agendas at the door, and they can promote that through their own movements. But what I'm saying in FBA is just a bunch of people promoting their individual thing under the FBA banner because they know it's popping. And you see what I'm saying?
Exactly. And that's where the distortion and the where you see disingenuous people.
Let me just say this. The part that I don't understand is that FBA will say this about reparations, the FBAs, right? But Trump, all right, just did a whole thing where he separated from the United Nations that was trying to help push for reparations. Now, it was reparations across the board when it came down to colonialism, slavery, all this. But nobody in the FBA movement is really addressing the fact that Trump just pulled away from reparations. He actually removed himself from the United Nations and then took himself away from all the stuff that the United Nations was doing when it came down to reparations for people of chattel slavery, people from because it was we want to delineate from it. So okay, so because he says that it included other aspects of like colonialism and all this different stuff, then guess what? We want to delineate from that. And then when Trump pulled away from it, it's like, yeah, that's cool because we don't want to be a part of anything having to do with Africa or the Caribbean and all these other places. It got to be our own reparations. But it was a thing. There was a whole situation going on that the United Nations was doing to try to get reparations. Why is that like not a big deal that we just said, hey, you know, we should have said, no, Trump, how can you like pull away from that? Like, no, but it's okay.
Well, first and foremost, through Dr. Ericana's group out there in Africa, trying to sign us up here in the United States, FBA lineage towards reparations being included when they go to the UN for reparations. Listen, we're not African. That's first and foremost. And secondly, the strategy and the mindset of someone who's a proud foundational Black American would be, let them hold their own nuts. We don't want any dealings with their scams. First and foremost, if Trump saw something that alerted him, trust and believe, we seen it way before what they were doing. They're trying to lump us all together, and we're not for it. That's how come our silence is much louder than anything that y'all chatting about.
The fuck is he talking about, man? God, Like,
see, everybody who's listening to the 300 people who are actually listening in live and hit the like button, share and subscribe right now as the man in the high castle cooks.
this motherfucker take on.
What I'm going to say is this.
Cooking, bro.
What I would like to address is this. First and foremost, on this panel, I identify just like that flag you see in the profile pic. This is where my ancestral home is. I'm not speaking for everyone on the panel, but they'll speak for trying to include me as I'm part of Africa. But I already told you my story.
No one said
my ancestral home is America. And another thing, I'm dealing with a faction that is aligned to left Marxism, far left Marxism through Pan-Africanism. I'm fighting that right now on the panel. They can either kick me off, which still do, but at the same time, I hold firm America. I'm exposing and messaging to y'all that this is for real.
Will come in, right? Like even now in the chat, they upset talking about who's the Brazilian leader. Brazil has not only a political leader, but they have leaders in the community that talk about the Brazilian culture, the Brazilian lineage. That's what you guys are missing. There's leadership in every fraction of every people, right? And for you to say that this one movement doesn't need leadership, you are only fostering your own failures. And this is why we have this confusion amongst the FBA community. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, because it's possible to have leadership without no one saying I am the set leader of the group. For example, in a community, the seniors and the elders are supposed to be the leadership of that community, even though there may not be one of them step up and say I am the leader. But I'm with you because I will give FBA an out and say, okay, that don't have to be one man that's the face, that's the leader, but we still need some OGs, some seniority, some checks and balances. Otherwise, it's just a free for all.
Nah, it's not that old school stuff.
That's how I look at it, man. I think a lot of people saying it ain't no leader to use that as an excuse to be able to promote their own thing through FBA. Yeah,
they don't want a leader because now a leader's going to have to hold them responsible and accountable for what FBA stands for. And if you don't have no leader and you don't have no really codes, no laws, no regulations, you're going to be able to run amok. Like it's even like I ran into a brother who misused the word tether. I'm a foundational Black American because I am a descendant of African slaves. Have did my DNA and my genealogy and looked at my genes, right? And looked at my family tree, and I found that I am a descendant of African slaves. There's no way in the world that I could be labeled as a tether, as was defined by Tariq Nasheed. But I was called one because I disagreed with a foundational Black American about his opinions on Africa, right? So now I'm a tether. Now I'm a tether. You understand how the misuse of these of this movement and what they're spreading, the confusion that it can cause. And you have people out there, I think, that are agents that are purposely trying to create confusion. And through that confusion creates actual living confusion in the people who are believing these agents out there. So I think we need to do a better job of vetting this movement, FBA, not allowing it to set into our community until there's some leadership and organization going on. And you out there who do not want the leadership and organization, you're going to be up against a fight.
Could you pause it for a second?
People, who are in the know and who are going to hold you accountable for trying to create.
Go ahead.
Shout out to William Johnson. I haven't seen your name pop up since Water God. You remember me from Doge. Exactly. And I'm good to see your profile pop up. I haven't seen you in a while. Shout out to you.
You asked me to pause it to do that, to say that. Did you have anything more to say than that?
No, ma'am.
We're not going to do that. We're not. This is not like a shout out channel. We're having a conversation. Don't do that again. Let's go.
A movement that will cause division and confusion.
I don't think that FBA could ever cause division because I think that we were born into a people that was already divided. And I think that to reach intent with FBA was to bring forth some solution to the division. You see what I'm saying? Because look, you got black Christians, Muslims, Moors, Hebrews, Republicans, liberals. It goes on and on. But we ain't, and because of that, we ain't got one thing that we can all come together and galvanize under politically to get something done. So that's what I think they was trying to do with ADOS and FBA. They were saying, look, if you're
FBA
ADOS,
versus
leave
everybody.
your Christianity at the door, your Islam at the door. When you come here, we're just black people fighting together for reparations. That's it. One goal, one agenda. Can we just come together to accomplish one thing, right? And so you can't, if everybody come into these groups trying to push their religion, their political party. And in the case of FBA, I see a big influence of like black conservatives taking over the FBA movement. And it's turning into an anti-immigration movement versus a pro-reparation movement. That's my opinion. So I really
everything that you said, brother.
Yeah,
Everything that you said, brother, I agree. And you're agreeing with me.
Let me see your American flags in the chat.
Girl, you ain't about nothing anyway. Guess what I'm about? I'm kicking your ass about my damn thing. Time out, bitch. So, anyways, let's keep going.
Hey, Genesis.
Don't play with me, y'all. I'm getting irritated. Go ahead.
Genesis. You gonna be on tomorrow, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, I catch you on tomorrow. I gotta get ready for work tomorrow.
Yeah, I understand. It's like 11:23. People gotta go to work, you know.
Yeah.
Let me finish playing this.
Right? Because of course, we're already divided, but we don't need to create more division in our community, right?
Right.
Because we already got people that are Hebrews and Avos and all of these different titles that they're holding that's dividing us. We're going to create more titles to divide us, even more division. And but hold on, I just wanted to say this one thing because you said something that was important. The FBA moniker is now being taken over by black Republicans, like you said, Aboriginals, Hebrews. You have all these other different fractions that are trying to take ownership because there's no real leadership in the movement. So their actual movement may be taken over by another one.
One last time, DJ Jensen, could you please pause it for me?
Leadership in the movement. Go ahead. What?
Thank you. I'm going to address the video. Thank you, DJ Genesis. Tonight's a great program as usual. What I heard in the video is this. The man in the high castle has heard.
Man, listen. I'm getting irritated about you keep fucking saying that. Just say what you're saying. Stop saying the man in the high castle. All this like third party, like this. Just say what you're gonna say. It's irritating.
Exactly.
All that third party, like addressing yourself. Say what you're saying. It's irritating. Stop it.
First and foremost, this is all in the video, a hostage speech. They're grieving because they know they're dying. And FBA is clutching their hand, sending them away. And we're going to let go of their hand. Goodbye, Pan-Africa. Goodbye, diaspora. It's America's time. We're full-blood Americans. We love it here. We ain't going nowhere but building, elevating. Hasta luego.
Right? And if we want the FBA to be really what Tyreek intended it to be, we have to fight for that. And that only can come with leadership and organization. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just had a question for you. Do you remember when Tupac was doing that interview and he was like, black people need our own political party? He was in his early 20s talking like that.
Yes, he was. He learned that from his mother, yes.
So I don't see if Pac probably would have started a movement back then, it would have been similar to FBA. It would have been one movement that all blacks could come under and just fight for on a political level with one cause. You ain't a Christian, you ain't a Hebrew, you ain't a Moor. When you come here, you just a foundation of Black America, or whatever Pac would have called it. You just a black man fighting for the injustices of the systems that you're living under right here in America. We still don't got nothing like that now. Even with FBA is trying to be that, and I like the idea because it can be that, but we still haven't. So we don't have that yet, you know. And I don't know if it's gonna be FBA or what group is gonna be, but we need that.
All right, let me bring on Dr. Reggie real quick. Thank you, my brother Asar. Good questions, man. Good dialogue, and don't go nowhere. You're still here, Dr. Reggie. What you got to add on to this with Brother Sanchez?
Well, good to see you, Sarnetta. You're looking pretty healthy, looking pretty good, except for the little fake,
much respect,
the little cough.
Much respect to you, Dr. Reggie, man.
Oh yeah, Brother Sanchez. Good job. I generally understand your sentiments. but I've been I'm 60 plus years old, and I've been around a lot of movements. Now, ADO started for reparations. They figured that they had a new way to do reparations, or at least to lobby for reparations. And at that particular time, certainly was around the federal reparations movement. The reparations movement has changed because of a number of things. I think that you know. One, the Pullman Farmer, the verdict for the Pullman Farmer last reparations case in the appellate court, where Posner said a harm to your ancestors is not a harm to the descendants. That's pretty much a law because it's referred to defeat all other reparations cases. So reparations in the federal has moved to local reparations. They did not really adjust to that. They was trying to lobby with Elizabeth Warren. Now, the Tariq Nasheed, our good brother, was involved in in ADOS, and then he left to create his own movement. The problem with both movements is that they don't have a strategy for reparations. So they're just using it as a kind of a horse and carrot motive. But then they've reached past reparations because they really don't have the skill set, because it requires a law, it requires politics, it requires, ADOS has some of those capabilities. Tariq's team, or the people underneath Tariq, are just social, they're just going on the social. So my question to you, I know it's long-winded, I know that you feel that you want reparations, but would you agree with me that you need a plan?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. And in the minute that you sense that there is no plan and it's drifting to something else, what is your thinking about that?
Well, I think it does have a plan. I'll share it with you and you can critique it. It's a simple plan that we're supposed to be following for reparations. And I'm going to tell you right now, Reggie, we ain't following it, which is why I'm up here right now. But the plan is we're supposed to be leveraging our votes, saying F-U-C-K to the Democrats, F-U-C-K to the Republicans. We ain't leaning left or right until you cut the check. That's the simple plan, leveraging votes, right? Basically a vote boycott. But I see a lot of guys that's already saying, go Trump, go ICE. They pledging they vote to the right. And I'm saying, how can you have a vote boycott? How can you have a group that's supposed to be on one page with well, you got one thing to do, and that's to not lean left or right. Leverage your voice, and we can't do that.
So I agree. Malcolm X, of course, has a famous quote, by any means necessary. And so reparations is both political, right? It's economic, right? It's those two things. And so in order to get a reparations, meaning get a government, even a local government, to pay, you have to secure votes by saying to them, if you don't vote our way, then to the people that could help you, then there's the other political side that won't help you. So who wins? The status quo. So it seems to me that the movement is full with political agents that are really right wing, because they don't want anything to happen. They want the status quo, or they want the government, a particular government, to favor them over other groups. What do you think about that?
I think you're so right when you say that the movement is being infiltrated by right-wing guys. I don't know how you know it. That's why I'm up here right now, bro. But you're right, man, because they don't want us. They want the left and the right to keep playing what I call political ping pong with black people. You know, because FBA presents itself as a political group for reparations. Is not Democratic or Republican. But can't nobody in FBA lie like right now we ain't really like an ICE group right now. We're on some far-right anti-immigration stuff versus being in the middle pro-reparations.
Well, that's why I'm interested in listening to you, because just as a learning exercise, just to see that there are people who have called themselves FBA because they care about the legacy of Blacks in America, right? And that we have our own particular culture that is definitely separate from Africa. But to go as far as to spend and waste your time fighting with the right against Africans when you're not promised anything, right, from the Republicans, then it tends to mean that you're just that group of people that are what we have called Negroes and Uncle Toms. Now, there has many been people, because of Sun Edge platform, that's come on Sun Edge platform. There was there was pro-Trump, right, and anti-Kamala Harris. Not looking at, well, what's the what would be the best choice, a Donald Trump or the typical Kamala Harris. They attacked her for not being black, but many of these groups that attack her for not being black, like for example the Hebrews and groups like that, they are imposters to another. They're culture vultures to another group of people's culture. So they make the ancient Hebrews black because they're black, but they're culture vultures because they still don't follow that culture. They might read the King James Version, which is the Greek and then English, Greek, Latin, and then English version, and really the white man's version, right? And then they try to make King James black. So they're able to make white people black, but a woman whose father's Jamaican, right? So continue on. I didn't want to disturb.
You know they made Abraham Lincoln black now.
Oh yeah, president of the United States that they don't understand was an ambassador to Liberia. They make him black. They do this because guess what? These are agents. I'm talking about certain social media people. They're really agents, or they're just ignorant and like the status quo. But right now, the status quo with Donald Trump. So I did a whole presentation. Donald Trump is saying he's seizing all this revenue from on the guise of drug trafficking, but there are victims of drug trafficking, and that's us, right? So there should be a fund, right? Since it's for the victims of drug trafficking, there's no other group in America that has caught as much hell for drug trafficking than us, right? So that's I say there should be a fund, right, created for the victims of drug trafficking that would benefit our people. And but I find that people don't even entertain those type of ideas and show the contradictions of the right wing. So they seem to be MAGA or I'm gonna call them beggar, right? I'm gonna put the B in front of it, right? Because they black, right? Blacks making up the old America great, right? So they're beggars. So mega, and then there's our people who ride with them. They're the beggars, right? They don't want to do anything. But I'm gonna stop. I'm just glad that you are one of those people who are calling yourself FBA for the legacy, for what they owe us, what they have done to us, where we should go. But you have to understand that Tariq Nasheed, whatever he did, he's a great marketing person. The people underneath them are the most xenophobic, unhistorical, and I've been around in this movement for 40 years. I ain't never seen none of them jokers in real black movement, in real black organizations.
FBA bigger than the internet, but I feel where you're going. I want to go here, man. We got to talk about this part too, Reggie, everybody. People gonna get mad at me for what I'm about to say. The woman that got shot was wrong, right? Because she hit the gas. Let's just hear me out now. And listen, I don't agree with her being unalive. I think that the cops should have, because what happens is this: cops get drugged by the car. So they have passed a law to where if the cop tell you to stop the car, put it in park.
Bad training.
And you slam on the gas, they can use lethal force. Now listen,
Bad
I don't
judgment.
agree with the cops using lethal force every time, but that's a law that they pass. And I agree with our people knowing the law, so you don't get shot up thinking that the car ain't a lethal weapon. A lot of our people don't know that they can get shot up by pressing on the gas. I'm here to tell you today, if the police tell you to put the car in park and take your foot off the gas, if you hit that gas, it's like pulling a gun out. That's something very important. People die like that and they don't know the law. So that's why I said the lady did, and I don't necessarily agree with that law. They would say, but police get drugged all the time. Where are they in a dangerous damn career field? They signed up for it. Whoop-de-doo. You know, that's kind of how I see it. But again, I'm not an ICE agent. You know, the cops don't want the law to work in their favor. But the thing is, she did hit the gas, and I knew that them racist white cops was gonna shoot her. It was sad, but she was wrong.
Stop. Wait 1 second. First of all,
Let me jump in, Ray.
Wait, you're not even in the conversation.
I am in the conversation. Reggie, you just
popped in. I just wanted to add something.
Reggie, but I wanted to jump in after him, Reggie. Come on.
Right, but that's something that you want to do. But before you got on, I was talking to Brother Sanchez.
What that got to do with anything, though? Y'all not having a conversation, y'all. You said what you said.
Land in and you just hop in. Salute to you. Just let him land on that.
Dang, yo, Reggie gonna talk you to death.
Because I knew this.
All right, come on, y'all. Sanchez, you think you can turn on your camera?
Hey, Sanchez.
Yeah, I'm about to come back. Let me put this incense out.
Oh, go ahead, brother. Do your thing.
They treated her like they would treat black people with no discretion.
You're right.
And that's all I really want to say. But you know what? I'm gonna just listen because there you go. That's just how it works.
Yeah, this is going to be a
It's
big
just a
part.
gentleman's game at this point, though. Reggie, you did a whole lecture just now. You made your points.
All right,
clear.
don't address Reggie. Just
I'm addressing the person that addressed me. Let me make my point. I'm simply saying Reggie got off his clean points. Sanchez got off his clean points. Let me get off my clean points. That's not the actual law. Okay, the car being a lethal weapon, there's not that. There's certain criterion to that, right?
God's word. God's word.
So no, first of all, a police officer is directed not to stand in front of a car. That's the first thing. First point. Second point, it barely hit him, right? So under no circumstance do you shoot a person in the side of the head like that. Now, as African Americans, we see this all the time. It was shocking to see a white person shoot another white person like that. We've been seeing that type of thing happen. So I don't know what the uproar is. That's how they operate. In all our communities, we never get the benefit, right? So I'm just saying as a human being, right, there has to be, where's the benefit to that? Like meaning there's a law, there's the letter of the law, and based off of that, the lady shouldn't have got shot up like that. But we never catch that. People ignore the law when it comes to us. So I agree with that point. Right?
And another thing that
I'm not going to sit there, right, and see what I saw. Because if it happened to white people one time, it's going to continue to happen to us 30 times. So whatever we see the wrong going, we got to fight that. That's all I'm saying.
And one more thing to add on, I'm gonna let you go. Sanchez, I'm gonna let you go. When y'all look at the video again, you can see that the car passed the police. It passed them.
Yeah,
when you look at it in slow motion, you'll see the car passed him, and that's when he just shot him. Bow, bow, bow. I think it was 3 shots he shot in there.
And then he said stupid B word. He said stupid B.
Hold on. You know what? So as human beings, right? When a person makes you mad, right? Somebody do something you felt that they wronged you, you be like, do it. You like, B. So he was already there, yo. So basically, she was a heckler, right? You can see in her face, she was just messing with him. At no point did she think it was going to turn to lethal force. He's seen it. As human beings, I talk about this on the previous show, right? It's called the theory of mind. We think we know what another person is thinking. So based off of her smiling, based off of her just cracking jokes, at no point was she aggressive to the point where the police felt like his life was in danger. It's crazy.
Now, the same police officer that shot the lady, a week before that, he got drugged by a cop. So I think he was paranoid already. And my thing is, if he just got drugged last week, it should have been some kind of that let me know he's a gun ho cat. You just got drugged next week and you in front of a car again. He's one of those kind of white guys that's waiting for you to do something where he can get away with killing you. And she didn't, and that's what we dealing with. That's why I said we got to learn from that lady. Because I know a lot of folks, I'm watching videos every day of people pull off on speeding tickets and they ain't getting shot, but they could, and the police can beat it. You know what I'm saying? So this is a learning lesson. People don't like when I say she was wrong. That don't mean I'm taking up for the cop. It mean I'm saying you need to know the law. She was probably thinking, I'm mad, I'm just gonna send them on a little chase right quick and maybe I'll cool off and stop. She wasn't thinking, when I hit this gas, that's my life. She wasn't thinking that.
Heck, no, you're absolutely right. But that's the point. Like that happens to us in our community on a regular occurrence, right? So the fake outrage by people that look like me and you is wild, right? Because this is what we talking about, right? Like, okay, I know your police. I know there's certain rules and regulations of a person trying to escape in the middle of a crime and they use the car as a lethal weapon. Police got a right to shoot you. But this lady was just being smart alecky, haggling the ISIS police, right? And she tapped him and she hit him, right? When she tapped him, he know he wasn't wounded.
Yeah.
Humped him, right? He was already reaching for the gun. Y'all seen that, right?
Yeah.
Why you reaching for the gun? You should have been getting out the way, bro. It was like he didn't want the lady to get away. And then he called her a B because first of all, human beings will frustrate you at times. We get frustrated all the time, yo. Sometimes with these calls, we get frustrated, yo, and you wish you could smack the heck out of them. But you know, this is, you know what I'm saying? You know, that ain't something. But go ahead, Reggie. Jump in, Reggie. Before you start talking about I'm brother Reggie and acting crazy for no reason. Well, I tell you.
And how big of a problem do you think illegal immigration is to black people?
I don't. First of all, they don't even occupy the spaces that we want to even occupy. So I don't actually have a problem with that. But I know it's rules and regulations, and I think people should follow rules and regulations. That's what I think. I'm saying if there's rules and regulations, right, you can't get mad. That's my point. If you get caught doing your thing, you can't actually get mad. That's all. That's my point.
I got a little pushback on that because that's what they was telling me. I was debating FBAs on my channel. I'm FBA, by the way. Cats was joining, and they was like, You know what I'm saying? It's rules and they ain't following. But remember, it was a rule where it was okay to treat us a certain way, though.
Of
the
course.
same people had rules again. That's why I said we playing a crazy game, trying to help them enforce these rules that don't even benefit us either.
Well,
you know, because I think
that's the point. The point that you're making is the point.
Hey, Reggie, let him finish first, and then you could go in because you cut him right off. Just let him finish, Reggie, and then you go right behind him.
Okay, and I'll just land right here then. The reason why I'm saying we playing a crazy game, getting behind ICE, because what happened on my show yesterday, I had to ask these FBAs. I said, listen, bro, you think if you didn't get behind ICE that they wouldn't kick the immigrants out? And that's when they get quiet. Take the mic, Reggie. You got it. Salute.
Okay, so I was saying that's the point. And so I know when you moderate, you expert moderator, but then when other people come on, right? Then you should moderate this. You should moderate the same, right? We're all grown people here, right? So the point is, Brother Sanchez, is the exact point is that white people didn't think that the ICE situation could come back home to them. That's why they're at mass. Because it came back, they thought, in a sense, that they was reading the headlines on the so-called illegal immigration of people of color. They found out that it came back to them, that it hurt their civil liberties, and that's why they're up in arms. The other part of it is what is happening with the Somali immigrants in America, in Minnesota. First of all, we never asked them to come here, right? We never asked that group of Africans to come here, right?
Can we get into that? Because a lot of times we'll say, I hear like Pam Mulatto say, we're allowing these people to come into our neighborhood. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that for you allowing these immigrants to come into your neighborhood, take it over? Did we allow this to happen, or did it just happen and we just happen to be there? You know? Are we allowing the Somali, like, is it like, what are we talking about here? People move in and out of neighborhoods all the time.
Is that a question to everybody, or just a general question?
To everybody. Pam Mulattoism, love to say. What do you think? What do you think about all the people that's coming into your black neighborhood and taking it over, and you just allowing it? Like, well, what can I do if people buy? I don't own that property. So should the black people, when these immigrants come into our neighborhoods, like begin to beat them up, or what are you talking about? I don't understand the logic of that. Let's go.
Okay, I can answer it. Could I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I heard him say this, and I'm not Pam Mulatto, but I understand his sentiments and who he was asking this question to. But if he asked me the same question, I'd address it as this, is that for myself, the man in the high castle, I'd take a different approach. I want to see the edict happen where we are secured on the go, where we can push them out, just like how the Irish were able to do these things and everyone else. But with an edict, with a universal edict in the United States, whatever we see, whatever we like, we can take it from them and drive them out, pack them all up.
Isn't there like see, this is the thing, is that I think it's a certain weird thing where we feel that once we get all the illegals out, then we have a chance. How soft is that?
Who's saying any of that? Who says that?
No, like, oh, we need to get all these illegals. They're taking away our job. This is what people like Pam Mulatto say, people like you. Oh,
I've never said that. That's why I asked you.
So, all right, so we get all the illegals out. Then what? What happens then? Tell me what is that? Okay, say that.
Are you ready?
Say that every so-called illegal immigrant, okay, is out of the country. And no, just not illegal. Also immigrants.
Also the immigrants
So
too.
we have like the immigrants and illegals because they're grabbing them all up, putting them in a concentration camp, what type of like style, places, whatever. And
There
they
is no concentration camps going on in the United States. There are no gas chambers for the illegals.
Just because there's no gas
You
chamber.
keep pushing that.
Hold on, what is a concentration? Okay, let's see what
You don't even know you deny them?
Let's look at like
This is what we got here, fellas, in America.
Is it maybe an internment camp? Internment or versus like the internment camp where the immigrants are?
Internments and concentration camps are vastly different.
No, that's for foreigners, minorities during wartime. We're not in wartime.
We're packing them up to go back home wherever they are in their homelands.
No, sir. Like, what are you?
That's what we're doing.
Have you done the research into how these people are in these camps?
What camps? They're called detention centers. Just like you have juvenile detention centers, they have ICE detention centers. Don't do it.
No, I'm gonna do it. Have you seen an ICE detention center?
They're much more prettier than and much more better and advanced than juvenile detentions that house juveniles.
Why are you so up in arm? Why are you so crunk about?
We have young men and young women who are in juvenile detentions who are American born.
But have you seen? I mean,
you're tripping over ICE detentions for. Do you know these are state-of-the-art detention centers? Have you seen these juvenile detention centers for housing young offenders who committed crimes who are an American? They do be making Angola look like Disneyland. They have straight-up gladiator schools in these juvenile detention centers. Y'all bugging if you think an ICE detention center has anything on a juvenile detention center here in the United States. Y'all bugging.
So you think that ICE detention centers are just like really state of the art?
Fully state of the art. Alligator Alcatraz, fully state of the art. See these juvenile detention centers where a grown-ass man can punch a young 14-year-old in the mouth, square in his mouth. I'm talking about guards. These juvenile detention centers, these juveniles, they diesel as hell. You bugging. They don't have nothing like that in these ICE detention centers. They getting ready to get shipped up and packed out to their homeland where they always brag about their rich culture and their tasty cuisines. You're tripping. This is the anti-American sentiment that I fight against on this panel because I put America first. I put the American orphan first over any foreign orphan. They need to go back home to their homelands and be in touch with their families. Damn. Where did self-hatred come from where it's so strong in these adults?
Arrested, shackled, and taken to an ICE detention center in Minneapolis. Patty O'Keefe says she and a friend were following ICE agents in her car as they made arrests during the federal crackdown in her community last week. She says that ICE agents surrounded her car, sprayed irritant into her windshield vent, and then the agents smashed her windows, pulling her and her friend, Brandon Siguenza, from the car, taking them into custody for obstruction. A neighbor hearing the commotion took this video. Oh my God.
Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if they like actually. I want to find a video where they talk about what is the conditions, because you're saying it's all cool. Everything is all
These juvenile,
reapplying
these
for my
ICE
work
detention
visa
centers have nothing
in
on a juvenile detention center. That's
the
what I
immigration
said.
office. I was doing everything completely legally.
I came to the US legally 11 and a half years ago. I was granted asylum. Then I got a notice to appear in one of ICE's offices in June for what they called a routine check-in.
We went to Cancun for vacation with my family. When we came back, got on the plane, they pulled me aside. I didn't understand why.
They said, you need to reapply through the consulate and we need to send you back to Canada. And in my head, I thought that meant, okay, I'm just getting on a plane and going home.
I was never concerned. I had a green card. I traveled multiple times before out of the country.
I was sitting there looking for flights to go home and I was taken.
They were like, we have to detain you.
I was under arrest.
With no explanation. It felt like I had been kidnapped.
You're kidnapping me.
They said they are detaining and deporting people who are here illegally and criminals.
I was never in the country illegally.
I did not come here illegally.
It was legal from day one.
You know, having a mother taken away from the kids, I felt like a knife was just like stabbing my heart. It was like a prison.
They took us to the booking. We're asked to strip naked in front of each other.
There were 30 of us in one cell, just like a line of bunks and then open showers and toilets.
And you're supposed to use this toilet in front of 12, 14 other people.
If I wanted to use the bathroom, I felt violated.
What did we do to
You are incarcerated.
That is inhumane.
I was treated like a criminal, like I killed somebody.
And every single time I asked a question, it was, I'm not your case officer. I don't know. I'm just doing my job.
They said, listen, I know every one of you will say, I left my kids at home with no one to take care of them. I don't care. You will say that you haven't eaten anything all day long. I don't care. You say that you're terrified, you are here unjustly. I don't care.
It was super cold.
Freezing.
They nicknamed them the ice boxes.
I don't think it's more than 30 degrees.
We're huddled, trying to stay warm, wrapped in these aluminum foils, looking
Now
like
they're
dead
capping
bodies.
right here.
There's no window that you can.
Hey, have you been there, sir? Have you been there? You just got finished yelling at me. Have you been there? Shut up.
Look outside.
I never was able to breathe fresh air.
Fluorescent lights are shining 24/7.
I couldn't sleep. We could hear rats.
Thank God I'm American.
Scream. Oh.
One of the girls had her period and there was blood everywhere.
They knew I was in a menstrual cycle, but was not offered to shower for 5 days.
This nurse comes in and she's like, pregnancy test. She made us pee in front of each other into these Dixie cups. We're all just standing there in a circle, holding our open urine, and she's plopping these pregnancy tests in and then being like, okay, you guys are gonna check it back in the toilet.
The food was horrible.
It was disgusting.
I ended up getting very sick.
I lost a lot of my weight, 20 pounds.
My body was really starting to shut down. I felt like, oh my goodness, am I gonna die here?
I worked as a journalist in Egypt and I was persecuted and detained and tortured. My experience at the Butler County Jail was more traumatizing than my detention in Egypt.
I got woken up in the middle of the night and they're like, Jasmine, you're leaving. I jumped up. I'm like, I'm going home. And they're like, we're being transferred.
She said, we're going to transfer you to Maine. I was like, Maine?
You're going to Arizona. I'm like, why am I going to Arizona? I begged every single guard for help. Can you please tell anyone, your supervisor, that I would love to pay for my flight home? Just get me out of here. ICE issued a statement saying I was detained for not having legal documentation to be in the US. I do not support anyone being in a country illegally. I had all my paperwork. I was in the immigration office. I was never in the country illegally.
Since a green card is a privilege, not a right. And under our nation laws, our government has the authority to revoke a green card if a law is broken and abused. In my early 20s, I was young. I was in college. I got in trouble for possession of marijuana. I was pardoned. It was dismissed. It's been years, and I have renewed my green card twice. Never had an issue with immigration.
USCIS obtained evidence that indicated you provided material support to a Tier 3 terrorist organization. I volunteered with a nonprofit that took care of orphans and poor and sick people in Egypt. So basically, they tried to link this nonprofit, which is a most reputable, respected nonprofit, to a Tier 3 undesignated terrorist organization. This is how they framed it.
I don't feel like this was a mistake. I feel like this was on purpose.
That is not a rare case. This is systematic.
They are just grabbing anyone that they can.
They're trying to find ways to deport as many people, even if these people were here legally.
Not knowing what's gonna happen to me, I feel like that was the worst. Because I wanted just to call my husband. I wanted to hear my kids, and my kids are okay, you know? During the time that I was there, it was also my daughter's birthday. I feel like they took that away from me. I was scared they were gonna forget me.
I was put on solitary confinement for 6 days for advocating for myself and the other Muslim inmates to have a quiet space to pray. That's when my mental health started to deteriorate too fast. It's just a matter of time. I'll get deported and get killed in Egypt. That was the thing that I couldn't get out of my mind. I'll just get deported and get killed.
I had a medical check and I had to go visit this nurse. She could tell that I was distraught and confused. And she looked at me and she goes, "Can I pray for you?" And she said this like beautiful prayer in Spanish that I have no idea what she was saying. And I just cried and I cried and I cried, and she just held my hands, and I was like, okay, I'm going to get through this.
An officer called and said, "Pack your stuff."
Where am I going? Just pack your stuff.
I was transferred back to the San Diego prison.
It was a 2-hour drive.
Someone just grabbed me and said, "You're coming with me this way."
She's like, "Yeah, uncuff her. She's being released today." My eyes just like, what?
Said, "You are released." I actually forget what the word released mean in English. To be honest, it's just, what do you mean by you're released? I was in a shock.
They stripped the chains off of me quickly, snuck me into the airport, escort me onto the plane, sit me down, and they're like, "Okay, you're free. You can use your cell phone now. Take care."
And they're kind of like outside, and I did not know where to go. I didn't have a phone.
An officer said, "We just got this letter today. The Department of Homeland Security reinstated your asylum status." It was the happiest moment of my entire life.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So the first thing we did was to drive to the mosque. Then we went out to eat in a Palestinian restaurant. I ate a lot.
I was happy to see my husband. I was more happy to see my girls. No offense. The youngest one was having nightmare.
So here's the thing. This is not like tear-jerking moment. I'm just saying like that these are human beings, bro. Like we can say, okay, well, they weren't illegally here. They all tell a story where they were doing something, whatever, whoop. So it's easy to tell a story of this illegal immigrant that is being in this situation. And that will make a person say, it's about the illegals. So you have no connection to human beings. There are real human beings that are being put in this situation. When I see like the stories of like the whole ICE situation, I've heard of stories of people being put into a room where the toilet is not working. He's saying they're in pristine conditions. Bullshit. I already know that when it comes down to that, they don't give a fuck about pristine situation. He's saying they are in compared to the juvenile system.
Hell yeah.
Listen, you're saying that they're even a better situation than juvenile. Come on, bro.
The juvenile detention centers here in the United States? What? That's gladiator school. Are you, man? Wow. Woo. Lastly, if I could add on something, I know there are people who share the sentiment that President Trump is not the greatest president ever. I got what y'all said many, many times. But if you know anything about history, there's a story about this little man who was a dictator in Haiti. His name was Napoleon Bonaparte. After he was exiled, his lieutenant named Rochambeau was far more formidable and a nightmare to Haiti. Y'all don't want this with Trump. You're going to want him to do his 3 more years and possibly another run in 2028. You don't want the next one to come in and finish up his job thoroughly from top to bottom. Many people say he's being too nice. Just to put that in my mind, do y'all know who Rochambeau is? No,
go ahead about Rochambeau. Here's the thing. Listen. People, human beings, should not be treated fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing: is that you're saying that this is that juvenile people are being laid down on aluminum foil mats.
Man, they place bets. There's a story right now in California in the juvenile detention center out there in California. You could even type that up where the guards are placing bets. They're placing bets on who gets knocked out, who dies. They're placing bets on the young youth there.
Introducing. I'm saying is that you're saying that the juvenile facility, that these are places that are
the juvenile detention centers are far worse.
Private corporations, the government, etc. Right? That they are more intact than places just being kind of like thrown. Like, listen.
Yes. Do you know even Khalif Browder, who out there in New York, who was falsely accused by 2 illegal immigrants from Mexico for stealing a laptop, a crime that he did commit. They sent him at age 17 to Rikers Island. He was in the juvenile area. Do you know what they did to him?
Sharing.
Who knows about Khalif Browder and the illegal immigrants who falsely accused him? Yeah, I thought so. No tears for him, right?
Listen, I'm trying to like say that I get it that you don't want to have any like humanity about what you're looking at here. Is that people are like I get it. You just don't care. It's Hispanics and you have you don't care. To me,
it's not about caring.
No, it is about
Genesis.
It's about no. It's about caring. You're talking about.
I care about America.
A juvenile detention center.
It's far worse.
That is worse than this. Then what? What are you?
Yes.
Doing? What are you doing to fix that?
First of all, what I'm doing right now is addressing the conditions of U.S. juvenile detention centers here in the U.S. All right, something that is more impacting than some ICE detention centers that are state of the art.
They're not state of the art, sir. Right.
Does that? I got 2 of them too.
Juvenile detention center. I mean, I get. I'm not. Listen, jail is not going to be fine no matter where you go.
Maybe they should have a scared straight for ICE detention centers. You know,
it looks pretty fucking organized to me. It looks like things are in order. people
Who
are
we
in
got
their
next for school?
things, whatever. What
Who's
I'm
next for school?
no, the big difference. What I'm saying here is that, like, okay, they maybe within the cell it might be something, but I'm seeing it instead when it comes to this other situation is a bunch of people.
Men seen sleeping on the
Where are the
floor on thin
protesters for
blankets,
this?
sharing a single toilet. Video released by the New York Immigration Coalition is giving a first-hand look at conditions inside a holding cell at the city's federal immigration offices.
You did not deserve any of this.
Samara Dela Cruz Gooden says her husband, John Paul Alcivar, was there for several days last month, detained by ICE at his asylum hearing, something attorneys and advocates say has happened before under the Trump administration.
See, he's not even like convicted of a crime. He's at a hearing. He hasn't been convicted of anything, and he's put into a cell with very deplorable conditions because he got asylum and he whatever the hearing whatever, but he's being put into very bad conditions. Like, what?
Why are you detaining them when they're following the process?
Samara said her husband was fed just a sandwich and a bottle of water a day before being sent to a detention center in Louisiana.
He was just saying they don't give him enough food.
The Department of Homeland Security has.
The first problem is that imagine that you're being shipped around the country. How many juvenile detainees are being shipped around the country without nobody knowing what the hell where they're
Plenty. Thousands a day.
No, without being convicted of a crime. This guy was
Thousands
without
a day.
Without being convicted of a crime.
Yes.
So all right, so can you show me that information? Because this guy went to court to go to for his hearing about something to try to get his asylum. They put him in. Listen, he has not. Listen, imagine. All right, I'm from Canada, right? I come to America for asylum. Every 6 months, I have to appear before the court to continue my asylum. One time I go to the court, I get scooped up by ICE, put into a room, right? That looks like hell on wheels. You know what I'm saying? I get
toilet.
This room,
Video
right?
released by the New York on the floor on
I went to court. I'm being an honest person. I'm going to court for asylum.
What about all those women that come out, those mothers that come out here locked up for?
Listen, shut the fuck up, because I get tired of you. You're talking stupid, Kamala Harris. I get tired of you. You know, people are going to court. They're going to their court dates. They're following the rules, right? They go to the court. They're following the rules. Okay, every 6 months you have to be here at 12 o'clock on the 12th, right? They go at 12 o'clock on the 12th. All of a sudden they get scooped up, and next thing you know, they are in a room like this.
on
All this bullshit
floor
going
on thin blankets,
going into
sharing a
room,
single toilet.
right?
Video.
Out of nowhere, right? And then 24 hours later, they say, okay, your name. You think you're gonna get released, but guess what? No, you're not. You're not about to get released. Guess what? They're gonna take you into a bus and ship you to a whole nother state. And you have no idea what the hell is going on. And you're saying that this is equivalent to what's going on in the judicial system when it comes to prisoners. Like, okay, like if I have a case, like say if I'm like a armed robber, they do that. They do ship you around state to state. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie about that. They do. They'll call your name and they'll ship you off. But you know you have 10 years. You know you have 15 years. So you know you're gonna get shipped around. But this situation is like, I went to go to court to do my asylum hearing, and next thing you know, I am in a room all this crazy stuff going on, and then I'm getting shipped off to different cities. I have no idea what's happening. What are we talking about here? You're saying that this is how the regular prison system is? I don't think so. I don't think so. There is more structure to this than that. I'm sorry. You cannot lie to me and tell me. I've been to jail before. I can't go to jail for a DWI and then end up in fucking Tennessee. Sorry. Not going to happen. Go ahead. Credit to Horace. You came here. Did you have something you want to say? Go ahead.
I wouldn't say I totally support ICE, but I am against illegal immigrants stealing my job and telling me that I shouldn't be here or shouldn't be there. You know, if you ever been a black person walking through a neighborhood of people that ain't black, they gonna call the police on you because they feel like you don't belong there. They gonna tell you shouldn't be here and there. So I just feel like we need to be more patriotic, and well, I feel like I should be more patriotic and, you know, decide who belongs where. And, you know, if we on that timing, then we should be on that timing.
All right, Chef Chevy, did you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out who we defending.
I'm defending America. She's telling me to shut the fuck up and all this weird stuff.
I got you, dog. I'm talking about her. Like, who are we defending? Because these people don't give two shakes of a stick about you. You advocate for people that don't even care about you. They talk about you when you.
That's the people pleaser mindset of the left wing radical nuts.
Because they was going to westernize this group of Somalis, right, and send them back to destabilize Somalia. So we're looking at it as, oh, they're just attacking them. No, they always were going to send that group back, right? So that's why you have this whole division with Somaliland. So you have a Western-fed, like cattle-fed group of Africans that were brought here and put in places where Black Americans live, to hold this group. And so the attack on them is really just a facade, because when you listen to them back in Africa, we don't want to be here. We want to go. They want to be westernized, not necessarily Americanized. They want the Western creature comforts, and they will fight and die for that. So that's what I have to say about that. So we didn't ask for those groups of people here. They never integrated with us, right? They're not Pan-African, right? And we have no control of them coming here or leaving, right? But they're in our space, and unfortunately, we have this thing where we look at skin color and we don't look at anything else. So just because you're Black doesn't mean that you're kinfolks. So we should have it has nothing to do at all with us, right? And it has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism, because they're not Pan-Africanists, right? Or they're not Black nationalists. They're a cultural group in America for a short term, and they're going to be used as mercenaries in the wars in Africa. I'll stop right there.
All right. Let me move on to the other brother. What's up, man? What's your name, brother? Maul, what's up, man?
Could you put on pause for just a second, please?
All right, look like you froze. Let me kick you out.
Yeah, he's frozen.
Let me kick you out. Let me go to my little man right here.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. This is,
you know, I want to give a visual of young women with children, barefoot, crossing hundreds of miles with coyotes, the human traffickers. And there's a tree with a bunch of panties, young kid panties too. This is what goes on during those border crossings. And this is facts. However, imagine American woman, just an American woman, no matter how you visualize her as yours, as it could have been your daughter, your sister, someone you care about, that's deciding to, hey, I want to flee my state, hop on a bus, and get away from the uncomfortabilities of what I was facing. She enrolls her child into a school. She tries to, or she's staying in an extended stay. But guess what? They catch up to her and they say, hey, you took your kid across state lines without permission. You had a probation case. I know you were trying to get your life together and stuff like that, but we're going to have to separate you from your kid because what you did is a crime. You took your kid out of state. You didn't get to roll them in school right away. You didn't get to find a job right away. This is what happens in the United States of America for American women, for American people. But lo and behold, you're letting these crazy foreign women drag their kids barefoot across these damn jungles out there just for them to get raped or exposed to that. You're bugging. These are terrible mothers, and you're capping for them.
Can I say this?
I've had enough, bro. I've had enough of this guy. You know what? The man in the high castle, it's time out for you, bro. Thank you for what you had to say, but I have to just go ahead and let you go. I'm sorry. Let me explain this. Is that, I get it. People can have their rhetoric about immigration. They can have their thoughts about all this stuff, how they feel. At some point, humanity have to kick in. I don't want to see a juvenile in bad situations in the prison system. I don't want to see any immigrant in bad situations. I don't want to see a woman, a child, anybody in a bad situation. And the fact that we want to compare and contrast is sick to me. Well, so what? Well, you know what? The juveniles go through worse in America. None of this should be happening. When you see a picture of someone looking like they're suffering, you should have some level of empathy within your heart to say, that shouldn't be going down like this. If you show me a picture of a juvenile in a juvenile system going through something I would be like, oh my God, what could we do to stop this? But instead, what we do is we see a immigrant going through this, and I don't care if they don't give a fuck about black people. So what? It does not mean they're not humans. I don't want to hear from you, Pamela, either. I don't want to hear from you, bro. You said enough. I'm done. I'm done from y'all, all y'all people that are so pro. Just I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear you, bro. I'm sorry. I'm tired of it. I get it. It actually really, I don't know, something within me, it hurts. You know what I'm saying? Because I get it. They ain't never did nothing for you. They try to take your job. They want to do that. Okay, I get it. But the way that this is going on, this is not just a matter of taking people, say, okay, you're illegal and get out. This is people that are being beat up because they're not just taking you really nice and they say, come on. You know what I'm saying? Oh, come on. They whooping your ass. And then they take you into a facility. They get done whooping your ass. It may or may not have a running toilet, whatever. And then you get a fucking piece of aluminum foil to be warm with. And that's cool. Okay, that's all cool. Listen, I don't like seeing nobody in that situation. And I don't want to hear from you, Pamela, because your whole thing is that I shouldn't care about that. I get you. You know what, you guys, you got it, bro. You win about that. I don't want to hear from you, bro. I don't want to hear about how that I should not care about people. I'm sorry, that's not the type of person. You're not on a channel with a person that does not care about human beings, right, bro? If you want, listen, go somewhere else with that rhetoric. I personally, I don't want to see children like this. I don't want to see black men like this. I don't care if they came and took your job. Well, you should have worked harder. I don't know what to tell you. How can someone come and take your job, bro?
You said how?
These immigrants take your job. They do this. They do this. Well,
Because they pay them less. That's how they take your job.
Yeah, and if they got
Whoa. You've been here for 400 years. Open your own fucking company and then hire them to do the work. Come on now. Are we that goddamn stupid? You're in America. You're a citizen. You should know how to open up your own corporation by now. LLC. You can like hire. Listen.
what about
Stop.
redlining?
Stop the victim bullshit. Oh my God. They're taking our jobs from the white man. The cracker. We need the cracker jobs to be able to survive. Shut up, bro. They take our jobs. Stop it. You should own a business by now. Your family passed down. Trust me. What are you talking about? Everything that we know. Listen, everything that to open up a business is online, bro. You can like just mow lawns, nigga. You can like just get a car and like fucking scoop the fucking snow up and make money. Man, the guy was up here just earlier talking about the fucking Sam, how to get contracts. Why are we up here acting like that any person coming in the country are jobs? Do you listen?
They do the jobs you don't want to do.
Blaine Smith.
No, they do all the jobs. Especially
Blaine, fuck the jobs. Y'all should be past the job by now. God damn it.
Why?
Black people should be past jobs by now.
Well, why are you defending them?
Job, God damn it.
Why are you defending them?
What the hell you got? I'm not defending nobody. I'm saying this shit is not cool.
What's not cool? It's I empathize
Now,
with
you
them.
got listen. I'm gonna tell you what. Y'all like to see destruction and fucking mayhem. I don't like that. I don't like it. Y'all listen. If y'all like that shit, whatever is going on with ICE, go and find another channel. Do not be up here with that bullshit. I don't like that. I'm not down with it. I'm not down for seeing people being like victimized and I get it. They're illegal. Guess what? We all do illegal shit. I do illegal shit. Trust me. You know? It don't mean you should be like put into a room cold 30 degrees with a fucking aluminum foil thing. Only thing to like sleep on the floor and shitting and all this. It don't mean that because you did something so-called illegal. This whole country is illegal. Everything that this country is based on is illegal, man. The whole country is founded on someone stealing the country from somebody else. What is illegal at any point? What the fuck is really illegal? If you didn't kill somebody or do something terrible to somebody, like, okay, you came over the border, escaping from a worse situation and trying to get a better life for yourself, oh, you're illegal, and you guys are sitting up here like fucking follow for that bullshit. I don't want to hear that. It's stupid. I'm trying not to cry. That I don't know. You guys have lost your humanity. You guys are like, man, it's crazy to me. I don't understand the thought.
Humble. What up, Humble?
What up, Si? What up to everybody on the panel?
What's good, Humble?
Like
chilling.
They'd be crying, bro. That hurts my feelings.
What's up, Bomb Squad? Big up to the Bomb Squad.
So
yeah, peace to you, family. Peace.
A little bit of what I was just listening to. A huge issue
Yeah,
I have with
I'm
FBA
drunk. Okay,
is
I'm drunk. I'm gonna say
the separation of they're trying to make melanated
really
Americans different from melanated Africans.
So right.
And simply when we go back through history, we know we, the current people now, have a mix of both. Right? Some of us might have a mix of both. Some of us might, but when it comes to melanin, Brother Reggie said something earlier about all skin folk and kinfolk. But we got to realize the white people don't distinguish the difference. right? They don't look at an African coming over here and an African American over here and say, oh, well, they're not the same people. No, both of them are black. The only difference is we paying him money to come over here and do what he do, so we don't have to give the melanated man over here a position that he should already have. But we have to stop trying to separate Africans and Americans. We're called African American for a reason. That's number one. Number two, when we talking about the dude that was driving the car and that shot the lady that was driving the car and the dude that shot her in the head, police do have getaway rights, right? When the car is getting away from them, pursuit rights, they do have pursuit rights. The first thing a police is supposed to do, right, when a car is getting away from them is to attempt to make a traffic stop. That means the first thing they're supposed to get in that car and do is get in that car and turn on their sirens. The next thing they're supposed to do is radio for dispatch, right? To describe the vehicle, describe the destination, describe what the person looked like. The person is never supposed to shoot. The officer is never supposed to shoot a getaway driver. Never. So
unless they feel like the car is doing
unless the car is an illegal threat. But if the car is a getaway, see, there's a difference between a getaway driver.
The car hit him, bro.
A legal threat is a car that's trying to hit you, coming towards you.
Yeah,
you're gaslighting. The car hit him, bro.
He was definitely a getaway driver.
But there's a big difference.
Maybe
the car hit him, bro. You're leaving out the whole.
There's a big difference in what Brother Humble was saying to that incident. See, everything that he's saying is correct when it comes to a police officer, but ICE agents go by different standards. As a matter of fact, this administration's ICE agents don't have no badges, don't have the same
Man, y'all know that
demands
ICE,
that
bruh.
a police officer has. So that's why there's so much protest because of how this administration is.
Excuses.
So do ICE agents not have to follow
nope.
human
They're
rights?
federal agents, bro.
Let me tell you how
federal
Not
agents.
by this administration. This administration is allowing them to
All
violate
administrations, they're federal agents.
They here with no jurisdiction?
They're here to militarize American people, and
Lies.
we've been warning that this was gonna come. And
Quit
they rolling
lying
it
to
out in a
people.
way that we don't even see it. We looking at it like an illegal immigration thing when it's really a police state we about to enter.
Right.
No, it's being seen because we understand that Donald Trump is trying to enact the Insurrection Act, which will allow him to militarize the cities. And he needs a riot. He needs
What does that got to do with black people, brothers? Y'all sound like victims.
Shouts out to the super chat. You know, it's sad.
What excuses do y'all have?
You guys have
Where have you been oppressed?
You guys have no.
Half of y'all are under 40 and don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
Humanity. Shut up.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in a safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
I mean, I listen, black folks are the most cold mofos I've seen in my life. Y'all are out cold, bro. Y'all are cold as hell. I'm cold as ice. I never knew just how cold we could be. It's sad to me. When I see the whole thing going down and how we think about things, this is a sad series of events that we could just be so cold towards other human beings. Like bump color, bump what happened, bump this, bump that. But when you see oh, well, they did this for but you know what maybe you've been through a situation with a Mexican. So all Mexicans deserve hell on wheels. I don't get it, bro. I don't understand that mindset.
In the streets, because that's the only way that he'll be able to have full control and autonomy without the checks and marks of the Congress or the Supreme Court. So we understand this. Politicians or Democrats are all on all kind of different news channels expressing this. So there's an effort in a fight against Donald Trump's efforts, but it doesn't mean that he won't succeed. So our community have to be conscious in his efforts